Earn real cryptocurrency called T-Fuel just for watching streams on sliver.tv.
Hello everybody and welcome to ENCE taking on Dignitas, our best of three, our final one for the night here on the EU Road to Rio. The pistol is already live as Dignitas make it straight on down through the vents to the B bomb site, and in a blink of an eye, Dean, they're planting.
Very quickly indeed, only taking a small bit of damage as well for their efforts, at least until this point where Sunny does come through with one headshot on Forest, and Alu doesn't care. He's just charged straight out onto the bomb site, and Dignitas are struggling now. They've already lost a couple players. They're still trying to get those players down in position to actually be able to play off of this bomb, but they start pulling it back. Exist gets two, Get Right with one as well before he falls, and now they have the position to play this 2-on-2. The bomb though being tapped, both players holding that single door, and now it's on Freiburg. Taps away the first with the P250, still just trying to play the time. Not sure if Alu was sticking it or not, but we'll now realize that was not the case. And despite the kill coming in there from Alu, he doesn't have time to get the defuse through, so he is going to have to just back off. And Dignitas, they find that opening pistol round. A big find for them. This is, of course, going to be their map choice coming in. We then have... I need to double check. I need to look back.
Drain up next.
Drain up, yeah. And an overpass if needed as the decider, I believe. We were chatting about the way this veto went down. We were saying that, in theory, this is actually really strong for Dignitas, at least here on Nuke, of course, on the opening map. We do think they have a really good opportunity. ENCE have been struggling on it. Going on to Train, they might have a tough time, but Overpass is, again, a map where we would look at Dignitas as potentially even being favourites on that one. So I'm excited for this matchup, and it's already started off extremely strong with that pistol round being very hectic and very close as well. Force Play, though, will be coming straight back in, as you'd expect, but Alu already tagged up there by the scout of Halzer.
That nade through didn't quite light up Halzer to the point that he can be taken down by the scout, but it doesn't make a difference as far as quickly taps away at Alu, and Dignitas, two-man advantage now moving into the most important round really outside of the pistol. If you find this, you're guaranteed your opponents are going to eco with the way that ENCE have invested. They're looking for aggression in towards main, but it looks like Dignitas aren't interested in holding that part of the map. They've made their way through outside. Heaven and Ramp. Well, Ramp is theirs, Heaven not just yet. I'll be looking for that in just a moment. Dignitas are in a very good spot, like you were saying, Dean, with how the veto went down. So you do want ENCE to put up a good fight. In all honesty, Nuke looks, obviously being Dignitas' map pick, fairly convincing in their favor. But when you move to Train, I would give Dignitas at least a semi-okay chance of taking it. Not to put numbers on it. I definitely think if one of these teams is going to take the opponent's map pick, it probably is Dignitas. And then moving down even to that decider of Overpass, again, Dignitas have that little bit of an edge based on the game we saw versus Fnatic. We know they're very, very capable on it. The most recent one, not the one before. We'll ignore that. So for ENCE, they really do want to take Nuke if they can, as always. But with a 2-0 lead, likely to turn into 3-0, Dignitas are in a nice spot. ENCE have to take an eco.
Yeah, not expecting much in this round. One thing worth noting is obviously these two teams did play yesterday in a best-of-1 where we seen them on Dust 2, and it was ENCE who got the victory. Not having that come out here in this matchup, I'll presume that in a moment, because there is a chance for these pistols to actually get something done. Alu gets a double. Aerial with one as well. I mean, winning the round is still going to be tough, but at least they have made this very, very costly to the economy of Dignitas. But yeah, my point was going to be, of course, Dust 2 not coming out in this matchup. Not too surprisingly that they don't have it come out. Maybe if it was to be in play, it would have been a decider, but we've seen Dignitas actually remove it, I believe, in the second stage of the ban. So it was, in theory, there is an option for a pick, but more of a middle ground. So not too surprising. But a pause coming in from Dignitas. It is a tactical. I guess realizing that that round was a lot closer than they would have liked. The USBs have been crazy throughout this tournament, man.
Yeah.
Do people even need to buy weapons?
Just ecos in general have been nuts, but it was well handled by ENCE, lobbing the nade out to do a little bit of damage. Although it didn't connect much, the fact that they were able to close in the distance onto Halzer, who had the scout, take him down even despite being watched by the Galil. I mean, overall, the way Dignitas handled that round wasn't poor, just amazing shots hit by Alu on that USP to light up both of those players and take them down. And they do get a huge reward for it, like we're saying. You know, Dignitas, look at their money. Forest, Halzer, no cash left. They bought up the AWP, and they're still coming in with a Mac 10. The things are definitely better than usual when you're down 3-0, especially considering that second round didn't go all too close in the end, you know? Let's start this out by outside aggression coming through from Alu. He's going to go back up for more. And they almost line up for him, but the nades, a barrage comes through. I hope Alu is, hasn't been playing too much against Raze, because he'll be getting flashbacks.
Yeah, I mean, there really wasn't anything he could do right there. I think the first one kind of caught him in position as well and slowed him down. So, a bit unfortunate. As you said, a bit risky on the peak there. And especially on attempting to maybe try and even re-peek it. But for now, it is still just a 4-on-4. Obviously, knowing that they've lost this control down towards Secret, not really sure if this is where the commitment will come in. So for the moment, they haven't really rotated much down. Only that one player, I believe, being in position to actually try and hold it being X7. So he could have a very tough time. And you see right now the upper Halzerk with the single door already open, looking to peer in. I think the barrel may have just been spotted right there. So yeah, X7 peached through. Actually haven't jumped up, though, onto something on the back of the wall there. He wasn't spotted, so now the push begins to come in. X7 goes straight down to exist. Get right with one as well, and immediately the save is called for. I mean, they took a while to commit, so it did allow for Sunny to come down to help, but he wasn't really able to. Immediately domed, and yeah, Sergey and Uriel backing away towards the spawn. It's going to be a 4-0 lead already here for Dignitas on the T side. With the saves, they'll be able to drop 2 rifles, but there'd still be one player looking at a weaker buy. I would imagine they will go for it, but it's a tough spot to be in this early on.
It absolutely is. You know, giving the T side such a strong start is not where you want to be. And so at least with the 2 rifles saved over, they might be able to say something about the next round, but allowing Dignitas to survive with 4 is huge. At that point, they'll be able to rock on through to the next with a pretty comfortable buy, obviously, just reinvesting into utility on most players, and then build that buffer from maybe 2 to 3 rounds that they can lose before they're forced down to an eco or even a weaker buy. Considering the fact that ENCE normally couldn't get a buyout, but with the 2 rifles saved, Ariel and Sergey could drop M4s. But we actually see Deagles being bought up around them, so evidently they're not going to go in for it. Utility was low as well, so it does make sense to an extent. If Ariel and Sergey were to drop M4s, they couldn't have bought up any more for their utility belt, but at the same time, they really do need to make or get an answer back for Dignitas pretty damn soon.
And unfortunately, with that previous round having 4 players surviving for Dignitas, the damage that they've done in that one before with the USPs has been kind of neutralized, because Dignitas have been good again to stabilize that economy, taking it now towards outside, already picking up that opening kill as Halzerk and Freiberg actually combining onto X7 to make sure he definitely wasn't surviving. Slowly moving down, actually spots the leg, I believe. Sunny himself was trying to use that smoke as a little bit of a one-way. Alu not expected to be still up close. Catch one off guard. Ariel decides he wants to go through that main smoke, and suddenly this round has become again a little bit troublesome for Dignitas, and there it is. Alu even stealing away and up. All onto Exist and Get right now to try and save the day. Exist has covered some ground by walking out onto the A bomb site, but a good bit of time is still needed for that bomb to be retrieved there by Get right, and I mean, it's not going to be really given to Dignitas. Sergey just goes forward alongside that flash, and Exist was as blind as he could possibly be. Don't give him chances. Okay. Alu hits the shot, but that was a little bit risky.
The round they so desperately needed as well. A 3K for Alu. And without that, ENCE could have been trailing behind. At least with 5 rounds on the board, Dignitas could have been laughing all the way to the bank. They'd be so happy with such a good early start to their offense. But now ENCE get on the board and they salvage an op. They managed to pull through a lot of weapons as well. There's a lot of pressure on Dignitas because we're seeing them having to spend a lot of that bank. What we were talking about with them having 2 to 3 rounds of a buffer kind of relied on them taking the previous. Now the straight blitz down through the vents has already come through as Dignitas look to set up to move down through outside, but they've lost Get Right and Halzerk. The only players left alive are the man planting and the 2 setting up outside smokes. Exist is all alone. If they can get down there, they've seen the 2 smokes on outside. ENCE know there can only be 1 player on B. Exist has to survive, and as far as takes down Sunny, Exist takes a fight, a risky one, and stops spraying just as Ariel peaks. Luckily, though, down in secret already is Freiberg, ready to save the day, but he smoked out the molly as well. This is not ideal. He's got to swing into it. X7 sticking the bomb, and he's got it. Oh, Dignitas. Exist got down, and it's great that he planted the bomb, but to lose both Get Right and Halzerk just threw the round into jeopardy immediately.
A little bit awkward by Exist on that spray as well. Definitely could have composed himself a little bit more. As you said, just as he stopped spraying was when the peak came in. He eventually did realize, all right, I need to try and reset the spray, but then followed up on with a peek. He wasn't able to actually do so in time, so it was a little bit awkward. But yeah, I mean, once that, as you said, frag was found and exists, once they got on towards the bomb site right there, the molly went in alongside the smoke on the bomb itself, so there really wasn't much that they could do about stopping that defuse. Coming back into this round, though, it is still a relatively strong buy, obviously, for Dignitas. They were able to save over a couple of weapons as well, make it a little bit easier for themselves. But if they were to lose this one, that's when the economy does begin to become a little bit of a problem, at least onto a couple of the players. So this one is very crucial for both teams right now. And Sergey, up close and hut, may find contact quite soon. Has Sonny on the bomb site as well who can help him right now. So there is that. Freiburg actually coming around main has gone ahead and find the open and not going to be committing in. Actually fallen back now that they've been able to find that one. And with that, beginning to actually move on towards the A bomb site. Coming out door, though, Sonny finds two. Unfortunately, Sergey in towards the hut doesn't find the same success, so he will go down. And although Ariel is in quickly to help out, it is not quite quick enough. X7 now left in the one-on-one. There's a quick headshot towards Freiburg indeed, and he doesn't let Exist set himself up at all. I mean, the bomb was out in the open, so he probably could have played that a little bit safer, but he didn't care. Swings in, gets his actually second kill of both the round and the game right there. Did I lag a little bit there? Because my GoTV did at one point while I was casting.
No, I think you're all good. I haven't had any tech issues this map, and now we've jinxed it.
Must have been just my ping to the actual GoTV for a moment, maybe. I was hoping my voice didn't go all robotic like it does sometimes when it messes up.
I don't know what you mean. No, it's all good.
That was a horrible first thing.
Well, listen, sorry, my voice is not analog. Oh wait, is it? I don't know. Who knows? Some people do. They'll roast me. 4-3. ENCE doing well.
They're not all geniuses.
Exactly. You gotta keep building up the rounds here over towards that CT side. Their economy isn't, you know, home free just yet, and if Dignitas manage to pull off this mixed up buy, well, ENCE will be right back in the gutter. Nice peek by Sonny. The timing on that. Ends up getting blind afterwards, I think, by his teammate's flash, but it just doesn't matter. X7 couldn't see a thing, and he's spamming through a box. Sergey not so lucky, but the kills are already looking pretty damn good for the CT side to close it out. As Exist falls, and Forest just needs to be sneezed on. Achu says X7 as it goes 4-4, tied up. The T side now got to take an eco.
Yeah, I don't think Dignitas are going to be incredibly scared just because they already have 4 rounds here on the T side. Obviously, 4 in a row now for ENCE as well. They've begun to take back some control, but being on the T side, Dignitas, if they grind out 2 or 3 more rounds in total throughout this half, then they'll still feel pretty comfortable. But they're willing to call a pause in right now. Kind of surprising, considering we're only going to see maybe Pistols and Kevlar here. They do at least have full loss bonus, so maybe trying to find out, okay, how much exactly can we buy and make sure we still have enough to do whatever we want to do in this next round to get out whatever nades and such we need behind it. So that may be what they're talking about. And obviously they know the last couple of rounds, apart from that previous one where they survived with 4, the ones before that, it was 1 surviving for ENCE, 2, and then 3 in the one before that. So they obviously know the economy really isn't in that great of a position. So if they can get at least a couple kills out of this round and then come back in the next one and win out their gun round, they could still keep ENCE in a position where maybe they could even be looking at an eco. Obviously ENCE wouldn't be able to afford that. So that's one thing we do need to mention. This round is a necessity for them to pick up cleanly. Having Sonny on the MP9 as well, you'd like if he's able to actually build up some bank with it.
Off we go, actually, in towards inner at the moment. Nade down to the door, and Dig going to be running out very quickly to get down through vents. They've had no problem doing it so far. The molly always extinguished by that smoke, but Sonny this time in position, ready for this kind of a play, but he misses. The movement pulls him out of range of the doorway at the start, and Halzerk now got the bomb, excuse me, that he can pop. The molly was on its way, is what I was going for. As Halzerk gets taken down, they've got a bomb plant, already a pretty successful round. Only killing an SMG, though. If they can manage to drop one of these rifles, I think that's when you tick it into a much more successful one. The retake underway for ENCE. The player observation room hasn't been spotted yet, so a chance for Get Right to pounce, and he gets one with the Tech 9. It's actually workable at this point. Cock coming down the vents. Sergey's fallen. What is happening here, Dean? The pistols, the rush down vents, and all of a sudden a team flash as well. X7 is 6 HP. It's time to save. Get out of there.
Uh-oh. Okay, I was like, okay, they're thinking about what damage they can do, but no, they go ahead and just take the round. That is upsetting for ENCE. As I said, they really hadn't built up much money. They would have had enough to reinvest. Saving these 2 weapons helps them out a bit by ensuring that they're not really going to have any weaknesses. But they're going to be putting everything back into this. If they lose this round, at that point, Dignitas very likely finds 7 with the opportunity to still add quite a bit more to that. So ENCE, they need to bounce back immediately now off of losing that round. And Oh, it's just kind of heartbreaking. I mean, it was just pistols and Kevlar.
Yeah, everything went wrong for them there, Dean. I mean, the fact that they're able to just rush that, and it's not like it's the first time. They've done that before. They've went down the vents. Sunny was in a great position, though. You could see that ENCE were trying to be proactive, but even still getting cut off. Talking to Sunny, catching off the T side. He jumps up above for 2. The 180 is good, and he's out of there. They're going to fade through the smoke at just the right time, though. Unlucky for Sunny, but still a great start for ENCE with a man advantage to play with now.
I was going to say they probably will be pretty happy with that, but Sergey is still willing to fight towards outside. A little bit risky, even sticks around after dropping the up. Wanted to fight up against Exist as well, but eventually will back away. No trade to be returned there for Dignitas, so now they're just left in a 2-on-4. Get Right's actually lurking around the door, hoping maybe someone will give a chance for him to find an opening. The bomb being towards outside in the hands of Exist. I mean, they may just look to try and split in towards A. Obviously, Exist though has to be careful because considering they did show this presence towards outside and it was only really Sergey who was fighting from passive, there could be a chance someone may have rotated down around through Secret, which there is aerial. He's just not really getting aggressive off the back of it. I believe right now we're seeing someone pushed up towards ramp as well. Now, Alu just holding it with the AWP, not really going to push in. So yeah, no real opportunities being given here to the remaining players for Dignitas. That's what they were hoping for, maybe a mistake to be made. So eventually they are forced to just move forward on towards this A-bomb site, and immediately Exist goes down. Get Right had a bit of a chance to try and get one kill there, but doesn't happen in the end. Sergey's able to come out on top of it. 5-5, ENCE are able to return and bounce back off of losing that round up against the Pistols and Kevlar and redeem themselves a little bit. But there is still decent money here for a few of the Dignitas players. I don't think they're going to invest everything with the loss bonus in the next round being, well, they'll get 2,900 from this one. They can spend some of that extra money at least. You see 2 rifles coming out, maybe some pistols then on the other players. So they, again, can keep trying to put in some damage and who knows, maybe even stealing the round away. But that's not going to be the main focus of it. They just know that they're able to keep the pressure on before they come back into the full buy in the next. Oh, and again, play around the smoke outside. Yeah, Sunny this time is going to actually end up going down without being able to find anything. Freiberg barely survived, so I think he's going to give that AK preferably to Get Right, who has Kevlar. But Exist is going to take it for now. Forrest actually dropping off a silo, going to be able to find Alu as well. Oh no, not again.
Well, a whiffed smoke later, it still doesn't matter for Dignitas that much. They've got themselves the 2-man advantage. But at the same time, no more smokes. On the back of them investing so little. That's their only smoke miss. They don't think
no idea.
Oh man. A free kill and Dignitas now miles ahead. Get Right's caught off. Throwing that flash cost him his life, but he still does a lot of damage to Sergey. And ENCE in an almost unrecoverable position, but hold on. Take a look at Dignitas. They're looking at coming in towards this bomb site where both players are, or at least Sergey can be quite quickly. Ariel had to pick one angle, but he chose the wrong one. The gamble didn't pay off. And a bomb plan now for Sergey to pull off a 1v3. Ain't looking all too likely.
What? ENCE cannot afford to be losing these rounds on the CT side of Nuke, man. It's just keeping them on the back foot at all times. They're not getting a chance to build up any money. And trading back and forth is always going to be something that Dignitas on the T side here are like, yeah, okay, we're fine with that. We're going to be getting more than enough rounds in order to be happy with our T side if this is how the trend continues. And obviously having won this round now, it gives them the chance to maybe even start getting back into just winning ways and start chaining those rounds together like we've seen in the beginning from them. Especially if they win this next one. With the save, at least, we'll see a drop coming over from Sergey. We can see Alu buy for himself with the op as well. Preferably, though, I think we would like to see him drop a rifle over. Although X... Yeah, I mean, I think they can manage without him dropping one, I believe. Nah, never mind, not quite. So it is a little bit of an awkward spot. If they want to pull out the op, then it would be limiting them slightly. But they've managed it. Maybe lacking a couple nades, but overall, it's actually a really good buy. So just don't listen to what I'm saying. I was doing some maths wrong somewhere. Still not sure exactly which one I was looking at wrong. I thought Ali wouldn't have enough to drop the rifle and still get the op and everything he needed, but I was wrong. Then again, having the A1S on definitely helps out, yeah. Oh.
Just under cut off with a spray from up above. Ariel doing a lot of damage. Sergey down on the side catches him out the door, and Dignitas somehow they can win force buys. They can't win rifle rounds. ENCE bounce back immediately. This would have been huge if Dignitas won it. They're up on 8. But now Halzer's got to pull off a 1v3. A 4K clutch He's been watched from just about every angle. He might have an opportunity if he can get out and face main, but he's looking the wrong way. Alu takes him down in the op, and that is the end of the round. 6-6, tied up. Now, anything from this point is a bonus for Dignitas. You have to remember, like, if they manage to find themselves on 7, that's great. They're going to be happy. But, considering how many opportunities they've had to push ENCE all the way back, to build up some rounds, and ENCE just keep on bouncing back and denying them whenever they get those rifles out, we could definitely see a 9-6, and I think with that, Dignitas will know, although that's decent and workable, they could have had a little bit more to use. The fast A push, definitely not the play in the previous round anyways, so this time they go outside, but you'll notice a bit of a difference with the molly going down. They want to avoid being caught down into a close play from Sunny, but at the same time, when their smoke comes through, it leaves a massive gap, and the other one was thrown too deep. They're really not having a good time on their executes at the moment.
Freiburg actually still made it across. He was spotted, I believe, but was able to do so with the flashes. The play exists, was then ready to peek up close alongside Freiburg to get rid of that main player, but they're struggling to deal with the crossfire between vents and up on the rafters, and unfortunately, they will not be able to trade back successfully. Sergey manages to come out with actually 3 kills for himself right there. A fairly convincing round from ENCE, and yeah, as you said, that smoke was a little bit awkward towards outside. They were looking to go towards A the entire time anyway, but the main issue would have been obviously that they only spotted Freiburg then crossing, so they had a good idea that they really didn't need to put too much focus around that lower half of the map, because it was only one player, so at most rotate one down to keep an eye on it, and with that they still had themselves set up for once that A push came in.
I can't help but wonder if maybe, just maybe, that was intentional. Throwing the smoke, leaving the gap so Freiburg could jump across, bait the shots, and then the player up close swing through and take the kill. It was very risky, if it was. But I feel like, yeah, they've missed that one smoke on outside twice. That one right there, though, I mean, the chances of Dignitas not knowing how to throw their 2 smokes outside, especially when they've got a molly down as well, like, I don't know. I feel like they do. And then the fact, even further, that Freiburg did cross. That's what kind of confused me the most. It's fair enough if you mess them up. I expect him to fall back, maybe call for another smoke if they had one. I didn't check at the time if they did. But the fact that he then just ran across like that seemed like he was definitely trying to bait the shots out.
Nice control by Alu. Initially tried to fall back, did have help coming in for the vent, so he was hoping it would get there in time. Didn't quite to save his life, but it does to return the kills fairly quickly, and also with the player ready on the bomb site being Sunny, no bomb plant going to be allowed there for Dig. Already having 6 though on the T side is not a bad result. I think ideally though they do want to try and add at least 1 more to it. And one thing worth noting right now is Halzerk, a man who we normally expect to be up there towards the top of the scoreboard for Dignitas, unfortunately isn't having a great game. To be fair though, the T-side of Nuke, not always a position where you can get that op working too successfully, especially with how kind of scrappy and back and forth it's been for Dignitas. They haven't always had the money for it. So I do hope he'll find a little bit more success on the CT side. But Dignitas, they still have a chance to try and actually bring this up to 7.
A 7 would be a happy little scoreline for them if they can make it. That's still in question. As we move on through, and ENCE have their AWP on Alu. It's been having a lot of impact so far, but the utility is starting to wane a lot. X7, one of the players who has literally nothing. Normally he'd drop a molly, but instead he's just being pushed down, blitzed on, and up close. He finds one still with the A1, but traded out immediately. The B site now under heavy threat as Sunny opens the double doors to make another angle they have to worry about. Halzerk doesn't look all too worried to me. He's just going to pop that bomb down in the open, or at least he was for a second. Yeah, he follows through on it afterwards. The CTs now with a difficult enough retake. They've lost this versus CZs and Tech 9s. Now there's AKs in the hands of Dignitas.
Halzerk tried to get aggressive. Unfortunately, didn't really work out for him. Ends up going down. Still a 2-on-3, as you said, though. Definitely winnable with all these CTs moving in from ramp as well. Exist continuing to take that fight slows down their ability to move back in because they have to be cautious in the window. You see actually Sergey going in to go ahead and clear out that position. Will find Exist and get right. Hoping he could swing out and just find the one-on-one. It doesn't work for him, unfortunately. Sergey was already back in to peek alongside Alu. So they will go down to defuse. Plenty of time because they do have those kits, of course, and with that, ENCE are able to come out with a 9-6 scoreline at the half. Pretty good considering they went down 4-0 at one point, so I think they'll definitely be happy with how they recovered that half. Dignitas overall 6 rounds is decent, but they would have liked a little bit more. Will they be able to make that work, though? We are, of course, going to have to wait a few minutes, guys. We'll find out after the break.
on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Dream like me, and you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really
Hello, my friends, and welcome back. ENCE taking on Dignitas. We are here for half number 2. We've removed the flags to get rid of the problem. Thank you for pointing it out in the chat that Halzerk is apparently Swedish, according to what we had. But no, it's all good now. We got it fixed up. 9-6. Close little game so far. Dignitas with a decent T side, but they actually won more force buys than they did actual rifle rounds. If they even won a rifle round. This time, the pistol, which you'd imagine, with those stats, Dignitas to be quite good at, starts out poorly. Alu with a nice opening kill, but that nade does so much damage.
Yeah, damn. I mean, 3 players are barely hanging on to life right now because of the nade coming in. I mean, Get Right at least being low over on the other side, but Dignitas looking pretty good as this push comes in. The issue is being surrounded exists, couldn't do anything. It was Sergey who got the frag. Alu trying to keep the control towards the single door will actually fall to the quick rotation from Halzerk, which wasn't really expected. But now it's the 3-on-3 retake. Quick headshot being connected by Get Right. It's Ariel who falls. Sergey up close. They do actually go ahead and clear it, but he manages to spin around and get the second. Halzerk falls. Low health on Get Right, but he's not actually able to connect the bullet he needed. And now it's a one-on-one. Not knowing where Sunny is the main issue that Get Right has at the moment. The smoke in play does also have a defuse kit, but being so low on health, it's going to be tough to stick this. Sunny, if he spams away, only needs 1, and there it is. Get Right was trying to spin around and see if he could avoid them as well, but it doesn't work out. ENCE are able to go ahead and find that second pistol round, and with that, bringing themselves up 10-6. And again, this is the map choice of Dignitas, so this is beginning to look a little bit scary now for them, because they had such a great start going up 4-0, and since then have really struggled.
Oh, yeah, most certainly. They were up 4-0. They won 2 force buys, and that was it. That's literally the end of the story. Not a single rifle round on the board. When it came down to having full AKs to their executes, they were fast rushing at A, no success. Long control, or outside control, no success. I don't think they even prodded ramp that much. Sergey opens it up onto Freiburg as well, just to further add insult to injury. Although Sonny is being lit down low, he's a man with a Mach 10. With that, you expect him to be taking a lot of damage, and making it all the way down the vents towards that B bomb site. Certainly an advantage to play with. Zarks, you're on the observing. Are any of you with a condition, epilepsy? We apologize. He's flicking around.
I actually used to.
Yeah, I know. You told me that in a very disturbed... We were just walking along the street, and you were like, yeah, I might have a seizure and collapse at some point. What? What? I need some briefing.
I definitely said that as a joke.
No, you didn't. It was in Budapest like 2.5 years ago, and
that was a good time.
It was a genuine warning you were giving me. Like, you might need to just. I was like, what do I do? You're like, yeah, just turn me on my side. And I'm like, why are you not freaking out?
We're all good. The A bomb site's open though, so it has just been claimed. A ramp stack. That was an interesting approach. I mean, once they lost the opening player, though, there wasn't really much they could do if they just continued split up in default positions with a scout, some pistols, and a UMP. So it made sense to take a gamble. Unfortunately, just not really doing so towards the correct position.
That's it. When these things happen, you go for this kind of a save. Kind of a save. I mean, but it is a save, isn't it? Not a kind of one. But you want to take those weapons through to the next round and then fight. Right there. Maybe you stack up another part of the map and hope they run into you. And maybe you find some exits. These players starting to make their way over. And on full HP. And one shot from the scout. Ariel surviving that. I didn't notice they swapped the Mach 10. So I thought that was Sunny on his way over. But I thought the CZ would shred him. They're still going forward. Alu's got an AK. And that was a very risky move. But they do survive with the brunt of their weapons. The Galil, the AK-47s carried through to this one. A Mach 10 bought up for Sunny. He'll be leading the charge. Being the man jumping around corners, getting up in their face. An X7, obviously, on the Galil. It's a decent buy. It gives them some future proofing. They haven't wasted all their money here either. I think overall this is a pretty solid investment. Dignitas, on the other hand, well, their investment is anything but solid. For them, even finding 2 kills isn't going to be fantastic. I mean, any kill is going to be great in a round like this. But it's not going to be great because ENCE will still have that backup money. And good foresight from ENCE as well to drop the Molotov down in the vents just to make sure no one follows them. As you can see, there was a hot pursuit coming through from Get Right. And now just gives up on that. And again, it's going to be B site control unless Exist has got high caliber bullets in that USP.
I don't believe he does, but I mean, if they don't clear it, yeah, Sonny's jumped above him, so Exist is like, okay, they've overlooked me, maybe I have the opportunity to... Oh, no, never mind. Ariel pops out checking it. They were like, hang on, have we actually cleared this corner? Ariel realizes, fortunately. Forrest ends up getting 1 kill, though, on Sonny. Taken low. Will they be able to retrieve the weapon? I'm not quite sure. I'm actually going to have a look over now. It doesn't seem like there's really going to be anything taken out of this one, sadly, for them. Saving over again, I guess. The Kevlar definitely can help out. Get Right could stick with the UMP in this next round. A Mach 10 as well, I guess, also could be helpful since their nades aren't going to be the best. But Get Right falls. That's one of the players with Kevlar already taken out, sadly. I guess trying to do a bit of extra damage as well. It's not like they can't afford to buy in this next round, so it's not the end of the world if they do lose what they have. More so just wanting Forrest and Kevlar most likely, and perhaps the Mach 10 and Flash. But yeah, Freiburg, he was willing to hunt, and he almost managed to catch them in time. Just a little bit too far there on the range. 12-6, and off the back of that pistol, have gone ahead and got themselves into a fairly comfortable position. This is where you really get to see now if Dignitas are going to have anything to show us on the CT side. They need to pick up this open and gun round, otherwise it could potentially be a little bit too late by the time they actually are able to get the guns out once again.
And moving into this, we have... Whoopsie daisies, hello. Get Right's taken down immediately. They nade the door and just swing on the peak. We've seen them do that on the CT side, but the confidence to keep it rolling. They don't want to give Dignitas a moment to breathe. What I was going to say is we didn't have a lot of faith in ENCE coming into this map in particular. I said it should be a fairly clean-cut one-for-one trade, and we go to Overpass then to close it out. But, in fact, ENCE are now looking a whole lot better than we expected. Their CT side, minus the force buys they lost, when it came to actual buy rounds, was fantastic. So far, their T side has been clean and clinical. They're not making a whole lot of mistakes. Alu is just out fragging by himself. And although Exist picks up one and drops the bomb, they leave. They run away. What's up with that? I thought they were going to pressure him immediately, but instead, I don't think they realized the bomb was down out there. Now they've got nades in their hand. What is this? Clean and clinical, I said. I might take that back. But look, Alu's just killing everyone. The dude has no support. He's standing in doorway, and everyone's just peeking into him. Losing every single duel.
Damn, okay. Yeah, I mean, they tried to give Exist the best opportunity they could there for Dignitas to claw their way back into the round, like, but that was strange. I don't know, the bomb out on its own ended up getting left there. As you said, mustn't have realized it was dropped for a moment. They started moving back in, hoped that they could use their smokes and such to hold off the rotations coming in through hell, but got caught and gave over a second kill with that. Good returns though in the end. As you said, Alu was pretty much unstoppable. They're taking out 3, giving them the A bomb site as well off the back of it, and with that, the round. And as I mentioned now, by the time Dignitas get back onto another full buy, it's very likely going to be 14-6, and they're going to have a flawless CT side if they're looking to get that win here in regulation. So it's a tough spot to be in. The op likely to be saved, at least that is one positive. But even off the back of this, I mean, only then could Halzer drop over 1 rifle. Freiberg would be able to buy for himself. Forrest could pull together a buy as well, so I think they probably are going to go for this, but it's not too great. Again, will be quite a few weaknesses if they do want to. But I think they might have to make it work, if I'm being honest, in this position. The pause coming out. It's actually a technical pause coming through from Freiberg. Halzer TeamSpeak has died.
Fair enough. Maybe he needs to be on the Swedish server. That could be it. Flag. But 13-6. Yeah, this is phenomenal. I mean, even that round there were so many mistakes made, and Dignitas can't capitalize on it. ENCE literally had Alu, like, they went for ramp control. Alu was sat there in the door, just holding it. Immediately, start of the round, nade goes down, door open, Alu's got a kill. Okay, that's acceptable, it happens. Dignitas even had an SMG that they upgraded then. Everything's fine. They face again, they lose the fight. Down on ramp, there's a duel, and in the meantime, Alu's just recovering every single mistake they make. They lose the bomb, Alu's opened up A completely. He's got the site all to himself, and it was a save as soon as they took down Existence. We needed to see so much more from Dignitas in that one. Or Exist. Not Existence. He's not playing.
That's a
this time.
That's a big throwback, man.
It is, isn't it?
Just, I guess, seeing this core on the server, making you have flashbacks, think you're in a whole different year.
Yeah. A whole different era.
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah, Dignitas, they decided against the buy. Not the worst decision. It definitely does give them a much better investment in the following round to start trying to build their way back in. But as I said, at that point, they're going to have pretty much no room for mistakes to be made. Unless at that point, the best thing they want to do is play for an overtime. And sadly, already losing the player here early in this round, it was Forrest who went down. Halzer, though, with the op, is able to pick up 1. Sonny getting dropped as he was, I believe, trying to peek in through main. And Freiberg following up with that aggression. It was actually towards door. Freiberg then allowed to actually get aggressive through foot. Catches one player with his shotgun. Trades out to the AK. And finds X7 working his way back in from ramp. Suddenly it's just Alu and Aerial to try and save this round. One thing that is a little bit of a positive is that they may not think Alu has gotten himself into this position in heaven, but having the control in around lobby, having the bomb for themselves as well, they've already given up that A bomb site. They don't really care anymore. So if Alu had have wanted to have continued on that way, he'd have to drop down and likely make noise in doing so. So he decided to try and wrap back instead. Over towards ramp, he walks into the crosshair. The op Aerial, I was gonna say, should go down to Freiberg, but no, he hits a quick headshot. And maybe there's a chance if he gets the kill on Halzerk, then the 2 remaining players are low.
Yeah, clutching at straws there, though, really. Having to make that comeback as 7 rounds go on the board for Dignitas, but ENCE, they're not worried at all. They've got so much cash in the bank. It's all going to go into rifles, into utility, into everything they could possibly want. A little bit of armor, a couple helmets, why not? Dignitas, they're not in a great position. They have at least built up some money on some players, but considering where they're at, they cannot afford to lose a round before they're up on double digits and nice and close to ENCE. If they win 1 here, it will be 9 on the board, and they'll close the gap in quite quickly. They've got to make it happen soon. Nades, quite good. Forrest dropping from Molotov to Molotov. Actually, the door just about safe. The only spot he could stand in without being burned alive. Good job as well, because he was blind. Had he walked off the door by accident, I think he'd probably be dead.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think there was a player ready in Hut as well, trying to actually hold for anyone who may have been forced out of position. Or at the very least, there was also the Molotov, of course, down on the floor that I believe had been thrown in by his teammate, so that might have done even further damage. But yeah, this is a very important round. As you said, Dignitas, they can't afford to drop one for at least a few. They need to start chaining some together here, really start picking up some momentum before they can afford to actually let one slip. And of course, also building up the bank alongside that. But a slower round overall. I mean, a lot of knives, a lot of presence haven't been shown around this lobby area. They were spamming away, they were using lots of nades. Only now, though, are we really going to see ENCE actually making a move forward anywhere. And it is towards outside. The smokes are going down. With that, they'll give themselves the ability to cross over to Secret. Will they follow up on it, though, is the question. It does seem like they may. X7's gotten himself a kill already on towards Halzerk and given them a nice little advantage now. But yeah, not going towards Secret. This is what I was thinking. Because they had the 2 players in lobby, instead going to set themselves to split up in true main. There's still a couple of players towards this bomb site that can hold it down. That Molotov certainly complicates things, forces one out into the open, and doing the same to Freiburg as Aerial gets all 3. Get right down in the vents. Can't do anything about this anymore.
Well, that happened. Aerial, what an animal. Going in, getting all 3 kills, leaving. I mean, we swapped from CT to CT and just every time. Oh, that guy's dead. Let's swap. Oh, he's dead. Swap again? No, he's dead. Nothing that could happen. I mean, Aerial just doming people and get right by himself down below, just shivering, scared and alone, wondering where his friends went. How the world could be so cruel. 14 on the board for ENCE. Guaranteed unless Get Right's got instant defuse and no clip. I feel like I haven't checked the rules, Dean. Maybe you can clarify, but I don't think it's allowed.
I don't believe it. I don't believe so.
He said I don't believe it. I thought he was actually on his way up. Fading through the floor. I was like, oh, I don't believe it either. 14-7. This is insane from ENCE.
Just a quick buy-in. That's all he had to press.
It just TPs you to the bomb. Easy.
This is shocking, though. We said coming into the series, the VO actually went quite well for Dignitas, and Nuke was one of those maps we were looking at as, yeah, this is a good pick for them. But no, ENCE are on fire right now, and having Alu show up on the op seems to be something that they require when they want to win. I was going to say normally Sergey as well, but right now you have Uriel and Sergey also fragging alongside him, and it just seems to be unstoppable, unfortunately, for Dignitas. Already X7 has made his way down the vent. Took a small bit of damage from the Molotov, but in order to actually get that control and at this point just be a massive nuisance to Dignitas, it is worthwhile. Oh. They forced the rotations, but Halzerk been able to find that 1 kill towards outside does make things a little bit more complicated for ENCE. Definitely slows them down.
Yeah, they definitely would have liked to trade back there. You saw Alu try to get it, but Halzerk was already out of there, fading in towards heaven. At this point, ENCE have got their options open, but it certainly does look like we're looking at a late A hit with the positions they're currently in. Dignitas don't have to really get overly aggressive. They can just chill out. Their utility is very low. Get Right's the only one with a molly currently, so if there is a faster play, ENCE are unlikely to really be punished for it. And X7 looking towards the top events. They've got outside control now. Player behind red. So we might actually be shifting focus a little bit. Then Sergey might be heading down ramp by himself, so you're actually spreading out a lot. That can cause some serious problems. They know they've got Secret. Maybe it's a late hit from Sergey, or just the push up towards the A site. Still possible, but I don't really see Alu's role in that then.
Not spamming the further back angle, so they may not expect Get Right. Yeah, he's still in a good position. Actually catches the bomb, trying to cross out. Transfers down onto X7 and ends up being Exist who gets that kill instead. Sergey left lurking up on the upper bomb site alongside Alu, who was outside with no time at all. They're just forced to fall back away and save. So Dignitas will get themselves another round, bringing it up to 8 now. Trading back, but it's still a pretty long road ahead of them if they actually want to make this comeback a reality. Again, with those weapons being saved also, ENCE can manage to get the buyout quite easily, so they're not going to be struggling in this one. So Dignitas do need to actually continue chaining these rounds together. Back on everything they could really ask for in the buy, though. Kits on everyone, nades as well, plentiful across the board. The op obviously still available for Halzerk. If they can pick this one up, then they would actually also run down the economy events and force them onto an eco. And at that point, then begin to actually close in this gap a little bit. Bring it up to 10. At that point, it's looking certainly a little bit more achievable. Oh, quicker outside control, though, going to be coming in this time around from ENCE. Not really...
I was just going to say they've got the players actually on the other side of red as well, so it's definitely towards the A side that they want to go. You see it every time from ENCE. If they're going to go down Secret, they're not going left side red. Indeed, most teams follow the same formula. Halzerk's got the op and he's giving away his spot. Freiburg with another kill, though, and that really pulls it back. They've got only the players down towards Hell. And they're even being spotted out. Exist with a good swing, traded out. They know Halzerk's in spawn. But outside of that, there's no information to play with.
Oh, Gera should have the kill on X7 as well. No, never mind. X7 reacts. I was going to say, not really using their smoke storage outside there with that push. It did definitely give Halzerk the opportunity with the op, obviously, to drop the bomb. So it was an interesting approach, and at this moment, he does still have it locked down, at least in his vision. Alu in towards the garage, and X7 is the one who's creeping forward slowly, trying to see if he can actually retrieve that bomb. And there you go, the flash goes in at least. It will give a little bit of room. The nade going over could connect some damage, a small bit, but nothing really too substantial. And with Freiburg actually flanking around from outside, Alu's being eliminated, so now it's all on X7. Obviously, knowing that he has pushed up around this area, Forest just comes in and finishes it off, and there it is, 9 for Dignitas. Yeah, I mean, they had lots of nades there. They had plenty. They didn't really use them too efficiently. Sure, they put one down, I think, to try and let them get in towards main, but they also had players who were looking to cross over towards the garage, towards credit card, and while doing so, obviously, they had no cover. Halzerk was able to catch one with the bomb.
Yeah, and then leaving Exist unchecked. I mean, everything just got slowed down because Halzerk was able to get that kill and fade out without being traded, and obviously no one was in a spot to do so. That's been 2 strategies from ENCE that didn't work out even close to as planned. Halzerk manages to fall. Oh, no. Stuck on the vents. This will make it down, but Get Right's there to be dealt with. And without the immediate third player coming out, Get Right gets a nice safe reload. The new aerial was still down towards the vents as he just about being spotted on his way down. Dignitas 10 on the board. Built up good economy as well. So ENCE won't be able to put them onto an eco. And this is where the T-side need to take a little bit of time to think about how they're going to invest into this. More importantly, how they're going to use their investments. Because Dignitas, excuse me, are starting to really close in that gap.
That was
not as bad as fast play, mate. You'll never beat that.
That was great, though. That was still great. I don't know if everyone else caught that exactly what you said, but I liked it. It's a bit insulting to them, maybe. They are starting to pick it up. Looking a little bit better now on the CT side for sure over these past few rounds. But yeah, as you said, ENCE were still able to manage to actually scrape out a buy here. Not ideal. They don't have the op on Alu. They're a lot more limited on the nades, so they're not really going to be going for outside control, at least not in the beginning of the round. Waiting a moment first and then throwing out what smokes they do have available. Sunny, though, still in towards the lobby again. It looks like they will be just setting themselves up for this split. But Halzerk a little bit more aggressive this time around. Garage able to catch Aerial as he steps out. And with him seeing that he was trying to get up closer to the garage, that could give them a little bit of a signal that it most likely is coming towards A. You can see even Forrest has positioned himself now to watch that main wrap, just in case anyone does come in.
Down the vents yet again. I mean, they're always making it through. Sunny gets the fight on to Get Right down below, and Dignitas in a little bit of trouble. As Forrest falls as well, they all just start barreling down. It looks like we're going to be seeing a B hit. Exist is the one that has to pull it through, and will he remain in existence? Will he fall? Well, Halzerk's here to watch the single door, so Exist knows they're down below him, if anywhere. Moving up towards the window, double peeked. The op the one to find that kill, and only now are Sergey and Alu, who've consistently, whenever they've taken secret control, been so far behind the team. Only now do they start to move down. That means that they don't have very much of a fallback. Both players are here, bomb in the open, but they know Halzerk's got an op. They just need to peek him together. 15 seconds, he finds one. Halzerk knows there's a player below him, and what a shot! A 4K from Halzerk, and the round win for Dignitas. They survive a little bit longer and push ENCE down to an eco.
Damn, what a round. Halzerk, I said that back on the T side, he was struggling to get going in form. He was on like 3-11 at one point. He was never really able to get the op out. He never had the money to get it going just because the rounds were always so close back in that first half. But once he's got it into play here on the CT side, he has stepped up massively, sitting at 16 now. And of course, a massive quad kill in that round there to keep Dignitas in a great position, where ENCE again stuck with the half bite. There's a chance for a 12th round here to be put on the board for Dignitas. And at that point, of course, make it a pretty close position. Could be only one gun round separating them. Halzerk gets caught. X7 just straight through the Molotov. Did not care. Not going to be living too much longer. Neither is Aerial as he comes in to try and support. But they have got the bomb down on B, so some success at least being found. But it doesn't look like it's going to lead to the round win, sadly.
Yeah, Alu's holding close in vents, but he's so low. Nice shot by Sergey. Makes it a little bit more doable to flash over. Peeking around, doesn't see anyone here, but Forrest was up above. Tagged. Headshot, in fact. As Alu is taken down, they know exactly where Sergey is, and there's no way he gets away with that. Dignitas on 12, but a good bomb plan for ENCE. Still, you would have liked to see them get a little bit more out of it. Do some more damage to the Dignitas side, whose money is just so damn high right now. But realistically, ENCE would need to find like 4 kills in the last 2 rounds, these rounds, to put Dignitas to a position where maybe they'd be on a weaker spot. I think, as I said before, it's 95% of the time we're going to see Dignitas buying every round from now on until the end. And a timeout through from ENCE, and it's very importantly timed as well, being as this is one of their last buy rounds before not only could they potentially be facing into an overtime, but they could face a loss on this map after such a heavy lead.
Potentially. We were pointing out that it would have put ENCE in a fantastic position then moving on to train to try and actually finish the series 2-0. But Dignitas are making the comeback look like it could be a reality. This gun round, though, obviously, for ENCE is going to be really strong. No op coming into play. Not too surprising. I mean, it is the T side of Nuke. You don't really need it. But they have all the utility this time around. Nothing really lacking, so they'll give themselves whatever options, really, that they want. But this is it. I mean, if they weren't to at least get a bomb plant then in this one, they could be struggling a bit in the next round, at least onto 1 or 2 of the players. Thankfully, with some money left over and the loss bonus, they'd still be able to scrape something together, but it's not a position they want to be leaving themselves in. But moving a little bit quicker this time, going straight for the outside control and being able to find Secret quite easily as well. 3 players now setting up towards the door. Not sure if they were going to look maybe to try and split down into the vents quickly, but that smoke in play now is definitely going to slow things down, and Halzerk finds Alu trying to creep around main from the outside. That's an advantage again going over towards Dignitas, alongside a bit of nade damage being connected.
It's what they need realistically, but they have lost map control for it. Raiding out the player for observation room control. But Dignitas have been playing super passive down here. You don't see them contest in secret pretty much at all. Very unusual, not only just because of what ENCE were doing, but just because of in general how teams play in secret. Even Vents is not a point of contention for them. They constantly allow ENCE down there and look to fight later on. Either get right or exist on the side or up around the rafters. At this point though, Ariel has faked out a little bit of control, and now he's on the rotate back up through Vents to help out his team, it looked like, for a second, especially with the pressure they were applying to A, but that's exactly what they're trying to sell Dignitas on, as they now move into the ramp. But Halzerk, he's not pushed back. The molly, he goes forward on it, loses a lot of health in the process, and Exist falls. Now Get Right's alone down on B to hold it.
And being in single with the door closed as well, he's probably not going to be trying to fight the bomb site itself too aggressively. Bomb now getting planted, so okay, he doesn't actually just swing out. There was a player up on the rafters, and he may not expect a quick vent flank to be coming in as well, so unfortunately he will fall after the 1. But Freiburg allowed to get the first trade. Not able to quite see the body there of Sunny either way. Could only see, I believe, the gun on the back a little bit. That nade had done a lot of damage, though. And he manages to get the headshot to finish off Sunny. That was perfect. The nade stopped Sunny from being able to peek for a moment. It gave him the chance to get the one-on-one. And because he won it out so quickly, he even has time to go and try and retrieve the AWP, which he will find. What a round by Freiburg. Coming out with 3 kills in total. 1 on 3, I believe, because Get Right went down and then he got that trade, of course, in towards single.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal. Giving me some flashbacks to the good old Freiburg. 22 kills on the board, having a hell of a game. Right there, pulling them right up into positive. And funny they even had time to go shopping at the end as well. And it's going to be gutted that they lost that one. I love as well the position from Get Right. I completely agreed with you when he's in single door. Like, hey, he's probably not going to go aggressively out. And as soon as you say that, just swings through the door.
I figured someone would be watching the door. I'm like, okay, it's closed, so he has to open it. Someone's probably going to be watching it. There's probably not a lot you can do. But no one was spotting it. There was a player up on the rafters, but I think he was looking at double.
Especially because they know Get Right has been the one playing B. They've taken contact onto him and Exist multiple times. And taking Exist down a ramp. And having the early control. Oh my god, Freiburg! What is this? First the 1v3, now the spray transfer down to X7. The 2v4, already there's dual Berettas coming out, of course there are. Dignitas, we're walking all over them. Sonny shot a corpse. You gotta make sure, double tap, make sure he's dead.
That's how much Dignitas are annoying him right now.
That's how much Freiburg is scaring him. Just even when he's dead, keep shooting him, just in case.
Oh, that's a risky peek by Get Right. Especially since he had his teammate right beside him. I figured they both would have peeked it if anything. But it works out. 14-14 Dignitas. They actually managed to tie up the score, which was not looking very likely at one point. What has it been now? 7 rounds in a row? This is crumbling for ENCE. And this is only their 2nd timeout. I mean, in theory, they could pause for all of these remaining rounds. But the issue is they can't really buy into this one. No bomb plants being allowed, not having any spare money left over from the investment in the previous round either. It's only 2 players who can, well, 3 players who can buy. Okay, hang on. 2 who can buy with a bit of utility, 2 who could scrape out the AKs, and then Alu who's a little bit short. So, I don't know, it's a tough spot. They likely will go for the investment rather than playing for an overtime as you'd expect, but it's really not that great. And yeah, I mean, it looks like they're actually going to keep some money. So yeah, they've decided against the full investment, thinking we can give ourselves a good chance in this round and then have a proper one in the next one at least to try and at least force the overtime. They're like, okay, it is Dignitas's map pick after all. We're not too worried. Have I dropped? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. All
I've
good.
dropped out of GoTV though.
Yeah, we've got the same thing here, actually. It looks like
really?
the GoTV has
Okay.
crashed. That is not ideal. Let me
I
throw
thought
it
it was
over
my
to a
internet
break
again.
screen then, and we'll I'll communicate with the admins
Horrible
and see what's
timing.
happening. 14 to 14. I guess we're just throwing in some suspense.
Damn it.
Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant forever hold. No matter if we cast away a fire in the dark, I know that you love me where we know.
Well, guys, we've got some pretty bad news.
F's in the chat.
F's all over the chat, please. Sadly, at 14 to 14, the GoTV broke. We don't know why. We don't know how. We're not production people. But we've been informed that the game has ended. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, and neither did you guys. But we can tell you. Dean, do you want to let the people know who won?
Yeah, Dignitas were actually able to make that comeback happen successfully in the end. Did it really happen though when we didn't see it? Yeah, it did.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to bring you map number 2 of Dignitas versus ENCE. Dignitas closed out Nuke 16 to 14 off stream, sadly, due to technical issues. But now we're ready to roll with Train. This is ENCE's map pick. And considering how close they made Nuke, there is a strong chance that Dignitas could be in trouble. The third map being Overpass. The pistol round sees ENCE stack up outside B. As they look to push forward, both Exist and Halzerk sat here, waiting.
Yeah, and with a passive enough A play as well, they do have the ability for fairly quick rotations to come in. That nade is perfect. So much damage done there by Exist. Looking to just spam away now and see if he can finish any off. Apparently not though, actually taken down by Alu, and Sergey, having got up close to that connector smoke, was also able to get rid of Halzerk. So suddenly it is actually a man advantage for ENCE now in the after plan. Haven't taken some damage though. I don't think they're too comfortable with sitting back. They actually flash Sergey in towards the back line so we can see what he can find. Gets a dink before eventually going down, but without her kill being found by Alu. Again, it is Dignitas trying to work their way back into this round. Quick headshot by Freiberg. Forrest nearly catching himself that kill, but in the end, Ariel able to come out on top and now staying alive. Both players are low. Freiberg actually has the defuse kit. Okay. Alongside the smoke, Ape is going to be able to just go ahead and try and stick this bomb. The shot's initially being missed, but Ariel with that Glock can afford to spam a little quicker.
Well, ENCE got away with that, but it was a little bit tight. Dignitas, despite the early nade damage going through and Exist, the fact that they lost the B bomb site so quickly and so convincingly really stems into the issue for the round. As ENCE now move on, they're picking themselves up 1 AK. You've got an MP5 coming through, 2 MAC-10s, and finally, yeah, another rifle to make an appearance on Alu. Alu's been playing really well in this series. I mean, you saw him on the T side of Nuke have some insane rounds. Oh, the nades! Huge damage done. With combine that with the double scout setup, ENCE could be in a lot of trouble really soon. Forest, though, luckily missing his deagle shots, but eventually the luck runs out.
Not able to follow up with another kill, but again, a good bit of damage being done. Keeps Exist and Freiburg in with a shot of at least being able to pull a few more kills out of this one, if not, maybe even pull it back for the win. As I say, that Exist does fall. Freiburg then gets caught as well. Here, the player pushing up close on his left side and ends up getting peeked by Aerial then from towards main, I believe that was around the train. So with that, the second round being found, able to overcome that force buy from Dignitas, ENCE getting themselves off to a better start here on train, which is what you need to see. This is their map choice, obviously. They did end up dropping Nuke, despite at one point having a 14-7 lead. They ended up losing a 16-14, so that was a spectacular comeback from Dignitas. Of course, we didn't get to catch the last couple of rounds because there was a GoTV issue. I'm still kind of sad about that one. I wanted to see exactly what happened. We had such a massive build-up to that point as well. Oh, damn, the nade made that a little bit easier for GetRight, just running across to get himself one headshot. Unfortunately, doesn't really amount to too much else for them in this round. Quickly being cleaned up by ENCE. Able to build up a little bit of money there on Alu as well, as he gets himself 3 with the Mach 10. So, of course, that's going to help out if he wants to upgrade to the op here.
We were talking about the other day when we were looking at Godsent, the results they've had in Alicia, but ENCE, they were playing there, when was it, yesterday? I lose track of days very quickly now. But yeah, it was yesterday, and they're actually going flawless at the moment. They beat Godsent, Dignitas, and Apex, who we've seen some other teams struggle against. But you do have to note, the difference is they have Yampi playing there. Right here, they're not. They're back with X7, so there's a little bit of a change-up of rosters in terms of how that's rolling. The CT, so much damage done. Alu's left in a 1v4 as they blitzed out a Pop Dog and blitzed to the floor. The op in play, looking for a victim, and he might find it towards, indeed he does, towards Old Bomb, but there's a player up in heaven that I don't think he's going to expect. With the smoke down, looking to take the bomb back under his control. There's just so much to consider for him right now. You can see he's worried about someone pushing up Olaf on either side of the trains, up above him. And he's left the bomb. As the smoke fades, though, they'll realize that, well, he hasn't taken it. And with that, you know he's not out Pop Dog, so, I mean, back is the only way he could go. Exist pushed up on B, confirms it's not going to be Connector. And at that point, for the next 10 seconds or so, you're only really worried about T-Main, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, could have made his way around towards Pop Dog as well, but how passive it's being played, as you said, at least for the next 10 or so seconds, they wouldn't be finding contact in that area. So for now, focused mostly towards main. Pretty passive, though. They have the op up in heaven. Holzerk just going to be holding the bomb itself pretty much in towards the back lines. Then, of course, having Freiburg, he's tagged up heavily, so we can't really afford to fight too aggressively. But time is beginning to get low now.
That tag pretty much seals the fate of the round. Falling back, he's going to be hunted down like an animal, and Exist was just waiting for him. Make a move back towards T-Main. Second up on the floor, they decide not to take it, possibly because of the buy they could be up against, but ENCE will be getting themselves a full investment after the cash they had stacked up on the 3-0 lead. It's somewhat surprising that they don't take a double up setup on train. It's one of the most viable places to pull it out. Then again, it was Exist up there, and he's got an AK to work with. Be an equally valuable weapon, and there's so far been no call for it. Obviously, you're only coming into your second buy round. Oh, excuse me. You don't really know what ENCE are going to be deploying. The op and upper quickly takes out Hauser.
Exist, though, still in a pretty decent position to hold this one down and gets 4. The only kill being found is back from X7 there over towards Ivy. Left as the last man standing. The bomb and just everything being just left at the bottom of ramp right now. They are surprisingly getting aggressive, but GetRight, okay, I didn't even realize he was pushed up. I didn't have the the camera on as you did. I swapped over to X7 for some reason, trying to find out where he actually got that kill initially, because I was completely focused, obviously, on Exist getting that massive 4K spray down as they came through the ramp. And that decimates the economy here for ENCE. They have nothing really to invest into this round. Maybe a few pistols can be upgraded, but not much else. So we should see Dignitas being able to get themselves up to 3. And with that, of course, tying up the scoreline. And GetRight obviously also getting a nice little boost in economy with the knife that he was able to find. Yeah, I was going to say, where's far as it's going? He had to run back to the spawn to get his M4. He had accidentally dropped it, apparently.
looks like we're going to see a typical pistol round unfold, indeed. Lots of players towards upper B just barreling out, and in fact, most coming through heaven. Without a smoke, it's a little bit risky. The off from afar can take one. The spacing wasn't great. He could have posted up for a second, but not wanting to risk it. The molly coming down towards the site. Oh, it actually doesn't go on site. It's at the back of Grey Train. So it doesn't stop a bomb plant, which eventually comes through. And despite not losing a player over on the Dignitas side, they have allowed a bomb plant to come through, which is a negative in a way. I'd like to see a little more from ENCE in a round like that, but the bomb plant is like a minimum condition for them. Now that that's ticked, they're up 3-3 with the chance to get the full investment out. Still, though, look at the money that the CTs have been able to build up. They've got that right at their backs, and as long as they can find themselves a little bit of a start, you know, finding this or the next round, it shouldn't be too terrible.
Yeah, obviously having the op and such here for Alu now. This is where they really will get back into contending for the rounds, as you said. Molotov aggressive towards Ivy, but not really following up themselves with any aggression on the side of Dignitas. A fairly passive round, taking the 4-man stack over towards the A side of the map so that they can hold Pop Dog control, have a player then around the E-box as well, watching main. So a fairly aggressive stance, and Entrusting exists to solo that B-bomb site, which at the moment definitely could make sense. He had a massive round just a moment ago. Oh, that nade actually just about going over the players who were creeping up close to that smoke. And with that, Freiburg, he's actually playing a little bit more passive now. This gives a chance for them to go ahead and close in the distance. And indeed, Sunny, he swings out. Freiburg's head is immediately gone. And now the split's going to be coming straight in towards this A bomb site. That player in Pop Dog could still be a bit of an issue for them, and Halzerk has already gone ahead and pulled one back. Forrest, he's willing to give up the bomb site itself also. The issue is Get Right actually does go down in Pop Dog without really being able to find anything, so Halzerk, feeling the pressure, wants to go forward and see if he could pull anything back before that bomb gets planted, but isn't really successful.
Difficult retake on hand. At least they have got the kids to play with. The Dignitas, but exist spammed from down below. Not a fight he's likely to fare too well in. No utility to flush that player out or even deal extra damage. And with that, and the time being so low, I think it is time to just bail on back and take the save. Forrest hoping he gets an exit frag. But it doesn't look like that's going to be happening. And ENCE surviving with 4 players. About as convincing a buy round as they could have realistically hoped for. The only downside is that Dignitas also carrying forward so many rifles means that they'll be in a spot where investment won't cripple their economy. It'll leave them with still another round where they can buy afterwards. But being on 4 early on, it's a good sign for ENCE, don't get me wrong. They've got themselves a buy round just now that looks convincing, and that's the part that's really solid about it. You know, if they were just about clutching them out and taking a few rounds, but only barely, the problem then would be, well, when you're winning that pistol and following up with a 3-0 lead, although normally 6-7 rounds is good for the T side, you do want to see them towards a closer to double digits when you get that early advantage.
Yeah, that's still a possibility for sure. Right now, though, Dignitas getting aggressive. Exists specifically, actually spots 2 of them coming around the corner, nearly lined them up for the spray down. In the end, only able to get the 1 kill. A good bit of damage being put through onto Sergey, but elsewhere, Halzerk also being tagged up, and with the bomb site now being lost, and with also the very aggressive smoke slowing down this rotation from getting into place, it's going to be tough for them to make this retake happen. I was going to say, if they don't get a kill quickly, they could consider the retake. But Sergey caught close towards connector. Get Right flashes in through the smoke. Finds Sunny waiting on the other side, who's having a little bit of a tough game so far. Alu does get 1 return, but now he's in on the bomb site trapped. He has his teammate only now beginning to rotate into position to try and help him. In towards heaven, at least having a Molotov on Alu, not really in a position where he could use that to delay the bomb. Instead, it comes to X7, gets 2, and now Forrest alone. The bomb planted though on the other side of that bomb train. He taps it to bait out the drop, and will be able to find the kill. And of course, with the defuse kit as well, does have time. That was extremely close there, but he gets it.
Just about
retrieved as well.
Now, it was quite close in the end, but overall a positive outcome for Dignitas. They get the round win. They get their AWP. ENCE bomb plant under their belt. They're also in with another investment, and we're seeing these nice, tight rounds early on continuing to roll. But we have a bit of a problem. A technical pause comes through. This is for Dignitas. I believe Halzerk's TeamSpeak is
has crashed yet again.
acting up. Yeah, it's really not been having a good time. We saw the same thing over on Nuke. It shouldn't take all too long. I think it's just a minute or two. We should be good to go. Aldine on 4-4. I guess they've got a little bit of time to reflect as well amongst themselves and figure out where exactly they're at. Because ENCE moving in, take a look at their money. Not fantastic. If they lose, they're pushed to an eco. Dignitas as well, with only $1,400 coming in. A lot of their players will be struggling should they lose here. So it is a fairly important round, and as well as that, if ENCE do fail to take it, or indeed find some decent damage, then that little bit of cash Dignitas have in the bank will start to multiply pretty quickly. So far, the T-sides in general from ENCE have been solid. We saw it on Nuke. And so far on the offense, they've had at least that one very convincing round with the rifles. The push, not expected. A lot of the players blind, but actually, excuse me, only one of them was blind. X7 and Alu turning away, catching themselves the kill afterwards. ENCE with an opening in towards Ivy. They're starting to move forward. That's a hyper-aggressive push, but Halzerk misses the shot, and that could be costly.
Yeah, it looks like it will in the end be. The trades were continuously just back and forth. They do end up favoring ENCE quite a bit. Will Exist actually being left alone now. He's going to stick around for the moment. If he can find a quick kill, then it is definitely worth going for. If not, though, it could be worthwhile for him to save the M4. But there we go. Actually catches the bomb crossing over. Molotov down to try and delay any recovery of it, but I don't think it's going to quite work. Nade also helping out a little bit now by dropping him down to 2/3 of his health, and indeed making it a slight bit easier for those rifles to finish it, but it doesn't matter. Exist. He somehow made it past that initial angle being held. Got his way up onto the bomb train and put in quite a lot of damage before eventually falling, making that a bit of a closer one for sure. Not letting ENCE live with too many players, but as I said, saving that weapon over would have helped massively, because with that they probably could have scraped the bite together. Exist could have dropped one. He would have had enough to reinvest into his own nades. Get Right and Forest could have bought for themselves. Freiburg maybe would have been struggling a little bit, but now they're just looking at the full eco. The Eagles. Zeus being brought out for Halzer. He's not bothering to go for a pistol. He's happy enough with that. In towards Pop Dog. Yeah, makes sense. If someone drops down, he has a chance to try and steal the weapon away.
A ballsy play, if ever I've seen one. Usually it's down at the ramp where Exist is that you'll see a Zeus being deployed.
Yeah, a little bit more common because you can just hold up close. Yeah, crouch on the angle. Oh.
See there, he's not close enough
I
as
think
they
he was
come
a
down.
bit too far. Yeah, either way. Didn't even get
Exactly.
the shot off. But a little bit awkward. 3 Eagles, they can definitely still get another kill or two out of this, make it a worthwhile round. They haven't put too much investment into it.
Few kills would be nice. Maybe save over a rifle. Sonny's up close with the Mac 10 in hand. Swings right after that Eagle shot comes out. Just kind of baiting his teammates a little bit. It's fine. That's okay. Ariel on to Get Right to leave. Exist all by himself. Lonely boy with a deagle in hand. Looks for a victim but finds only solace in death. And 6-4 they go. ENCE, the strong start on the terrorist side. They were 3-0 up. And since we've hit the buy rounds, they haven't really let up at all. Success rates have been pretty strong, but we'll see what they manage now as once again Dignitas delve deep into their bank accounts and pull out all that they can. Utilities looking good. I mean, all in all, this is a fairly strong buy. I'm curious to see now ENCE's approach. We saw a little bit of a faster play into A than what we've previously been looking at. But that was up against the pistols. Obviously, the Mac-10's leading the charge down through Ivy. In this situation, it's very early Pop Dog controls. They drop down the molly, forcing any players that would be there out. I think they heard Forest drop off the ladder, but it might not matter. X7 gets tagged down to 12, so he can't really afford to continue aggressing. In fact, Forest goes looking for him and finds him all too quickly. A second as well onto Ariel. And Pop Dog reclaimed. Get Right just waltzing back on in there after Forest clears it for him. A great start for Dignitas, but it might not continue that way.
Sergey pulled one back, but I think he got naded to 1 health, and Halzerk just hunted him down with the USP to make sure that he wasn't going to be living. With that, confirms a pretty firm 4-on-2 at this point in favor of Dignitas, especially with this flank coming in. If they can delay a small bit, if they even get the 1 kill, then at that point it's pretty much over. And there you go, Forest. He gets himself another. That's 3 for him in the round so far, leaving it all on Alu. And as I mentioned, with that flank coming in, there's not really much that he's going to be able to do. Can Get Right get another knife? It would be his 2nd of the game so far. Oh, it might happen. It actually might. Oh, God. We're only 11 rounds in.
That's ridiculous. It feels like we're even watching Fnatic at this point, the amount of times the knives are being pulled out. That's why the match between Dignitas and Fnatic's always such an interesting one. The balls. But especially considering the fact that they're behind by so much. Now, 5-6, they can't allow ENCE to pull any further ahead. I've got to shut this down. 4 rounds in a row for the CT side to feel comfortable moving forward. And that is a big ask. They will find an eco if they win this one here, though. And that will at least assist them in reaching their goal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crucial round for Dig, as you said, if they do want to come out with a half that they can be happy with. And I don't think they'd be feeling too upset even if they were to end it with 6, but as you said, when you do get that 3-0 lead, you're expecting a little bit more of yourself. So they would like to find at least one more. This investment here, with the one Deagle being the only real weakness, there's still a really good opportunity for ENCE to try and fight their way right back into this and maybe even bring themselves up towards those double digits, or at least get close to them, as you said, they'd be looking for. Get right though in towards Pop Dog. This has been a position he's played most of the round, so it's not really going to be catching anyone off guard, but it's still a difficult spot to deal with either way, especially when you are a bit lacking on utility and you need to save those Molotovs and such for when you're going into the bomb site. For the moment though, just the default. They're definitely looking to split onto the A bomb site. Two players favoring towards Ivy, and then 2 around A main. And I guess once they take contact is when they'll really try and advance Sergey down through Pop Dog and see if they can maybe get That's the bomb going down. Now they have to try and recover that, and I mean, with Freiburg getting one towards Ivy as well, it's not really looking too good for ENCE at this point. The Deagle will actually be able to find that kill. Okay, Freiburg falls. Halzerk in a little bit of a troublesome spot at this point now, as the players are beginning to close in the distance on the up. Sergey in the smoke eventually catching Get Right. He is, though, left alone, but it's still achievable. I was going to say that until I noticed that the time was actually at 6 seconds, so no, it is not achievable. I was looking at the health more so.
That's the limiting factor there, really, isn't it? With the time dissipating, that's going to be the end of the round. And Dignitas taking it up 6-6. Nice and tied. And as we said, ENCE don't have a lot of money. I doubt we're going to see an investment coming through from them, but I can doubt it all I want. Alu pulls out armor and a Deagle. Down to $600. He ain't going to have enough to buy up in the next round. But that's all they invest. Okay. Guess he can take the AK if Sergey dies. Oh, he's going to solo fight early on in towards main. Okay, curious allocation of resources.
Yeah, I mean, right now just trying to bring this on towards B. Sergey with the 1 AK, as was pointed out, at P250 a couple of blocks. I'm not really expecting much success from this. It actually is the Glock in the hands of Aerial that finds the only opening they are able to achieve. And that gives them the bomb plant to even get himself the AK now. If he finds Halzerk, this is winnable. Unfortunately, he will not be able to, and Sunny also immediately taken down. He tried to swing out wide, see if he could help his teammate, but not really having the best weapon to do so, obviously. Plenty of time for the defuse. A little bit of scavenging going on here from Dig to see what they can retrieve. Maybe a few upgraded pistols even. Not expecting a lot else, I wouldn't imagine. But 7-6, Dignitas have gone ahead and taken themselves the lead now. ENCE haven't not invested much into that round, though. They can be pretty happy with the fact that they were able to get the bomb plant, of course, and one kill rather off it. Not the worst position. Their buy is still a little bit limited here, especially for Alu.
Yeah, I mean, at least able to get the armor and the AK out because of the bomb plant. If it wasn't for that, he'd be on a weaker weapon. Either way. But he certainly did his job, I guess, keeping the A players over there. There wasn't a faster rotate to the B bomb sites. Getting the bomb plant was certainly a decent achievement for ENCE, but now they want to follow it through. They really want to get a 7th round on the board just to make themselves feel that a little bit better moving on to the next. Dignitas will be happy to get 9, and ENCE want to prevent it. Nate early on, not doing any damage, and Alu moves towards E-Box. He's out, and I don't know if they've spotted him at this point. I'm pretty sure they haven't with the smokes down, but they'll suspect it because they gave it control. Halzer, that's a big shot to whiff. They've lost Get Right and Exist. Alu springing into action towards the A bomb site. And although they know where he is, he's got support coming through, but swings a little bit early. Forrest onto another. And things could spiral out of control there if they give the opportunities over, but Forest is going to have to find himself a 4K if they're to win the round. Unfortunately, he's being spotted and tapped to death by Sunny. 7 on the board for ENCE. That's exactly where they want to be moving through to the next. Even an 8th would be nice, considering the early start they had. It's a bonus, really. It's not necessary.
There's a decent chance of it, though. Is there a weapon on the ground for Exist? I don't think so. Yeah, I think he's going to be, unfortunately, lacking and left onto a P250, apparently, so that he can get a few nades. Secondary up, at least, being pulled out there as we have Forest going onto that one. So, yeah, I mean, overall, not a bad buy, especially the double up setup here on Train when they're not up against an up from ENCE, since Alu, as we said, didn't afford it in the previous round. Couldn't upgrade it to it in this one either. So that does give them some good opportunities, especially if they're looking to play a little bit more aggressive here early in the round. You know, Freiburg pushed up, playing anti-flash around Ivy as the op is just posted on the angle. As we can see, though, most of the focus at the moment is just around over towards A main. They're showing a little bit of presence in this position. Throwing smokes over and have actually found themselves the pop dog control quickly. So with that, they're going to try and just go straight out towards A. Smokes, of course, already being in place. Being slightly slowed, though, as the first kill actually comes in favor of the op there for Halzerk. Oh, X7 actually just spamming through the smoke. I think that was able to pick the kill up. Sergey finding Get Right on towards the bomb site. Halzerk up in heaven. They know the op is around here somewhere, but not sure exactly where. He manages to get the second before going down, and allowed for Exist as well to find an opening. And look at that flank from Freiburg.
Great job by Exist, but Freiburg is spotted out even despite the noise Exist was making. He spots the player moving into main. Oh, and swings wide. Alu thought he was going to go in for the defuse right away, but Exist was taking his time. Well played. And that is going to be an 8th on the board for Dignitas, closing out the half and doing a pretty good job of recovering and considering the start ENCE got off to. But the ENCE have still got a really good leg up. The foundation's built, a little bit of a bonus as they're on 7 rounds now, starting out their CT side. It's their map pick, and we expect a good defense from them. But before we find out whether they will have a good one or not, we've got to throw things over to one quick break. We will be back in just a little bit with half number 2.
So far, but so far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling memories we've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about.
Welcome back, everybody. Have to going live here. Dignitas on the T side. Starting it out with 8 rounds. They are 1 up. Their CT side didn't go exactly according to plan, but they did lose the pistol and go down 3-0. So there is still some hope. Haven't been completely smashed. ENCE hear a lot of noise coming in towards that B site. Sergey is all by his lonesome to take this initial contact, and he is out of there.
Yeah, fortunately quick enough to actually make it around the corner and stay safely alive, because he was the sole defender on this side of the map as well. That's why that position can be risky. Obviously, if you peek it, you can get that info early, ensure that you aren't going to be left alone on the bomb site. It gives you the ability to stack 4 towards B early on. You do just have to ensure you stay alive. Dignitas, though, getting themselves that control. The bomb looks like it will be taken in this direction. There's a couple players, though, up close in Pop Dog for ENCE who will be in a position where they have the ability to get that quick flank on towards B. So this could be quite difficult, but obviously Sergey's going to need to find some success. He has the help from Sunny now in the back lines, but the Glocks dropping out on top of him are very difficult to deal with, as you would actually imagine. Sunny as well nearly being caught off guard, trying to stay alive, but it won't be allowed. So far, only 1 trade actually been returned from ENCE. That flank, though, eventually coming true. Yeah, Alu gets the trade, at least, as Ariel does go down after only finding 1 himself. X7 pushed back to the spawn. Actually going to be wrapped around on by Forest, and now they have the bomb planted for them.
Yeah, Alu's going to have a rough time at pulling this out. He's got to hit all the headshots, and it's like whack-a-mole. They're just popping up everywhere and disappearing. It's on the hardest difficulty. And Alu can't even get a bullet off. Hearing noises everywhere. It's like something from a horror game. No idea where these guys are. And the funny thing is, it looks so obvious from our perspective. I wish we could watch this round back without X-ray. He knows there's players probably in a crossfire somewhere, and he was just trying to bait someone into peeking. But the reality is, in a position like that, if they don't peek you, if they play it passive, they've won the round. That you have to rely on them making mistakes. And unfortunately for Alu, they did not.
No, and a pause actually coming in from Dig here. It is a tactical pause, so I guess wanting to ensure that they're not going to be dropping any silly rounds here up against a force buy, which they know likely is to come in from ENCE. And as we can see, that is the case. A scout, a UMP, second scout. I like that. Okay, alongside a couple deagles as well. Sunny actually just going to take the deagle without Kevlar, so that X7 has that scout. So yeah, this is actually a relatively dangerous buy here coming into play. But Dig, they've taken one of the safer approaches themselves. They've gone for 3 AKs, a Galil, and a Mac-10. So they do at least have the weapons here to work up against this investment. Obviously, that can be kind of a two-way street. If you do end up losing it, that costs you even more, because then you're giving away AKs and such. But overall, Dig, they took a pause, and they have had a bit of a discussion. So I'd imagine they'll probably play this round a little bit safer. I don't think we'll see any straight-up rush coming in, but they could prove me wrong.
So rounds like this play out as a high risk, high reward. You're risking losing all the weapons, but also the chances of you winning the round now are much higher, and the reward for that is facing into an eco and connecting yourself, presumably then the 11th round on the board. What they're going for, and it's going to be a slow approach. Knowing they're up against pistols, they've got to hold for any pushes. Be on top of their game when they do come through. Halzerk hasn't been having the best of affairs on that CT side op. Now on the terror side, holding an AK in his hands. Could be in a little bit of danger with Ariel up close if a flash comes through. Luckily, though, no flashes to play with for the CT side. Even still, he loses a lot of HP.
Yeah, I'd like to see him trade that, and indeed, gives it over towards Freiburg. Doesn't trade with Getrai, so Getrai still has the Mac-10, giving him the chance to build up some money with that, and Halzer can kind of just sit back and give some assistance from the further range with the Galil. Still be somewhat effective, at least. Oh, quick headshot from Halzerk as well, still coming in. I was saying maybe he'd stick back a little bit more passively, but proving me wrong, even helping by giving them further opening kills. Exist gets one, but a couple pistols actually beginning the frag here on the side of ENCE, so at least some damage has been done. There was a chance for Sergey to catch Forest, but despite hitting a couple body shots, it's not enough. So yeah, able to come out on top of that, keeping the 3 rifles in play. All they lost was the Mac-10 and the Galil, so I don't think they're going to be too upset about how that went, especially as they know obviously that was the full investment. So now they're coming up against an eco where they really have the opportunity to start building up their own economy. So we should be seeing 11-7 before ENCE are able to get back onto the buy. And this is definitely beginning to worry me, because I mean Dignitas were down 14-7 on the last map and they were able to make the comeback happen there. What happens when they already have the lead?
Well, that's very true.
Yeah.
That was a huge play by Freiburg that started that train, or continued it at least. Saw in the previous round a nice little flank down from Sergey. time they're stacking up on the A site, but unfortunately not getting a whole bunch done. The 2 kills for Freiburg give him a little bit of extra cash. But I think it was AK's taking the majority of kills. 11-7. ENCE now in with a bye. But Alu forced down to a glass cannon op. Definitely usable still on the CT side. Where you're going to have AKs straight facing you with so many angles that you can hold and fall back from quite quickly into cover. But it does limit him in terms of aggressive plays with that op, which we know Alu is comfortable in doing. You even see his initial, like the start of the round is a very passive hold into main, just looking for any feet as people cross. And then later holding on the ramp on B, where Dignitas are currently moving towards, but perhaps a chance for Alu to shine.
Yeah, there certainly is the opportunity. Playing a little bit more passive, as you said. Also didn't have Cavalier, so didn't want to be in a position where he could get naded early on. Coming forward, gets the first. Most importantly, though, has the Heaven then covered off as well to allow Sergey to purely focus on that ramp push as it comes in. With that, he's able to get a double himself as well. The bomb is dropped. Holzerk's left alone as all his teammates are gone before he really realizes what has happened. And they're pushing him. There we go. The boost comes in for Alu to go ahead and close it out. 3 for him, 2 for Sergey. A perfect B hold. And with that, 11-8, ENCE do manage to come out with the open-end gun round there on their CT side, a round that they very much needed. And off the back of that, I mean, Dignitas, they can buy on most of their players here, except for Holzerk, so I'd imagine they will go for it. Indeed, up dropped over. Freiburg has enough to buy for himself. Exist has gotten an AK into his hands as well, so they have managed to spread the money out perfectly. So there is still another full buy here for ENCE to overcome. But if they manage to, that's when they really start building their way back into this, and at that point may even have a chance to try and tie up the score. Most likely they'd at least reach 10.
And that is definitely necessary for ENCE at the moment. They're looking to hit those double digits before Dignitas run away with the game. Forrest opening it up, but he's shut down immediately. Ariel on the trade. Sunny was there to help as well. And Dignitas, they've lost a player. The 1-for-1 trades are decent for them. They won't be upset. Got pop dog control down towards the bottom of the ramp as well. That swing going to come through. Great damage by Get Right. It's traded back and forth, but Sergey on 7 HP plus the kill for Holzerk leaves them in a good spot to make a push happen. And in fact, Get Right switches around towards Heaven now, so he's watching for the play out by Sunny as he comes out of connector. I think he... No, I don't think he was spotted then. Get Right seems to still be checking for the player there. He snuck past them. That is dirty. No way he suspects another player, but he did, what, 93 damage to Sergey plus takes down Sunny? That's a great round for him.
Oh. Especially as Alu just tries to take the jump peek across. Tried to see if there was anyone holding the angle. Didn't know if he could fall back safely to that position. And even trying to be a little bit more cautious by jumping across, he still goes down. And as you said, with the damage that had been done on the Sergey, it's not looking good for him. He may just have to go ahead and save the AK at this point. With that, he could drop a weapon. He's going to be actually spotted now by Freiburg. He had the AK, so there was the ability for the quick headshot, but wasn't able to connect it. 12-8, Dig. They lose 1 round. They immediately bounce back. Fortunately, ENCE, after taking that previous round with all 5 players surviving, they do still have enough to reinvest, so that's really the only positive we can see right now. Because if they do end up losing this one, at that point, Dignitas are going to be running their lead up to 14-8. And then we'd have to see ENCE coming back with a comeback reminiscent of what Dignitas are able to actually achieve there on Nuke.
CT side train, I guess, is a little bit more comfortable for ENCE, so maybe that's where they can make the comeback happen. Already taking down Get Right and putting it in to a man advantage situation. The poking towards B doesn't do a lot for them this time. And a 3-man Ivy push looking to come through. X7 currently in position to hold that one down. He's not going to molly to use, but a smoke's still in play that he can lob in, and that should desperately slow down any attempt Dignitas have at moving forward. He threw his smoke, but it wasn't towards Ivy, evidently.
X7 is about to find this contact. It's going to be scary if he peeks any wider. The op is posted up as well, but no, just waits until he spots the barrel of Exist. With that, is able to go ahead and capitalize on the kill. Smoke eventually goes down, but not before X7 got himself a little bit of vision. And Holzerk missing that shot, I was going to say, it is still a very strong position for ENCE. Halzerk eventually returns one, as does Forrest through the smoke, and I mean, now having a 1-on-2, this is definitely winnable. There's 40 seconds left, so a little bit more limited about where he can bring this. He doesn't really have time to run back around to B, unless he wanted to, of course, take it through the spawn, which right now he could consider, but he's a bit worried about, of course, people watching towards Ivy at the moment, so peeking his way, we're trying to see if he can spot any of these players. We have Sunny back towards main. Sergey on the bomb site. Smoke goes in to try and allow him to plant, but that's not going to be an easy task either way. Actually spots Sunny over towards main, but I don't think he's going to expect this close player. And yeah, he does not. So tries to stick the bomb, goes down. 9 for ENCE. They bounce back themselves immediately. Not letting Dignitas get too much control here on their T side. They probably will still buy because they have 2 players double eco and 3 who can actually get the full investment. Yeah, pause coming in so they can actually talk about it, though. Because it's not going to be ideal. As I said, 2 players looking at a double eco, they'll be limited to pistols. Maybe a scout for Forest, but I wouldn't imagine. And then again, they can also consider whether or not they want a rifle and nades on Halzerk, or if they could consider bringing out the glass cannon op, knowing that ENCE very likely still don't have an op in play in this round.
They know that pretty consistently Sergey's been playing close on the ramp down towards B, so any faster play that they want to try could be successful if they can get a smoke for the connector and the crossover. But I think what we'll see when the next buy round with an AWP comes out, a potential flag, as I think it's, what, 3 rounds in a row where he's been close ramp. They could send the AWP over there to try and take that early pick. Okay, a glass cannon op out from Halzerk. I did not expect that. I don't anticipate the B play this time, simply because you don't want to be peeking ramp like that with no armor, especially in, like, when there's so many close range angles. They could already be up. No, it's just not doable. So he's looking all the way down to Ivy, try and catch any early aggression if they go up on top of the trains, but instead they're right up close. Sunny behind blue train, starting to fall back as Get Right falls. And so too does Freiburg, the range duel with the UMP.
Great work by Aerial. This round is just falling apart for Dig. Yeah, everyone's gone except for Halzerk. He has that glass cannon up in play and has got one for himself now, but it's going to have to be the ace clutch. 1-on-5, that first kill already cost him over half of his life, so, I mean, it's not looking good for him. With so much time left on the clock as well, saving is not going to be an easy task. I don't know if ENCE will want to hunt him down, but considering they do have a UMP, they could at least consider sending Aerial in, knowing that he's been tagged up as well. And yeah, they do also have a player pushed up on Ivy. That's a bit more of a risky one. Against the op, yeah. X7 goes down. This is at least some damage being connected. They do still have the lead, so if they can keep the economy low for ENCE in a spot where 1 round win would break it, then that's ideal. He's not going to expect his player up close on the left. Oh, okay, actually checks it, but doesn't connect the shot.
Yeah, surviving through to the next round would have just left him glass cannon again, with Glocks to back him up, so again, probably not the best of spots to play from. Possibilities would have been there. A faster B play. Glocks run down. One of them buys a smoke. Could work. But on 12-10, Dignitas are stalling a little bit now that they're on an eco. ENCE get a chance to build up some more economy and make those banks, make the bank fat. They're going to very quickly rush down to B. There's only 1 player here to start this one off. Sergey drops a nade, not going to do any damage. The molly as well, but all 4 are coming in through heaven. Yes, 1 dies. Maybe even the second to Alu, but Sergey's going to hold it by himself in a nice little swing around.
Lol.
Unlucky Sergey. You know, Alu clearly didn't have any faith in him. He was like, yeah, he's going to die either way. I'll just nade in and get the trade.
It's not the end of the world. It's the only casualty they suffered in that round. But, I mean, that was an opportunity for them to keep all 5 alive and really build up their money, considering in the one before they only had 3 alive and the one before that only 2. But I mean, it's not a lot of reinvestment, but as you can see, X7 is still on an MP9 here, so that's not ideal. It gives them full utility on everyone, so it really is the only weakness that we see, and even then, looking at the economy of Dignitas, they're by the day about, it's not ideal. Having a limited amount of utility to this, they decide that they actually want to take this a little bit quicker. Forrest in behind the green train, but I believe he has been spotted, and yeah, now taken down by Sunny. And with that aggression around main from X7, this round is again shut down before Dignitas can find any sort of opening into it. It's a 2-on-5. Freiburg being slightly tagged by the nade as well, making things just that little bit more difficult for him.
Turns away from the flash and still gets flashed. That's pretty much Dignitas's round history over the last 5 or so summed up. No matter what they do, ENCE are there waiting for them, shutting them down. I'm walking into the 3-man A-hole with just Did not work. Freiburg and Exist. Gonna group back up. They still have the bomb in their possession. Freiburg crossing over ain't gonna be easy. He's got a flash though, so he can pop it out if he wants to fall back. The only problem then is that they know he's falling back if he flashes out and doesn't go anywhere. But if he dry peeks it, he's gonna be facing into, I think, the AWP. Yeah, it was Alu at stop sign. Walking out to the A site, not the most successful really with 30 seconds left. They've got to go fast. They've been spotted now. Good connection by Alu. Exist waits, hoping someone comes through pop, but it's E-Box he's going to be beat from. The timing was perfect for X7 as well.
Yeah, just as Exist had begun to focus onto the player back on blue train. As you said, good timing. 12 to 12, so it has now been tied up by ENCE. But you can't count Dignitas completely out. The unlucky thing for them is, though, that they likely are going to have to concede the lead before they can get another buy into play. And with Train not being as comfortable of a map for them as Nuke is, it definitely can be a little bit harder to make those comebacks happen. But I still don't think I can really count them out because, I mean, it was 14-7. They brought it back 16-14 back on Nuke. Right now it's 12-12. Sure, they're about to give up the lead by 1 round, but they'll be bouncing back with the buy in the next. And even on Nuke, I think we've seen them win a couple of these weaker buy rounds. So who knows, maybe there's a chance with the pistol. So far, though, every time they've come out A, at least for the last 3 or so rounds, they have been absolutely decimated. And it doesn't look like that's going to be changing. Only, oh, he got double naded. He was 7 health, slightly overkill.
Yeah, he's already dead. But yeah, 13-12. This is where ENCE are bombing ahead. They've got so much money in the bank. At least 2 rounds they can lose and still buy up coming into that third. Meaning Dignitas will only face an eco when they're on map and series point. If they make it to 15-13. That's a hell of a road to make before ENCE are beaten back. Flashes over early on, but Dignitas not looking to commit out A. Not this time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 5 times, I'll probably go B. We'll see if that's going to work out for them as again, Sergey holds close on ramp. We said this has been a consistent factor. The spray doesn't... It lands a bit of damage on the nade, but the thing is, nobody returned fire. So at this point, he's suspecting there's probably not a whole bunch of... there's probably not anyone up there. Now the A players don't get any contact. They get fishy. You know, Dignitas have 5 rounds in a row, just ran at A. It's been faster plays. They've shown something by now. And so there's a 3-man stack on B. And it's making the perfect read.
Yeah, strong setup. Alo's going to take the first point of contact. Then once he gets that kill, if they don't see anyone follow up, at that point, Sergey can go ahead and push in, get himself to control, and give them heaven to work with to really make that push that much more difficult out your ramp. Sergey, I mean, the smoke is down right now. That can complicate things a little bit. The leg has been spotted, so Getray has himself a free kill. Alu, of course, being smoked off at the moment as well. Can't really contribute too much with the AWP, but it's only now the push is actually coming in. Sunny's still here. They already have the rotation ready as well. So ENCE are still definitely in a pretty decent position. Sunny pops out, manages to. The bomb at this point can't be planted unless they manage to get rid of him on the middle of the bomb site, and it is not happening. Halzerk not able to find anything. It's all on to Get right now. 1 on 3, and he needed it. Oh, okay. Did he get dinked and nade at the same time?
I'm not sure. I heard him get dinked.
Yeah, the nade killed him. So, I mean, that just... He was just getting wrecked. Dagger not having any success anymore. What's it now being? 1, 2, 3, 6 rounds in a row here for ENCE. So they've begun to pull off a little bit of a comeback of their own. After, of course, being down at the beginning of this half.
I think Getray was already low. No, was that maybe the nade that dinked him?
He was. He may have got dinked through, like, the corner of the wood on, like, you know, the floor.
Could have been.
Because of the angle they were shooting up from.
Either way,
my point was
wrecked.
he was screwed. Yeah.
14-12. This is now a strong CT side from ENCE. If ever we've seen one, the thing is, we were saying this at 12-8. You know, ENCE could come back into it. We could see it, and especially because it's their map pick and train CT side. That's where you'd expect good performances, trades back and forth, but pretty much fourth for ENCE as they find themselves a triple. And Freiburg left to try and cross the site, gets a smoke down, but there's already a player swinging on him. Bye. Bomb doesn't even get planted. Forrest is all alone. He's out of the game. And they would have loved a bomb plant to give him a little bit of extra money, but they're going to have to try for 3 rounds in a row to hit overtime. Or we're going to be on map number 3. Indeed, a timeout being called. We mentioned Train was looking like obviously a decent map for ENCE, but overall, all 3 maps you could see painting a Dignitas favored pool, and I would still agree when we go to Overpass that Dignitas look favored. But ENCE have definitely done the necessary groundwork coming into this to not count themselves out of it when we move through, even with what they did on Nuke up until the last 9 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, going into map 3, I still think it could be a series that goes either way. Especially if Dignitas do begin to struggle. I don't want to see them having a poor start over an Overpass, which would be a bit of an issue for them. I mean, again, they had a little bit of a poor start here on Train, then they were fighting in, but a lot of the time getting their economy broken and just making it so difficult for themselves. Right now, back on the bye, obviously they had a little bit of a chat there, realizing they need 3 in a row for overtime, that it is still very achievable. But so far on this D side, at least since the guns have come out, ENCE have just looked so dominant that I do find it hard to believe that they're going to be able to achieve it. Okay, well, quite landing any damage actually. But yeah, just a slow default, nothing special.
This default being a different approach than what we've seen from Dignitas so far, and that's very much down to the fact that it's an incredibly important round and nothing has been working. Faster plays are not the ones. As we now see the minute mark come on the clock, Dignitas are going to have to start making a move. Already losing out on main control, though. The aggression in from Sunny. Always ready for a sunny day with his cap on. Keep his vision clear, but he's going to need clear vision and quick flicks to take down Forest. But Ariel's now here to support him as well. A second player up close. That smoke has not really done anything. I think Sunny's realized that as he walked further back. Like, Ariel, I asked you to smoke towards T-spawn. I had a position in mind. He gets himself a kill either way, and as they start to come out through Ivy, spray from X7 was ambitious, and as they run into a Molotov to take him down, Get Right and Exist lose almost all of their health.
Yeah, it was Get Right towards main that had been tagged up already, and he does end up getting finished off. So now it's the 3 men left trying to come out through that smoke over towards Ivy, which does not go well. There it is, 16-12 for ENCE as they finish off here on Train.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dignitas taking on ENCE. We are ready to roll with map number 3, the decider between these two teams, and we started out on Overpass. Well, we'll finish it here because, as I said, it's the final map. My name is Mitch, and with me is the beautiful Dean, and we'll be taking you through the final part of this series, where already we see the pistol round go live, and Exist, pushed all the way up on long, is about to take contact with Alu. You just command this for a second as Exist. Oh, he's flanked out. Oh, Alu doesn't realize they've walked past each other. And Exist just heard some steps.
He must have, yeah, he's realized that, but I was going to say could cut off a player. Fortunately for X7's sake, he decides to take it in through Connector instead, so they're actually going to reach this bomb site. Exist on his flank in is going to be a little bit too late to contribute to actually defending it. And as you can see, Halzerk's really the only one who has a position where he can fire off shots and actually have vision. So nothing to be done as the bomb gets planted. It ends up in a 5-on-5. Oh, Get Right does at least get that kill on towards X7. That gives them the chance now to start moving in and at least pincer in towards the bomb site. Oh, Sunny got dinked for 7 health somehow. Has a P250 holding for the push to come in. Low health on Get Right, somehow not finished off. 2-on-2 winnable position, but Ariel, he's able to come out on top of that kill in towards the spawn. I was going to say with that gives them the position to just play off, but the bomb wasn't planted for it, so you just see that final kill as well coming in as the fight was taken. And there it is, ENCE picking up the opening pistol here on map number 3, one that was very much needed by them here. We said, of course, it's a pretty solid map for Dignitas, so ideally they do want to get themselves off to a good start on the T side, start building up a few rounds early on.
Absolutely. This is where ENCE need to have a good showing all the way through, because despite what we saw on Train, where they had the comeback towards the end of it, I don't feel like we're going to see the same from them. Certainly not as easily when it comes to Overpass. Dignitas early on losing Freiburg down towards the B site. And that one is going to sting a little bit. You see the Armor and Deagles in play for 3 players still and Exist doing it, making the Deagle play a little bit more squishy. Not got any armor to play with. But ENCE are looking to finish down towards this B site where Dignitas do have all of their players. This could be a little bit dangerous as they push forward. Get right, taking opening contact, but not winning the duel. Forest is doing it for him, though. Getting a second shot connected. Sees them coming up on sight. Has to reload, and he's being hunted down, but nothing he could do there. Looking for a weapon, but couldn't find one. And 2-0 for ENCE. Losing a lot of players, though.
Yeah, a lot closer than they would have hoped for. Forrest putting up a good effort. As you said, he was absolutely screwed then once he got peeked on both sides of the pit. He was trying to b-hop his way around the ramp so he could get into a position to cover his back off and just fight the one man, but being just sprayed down by 2 MAC-10s, the tagging even just stopping him from being able to move. He was pretty much stuck in spot. But yeah, I mean, considering they were able to get a couple of kills in that round at least, they brought it down to only 2 players surviving on the side of ENCE. I don't think Dignitas are going to be too upset. Not really being able to afford much into this round. There's the one Deagle on Forest because he got a couple of kills that allows him to go ahead and bite it up. Get right as a P250. They have 1 flash. Other than that, though, not much to work with. And as there's no one really aggressive around mid here for them to actually find off the back of that flash, I'm not really expecting it to amount to very much now. We should see ENCE have a good opportunity of actually taking this round cleanly, which is definitely what they wanted. Having 3 SMGs, ideally you want those MAC-10s to be finding the frags. One thing they have found so far, though, is that B bomb site, and a couple of kills there for Sergey as well.
Pistol's hopefully going to catch someone else off as they move on forward. They'd like to get themselves the kills. The P250 for Get Right, the Deagle for Forest. They're tucked up in towards heaven, but Sunny is isolating them one at a time, jumping around, dodging Forest's kill shots anyways, but losing a lot of his health. He's down to just 9. More players. Oh, wow! Halzerk wins that fight. Get Right might even catch one more as they go to exit, but they've spotted him at this point. If Alu didn't go down to check for a second player there's a chance that one of the ones on site would have ran up there thinking he was safe. Could have been a free kill.
Yeah, losing the one player, not too big of a deal for them. Although having so many SMGs in that previous round obviously means if they wanted to upgrade those, they do have to put a bit of reinvestment in. So, I mean, they have gone for that. I think through one of them away. They have obviously one retained here on X7, so he'll have an opportunity to maybe still get some openings with that. You can see definitely is in the front of the pack. I was having a look to see how many helmets were available, and Dig realizing the SMGs in that previous round were retained on some of the players at least, so they have gone for helmets pretty much across the board, bar one player. But Sunny, he's gone ahead and found himself a quick opening kill. I believe there was a challenger around B-Water, and not really working out for Dignitas immediately. It was actually in towards Monster. That must have been a spam through the smoke. I was wondering how that happened. He had a smoke, was crossing over, rather, had a smoke down, I believe. Just got spammed through, a bit unfortunate on the timing. Owen Forrest could be the next victim, actually spams it in return to do some serious damage, and does at least finish off Sunny before going down. Oh, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be anywhere near enough, really, for them to hold this bomb site. Despite having existing Freiburg in position, neither of them finding success. Ariel comes in with a double on the Galil.
Yeah, Halzerk doesn't look like he's in the best of positions, really, does he? Not only is he in trouble, but from in front, but from behind, as Sergey is being boosted up into heaven, as we just saw, and he completely catches him off guard. AWP not being retrieved. It's not wanting to work with one here on overpass, evidently. They've got plenty of cash if they did want to buy one up a little bit later on. But knowing that they're most likely not up against a full buy coming into this one, yeah, picking up that op probably would have been a little bit of a waste of time, or just an added risk. Dignitas could maybe catch him off guard, take the kill. That's a better rifle for them to save, right? You even see the players that have to reinvest taking MAC-10s.
Makes sense in this round, obviously, knowing they're up against at most a half buy. There could be a good few players with Kevlar, but overall, definitely one of the weaker investments from Dig. So they're looking, I guess, to try and build up the bank, make up for the fact that they did in the early round at least lose quite a few players. Overall, their anti-ecos here in their last couple rounds have been quite clean. A 1-for-1 trade there as they go out on towards middle, so that's not ideal. But obviously not going to be giving any weapons away with us, so they still have a pretty firm 4-on-4 at this point. Sunny, though, is very aggressive in Monster. This is a dangerous spot to be peeking. There is 2 players there, so yeah, he goes down. Forrest nearly had a chance for the second. X7 wanted to retrieve that AK, and Exist, having actually pushed around through long, finds the back of Alu. Suddenly it's a 3-on-2, with also one of those players being under half health for ENCE. This round has gotten a lot scarier than it ever should have been.
Now they've got to push right on into the players on the B side, a little bit blind. The flank coming down from Exist. Freiburg can just buy them a little bit of time. This could work out for them, but as he falls, now they're free to look elsewhere. Still worried about taking the bomb site itself, but it's only a matter of seconds before they start to think about the flank. Checking water, checking heaven, CT, nothing there, and eventually, yeah, they come down to watch it, but Exist wins the duel. X7 on literally 2 HP. And the step hurt on short. Exist knows what's going on. He knows where he is. No idea about his health. He moves on forward, no kid in play. Obviously, this was such a weak buy, they didn't even need one. Or they didn't think they needed one. Gonna have to go and stick this in a second. He heard the step on short, right? He must have suspected that maybe he ran out. And at this point, has to be worried about Monster as well. The time is so low.
He needed to start running right there if he wanted a chance of living with this AK, which would have been a good recovery. I mean, as you said, they invested like nothing into this round. So saving an AK over, having gotten 4 kills as well is a big result. Tries to get as far away as he can by sliding up the wall, but it doesn't work out. Without the Kevlar, there was no way he was surviving there, so I was a little worried. I was like, hang on, can he actually survive? Because I was initially thinking no. And yeah, turns out that was the answer in the end as well. Realized he couldn't make it anywhere else, so he had to kind of try his luck and see if going up the wall would maybe allow him to survive. But 5-0 for ENCE. Overall, that round being way too close for their liking. It gives Dignitas obviously a good chance to try and bounce back in now, having kept the economy in an only okay spot for ENCE. They have one buy in the reserve. But if they had taken that previous round cleanly, then they would have had a lot more. So it could potentially help them, but obviously they need to capitalize and actually start picking up some rounds now. Otherwise, it's not really going to be that big of a deal.
The time is now, the time to strike. Strike both in taking rounds and strike fear into the hearts of your opponents. But ENCE at the moment, they're not looking scared. They've got the freedom. Economically, they're standing tall. And certainly in terms of movement, they're pretty free. But Ariel gets lit down. That's at least a good start for them coming into this. Dignitas with a man advantage. Sonny looks to move through this smoke. The timing could be poor for Exist as he looked to move up close to toilets and possibly into it. Could have been pushed in the back, but now watching for this actively. The flash through, the swing, but he actually focused on the wrong player. Halzerg took down Sergey, but Exist was spraying the lifeless corpse of him. Still though, Halzerg manages the trade with a 3rd kill in the round. Now has Alu to contend with on long, who's slowly making his way towards him as X7 reclaims the control towards toilets. He is a little bit worried about someone coming through connector, or not even worried so much as hoping that a player would come up behind that he could catch off guard, but that doesn't come through. Alu misses the shot. The spray is good to start it off, but Freiburg can't finish him. And now things get a little bit dangerous. Alu keeps on answering with the op. They've got the site and they can go for a plant.
No, this is really swung around. There is still a bit of utility here for Gerrit. Moving in from short. Forrest just holding the angle, actually spots ahead of X7. And with Alu being so low, yeah, not really much he could do. He's trying to get in aggressive towards Bank to give himself a position to post up at the op and have a chance to maybe pick one off. And of course, at that point, try and play the time on the bomb. But no, the flank was a little bit too quick for him. Taking some time to retrieve anything they can as well. Obviously saving over the op. A few nades being carried over, but overall, a couple of drops do have to come in here. Freiburg is going to have to be given a weapon, as does... We swapped into the overview cam so I couldn't see Halzerg. Yeah, Halzerg needed to be dropped over the op, of course. So pretty much invest in everything just to be able to buy again in this round. So Dignitas, they need to ensure that they're able to go ahead and get this round as well. Otherwise, they're just going to be left in the next round again, looking at maybe just some pistols and such. Obviously, not something they can afford to happen at this point. Already being down 5-1. ENCE are making this 3rd map look a little bit too easy for my liking so far. But, I mean, that's a sign of life. Let's see if Dignitas can continue with it.
A sign of life, but life support more so. Winning that round out was not a as clean cut as it needed to be, or as it looked to be. Their economy is on its last legs, and ENCE, they haven't been very forgiving so far, not offering Dignitas a lot of opportunities past the start of the previous round. Exist, good spray down, getting a 2nd done as well, and he sees the 3rd player. Good damage, 50 connected, and with X7 falling, Dignitas, well, they're in a 2v4 again. Surely this time, Alu's not going to be finding any 2 to 3Ks and bomb plants.
You would hope not, for the sake of Dig. They need to definitely confirm they can close this one out cleaner than the previous if they really want a chance to start building up their own economy. Obviously, winning this one does put ENCE in a spot where 2 of their players wouldn't really be able to invest in the next round. That is a little bit awkward. Okay, Get Right peeks in towards Monster now that the smoke is gone. Alu does have the opportunity to go ahead and give them an opening. That flash not going where it was intended to. Would have been perfect as well. It would have blinded Halzerk. They had another. And there you go. Forces him back off the angle. Alu posts up, gets himself the kill. Suddenly it's a 2-on-2. What is happening? Not again, Mitch. Oh, we're going to go for the boost. They were able to salvage the situation in the last round. Can they do it once again? Yeah, and that boost from Forest at least gets one and tags down Sunny. Oh, and the nade is perfect.
Good stuff from Dignitas winning the round, but that is about the only positive note again. It's just grabbing themselves access into a round they shouldn't be. With such heavy advantages, can you just imagine how this round is going if they don't have a 2-for-1 opening duel going their way? This is the problem for Dignitas. It seems heavily involved on them finding those early fights. If they lose one, well, honestly, I'm not in the camp that believes that their recovery on losing opening duels is going to be there. Certainly, they haven't shown us anything to suggest that so far. ENCE call a tactical pause to even further sort of extend their advantage. And remember, they're on 5 rounds. This is a map that we came into talking about how Dignitas looked like the favorite team on it. Not by a lot, but just by a smidge. When we came into the best of 3, we said map 1, Dignitas should win cleanly. Map 2, it should be ENCE as well. We expected a 3rd map, but a better performance from Dignitas on the 2nd map than ENCE on the 1st. And then number 3, it's a mid-ground with slight favor to Dignitas. Well, so far, that's been very much missing. You can give ENCE a 3-0 start. You lose the pistol, you lose the force. Of course, you're going to concede that 3rd, and it shouldn't affect the game too much. The only thing that it does affect is you getting a grasp on your economy. It makes it that little bit harder. Much better for the CT side to be winning those pistols. But then when you come into round number 4, round number 5, and you're getting advantages, things look good, and you allow the other team back into it. And then even in the rounds you're winning, the same thing. That's not what we want to be seeing at all.
No, as you said, it worries you for if they aren't able to get that kill in the beginning of the round and give themselves a little bit of a comfortable lead to play off of. Right now, though, Exist is very aggressive. In towards Playground, ENCE at this point, I would imagine, have absolutely zero idea that this is even a possibility, so it's definitely a little bit scary for them. Exist certainly has the possibility to go ahead and try and catch someone off guard, and I mean, if he goes in towards the B side of things, he would potentially find that player with the bomb. Obviously, wouldn't really be able to hold it then in the spawn on his own unless his teammates also get aggressive through Monster. But Get Right has actually found Sunny up close on that smoke instead. Sergey goes down as eventually that flank will be able to pounce, and now there's only 1 player left in that position. Do they fight it together to take the bomb is the question. It looks like they kind of want to, because Get Right has pushed out. Surprisingly on his own, because Exist has fallen away, but he still gets the kill. X7 not really expecting it, being more worried about Exist on the flank instead.
Here's this shot for Halzerk to leave Alu all by his lonesome, looking to retrieve the bomb, and he lands his shot, but Get Right unfortunately survives. Fortunately for ENCE, as they're stuck down on 5 rounds, Dignitas, they start to rally back up a little bit, and surviving with so many players does finally give them a little bit of a grip on that CT side money. AWP in play for Halzerk. There's no massive reinvestment. Had they even have lost that, it would have been handy for ENCE, but after the pause, it's one of the flattest rounds we've seen of the T side so far, but they're not the ones with the pressure on their back. I mean, so long as they can find one more round, they'll be looking pretty decent. Now they're going to try something different, a fast B rush to make use of the pistols. And clearing out barrels leaves Get Right to land at least his first kill. The rest of them on their way down here, and Freiberg and himself are all that's needed, in fact, finding all 5 kills, and look at that money go. The bankroll is certainly getting fat.
Yeah, and in this case, that's a really good thing for them. I mean, not fantastic considering ENCE are still back onto the buy here. They do have enough for at least 1 in the reserve, which was something they were always really out of reach of over those past few rounds, just because of the fact that there was the damage being consistently done. But having taken 2 in a row now, as you said, with 5 surviving, does finally give them some sort of financial security. But they need to keep this up, because with ENCE already on 5, their goal is really to try and grind out another 2 to 3 rounds here on the T side, and at that point they start feeling quite comfortable. Against Dignitas, I don't know. I think Dig will have a really strong T side themselves, so ideally they may want a little bit more. But that definitely could be permitted because we have actually seen X7 go ahead and pick up the opening kill here for ENCE, catching a peek in, believe, Monster, in towards Monster, I believe it was. Get right being the man who falls early, and Exist quickly being dropped there as well up towards the A side of the map. They tried to flash in, I believe, and it didn't work out for them.
Significant control towards that A site. You're seeing Freiburg start to rotate up. Halzerk is left on an island by himself, surrounded by T's. They could come down through a number of angles after him. The only thing that's sure now is towards his back is clear, but he has to be worried about Connector alongside of Toilets, and indeed that straight peak coming out from the worst party in the middle. Good return by Freiburg at least, but in a 2v4, so much is needed. Inside the smoke, he hopes to sneak past them, but instead he's right in front of them as it fades. And Forrest left alone, spotted out behind. Well, he at least got the kill for it. But a 1v3 not looking all too likely. With the bomb not planted, though, his shift walking down towards this B site could give him a little bit of a chance. Had they have went down to B, it would have been perfect to catch them off. But I think as time ticks on, in the next 10 seconds or so, he obviously can't step. They would suspect him to be coming from behind, especially as Alu goes down and clears through Toilets. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just play for exits, but even at that, with Alu's position, he's unlikely to find anything, as ENCE know they're clear to exit through short within the next couple of seconds. Never mind all that, they just kill him.
That's the issue. I mean, Dig had taken 4 rounds in a row. They only dropped this one here now, but despite having enough for a buy to come back in, the fact that they were down 5-0 at one point means ENCE bounced back with 1. Suddenly they already have 6 on the T side, which is a decent scoreline to end on. Obviously not what ENCE want to after going up 5-0 at one point. They want a good bit more than that to really feel happy about it. But they've given themselves now a fantastic opportunity. If ENCE get this round, at that point, Dig, looking at an eco, we probably see 8 for them. So it's a kind of must-win round at this point for Dig. They need to bounce back immediately. And looking for some aggression. You've seen one player around bathrooms, but it's mostly Halzerk who's pushed in towards Connector. And I think Sergey realizing that that is a possibility, knowing that they are going to be up against the full buy once again. Not really going to be given any opportunities early on in this round. Dig have been very aggressive. That's one thing we do need to know. Even in that previous round, Get Right went down peeking through Monster early. Halzer gets his head ripped off. I don't even think he knew he could be spotted right there. Had to start backing down because of the flash that came in. This is not looking good.
Without that bomb retrieve, though, there's no telling where ENCE move towards, and Dignitas actually trying the same old trick with Exist up close. In fact, both teams going in for the same thing. Freiburg flashed off the corner, but he's actually able to stick around thanks to turning away in time. Exist takes down Ariel, and they know there's a player close. They're jumping over the ops bullet. Alu's missing the shot. You will see ENCE converge towards the B bomb site. That molly's sure to slow them down. In fact, he didn't have a smoke down in time to stop it, and eventually, although they get one short, it doesn't actually even quench it properly. Sergey on to... Oh, that was close, but Alu missed the shot! It leaves them to continue to fight on. Exist on the flank, down through Connector, lands himself a kill, and look at the HP, 6 and 7. He just needs to hit one bullet onto each, and they'll be taken down. Moves into the bomb site quite quickly, flashes behind him, spray good, sees the player on the right and can't quite land the shot yet. They're so low, but he's low in ammo now, but, well, he had enough. Only one bullet needed to the shin. And 6-5. Dignitas just about manage it. But again, another very close round. With ENCE already on 6, these are not the wins we need to see. Dignitas have to be consistently connecting them. And that doesn't look like a very repeatable round, does it, Dean?
No, it's all about ENCE grinding out these rounds. And if it comes down to that position another few times, ENCE are going to be winning. Some of them, at least, you would imagine. So they cannot allow that to happen. They need to take these a little bit more convincingly. Off the back of that one, the economy isn't fantastic for ENCE, to be fair. As you can see, Galil being forced out into X7's hands. Ariel currently has a Glock. He does have 400. Is there a weapon on the ground for him? I'm going to swap over. Yeah, there's actually an AK there. So really the only weakness is that Galil that's in play. And then, again, if you look at the economy for Dig, they have an MP9 as well. So both teams not having a perfect buy. So we're just going to see yet again another scrappy round that is so important for both of them, specifically Dig. And this time we see the pace actually being taken up a little bit by ENCE. Or rather, a lot, because they go straight out Monster, which is not something we've seen them really attempt before. At least not in recent memory. Freiburg only good for one with the MP9. Forrest elsewhere is able to get himself a kill, but as you can see, while Alu's still lurking, he's able to trade back once again. So it is now a 2-on-1. Okay, Halzerk, I think just before that smoke bloomed, was able to get that one. Took a lot of damage in the process of doing so. And now Alu having rotated back around, both players are in a position to work with each other at least.
Halzerk's got the up though, so if he can isolate them, once that smoke dissipates, he could be in with a winning formula. Time ticks away, player swings out wide, good shot, and he's down below. Now he just needs to find the other, and he can't get it in time. Alu already scoped in. And he takes the frag to bring it on to 7 for ENCE. Great scoreline for them. As we said, anything from 6 forward was a bonus. And they're not done yet. Dignitas, look at that cash. Can you see it? Because I can't. There's basically none. And that means ENCE should be connecting themselves in 8th. With players double eco, they make the understandable decision, to take that force buy, which then puts them on an eco in the next round, which means ENCE look at, presumably, a 9-5 scoreline.
They have kept a small bit of money, which could give them a chance to buy up a few pistols again in the next round, or else just not really spend anything in it, and instead in the one afterwards give themselves as strong of a buy as they possibly can. With these pistols, though, they've got a good bit of control over on the A side of the map. Unfortunately, that's not where ENCE are looking to actually take that bomb. They've already walked out on B, which wasn't initially realized by Get Right. Essentially, he gets spammed down quite heavily, and indeed realizes that a lot of commitment has come in at this point. The bomb now beginning to be planted, and the ability here for X7 as well to start building up some economy for himself and kind of ENCE in general up against these players that only have the pistols. He does have the Mac 10. He may find exist soon enough if he wraps around behind Bank.
Well, there'll be no surprises from Dignitas in this round, hence, with all 5 players still alive and Forest desperately trying to clutch this back by finding a rifle if they do hunt him. But considering what they've seen so far, they know that everybody has got pistols. There's no real worry for they don't mind letting Forest survive. You know, at most it's going to be a Deagle, maybe an SMG that's carried through. Such a strong terrorist side so far. Their B takes have been surprisingly effective as well, even against those weaker buys from Dignitas, which is where they're generally more intimidating, pushing into those closer range angles. Now we see just the eco through from the defense. And they're definitely looking to make B a bit more intimidating. All 5 players down here to start this one out. But then spread into a default, so they're not going to be full committing, knowing that this time, after the force in the previous, should be a full eco. X7 goes in to spot out what's going down. He's going to land himself a double, not the triple. When he stole that one away.
Eventually.
But not with the Mac 10. The only sad part.
Still there. It's not a bad. It's not a bad number anyway to obtain for sure. 1500 boost in economy. There's still a chance though for Forest to take some of that money away, and now that he did actually get 2 kills, I would say he probably neutralized the fact that X7 was able to pick up a couple with the Mac 10. Obviously reinvestment has to come in now, but ENCE still have a very solid economy, and I mean, with it being in this position, with it being the final round of the half now, unfortunately not being able to actually limit the buy in this round means obviously it doesn't matter. They had plenty of money to get back into whatever they needed. Dig, on the other hand, a little bit of a limitation yet again on the buy that they have in play. Halzerk isn't able to get Kevlar. Nades-wise, only has a flash to work with. Obviously, that can be helpful if he wants to play a little bit more aggressive, but without the Kevlar as well, he does have to be cautious of any nades coming in the beginning. So you don't really see it being taken towards mid. Instead, just posted up on long. And again, ENCE mostly focusing on the B side of the map in the beginning, at least to get themselves that control. Well, trying to return the spam, not quite working out. Get himself a kill towards Monster. There's actually a push out from Forest. I'm presuming a flash was thrown over. I unfortunately turned off the observer cam. I was controlling it myself for a sec. I didn't expect that to happen.
It's a hell of a start for ENCE now. You see Dignitas having their 3-man B hold, but Halzerk isn't pushed up aggressively on A, so not able to find any early information if they do decide to rotate up there. And with the bomb and top connector, that certainly seems like it's going to be a possibility. They eliminate Sunny to at least drag something back, but look at the HP left on Get Right after that engagement. As the T's start to make their way out towards this A site, Dignitas making a very early call to bring Exist up, by the looks of it, Get Right too. And I presume Freiburg's going to stay on the angle. Halzerk with 1, can't get out alive. Exist tucked in the corner. Now the full rotate is on its way. But yeah, as Exist gets taken down, Get Right's all alone on 1 health. Freiburg comes up to Dumpster, but he's also 50, and this should be ENCE walking up double digits. Dean, what a half this has been on the offense on what should be a neutral ground.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic from them. This round is pretty much done, as you said. Freiburg is on 45 health, being quite low, and he's actually the healthier. Yeah, he's definitely the healthier of the two. I'm trying to move forward. That flash was perfect. Okay, X7 able to pop out and finish off the half. 10-5. ENCE managed to actually come out with a really strong scoreline. They went up, what, 4-0 in the beginning? 5-0, sorry, and we ended up seeing 4 in a row for Dig, and we didn't really see anything apart from one then stray round again from Dig. So ENCE just resumed their control once they got the guns going again, and we're going to see if they can continue that, of course, moving into the second half. But first, guys, we are going to send it over to a quick break.
Holding on for life, feet in the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Half number 2 going live, 10-5, and ENCE coming in on their CD side with a hell of a lead and starting it out with aggression down in connector. Exist taken out immediately, and Halzer keeps trapped in a corner. They just hunt him down, and although the B side is being overrun as we speak, there's going to be a very quick rotate through short.
Yeah, very quick indeed. I mean, Forrest is able to at least make his way over to the CT spawn and start bringing that bomb up towards A, where he should be able to at least get the plant. Yeah, no one's going to hunt them quickly, so indeed he will be able to get that little boost of economy into the next round for Dig, which of course can give them rifles even if they lose on a couple players. But at that point, it's going to be 11-5. So he's going to try and have to pull off this 1-on-4, which is not going to be easy. As soon as he's spotted, especially, gets the first kill on Sergey. But now he still has 3 to deal with. X7 actually having a defuse kit, trying to stick the bomb. Had been tagged low, but fortunately his teammates come in to save the day.
Well, there you go, 11-5. Now, as we look into this, with Dignitas getting a bomb plant, they can get an investment. They can force buy in. And that means it's not the end of the road. Right? Losing the pistol doesn't necessarily mean there's a nail in your coffin. You can answer back in that second round, but a deagle for Forest? Well, all of a sudden it looks like maybe we're not going to see that, because I would expect armor and an AK to make an appearance already, and it hasn't. So they're going to take a lighter investment right now, and then go in for full AKs afterwards. Take those fights without the op, evidently, with the investment they've made. Forest would need to keep over his cash. On the T side, that's definitely still going to be workable, especially in early game. Alu with a good opening duel. So for ENCE, with the fact that their opponents have decided to take sort of an eco, but just a little bit of a bonus with extra, a little bit of extra hardware, that's the word. We're probably going to need to see ENCE surviving with pretty much all players, at most losing one of their SMGs, and that would be ideally even after he found a couple of kills to farm that money back up. The aggressive position from Sunny makes me very worried because of the volatile position their economy's in, but look, I was going to say, luckily they lost one player in mid, but they're all starting to group up. Alu's already down. I think they know Sunny was here. He threw a nade, but I don't think they've made the read, so that should... Oh, he shot off too early. That's great. Dignitas have already done their job. They've killed 2, and with low HP on X7, this round could actually go their way.
In theory. Get Right also being fairly tagged up, and now Freiburg being actually finished off there by X7, the man who was low, still taking himself the 3rd kill before he does eventually fall away. And no, actually he doesn't. He continues to aggress, I believe. Yeah, no, he's the man who's fell back around. There's someone else who's aggressed up on mid at this point. That was Sergey. So he was looking to try and get the flank on. Wasn't quite given the time to. X7 actually deciding he just wants a quad kill instead. So there it is. We see ENCE being able to get their 12th round. As you said, though, a couple of kills is not a bad result at all there for Dig. Coming out now onto the full buy, they'll be able to start fighting back into this one. But it does require them picking up this open and gun round. Otherwise, we're looking at very likely 14-5. And although we see Dignitas pulling off an absolutely ridiculous comeback over on Nuke, being down 14-7 and managing to win 16-14. I don't know how likely it is that they'd be able to pull off a similar clutch here again on Overpass. Even more difficult at that point.
Oh, the nade damage early on. Sergey and Alu completely lit up going in for the mid control. Hasn't quite paid off as they'd hoped. In fact, I mean, they'd probably want to make their way over and start sending themselves the weapons to Sunny if they can. Oh, Aerial gets them up close. They run through the smoke straight into his UMP. And after such a good start with the damage done, that's not how you wanted it to go. They shut down Sunny on the flank, but that's not much of a payoff, even with the low HP. They've still got the bomb. That's at least one upside for them, Dean. This has been a pretty tragic mid-round anyways for Dignitas.
I mean, with 3 players tagged up, it's not like we can count them completely out of the round. They do still have just over 50 seconds to actually get a move on, and definitely favoring on towards B. I think at the moment we're really hoping that someone is going to decide to get a bit more aggressive around water, maybe forget right to find someone, but not really going to happen. It's not needed for ENCE having themselves into the 4-on-3. I guess with the lower health, they might have wanted to have got a bit of info about what's exactly going to happen. They'll have a pretty solid setup on this side of the map with all 4 players in position, including the boost in the back, and not even really letting them move forward before they pounce. The first man moving out, True Monster actually had the bomb, so he gets taken down, and then it's just one more from Monster, one from Short. Easy enough for them to focus those fights together and easily close it out. Yeah, keeping 3 alive. 13-5. Dig, as I said, no bomb plant coming in, so they definitely have to take the eco and just concede over 14.
It's a big problem for Dignitas in that position. Even though Aerial, Alu, Sergey were all low, X7 was lit a little bit as well. He'd been tickled in the early round. Problem was they could play crossfires and just wait and force those 2 versus 1 fights. Doesn't matter if they're both low, if they can both hit you at the same time. Are they only going to get one of them down? The spray, having the spray transfer over then obviously causes problems. 13-5. With this, Dignitas are going to come in with the light buy that we see. Not investing fully, but still giving themselves a chance. And oh, this is getting dangerous in bathrooms. Molotov's going down to keep them back because they realize that we do not want to get tsunamied by pistols. Alu really wants to peek long, but he just can't without the toilets under control. Here comes the execute.
Still has a position for info. Actually will eventually swing wide and hits the collateral. Halzerk survives it, but not going to be able to do much more as he moves forward. Sunny was also focused up on the angle. So yeah, that push coming in through short. The nade is fantastic as well. Freiburg barely hanging on to life after it, making it an easy finish. Didn't really matter when it's Alu who takes him out with the op either way. Even adds another to his kills there, but being 3 overall in the round. So good work shutting down that half buy there that Dignitas had in play. But now they're coming back onto the full buy. Obviously, this is pretty much do or die at this point. And they realize that. They've called in for the tactical pause. It's their first pause. That's surprising to me. I didn't even realize that they hadn't been calling them. Going into that previous gun round probably would have been a good point.
ENCE called 1, right? Maybe 2. We haven't a lot on Overpass compared to the other maps as well. And in such a high caliber series being so far behind too, yeah, you would have imagined Dignitas would have wanted to get themselves together at some point. This is it. This is where they've chosen to collect themselves. Halzerk's got an AWP to start this out, and I'm wondering where we're going to be deploying that one. Haven't seen it on the T side so far from Dignitas. They haven't had an opportunity to pull it out, really. As we roll on into the round, ENCE 14 on the board. No money for Dignitas if they lose this one. Just their loss bonus, pretty much. This has got to be the round that Dignitas make the comeback happen. The nade stack doesn't do anything. Not even a tickle to the CT side. Exists, though. He was good at holding connector on the CT, but on the offense, just the 1 kill found, and then he's traded out. Even still, putting them into a more decent position. 1-for-1 trades often favor that terrorist side. You can see Alu is pushed up on long with the AWP. Sergey clears out towards Fountain and finds Halzerk with his pants down. An embarrassing situation for sure, as they now go down a player. And Sergey repositions to look to catch them coming up through Con. The close range angle being held as Alu, it would be behind them. Another frag for Sergey, his 3rd kill. And Alu's got a quick flank as well. This is going to be devastating. He's going to catch them lining up these smokes. No, they're on their way back down Con, but that bomb is in the open. Hello, and goodbye to the chances of Dignitas winning this round.
And with that, very likely the map. Oh, Get Right doesn't have enough of the body exposed to actually take the shot right now. He knows even if he hit 1 to the body at that point, Alu would just step back and still be alive. So he is going to eventually move forward and give himself the headshot alongside that. So, I mean, a 1-on-2. It's not completely out of question right now for Get Right, but it's been made a lot more difficult than it was looking just a few moments ago. Like 7 up close on long is just not expected. Get Right taken down as he comes around the corner. Mapping serious point now being found for ENCE's. Dignitas just haven't got going at all here on Overpass. As we said, there was a streak of 4 rounds at one point. It was actually a moment where they got all 5 rounds out of 6. We've seen them get 4, they lost 1, got 1 more, and since then haven't got anything.
For a decider map, this is not the Dignitas we were hoping to see. I mean, ENCE are walking away with it, strolling out of here into the sunset with all the loot that Dignitas wanted. Looks like they don't just need Yampy to win. They can do it with this lineup as well. Sergey opening it up again. The grim situation just becomes even worse.
I got something in my eye somehow, Mitch. Apologies.
Good lad.
I was struggling a little bit there. I think it was my eyelash, and it's still been a bit of a nuisance, but not as much as I'm sure Digger and I know, but the fact that they haven't really got going here on map number 3 after what was an exciting series up to this point for sure. Halzerk has returned 1 kill at least there in this round to give them a fighting chance to try and bring this one back, potentially get going with a few rounds. But they're still outnumbered. The real positive just being that Sergey is low, at least, so perhaps that could help them out when they move forward eventually. Smokes on towards that A-bomb site, but a 3rd player now has been rotated up as well.
And so got a 3-man hold on this A side, as you're saying, but Sunny started to back off for a second, moving down towards B, maybe suspecting this to be a fake. As they move forward, they're going to realize, well, that's not the case. Sergey tucked in the corner, not able to catch them off guard anymore, and Sunny whiffs the shots. It's all down to Ariel, a 1v3 that he's got to catch, and the bomb not planted, but Halzerk takes the head clean off him to close it out, and finally put Dignitas on the board. As, Halzerk came up on our screen. I was going to show the round history, but That's all right. We'll look at his beautiful face instead. 4 kills in that round. I guess he deserves it. There we go. Now we can look at the round history. Been a while since Dignitas won a round, hasn't it?
Yeah, as I had said, they had gotten the 4 rounds, lost 1 and gotten 1 more. So that was when they had got those 5 rounds up until now. That was the only kind of segment of the game where they had any sort of control. And yeah, I mean, as I said, falling kind of flat here on map number 3. Getting out that round, managing to pull it back despite having a poor start as well. But they still need 9 more rounds to send it into overtime. You do have to feel like it's kind of inevitable ENCE will get 1 round, but who knows? It's CS. Things can be crazy every now and again. We already seen one mad comeback from Dignitas, or at least seen most of it.
Yeah, 9 rounds in a row. I mean, maybe you'll give out to me, but I'm not a believer in that one. Alu backs off. He's got an angle on this as they come around the corner. The flash wasn't actually for him, but it still made him fall back, thinking it might bounce off the wall and come back. He's giving up Toilet's control, and look who's isolated out there on long. Just going to swap over to Sergey. And yeah, he's not having an easy time at all, is he? As soon as Alu loses Toilet control there, he has to fall back, but there was a player close, so he couldn't. And yeah, it's GG'd in that position, really.
Bit of a predicament for sure. Alu wants to see if he can regress and find abilities to work, but actually doesn't connect on Forest as he swings out. Expecting the peak to be a little bit further back, if anything. With that now, Sunny with the Deagle left there alongside Aerial to try and hold it down. The smokes in place should give room for the bomb to be planted. The spam not quite coming in, so yeah, indeed, it is going to be put in place. And now I would imagine that they may just consider backing away with these weapons. Okay, Sunny has gotten one up close on the bomb site. That could potentially be an AK even for them to use.
If they can get around to it, it is for short. Just like the plant, the molly going in towards the toilets, but Exist head peeking up. Oh, he's being taken down. This is risky. They're defusing the bomb at the moment. Sunny goes out to take the kill, but it's a 2 versus 1. Nobody on the bomb. They know that as he spams away. Deagle out, finds the kill. Time is low. And Get Right facing. I mean, as soon as they know he's not on the bomb, I'm surprised to see they continue trying to take those fights. They scared me. But luckily, it works out for Dignitas, and they get 1 step closer to making this amazing comeback come into reality. But it is still 8 rounds, and even with an eco right here, you are talking about a minimum of 3, probably 4 full buys, strong full buys for ENCE before they're faced with an overtime. And they'll feel no pressure to close this one out quickly, considering they know, worst case scenario, it's OT.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter whether they win 16-14 or 16-7 in the long run. Either way, they do get the victory in the series. Obviously, you want to close out as convincingly as possible, because if you're cutting it close, at that point, you are given the opportunity. But what you were saying, of course, is they have at least a good few gun rounds to try and close it out. So they won't be worrying quite yet. This round, not expecting a lot of themselves. If they can even get a few kills, then it's definitely worthwhile. And considering they currently have a stack going on around long and mid, there is certainly the opportunity for these pistols to maybe catch a few players. 4 of them being Deagles, the head of Sergey being spotted now. They might try and follow up from long with that. Yeah, realizing that they could potentially catch the back. There is, though, another player posted up watching for that aggression being Forest, and he's able to deal with that pretty easily. 1 kill comes in the midst of all the chaos there for Alu, but that was it. So nothing really too crazy. Dig obviously in a position where all they need to do is ensure that they're always in a spot where they have the money to buy for the current round, because if they lose one, obviously it is over.
Well, exactly. They're not worried about future-proofing that economy. All they're worried about is taking heads. And so far, they've been doing it. Winning a couple of rounds in a row now. We're looking for 7 more. It's the full buy from ENCE in the next round that's going to be the real issue. Right now, you're imagining Dignitas walk away with a pretty free one. Although they are checking the price lists on long. A couple ice creams. ENCE are probably not doing a whole bunch. They have got a little bit of money left to invest if they want to get a little vanilla cone. What's your favorite kind of ice cream, Dean? I mean, we explored a lot in Budapest.
I don't know. I just like ice cream. I don't eat it that often, if I'm being honest, but
it was mainly me exploring them. I remember walking into McDonald's with like a half a foot tall ice cream. Gigantic cone.
You tend to go mad in some places when you
see
how
€2.
cheap food can be.
It was €2 for like the biggest ice cream cone you've ever seen in your life. Kinder Bueno. cookie dough, all that sort of stuff, all in one. Oh, man.
Mitch's dreams. That's actually what he
Pretty
has
much.
dreamed about.
I put on
so.
so much weight over there. It's unreal. We're only there for a week.
It's just pistols right now, though, for ENCE, obviously, so we're not expecting much, but again, having a bit of a stack going on, there is always the chance that they can overwhelm a couple of players. Normally shouldn't affect the outcome as long as the stack is kind of realized before they're all in a position where they can't fall back after realizing. So, yeah, as you can see, the bomb goes down. There was no kills even coming in. Holzer got dinked. That was it. He fell away. Forrest could be overrunning connector, but nah, never mind. Gets 2. Yeah, looked like he should have had that kill on Alu as well. Spray wasn't quite on. The AK picked up, but I doubt it's going to last in his hands too long.
Never asked what my favorite kind of ice cream was, Dean. I'm kind of hurt, to be honest.
What is your favorite kind of ice cream? I presumed your answer would have just been anything.
Not that fat. Kinder Bueno, mate. Kinder Bueno ice cream it hits the spot. It's beautiful. Or cookie dough. I don't know. I don't know, Dean. I want them all now. Why have you done this to me? Why would you even ask that?
Can't stop talking about food, Mitch.
I guess we have to, though, because we're coming into a bye round. So now we can actually focus up. Previous one plays out as expected when they've got nothing to work with. But now that ENCE have got rifles, they've got an op out on Alu. He's not even had the glass cannon. The man's got a bit of utility. This is where Dignitas face their biggest challenge yet, and they look to move in towards that B-bomb site. The jump from Sunny, he didn't manage to make it on top of the head in time, and when he jumped up, Halzerk takes his head off. They know where X7 is. They've got the information on Ariel, who only gets the 1 kill. The B side is lost, and it's a save from ENCE. As quickly as it begins, it ends. And that's underwhelming, to say the least. Really nice openings by Dignitas, though, coming in through water, checking for the boost up. Just a shame that Sunny was so late getting up on top.
I mean, it's starting to look a lot more achievable as Dig have now actually put themselves in a spot where double digits is confirmed. Sergey and Alu left to save. With the loss bonus getting going, they do have the full loss bonus now at this point. They could scrape together a buy with Sunny being able to actually purchase for himself, and obviously if Alu and Sergey do both survive, being able to drop weapons over. But this is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort, I do have to say. Get right spots the op towards playground. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about that, though. There is a player around mid that he doesn't expect, so he ends up going down. Again, not an issue for Dig. They were just trying to see if they could take those weapons, because they did know if they were able to even drop one of them, it would stop ENCE from being able to buy in this round. Actually just gone for the half investment behind them anyway. Understandable. They have a good lead. There's no need to force the issue. If they of course give themselves a good chance here with what they've invested, and ensure either way that into the next round they're going to have everything they need.
That's it. It's a mixed bag. Still gives them some chance for a fight. And you can see that they're not going for any active aggression as we've seen from them in the past. This is a much more passive play. Again, the triple nade stack doesn't do a whole bunch for Dignitas. It's always landing a little bit above the wall. Could do a lot if they were boosting up. So the only time that we've seen ENCE do the boost, Dignitas have walked out and just domed them. Not actually pre-nading it. The only danger in this kind of situation is if ENCE end up making a read on where things are going down and Dignitas take the round super slow, time can become a huge factor. It forces you to play much faster, much looser Counter-Strike to get into a bomb site and get that bomb down. So they do need to start pushing forward and claiming some map control. Now, you might think Alu's back is open, but it's actually being covered by Sergey, who we see here. He spots the jump boost, but has to stick around this area. He can't afford to completely negate that angle, or Alu has to come top connector. He finds one, but doesn't know about the player up close. Oh, but he doesn't get the trade! Exist! That was his frag, but Alu now still sticking around, looking to punish even more players, but Forrest on the wide swing takes him down. With Get Right having short control and a player spotted on the A site, they presume rotates will come through and start to move down towards B. They've even thrown a smoke onto the A site, but X7 with a deagle in hand. It's a 4v2. This is ridiculous. X7 in with another, and Halzerk a 1v4 to try and close this out or keep themselves alive, and they just can't do it. Dignitas, they've lost to the Mix by.
Taking down Dignitas, which is a full 3-map affair in their recent battles. Let's see how they fare versus the Vitality squad, whose CT side, Zywoo included, has been impressive. It's the T side which has left something to be desired.
I'm interested to see what ENCE can put down here. This team has been through a roller coaster of emotions over the last year, looking to find some success here on the streets of Mirage. That's a great start. Aerial will crack open a big bomb side, but not very clean on the second. That's going to allow Shox and his boosted position in towards the fray now, but it's an A-sided attack. Sergey, he'll be getting this bomb planted. It looks like this is very good for ENCE now. There's a kid in the smoke for Shox, but they're so far removed from the scenario right now.
Looking very good for the Finns. Number advantage and that bomb ticking away. They've even got a flank they're working on with X7. He doesn't have to rush too much until they have the image of this retake. And you can see that Apex was desperately waiting for that flank to show up. But now RPK, if he gets a second, they're on. But Sergey taking one before the fall. Kit closing the gap now. Apex onto the site. Smoke is down. This is going to get difficult, and it is even more difficult. Now they'll take it unless he can hit the most ridiculous. No, Shox has got it. Defuse in the smoke. That's a tough and bitter pill to swallow.
Goodness gracious me, that is a gut punch for ENCE. Had to work so hard for that one as well. The tactic, Chad, it went perfectly. They managed to get in towards B. The initial kill is there. Sure, the second would have been fantastic, but enough was done. Rotations were coming over. Bomb planted, and you'd think ENCE at this stage, with the long rotations coming through, they should have the upper hand, but no, it's all shut down. The tank arrives on the scene of the crime. 2 kills to his name, and Shox now full defuse in the 1 versus 1. 5 seconds to stop it in a deep with the Glock in hand. Was never going to happen, so they're going to have to force by themselves here. It's actually a pretty promising one, considering we're down to the 1 versus 1. So 2 AKs, a Galil, utility, and Deagles as well. This is like a full gun round.
It feels like one, doesn't it? Good grief.
That's wild. This is I know a world I never thought I'd see 10 years ago, Chad.
Just to quickly look at the top left, ladies and gentlemen, they're playing retake B. Now, B executes are very common on the T side. So you can see there with Russia's lovely new camera that they are playing deep within the B bomb site. So fortunately right now for Vitality, the attack will be over towards A. That's where they have 2 players on the bomb site, 2 towards middle. Zywoo is just clearing the top now, gets a bit of free information, and they could start hedging if they wanted.
Smoke start to rain in, and a response from the CTs is to smoke ramp themselves. A counter smoke of sorts, a second as well, blooming towards the Palace. Somewhat of a double pump, though, because they are still committing. Out through the smoke, and that nade has already done great damage. Masuta with the MP9, swinging in was Shox. 3v3. Those pistols will be upgraded off the fallen comrades. 6-7, happy to take the AK and a smoke now. Will they be able to get across to the site? It doesn't look like it's going to be easy.
Certainly doesn't. Apex will be there with the FAMAS RPK rotating in, found through the smoke there. Alu with the silenced M4 gives him the edge. Boosting up on Sandwich at this point as well, but spotted. Apex knows there's 2 players there now. And he's ready for it. 20 seconds remain, and this is a big kill. He can't convert, though. Zywoo certainly capable of winning this one. Low HP in these last 2 remaining players as well. X7 covering as he plants the bomb. Ali waits towards Sandwich, and Zywoo, she's looking for that opportunity. It never arrives, and the first round for ENCE is found in the second. So a force buy back from Vitality required, but they've got $2,000. A very difficult position they find themselves in now.
That was really good from Ali, right? He didn't really have to move once he got that sandwich position. He killed RPK, trying to enter onto that site there, and was able to take down the final member from the same position. So nice and easy stuff. And they will get themselves in a very good position here because, as I was about to say it, Vitality were saving. They've limped on in last minute with some pistols, a little bit of utility behind it. Let's see what they can do here. Masuta up close and personal with that deagle. There's definitely a gap in the side of that smoke.
No one's interested just yet. They're doing the full AX ec again. At least the smokes are flying through. Shadow advantage, this could be the bait. They've seen one disappear, but they will be thorough. The flash was good, but it caught Masuta and enables ENCE to find not only 2, but 3, make it 4. X7 as he continues to burst into the site will add another double to the list and just a single P250.
Very clean round here. Shox with $1,400 and only 4 HP, taking absolutely everything in his direction. Somehow only took 1 damage from that Molotov. It will be the Mac 10 to close things out. He'd have been better off going down to the flames, to be honest with you. X7 gets $600 for that kill. So the force buy not successful in any capacity there. Vitality will be down to a full eco, and it's X7 who gets 3 kills in the round there. Fantastic work with the Mac 10. More of that required as we go into round number 4. Nothing really can be purchased. Maybe a flashbang on the CT side at the very top end. They go for a P250.
It's tidy stuff from ENCE early, right? It's been simple approaches, just executes onto that A bomb site.
Like, bear in mind, though, that pistol strategy, it was spot on. They actually executed it perfectly. It was just the closing frags and a full defuse in the smoke that let them down. So far, so good on Mirage. They're actually looking like a much different team.
Same smokes, same exec.
I love that bug, isn't it? Just wild how that still exists.
The gravity-defying stickers. So they get their access to the A side, but in the smoke, that spray is doing it all. Sunny, he barely saw a single one of them, but he gets 4 kills just through the smoke. He can't believe his luck.
You said his name, Alex. This was the map that he was probably the most well known for when he was on that Mouse Sports roster, right? And we always talk about Crims as the king of connected. Well, Sunny was always around the jungle and connected position as well, and he was very, very potent. So if he can have even half of that level of performance that he used to do on Mouse Sports, you get Alu, Sergey there hitting their shots as well. We know that there is skill on the ENCE roster. What kind of put the majority of the public off was the lack of leadership. So now that they think they've fixed those woes, might have a chance to get back into this. But Shox is on the AWP.
He is. I saw he didn't force buy in the second round here, Chad. This has got to be a new adjustment. They didn't do this out of a spawn or anything like that. He saved money to bring this AWP out. He had $1,400. He has used the AWP before, but it's always been underwhelming. Teams of Kenny S, he'd bring out a secondary AWP on the T side of Dust 2, for example. Always found it a little bit problematic within his lineups, but once again, he goes down. There's no trade potential. It's an easy kill for ENCE, and they're looking for a 4-1 star here.
Very exposed position.
It was extremely exposed, if you don't mind me saying,
I'm
Alex.
desperately trying not to be...
It was. I feel like he's put the pressure on himself. He wants to prove himself as an AWPer. And that particular play, like, it's unnecessary, right? There's no reason to go for that. It's a very high-risk maneuver. So is this one, but a bit more required from RPK. He knows he has to pull a kill back, and he'll do so in a very effective manner. 4-on-4. And we're looking towards a B bomb site for now. ENCE will have 1 smoke available. It's going to be more of a contact play here. Try and get a quick frag, then explode all over the site and see if you can catch rotating players. There's the contact, and they're going to have to commit to this, but RPK looking strong as ever. He's dropped the bomb now, and with only 30 seconds remaining, it looks like he's done more than enough here. Beautiful stuff. It's an ace from the old boy here. He's still got it, and he picks up an AK-47 for his troubles.
That is, I mean, the dream, especially if you're shocked just watching it from RPK's POV, as your mistake does not have any follow-up ramifications. Happy to convert the second, 4 of them not having to rebuy it as well. That's the dream for the CT side, to get a little more comfortable. And so we'll be venturing into the 6th round of play at 8K as well for Shox to take into the next. Nice treat for him.
Now, he got an ace right there, and so I said before that in Australia we called dinks binks. Well, we called aces TTDs, team takedowns.
Oh.
That smoke missed.
Thank you for following it. Wow. We get the answer to the question of where it goes. The answer was nowhere.
I've seen teams throwing that successfully from spawn.
It is designed to go where, like, the entrance to B apps, which is what that camera, I assume, is for Rush. Rush is pressing that button to help us communicate that. Thank you, Rushley. Run boosting into middle. Zywa wants to contest this. Oh, and just straight through the smoke. Sunny's spray actually catches Apex. We're off to a flyer here.
Yeah, this is setting up to be a very good game. It's actually good news, in my opinion, that ENCE are winning. I don't want this to get blown out of the water. I don't want to see any 16-5s here. I want to see it be an exciting game and ENCE to show us they're still a team worth talking about. Because to be honest, the last year, I haven't been convinced. Let's see what they can do now. 5 versus 2. Shox towards the window. Struck down by Sunny. That's going to be the round. They are looking much better. This is a different squad.
Yeah, they're feeling quite comfortable, or at least they're looking that way. And I think that opening kill through the smoke, you can't get luckier than that, really. Obviously, he did get the lick of Zywu and then finished off Apex luckily through it. But you'll take those every day of the week. No one's going to be shying away from a freebie. And, well, Masuta now has to do his absolute best to hold on to this M4A4 because there is a very angry-looking Sergey in his own spawn now, waiting to see. There it is. Simple as that. Gets the kill and takes everything out of the hands of Vitality here.
Now, Chad, Sergey is a name that was celebrated for years when this team first started. He certainly has dropped off in notoriety. I think it's fair to say. Would you agree?
Definitely so, yeah. So I was actually, for a while there, this was probably a couple of months ago, taking a look at his stat lines ever since the change of in-game leadership had come on in.
Interesting.
And they basically had dropped off a cliff. So the change of leadership over there, it wasn't overblown by the public. Maybe some of the reactions as to the decision of getting rid of Alexi B. We don't know the full story. I don't think we ever will from both sides. But the decision there, it hurt this team. And it had hurt this team for a long period of time because you're not familiar with the ENCE storyline. They were built on fundamental Counter-Strike and hard work, sticking together as a team. And then from out of nowhere, they just removed their in-game leader. And then things started to spiral well and truly out of control.
Well, there we have it. A lovely monologue there from Chad Birch. That's exactly what I wanted. I baited you very well. So it is going to be the eco from Vitality here. I am getting a bit worried for them right now because we know their T-sides aren't fantastic. We've cast them a few times.
Their T-sides are very scrimmy.
Absolutely. The opposite of what we're seeing right now. ENCE have a real solid hold on their T-side at this point. They lost the pistol, bear in mind. And now back in the driving seat. First kill for Sergey. Seems clinical out there today. Aerial waiting for their action top and middle. And he'll be just dropping that smoke in towards the window. Just placing that down. Letting the team feel more comfortable to get some control. Double spray down for Sergey, no problem whatsoever. 5-on-2, Apex and Masuta. The latter, I haven't even said his name yet. I forgot he's on the server. We need to see him start delivering some numbers here. And the bomb will go down towards B. That's pretty much around, Alex. Can't do much more with this one.
No,
I'd
respect
love to, but I
to
can't.
Henry for getting this far. Apex and Masuta make it just Masuta will be left to hope to try and find a weapon. They'd have to find a frag first.
What's the best thing you have bought while we've been marooned here in Cologne?
Oh, I got some Paralette bars yesterday.
Oh, they arrived?
Yeah, they got there yesterday.
What are they called?
Paralettes.
Paralettes.
They're like...
oh, like little dip bars.
Yeah, exactly. Little on the floor, and you can do calisthenics through them.
Like
hopefully
press-ups is the plan?
Get myself back in shape. It's been a bit of a 2-week hiatus.
I have definitely... I was saying this to you, Hank, before, but I'll share it with the world. I'm definitely feeling the quarantine chub.
Yeah, for now...
I didn't want to say anything. I thought you guys were getting fat, so
Yeah.
I wanted to
For
say
me, I'm
something.
just like, I've got no real reason to do it right now because I can't even go outside. I'm pretty happy where I am. Before, I had loads of motivation and ego to deal with.
Yeah, you got to fuel the ego.
Yeah, now I'm just like, you know what? As long as I'm thin, that's fine.
Yeah.
Maintain that.
Sure.
But for now, here we go. Is it a double AWP set? Shocks on the AWP again, boys. Double AWP setup is out, but ZywOo to strike first. So the French teams recently, we've got Amanek who's quite stubborn with the
doing it as
secondary
well.
AWP, and now Shocks is stepping into the fray. All right. I'm interested.
Look, if they can, if ZywOo gets the room to do this, it's fine. It's just when it's taking it away from ZywOo that we start to get a little bit worried. Bloody hell, they were close.
Oh, Apex even better. He actually manages to convert that frag onto Sunny. He was lingering in the connector smoke, but unfortunately for Sergey, it does mean that his potency is lost. Coming from Palace when there isn't a distraction up connector does become infinitely more difficult, but he's going to give it a go. And that's the likely outcome. ZywOo will collect his third frag, X7, just with the AWP recovered from the corpse of Alu.
He has 10k, right? So holding on to this AWP isn't the most important thing in the world, but what is grabbing a couple of cheeky frags here on the way out the door. So with the AWP in hand, if X7 can convert anything just to keep this CT-sided economy at bay, this would be good stuff. So there's a great start. Let's see if they offer themselves up. He's going to change over to the AK. The window's smoke, picking up the bomb. I have an option for a few more here.
Made the steps, knows one's window, and oh, a one tap onto ZywOo. Gorgeous. He set a couple of frags. Well, that's the couple. Let's see if he fancies three. They say it's company. Well, looks like Masuta was invited to the party as well. 5-3, and Vitality find their first in a while.
I think they say 3's a crowd.
I've heard that.
2's company, but I like what you did. ZywOo will be showing us what he's made of the AWP there. AK-47s on the CT side, but can they maintain them? It hasn't been the best start for them, but very early days. ENCE will have plenty of money, as Chad described in the previous round. We'll see if there's a pace change at all. 2 smokes towards middle, 1 in the window, 1 towards short, and ZywOo managed to get 3 kills in this spot before. I don't think he'll find the same success this time. You can see ENCE with a much more tentative approach now.
Ooh. Shock's walking into that one, the double AWP setup.
He seems to like put his pressure on himself to find the kill. Secondary AWPers, that is not the role. You're normally sitting back and picking up the shots that come to you, but Shock's twice now has been found in enemy territory and twice has been removed.
Oh, Sunny, he's been heard, he's been tagged, he's been spotted. So up in window, he may stay. There we go, he thinks better of it. He would have been Molotov'd out of position any moment. So they've got away with this one, and they've even found a frag. So that's Alu being taken down by Masuta's aggressive apps push. They know where he is now. 3 in middle. Sergey to deal with A-Ramp and Halls. a minute left on the clock. This is still doable for ENCE.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to focus towards the connector position here. They're going to have Sunny in spot, ready to lead the charge, and Masuta and Zaiwu focusing their efforts towards the A ramp. So they're going to get full control of that position. Just want to have a stronghold on one part of the map here, as the connector still is a problem. Zaiwu knows it. Starting to reposition.
He would have caught a glimpse of someone. It's Aerial very quickly taken down. Advantage returns for Vitality and ENCE. They've only got 30 seconds to commit towards a site. Another Zaiwu frag finally shut down by Sergey. Now that bomb needs to go down. They don't have a smoke. That Molotov won't get them far. 18 seconds. And the CT rotate is coming in. It'll be confirmed by the X7 plant here. Masuta, he can't contest if he hits that shot. There was a chance. Instead, now an equalizer from Sergey.
This is actually looking very good for ENCE. A ding from Apex might lead to a kill, but X7 regardless will take one down just before Apex finds him. 2 versus 1, and it looks like Apex has done enough there. He absolutely has. Nice work. Comes right down to the wire there, but ENCE, they'll be giving this round up.
Yeah, that one was a little bit weird, mainly from Masuta, and I think these are probably the young jitters. Obviously, you want to try and stop the T's from planting the bomb, but when your death is actually going to equal up the playing field and give them an option to get back into the round, just play to contain, right? At that point, they were on the bomb site. You knew that you had A ramp control, and from there, you would have been able to win the round out in a 3-on-2 situation, but it was a little bit more costly than it needed to be. So here's Zaiwu. Fantastic shots by him here to delay this connector push. He was the MVP to at least give them an opportunity, and then Apex coming on through with a nice 1-on-2 situation. But here we go again, back out towards middle. Zaiwu, he's creeping around this time. Shock still has that AWP. And there he goes. So this is the man we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. He can take over games.
He really can. It's still a double AWP set up for Vitality, but we've only seen one strike so far. RPK to defend the B bomb site here. Drops the smoke, but is self-preservation deployed, and it will be Aerial. Taking down Apex here, but RPK remains strong. He'll flash them off. Have no problem. As Shox will get his first kill with the AWP, and they've got themselves a 4-on-1 situation. Alu, though, certainly dangerous when he's been painted into a corner. RPK, though, doesn't have time for any of this nonsense. Gets himself another hat-trick there and gets double digits. The first player to do so. Lovely work.
Get out of B. He's the message RPK is sending.
Absolutely. That's not bad at all, is it? I think the money has been wrecked as well. So we're going to tie things up at 5-5. ENCE, in terms of the loss bonus, are going to be at the 3rd stage right now. You get $2,900 into the next round. And we'll be forcing what they can with the AK-47s here.
2 B hits so far from ENCE and an ace and a triple kill from RPK so far.
Yeah, so the multi-kill's looking good.
Very, very good.
But the thing is, if you look at the stat lines right now, it's being reported into us that Vitality are losing the opening duels 2-8, and the multi-kills 6-10, but the scoreline is 5-5. So, interesting one as they go back to the A execute. No fakes, no silly business. It's 2 late middle and 3 up the ramp.
Well, Masuta with the FAMAS in hand here. He might be tested. They're setting up for an A split. You can see 2 players towards connector. Flashbang's going over. Smoke's already deployed. A jumping shot there from Shoxy. Ambitious to say the very least. His teammate goes down. He is now isolated towards CT spawn as Apex desperately trying to find them here from the short position. He denies the plant. Where's the backup? Alu is supposed to be covering that spot, but still a 3 versus 2. RPK, they know he plays towards B, but he's currently residing in spawn. And that should be it now. RPK will need at least 2 more kills to stand a chance.
Yeah, it's not looking likely, but pushing in, and he's found it. Another chance for RPK. This time, Alu's got tank-piercing rounds. He'll take the 2nd frag of the round and pull home the 6th.
Wow. Got a bit messy in the middle there. Everything
really
was
did.
looking great from ENCE. So those set pieces that they were doing within the first 4 or 5 rounds of the game were conditioning those A defenders to be expecting when they see all the grenades coming over the river. If the A hit, they're coming. Well, you could see there, it wasn't. It was slow. They came through middle, caught Masuta off guard as the smokes faded. We're able to pick that one up, and we can even see the MAC-10s coming out now. So this one should be a bit of a quick one.
Yeah, you're probably right there. Run boost towards middle just to make sure there's no multi-frag potential on the CT side. They've got that 1 flashbang potentially. No. They are going for the mid-swing, and it's keep your guns out, boys. There will be an ENCE round here. This one won't snowball out of control, but a couple of kills found. It's about what they were worth. Sergey with 3. Last player's Apex finds a deagle. Don't think we're getting the 1D. Gets the kill eventually. And it's going to be Apex now with just 32 points of health. AK-47. no chance of winning it, but maybe he can deny a bit of extra cash. X7 and Aerial have Mac 10s. They might want to recover. As we have, in terms of loss bonus, only $1,900 for Vitality next round. So there will be a buy there. As you can see, $1,900 on top of the 3K they have. It just won't be perfect. Although Shox can afford the double AWP, which he has invested in every single opportunity so far.
Yeah, and ZywOo won't be able to. So I'll be curious to see how that one all unfolds. Apex holding on to this is very important. I would expect him to drop that AK-47 over, upgrade into another rifle here, and away we go. But that's going to be 7 on the board for ENCE. Now, this was their map choice. Nuke is map number 2, but these are good signs. They're doing stuff as a team. They're trading off of each other well. Their executes look rehearsed. And they're making the frags. That's the most important part here, as you will see Sergey as your impact player of round number 12. They're just going to discuss through the buy right here. So you can see ZywOo with 4,500 as he just dropped over a rifle, it seemed. He will get dropped the AWP. Shox has got one as well. So it's still the double AWP setup.
It seems like they're doing that thing. It's exactly what G2 do. It's like a new idea they've come up with, and they can't shy away from it. It has to be a double AWP, whatever happened to this point. And this is my concern with Shox coming into the team, that this sort of thing could start happening. But either way, ZywOo continues to impress. Great stuff here from Masuta as well. 5-on-3 to kick things off. ZywOo, as we find in those opening picks, left, right, and center.
Anywhere he goes.
Absolutely true.
I'm going to push middle. I'm going to take a look Palace. Every opening gambit.
You don't necessarily need the best setups when you've got ZywOo on your team. He seems like he just takes matters into his own hands. You see, look at the top right, a kill is found.
You listen to what he wants to do. You go, okay, I won't go there.
He's definitely one of those AWPers that would kind of overcall the in-game leader for sure.
Right.
If he says he wants to do something, I would say, yeah, if you feel like you can get a kill there, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Go ahead. See what you're capable of.
A lot of teams as well with star AWPers like a Simple, like a ZywOo are set up with that, right? The in-game leader will wait till the AWPer gets his spawn. If the AWPer feels comfortable taking that.
Says going for it, essentially.
The in-game leader calls around that.
One classic example of the opposite of that was Skadoodle in Cloud9, right? He lacked that ability. It was always Sean that had to tell him what to do, and they were trying to make him a player where he could have that killer instinct and dictate what he wanted to do with the game. That's what separates a good AWPer from a great one. And speaking of which, here's an AWP right now. Sergey, he'll be removed. 5-on-2. They are locked in towards B.
If he got the flash assist, it could have been somewhat cool from the dead man's hand, but no. Instead, it will just be Sunny. And the bomb is within arm's reach. He's got the time to retrieve it, but I don't think he has the time to do anything else with it, unfortunately. 4 players, all hearts still beating in the Vitality jerseys, and he's just looking to try and catch a couple more on the hunt. This is a lovely angle from Shox. He can just... Wow, great reaction time. Peppers away at Sunny with a shot through the wall. So that does equalize Vitality's scoreline just a little bit. Masuta getting that second frag as well. Good to see him adding some more to the tally. But again, within the first 5 seconds, there was a double kill. Worth reiterating.
That's so unlucky for Masuta, right? Well, I don't know if it's unlucky, but once he kills him, the flash goes off and he has to drop on back there. But good flank. And now good stuff. As Vitality, they go up to 6. There's a possibility for them to still win this half.
Yeah, I think so. It was looking quite bleak out there. Remember, they were actually 5-2 down on their CT side, but they've put their nose to the grindstone here and actually looked like a very impressive unit.
I don't ever call things, but I am just saying that with 2 rifles and these pistols, with all of that utility... Oof,
he just saw the arm.
I think he did, yeah. Yes, he definitely did. We're going to drop his utility and try and play in front of it as well. Oh, he's got to line up for a one-way. Little rascal. That's a pot shot and a half. The call I was going to make is that this is a very losable round. ENCE could totally take this.
Set piece potential and double AWPs, yes, absolutely. This is what the 4 spies with pistols are designed to do. You normally want a wall of smokes, a bombardment of flashbangs. If you get the bomb down, then you can start swarming the bomb site, getting things uncomfortable for the defense. We'll see if that transpires. To counter that, you ideally need a rifle towards Shadow or the A ramp or Palace, which they have got. That's going to be Masuta. So a lot of pressure on him to defend this one. A perfect smoke. Just as they're throwing their smokes as well. They have to commit to this, really.
Yeah, look at Sunny. Oh, gets out of the Molotov. Thank God his smoke is integral. It's the only one they've got. Don't want to be losing that one, and he wouldn't have been prioritized over the Molotov either. Chance for Masuta to get caught out here, and that's Sunny gone. Another one found. They keep it level. Perhaps ENCE have still got something to say about this, especially now that Shox has gone down, oversteps the mark a bit.
This is what it's all about. They wanted to find that pick. They have the man advantage, and they've recovered an M4 as well. 4 versus 3. 22 seconds remaining to get that bomb planted as they wait for mistakes on the CT side. RPK to be challenged first, looking for the cross. He gets plenty of targets, so Sergey will best him here as a P250 does swarm the bomb site, but Apex holds. And there will be 10 seconds remaining. It doesn't look like this is possible now. That confirms it, and it's a beautiful shot to close things out. Daiwu, he'll get the final kill, but it's Apex with 3 in total to get Vitality 7 on the board.
Close, my goodness. That was the force buy, though, from ENCE, so this one will be a little less stressful for the final round of the first half of the second series of our, what day is it, Chad?
I think it's day 13.
13 days of ESL 1 Road to Rio so far.
It is a lot of games. It is a lot of Counter-Strike. There's obviously a lot to cover. What do we have? 6 different regions, 56 different teams. I was doing all the numbers at the start. I've forgotten the majority of them so far. But this is the limped on in buy from ENCE on the final round with a 2,400 loss bonus to finish the half. It's just going to be an A set piece. The smokes come out, the flashes to follow. Can they get anything done?
He's just jumping for the info and he gets a lot of it. Will smoke himself off. That's interesting. He knows they want CT and, well, they'll take it by force. Bomb down. This is kind of what they wanted in the round before.
It is exactly true, but this time it's a 4-on-4 instead of the man advantage for ENCE. This shot has to connect for Sergey, but the flashbang is overwhelming. X7 pulls one back in. He's recovered the M4 as well, but still, it looks like such a great round for Vitality until that kill comes through. It's up to be down to Zywo at this point. X7, 2 versus 1. Flashbang comes over, has to find a quick kill here. They're going to touch a bomb momentarily, but he holds on. The mercenary of the squad now looks like he's done enough, and he absolutely has. It's a resounding finish there for ENCE. They go 8 and 7. They're back from the dead, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a halftime break and see who concludes Mirage.
Heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go.
Well, it's 8-7, and thanks to X7 on the half, a brilliant 4K to secure the final round of that first half gives ENCE the edge coming into the second. Mirage is the first map of this series, and Vitality, thank God for Apex and RPK, because alongside with ZywOo, they have done the majority of the fragging so far. Henry G and Sponge hanging out with me this evening.
Yeah, RPK certainly shut down that B bomb site, but now we're switching over to the terrorist forces. We have got him on 13 kills, Apex on 12, ZywOo on 10, as they set up a bit of an A fake here. You can see they've set up smokes towards jungle and the CT steps. However, the bomb, that's going elsewhere. That'll be towards B, so this is all a ruse. Trying to pull a rotation over, but nothing as of yet. But X7, he will be making his way over, and Aerial is thinking about it as well. But I hear a footstep now. You know they've dropped in. He's calling for a bit of backup here, and here we go. First kill delivered by Aerial. That second, not going to be his.
Close. Apex down to 38, and Alu looks like he's doing great work from short, and a long-range dink from Apex. Sorry, Bink. Nice work onto that, but I won't be able to find any more. X7 doing the work, and now 2 versus 4 does look very difficult for Masuta, only more so now. He's gone. Shocks with no armor and a flank. That's something, but it won't last long. As soon as he pulls the trigger, oh, never mind, he doesn't even get that chance. He's been spotted out by X7 in the tightest of angles. He finds another 17-7. The man's got a statement to make.
I asked Sunny what X7's been doing while they've been playing with Jumpy. I guess he's been practicing because he had 17 kills to his name, right? He's leading the way for his team at this point, and that's not something that you would expect. That's not something that you'd look for, especially considering the circumstances around that camp at this point. Sergey should be your star. Sunny should be in there up in the top 2, top 3, and then realistically, it should be Alu, right? That should be your core 3 in terms of fragging output. But X7 today, he's got something to say about it.
Now, bear in mind, we talked about his Vitality and the T sides in general. From the eye test the last couple of weeks, it hasn't looked fantastic. It's looked scrappy, it's looked like it's loose, which is fine. If your all powers are peaking, that's absolutely no problem, but I don't know, it's a little bit troublesome out there. I feel like ENCE could have a strong grasp on the second half, and they find the 2-0 no problem, nothing really to report there, but there are AK-47s available in the third, but it will be compromised. Not finding a single kill there on the plant means they get the AK-47, a smoke and a flash at the very top.
I know what you're saying in terms of the scrappy play. If ENCE played like fundamental Counter-Strike, right? If they, you know, get down all their protocol nades, their Molotovs and smokes early, if they're flashing for each other, if they're not over-peaking, if they're not getting caught in congested areas when the aggression's coming, okay.
Fast A.
I was going to say they should be able to deal with it, but if ZywOo can open like that, they're going to have some problems.
Yeah, Aerial got a very important duel there. Getting the trade does keep things level, but you're absolutely right. If ENCE get all of that lockout, the scrappiness you'd expect to fall a little flat. Here's a scrappy duel for you. Sergey's pushed up ramp, and Apex is about to walk into the Lion's Den. They'll swing on this. So Sergey goes down. You'd expect the trade, and Aerial does get it, but at what cost? He's got his second kill, and he's down to 7.
You know what happened? They were going to swap guns because Aerial was already low, right?
And the second he looked...
As soon as he looked at Aerial to throw him the gun, the guy came out the ramp. That's a monitor punching moment right there.
Well, 2 for masses remain. It's 1 minute on the clock. 2 smokes of Vitality here. As Masuta will be joining his teammates in spawn. That's RPK with the bomb on his back. And they're going to smoke jungle and steps again. That's for top of steps right there. And we've got jungle set up as well. So flashbangs to be deployed, as we'll see. Alu just focusing for that window position, but it will be an A split, bomb at A ramp, 1 towards Palace and connector. Aerial will tuck himself in. 30 seconds, and there the footsteps, and here comes the final commitment from Vitality.
Interesting that Alu spotted Shocks and actually opted to drop down. He'll continue to apply pressure. That's perfect. RPK's molly does finish off Aerial. And this is an important duel for Alu. He gets both of them. They're both down to 20 and 48 respectively. X7 to clutch again. Certainly doable. But the FAMAS not got the world's best penetration. Looking for a chance again. And just as he waits, he bides his time. The rotate's coming in from Masuta. It doesn't even matter. RPK's got this one under wraps.
Another hat-trick for RPK, boys. 16 and 14 there. That's going to be their first round in the second half, and a pretty successful one as well.
Henry, you know that RPK's into cars, right?
Oh, I do.
What car do you reckon he would drive on the Road to Rio?
Oh, a classic, I don't know, Porsche 911.
Okay,
vintage
something like
one,
that.
Like an old school
All right.
one from the early 90s, I reckon.
For some reason, I can see him behind like a Mustang or something.
Yeah,
you know?
maybe a muscle car, proper like 5-liter engine, V8,
Revving it.
cruising. Yeah, I can see that too. I reckon the Porsche. Maybe we'll ask him.
Maybe a Sherman.
You never know.
Sherman tanks, watch out for them. X7, however, has got a lot to deal with if he did look towards the top of middle. They all cowered in the smoke, and he's got nothing to report.
That's a scary place to be. I really don't envy the Cat player in that situation right there, but Shox is going to get a duel offered up. Won't be converted. Sergey getting the better of that one, picking up an AK-47. Now that's just left the other 4 players of Vitality all around the middle area. They have a bit of utility. Apex is, well, you shoot him in the toe and he's gone. This one's going to be tough if they all go through connector together, Alex.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be leaving Apex behind. They're walking through this smoke. Sunny should get more than one. He's flashed off. They're looking for the trade, but they haven't fired any additional bullets, and Sunny gets away with another. Now the Vitality squad, they are just separate and low.
Yeah, this doesn't look good at all. It's actually a 4 versus 2, and Alu, he's not going to miss those ones, I'm afraid, and he'll convert the second as well. No problem whatsoever. This is the pick of ENCE, and they're looking much more serviceable on the CT side. That has to be said here. Vitality have 1 round so far. We've already noted their T sides in general are lacking, and you might see some signs of that now. I would say ENCE are the favorites at this stage. In terms of what we've seen on the T side of that first half, they look like a well-drilled team that sorted out their issues, and with the coach Twister behind them as well. I respect him a lot. He seems like he's always in the right
frame of mind?
Yeah, exactly. Right frame of mind for this team. He doesn't seem flustered or overwhelmed.
He's a level-headed guy, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's important because there are a lot of youngsters in this ENCE squad. Alu being the veteran of the team, and now I guess you could throw Sunny into that mix, but they're about to get met with a lot of frags. The run boost is good, but Sunny, his aim is even better. That gets 2. Alu wants a bite. He's going to grab a couple. And this one here should be done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't even see what Apex is, like how Apex died. He had an AK. He forced into that one. As the hero, he means he'll have to be operating on a Deagle armor, I suppose, for this one. Didn't make anything.
Yeah, here's what I think that Vitality are doing, right? There's a bunch of ideas in games and stuff that they see and they take them and they want to try them themselves, but maybe the players don't have the same understanding of what's necessary to get away with those kind of rounds. You can see they're going for another mixed buy scenario here. 2 MAC-10s and a P250.
I guess because they've got maximum loss, but it's not next round, actually. It's going to be the follower, so they need at least a plan out of this one to justify it. Sunny with the MP9.
Great call.
We'll see this one. They have no idea. First kill for Sunny, but I don't think he gets the second. It will be converted. And do they anticipate a second, though? I wouldn't for sure. This is actually quite smart, but the speculative shots suggest they might be aware of it somewhat. Smoke down by X7. He's got control from middle by Alu, who's got the AWP in the window position right now, so he can fall back. So they would have liked to got the clean kill and fallen out of there, but still, ZywOo and his AK-47, he'll answer back.
So that's kind of channeled them all towards A, and the CTs do seem to be preparing for that event. They'll be pushing up middle, calling it clear, and then surely saying, batten down the hatches, Ariel, we're going to stack up on that A site. For now, Sergey's just watching the Palace position. He'll be jumping intermittently to get the info if anyone's walked out ramp silently. Smoke's over. We've seen these many times before. This has been working well for ENCE. Let's see if Vitality's T side, A site smokes are going to get them equally as far. They've only got MAC-10s. It's worth reminding you. And ooh, interesting boosting over the smoke. It's not going to get him a shot, but it might have got him some info. Nothing spotted.
Bomb is going down for sure here. Beautiful stuff for these MAC-10s. And it's going to be bolting over. Doesn't lead to a kill. Some way, somehow, Sergey lives to tell the tale here. He might have another one as he takes Masuta down at 20. Alu converts it, and now they have the man advantage and then some. 4 versus 2, but not for long. ZywOo will find his second of the round here. It's very tense. No utility remaining on either side, and no armor or life for RPK. But it looks like ZywOo is on for the ace here. Can he close it out? It absolutely can. A show-stopping performance from ZywOo there. Just what you've come to expect from this young man as he sets himself another ace at this point, Chad.
That's a classic team takedown there, Henry. You don't see them every day of the week, mate.
TTD.
No, I thought I would have got a few more giggles. I thought I would have got a few more giggles there, boys.
But I mean,
a few more giggles.
The first shot he got on
still
Alu.
catching myself.
Oh, okay. So he started it so well. These are lovely set of frags that he goes from 1 frag to 4 in the last 10 seconds of the round. That's ZywOo pulling home the 9th for Vitality. And now let's see if they can string together anything constructive. Looking poor to start it off. A fully flashed Shox does go down. How many opening deaths has Shox got at this point in time, gents?
Shox has got himself 0-6 right now. So
Wow,
That's a good call.
I didn't even
have a look
notice
at
that.
Yeah, that's a great call, Alex, because he has, with his orb situation as well,
Yeah.
I don't know, Shox' career is a strange river. I think he still thinks he's living a few years ago where he is a star player. Seems like he's taking way too many duels. Speaking of which, we have got another one taking place right now. Multiple kills found for ENCE as they look for a 5-on-2 victory here. ZywOo and RPK remain, and you have to make sure you take them seriously for these sort of reasons. And Galil will find 3 out of nowhere, and RPK keeps it interesting, but 13-9 rings through, and Vitality, their money is broken. My God, this game is starting to warm up. It's been the most exciting half we've had all week.
So when teams don't play percentage Counter-Strike, the games are nuts, right?
Yeah.
Because they're not just like, they don't have wide spacing. What we would see in some of these other games is, oh yeah, we know he's sandwich. We don't actually have to face him. He has to face us.
And
he
then you
doesn't
see
have the
him
bomb.
walk into a line, and then suddenly 3 people shoot him at once.
Yeah.
Less exciting.
Yeah, but that right there is, let's take him out as quick as we can, and let's all swarm him. And look, I'm having more fun, so keep it up.
I'm so down for it. I agree, Chad. This is a breath of fresh air as Alu, he'll continue the fast-paced Counter-Strike here, opening things up with a clean orb shot. But ZywOo, he'll show us that he's still ready to fight here. Masuta left for the Glock. The excitement tones down for just a second here. A chance to catch our breath as Vitality are on the ropes now. 14-9. ENCE have got an open runway to this first map success in the best of 3, and Nuke. Sure, it's a pick of Vitality, but I have to say that T-side, Chad, that's really where I noticed some of their flaws and weaknesses within this Vitality squad. Their T-side on Nuke was very difficult to watch at times.
Yeah, and I think the reason I want to use the word scrimmy is because they have obviously flashes and nades and they know what strategy that they're going for, but a lot of their rounds that are more fast-paced actually are 50-50s. It's a coin toss. Do we beat them there? Will they be blind? Do we have the correct timing? Are they aware of this setup? It's not the methodical Counter-Strike that we've been seeing out of a lot of the top contenders at this point. Very slow stuff. But Vitality, they make it exciting at least. And look, we can't say that for all the big names out there at the moment.
Well, they certainly aren't always playing the percentages, which is, you know, what we often attributed to Astralis on their rise to power, is analyzing the percentage of that situation, and then that's usually in part and parcel of the saving, of course, the economy management.
They
that we
love a
saw
good save, don't they?
Astralis do. We haven't seen much of that here. Lots of just straight body bagging.
Well, we have got X7. He has impressed us in the first half, but he's got his work cut out for him in round number 24. MP9 only. RPK on the other side, who's on an absolute tear right now with 20 kills. Oh, what a grenade, though. That actually lands in his pocket.
Turn it off, Green. Give us a pure round, Green.
Let's
Come on,
do it.
mate.
One pure round for the fans, for the OGs.
Right. Well, that Molotov looked like it was coming from Van. I'm going to be focusing my attention
good call.
there.
Yeah, that's actually a very nice observation. You can see there's no real way Masuta, unless you run through the flames, can find this one. Regardless, so the bomb's been dropped. All of their efforts towards B are in vain because now they're left in another 4 versus 2 bomb in a nightmare of a spot, and it's under CT remap right now. Shox with no grenades, trying to avoid map point. He knows there's a chance Alo's just watching the bomb, which he is. They can grab it, though. I'm pretty confident they can knife out grab that, but oof, maybe not with this angle.
Yeah, and look at Sunny's position as well. He's so set to swing. Or not. Caught by Alu, though, and so Masuta, bomb retrieval. He's got that far. It will have disappeared. The CTs will be like, where did he go? Where did he go? Sergey will be saying nowhere. He's got the flank.
Screwed.
They don't have to go anywhere. He is, I think, for lack of a better word, yep, screwed. Sergey's the one to do the screwing. And that's 15 for ENCE. So your fears of Vitality's T-side woes, they do seem to ring true.
Lots of things have been dispelled for me here, though, coming into this game for ENCE, right? I was worried how X7 was going to slot on in, if he was going to be able to find that same impact, if they were now becoming reliant on Yampi in the double AWP situation. But no, he is standing tall. He's won some clutches for this team right here. He's looking good. And if you just have a look at everybody on this ENCE team, they seem to be fragging, right? Ariel has the least with 15 to his name.
A rush here, boys. They're trying to close things out with a bang, and Sergey, he could be the one to do it. It's the Galil to lead the charge. And the flashbang is a team flash. Sunny completely wrecked Sergey there. You can see no assist from Masuta, as there will be an opening kill now for the French. It's Sunny and Alu chiming in, looking to close things out convincingly. It'll be a great map for them to pick up here. A 69 scoreline as well against one of the world's best players who's in great form. And there it is, ENCE pick up the first map of this best of 3. They've excited us. They've shown us what they're made of, and it's just laid the foundations for this best of 3. We'll see you after the break.
This pistol, if they get that first gun round on the board, they can start to steamroll ENCE and their economy. So let's get this one underway as we kick off with the pistol round. Bit of a slower approach here. No rushes on the T-Pistol and Nuke. We've been getting very used to that in recent times.
Yeah, normally focused towards the ramp.
Ooh, okay, so this is the Heaven smoke. We saw Big Clan throwing this one quite often.
You've got to make sure you shut up the windows. We're going to use that one at home. A few players have made that mistake, but there's an upper commitment here. ZywOo and co will have full control of the upper bomb site. No CTs at home, so this is the retake setup here. Focusing towards the lobby. Aerial will be joined by X7. And it's a 5-on-5 for now. Kits not available. So they have to get their skates on here. RPK will get first contact.
Flash is good. Zai was so blind. How is he not dead? He tucks in, and it works out wonderfully. Apex keeps him safe. That nade does a ton of damage, but unfortunately, it won't translate to anything substantial. Bomb's about half gone now as Aerial and X7 advance, and they do start to whittle away at the defense of this bomb. It's all onto Shox. He's had a quiet start, and now silenced once more. X7 and Aerial, they pull home the retake in the pistol.
We need to make this very clear for everybody at home. A big part of why Vitality would have picked into this map is the losing streak right now that we can see ENCE on. Look, with this roster, X7 in play, they have lost a bunch of games in a row here. 16-14 loss to Dignitas, a 16-8 loss to Complexity, a 16-5 loss to Heretics. That is all just in the Road to Rio. Then after that, you've got results from the Pro League, DreamHack Open in Anaheim, Ice Challenge earlier in the year, and Katowice. They've had a real bad streak on Nuke in recent times.
So this punish pick, let's see if it shapes up that way. Going to be seeing the majority take their deagles just out to yard. They're going to hope that any one of those CTs is just going to be holding warehouse vulnerable to a quick one deag. But look how much liberties they're taking. They know the CTs are not giving them that fight, so they'll take a lot of space.
We call this turtling up in the business, Alex. You know, you get in the shell of Nuke because the bomb sites are, well, inside the walls. You can just turtle on up, play lower, play these passive positions, and, well, hopefully convert the frags.
Yeah, you would hope so. ZywOo's got another chance onto Sunny. That nade does look promising, but his teammates are disappearing, and his Glock's not going to get him too far. That's the end of him. Aerial surviving. Nice to not lose out on that M4 and armor, considering 99 damage done to him.
So the guns come out here. No frags found for Vitality in the previous, means that ENCE will have all the bells and whistles required. Here's the replay of Aerial, just showing us that it's absolutely fine outside. Even took 99 damage there. No problem. So round 3, you can see a distinct lack of utility for Shox. He did this on Mirage as well. He had $800 and just buys one grenade. Maybe he's going in first and feels like his role doesn't need a massive amount of utility. Just throws the close smoke towards that side. That won't do a bunch for them. Aerial looking to send it to defenses there, and unfortunately it will be taken down.
That's not going to stop them. 7 trying to hold them at bay. Nade could do a lot of damage here. Does dribble into the toes of Masuta and ZywOo. Softened up for the M4s of his squad, and he's doing a good job of taking some space, keeping them honest. As soon as that smoke fades, though, he could need backup. This is going to be a single pop flash and 4 people flooding in. Good flash. Drops off. He's surviving. That's all. You just more than you can ask from X7 in that situation.
Great job from him. He's contained him.
Oh, I was about to say, was about to swing again there. Fancied it, but the incendiary has bought him enough time to reposition. He's choosing the actual ramp itself to reside, and we'll see if this works out for him. Multiple players. He'll do well to even get 1 kill. Flashbang will land right at his front door here, and he doesn't get anything. 5 versus 3. Sergio, the MP9, are trying to defend here.
He needs more than 1, and there's the second chance. It was onto ZywOo, but unfortunately for him, it does not connect. A 3v2 and a safe plant for RPK. Alu could tap away at the head of ZywOo here, and he does eventually convert that kill. Perhaps there's something to be said for ENCE's retake here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a foregone conclusion, but very low HP on Sergey and Alu. Even lower now, but it's a 1 versus 1. It's the rifle to try and pick it. Why is RPK looking at double doors?
He's got a nade. This should be the end. He's lining it up for the left-hand side, but he swings out before he has his rifle, and ENCE will take it. I can't believe it.
That must have been a miscomm there, or,
I don't know what
some poor information, because he was well known. He was getting frags from there. They must have known he was coming from ramp there. So a little bit of a wobble. Early stages, right? Only 3-0 here. We can swipe that one to one side. That's
Certainly
not a pivot round. That's not going to change the tide of the game. But it's a round that they definitely should have won.
But why is he looking so confused there? Like, it's a 1 versus 1. There should be a clean call. He's lower ramp. That's it, right? That should be the only communication.
Lower ramp,
required.
you've got a nade.
That's it. And he's looking at the double doors. He looked so discombobulated at that stage as well. They luckily get the bomb down, though, and with 4th stage loss bonus, they do have a buy here, but you can see that lack of utility. No flashbangs ready to speak of. A single Molotov. Outside smoke's deployed, and we'll see if this is going to be enough now with just just the AK-47s. They can win this round, they're back on track. They'll shut down the money of ENCE as well, considering it came down to the 1 versus 1 before. But it has to be a victory, and it's going to be a difficult one with a smoke down as well. Perfectly timed from Alu. Masuta thought about pushing through, but it would be a guaranteed death.
Yeah, I mean, when you see that smoke, it is a big, fat win. You drop that as they've got down Secret, you've just bought so much time.
And it's all down to the timing itself. Had he thrown that a second later, Masuta definitely goes through it, but it's just one of those moments you have to decide fight or flight. And he chooses the latter at this particular moment. Alu using the pixel gap now just to peek out when one's there. We'll drop the incendiary. You can see that delays them for another 7 seconds. Just frustrating at this point. They've been smoked out, trying to make some progress here. The bomb is stuck with 3 players at Secret.
Nice little sequence there, though. That's perfect. They're going to play behind that Molotov. The nade, unfortunately, not doing as much damage as I'm sure he would have hoped. But they've been able to dissuade them from going lower. And now with the time as it is, X7's backed them up. They've actually lost track of them, and this is Sunny's chance.
Big chance. Trigger discipline for a second, and he gets Zywoo. That's a double kill from Sunny. That's more than he bargained for. Apex, however, quick to equalize, and now into the top site. Aerial's pushed up on Hut. He is the only man on that top site after all of that presence. Secret, and now he's got to find a multi-kill, and he has. 2 of them line up, and a 1 versus 2 has been dealt to Apex. X7 giving him the free fight. Alu, oh, perfect timing. Just as Apex starts to wander, he turns his back and Alu strikes.
The plant again, though. So this is great for Vitality in terms of stimulating that economy. The 3,400 as the loss bonus with the 800 on top is going to allow them to keep buying. ENCE are getting whittled on down, only having 1 individual surviving just there. It's not going to hurt just yet, but that's 2 rounds in a row where it's come down to 1v1 clutches.
Yeah. And that's going to start adding up for ENCE. They still are on packing peanuts if they lose.
But still, there's enough money for Vitality to buy in this. They really wanted it. They bought less in the previous round. They're going to tap out, though, and call for the partial buy. So 3 smokes, 2 flashes in HE. I'd assume they're nading out the door. And time will tell. Apex looking to send it to high heaven here. He'll run through the heart, but they're greeted by bullets and death. But they pull a couple of back here. It's going to be quite a convincing situation. God. How has Aerial even gone down?
Uh-oh. If Ali misses this shot, he could just get caught out. Finds Masuta, takes his time with it, doesn't rush it, and deep breath. Fill their lungs with air after that close one there.
Yeah, the reason that felt so worrying was because they just did all that hard work to convert 2 gun rounds back to back, and then they almost just lose it to pistols with a rush out the hut. That wasn't even anything special. That was just trying to beat a Molotov.
And the money reflects that situation as well. Dire straits for ENCE, even with a 5-0 start, they will be pretty much fully invested here. Sergey, what grenades will he have? The bare minimum. Auto shotgun for X7, so feeling the burn a little bit more now. Alu does have the AWP, and he's only died once so far. Nading out the door, flashbang towards main, and the Molotov as well.
That's the one that catches the Rafters player through the wall.
Looks like him.
I'm interested to know if he does get caught. No one's there, though, and Apex does catch Aerial. I believe that was actually contesting early on the top side. You can see his kit lying on RPK's POV. So, yeah, just threw the smoke on the squeaky. That's 1 body dropped. A shotgun for X7. Good grief, that's going to be a challenge. Alu feeling challenged outside. He does manage to take down shocks and reposition.
Has to be careful, though. Oh, not anymore. They've dropped back, so thought he was going to be greeted with a couple more. But as soon as they see that AWP, they think better of it. And they're retooling back towards lobby. They have enough nades to, you know, do like a pop-out squeaky and try and get down the vent with a flash behind it. They could do the heaven smoke. We've already seen them pull that one off. But in terms of utility to make something happen within this mid-round, they don't have a huge amount to be creative with.
3 smokes and 3 flashes. First smoke deployed for a contact play towards Hut, but X7, he's chomping at the bit to get stuck in there. That shotgun, it looks great in that spot.
It really does. Out towards Squeaky and down. Okay.
That's a good call.
That works out wonderfully. They leave RPK up there. That's Sergey's duel, and great work from RPK. And already Sunny's gone down the lower side. This is looking very positive, but this is a chance for X7 to get a kill and an AK-47.
Hang on.
Maybe.
At 2-on-2. RPK, if he goes down here, there's only 16 points of health from Masuta. This is the frag right now. X7 sees it and doesn't get the kill. 2 versus 1, damage inflicted. Alu maybe a bit too far away for this one, but has got the incendiary in a couple of flashes. He'll have to deal with the player towards window room to kick things off. Starts to creep his way forward here, and he doesn't look to be checking the windows, making a lot of noise as well. Masuta will give his position up, and now he knows at least where 1 is. Incendiary towards Decon. Double switch! Oh! Could have happened there. That was a misplay from Vitality. Why are they lining up? I couldn't tell you, but dancing with the devil there.
Masuta had like 12 HP. Yep. My God, that could have gone awry. Vitality, they needed that. They will get off the starting mark here on the T side. And we said it, they were keeping them honest. Clutches, 1v1s, and this is the repercussions of that.
It's a good force, though, because they only have 1,400 as the loss bonus in this round. It's 1,900 in the following, which meant they would have had to have taken either 2 partial buys or gone all in. And the fact that Alu can get out the big green yet again, that's more than enough for them to be looking potent here.
Okay, so outside smokes. If that nade goes now, it will catch one of them, but they do get across. And Alu, he'll be calling that a potential gap. Masuta's already dealt nicely with this lobby pressure. There's only one clawed back, and Sunny has already gone down. X7 continues to push, though, and this aggression is worked out. That's the bomb that's got 7 HP retreating to outside.
Alu's still out as well. If he gets this in transition, Alu can drop the bomb in yard.
Hello.
What's he done that for? Okay.
But ladder, they need to be worried about ladder base right now. This is very good from Vitality.
Yeah, but Alu is watching it, and he's tucked in behind the box. This is absolutely perfect.
So aware.
And now the CTs, they've got the bomb and an advantage. This was all Vitality. They got the first 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken.
But they've lost Zywoo. They have absolutely no idea on where the map he is. This could be the right play. If he gets up and on silo, they might not be expecting this.
Well, with 1 minute remaining, time will tell. They've got the bomb under their control, and they've recovered this situation for now. Fortunately for Zywoo, he's still got 45 seconds here. A smoke, 2 flashes, the Molotov, but he has no idea where the CTs could be. He's trying to buy as much time as possible here. He's going to jump up towards silo. Chad said this could be a bit port of call.
Oh, the toes. He's got the toes.
Should get 7 here, but well, you know what? I think his view model might have blocked the view there.
Yeah, I think you're right on something now.
That's going to...
I've actually got it set up on my number 3. I can change between left and right-handed models for that reason.
You bother? You do? Damn, that's an extra button for me.
It's called me out a couple of times. I'm just like, you know what? Just change the left-hand side.
When you know it's a possibility, just switch it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that as well on my mouse. And another key one that I think people who want to play Team Counter-Strike, especially if using a Discord or a TeamSpeak or one of those, have a mute button, guys, because your teammates might be talking a whole lot of trash when you need to listen for footsteps. So get a mute button for your TeamSpeak.
Yeah, I think Chad gave me that tip recently when I found myself constantly going, shush now, be quiet now, stop, cut noise, and it's like, you shouldn't have to be asking for that. You should just have a button you can press.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a good call. I've never considered that. And this is an investment from Vitality. Not a full buy. As you can see, it's only Shox is down at 0. The rest of them around either $2,000 or $1,000. Masuto with just a deagle, no armor with 3K. So he'll be dropping the orb going forward by the looks of things. But in terms of loss bonus, $3,400 next round. So they're okay in that department.
14 and 2 for Alu.
Yeah, he's had a hell of a game here. I told you coming to this series, sure, ENCE have not looked amazing, but the last 30 days, Alu has been on a tear.
Oh, did you see the barrel?
He did. Apex is going to get a new slice of life. He's actually going for the dunk. It could be finished off by Aerial as well. That's an ambitious duel, but Sunny wins it all the same. Shox can't believe it. Outranged by the MP9, X7 holding his ground and looking for a deagle headshot. He did clip him through the metal. He finishes it off as well.
Oh, he got a little bit close there, but all starts to calm down now. 45 seconds, Zywoo with the AWP, and he might as well go for him. You've got the MP9. You don't necessarily want that weapon. He's timed him well, and he'll get the kill. I'm not sure if he's going for the knife there. He definitely could have closed it out a bit sooner. Probably wanted to get inside his head a bit more, and we can see Zywoo dropping off significantly. We've noticed some maps like Vertigo, he doesn't usually turn up. Early days here, but 2 and 8. For the world's best player, it'd be good news for ENCE, the fact he's not firing on all cylinders.
Who do you think is the actual world's best player? No offense to Zywoo, I think he's a very, very good player, but...
For me, if I had to pick it based on tournament victories and actually contributing to success in the team, Device for me is up there.
What about mechanically?
Mechanically simple for sure. I still feel like every time I watch him, I'm flabbergasted what he does. I don't get that with Device, but in terms of how he approaches Counter-Strike, I love it. I think he's a very intelligent player and does enough to win the game.
And I actually echo that exact sentiment right there. I think that Device is unfortunately probably never going to pick up the best player in the world title from HLTV.org, but he'll probably win many more trophies than those other names.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day, right? The legacy is left by the team, not the player. So we'll see how that develops. But I agree, in terms of individual skills, Zywoo is right up there, and it was his rookie year in 2019. Absolutely deserves.
You honestly don't have to look further, and I wouldn't say this unless they were as ridiculous as they are, but look at his stats in FPL. It's actually absurd, the amount of games he's played in comparison to his win percentage. It's just, in terms of Counter-Strike, the guy is in another level, and that's how he kind of cut his teeth. Now he's doing it in a very different environment. And a 5 versus 5 for round 9. We start with some aggression from the CTs. They've taken control of the hut position and completely denying trophy control. That's an interesting lineup for Apex. He's got one for the smoke wall here.
I like this approach. from ENCE, though. They're able to collapse on lobby relatively quickly here. So as soon as these smokes fall yard, let's see if the CTs want to push forward and take out the lobby defenders, or if they want to drop on back. But
Ooh, 2 of them.
so when you lose one piece of the puzzle, you take another back, and lobby is a very powerful piece.
Yeah, the fact I'm seeing someone on the X-ray up on this roof.
You can hear him.
He can.
He dropped down
Oh,
past
we
him.
didn't see him. His
What
teammate
the
Will,
hell
though.
is going
Masuta
on?
just fell from the heavens. I want to see that one again. My God, is that a weird exchange?
He jumps down through the portal and
Yeah.
disappears into another universe, it seems. Well, 4 versus 1, and Shox, he'll be left with an almost impossible task here. He's got to recover the bomb, find multiple frags, and he might not even check beneath him. Finds the first player, that's Sunny. And he's going to be finished off by Sergey there. This is looking very good for ENCE here, boys. I am excited for this breath of fresh air we're seeing from them. Jampy was the solution, apparently.
Renaissance.
Yeah, absolutely, that's true. And this is all down to, if you're just joining us, I guess we'll reiterate it one final time. That Sunny has had an interview with us beforehand, and Jampy is practicing with the team. X7 is just filling in for Road to Rio, but he said the team in general is feeling much better. X7 is playing out of his mind. Seems like pressure's been relieved there, and the team just looks great in general. They've managed to win Mirage convincingly, and now they have an 8-1 lead on Vitality's pick.
Well, it's very important to note as well with ENCE and their storied run at the Katowice Major of last year. They went from minnows to big fish, so all that pressure change as well. But right now, these Deagles outside, they're the ones feeling the pressure. Alu has his AWP trained, ready and raring.
Yeah, no armor on 2 players as well. Won't be a matter of the armor here, though. Alu will pick them off one by one, but they can find a kill here towards the AK-47, but still, it's all shut down as you'd expect. 5 survive here for ENCE. They are on an absolute tear right now. They've only lost 1 round so far. That was number 6. Came down to the 1 versus 1, and money starting to stabilize once again for Vitality. They're going to need 4 or 5 rounds here, and that's still a stretch.
Check this out, boys. This was the portal move. I've slowed it down to 50% speed, so you're going to see Sunny start to go up this ladder, and watch this. Here it comes. Nice and slow for everybody. Ooh, dead.
They didn't see each other at all.
And that was it.
So funny. Well, they'll have no idea, but we all saw it. 3 AK-47s on the CT side and a full buy for Vitality as well. Zywu with the AWP. Things getting desperate out there. The T-side AWP, not a high-impact weapon. He won't be having huge potency with this one, but there's only one player's going to make it a secret for now. That segregates them. They are stuck there, but luckily the smoke will guide their approach, and it's a faster play down towards lower. Now, the grenade is just perfect. Lands
Isn't that
3 of them.
inspired? You've
Yeah,
done a
it's
molly
cool.
to stop, to basically be respected behind the smoke, and you nade where they'll be waiting. Very nice use of utility. ENCE's nukes looking buttoned up.
Yeah,
Polished.
this is hard, though. They have to defend the lower site with only 1 individual so far rotated down. X7 is going to have a lot to deal with here, boys.
1, 2, he's counting. 2 up window. He hears the scope and he knows there's 1 close. So he's got 3 in his picture, in his mind. Apex gets caught out, and now Zywu, where's the comms? His back was turned. Masuta down to half.
He knew there was a half-second window there before they could even communicate what was happening. He wasn't sure where he died from. A great swing from
Bang.
X7. The solo player down towards lower. It could be enough with the plants coming through, but Sunny, he might be able to deny it. Oh, he wins the round regardless. It gets planted in RPK. He's so far removed from this scenario. He won't stand a chance, and it's down to X7 there. 2 huge frags. AK-47s across the board now as they post double digits. ENCE are looking rock solid out there.
They're back, baby. Get the finish flags out. Get in the streets after quarantine's over and run around like a bunch of bloody hooligans, because this is great stuff.
He just pushes the issue. I love the way X7 played that.
It was beautiful.
By the door, I mean, like, if they were to open that, it ends horribly.
Yeah, the doors swing open in his face as well. That's when it can get a little bit dicey, but that's fantastic because we know a lot of teams, and I push it on the broadcast as well, love to take control of window room
important
first.
part of
So
the map.
knowing that, it's a great little reaction off the back of the protocols that teams like to go for here. Looks like some nades towards top site here.
Oh, now that's an interesting twist. Vitality have done the smoke that stops the AWPer from getting any info. And then
Well, doesn't smokes, I think we
look
call
like
these
it's going to be too much of an issue. Masuta's just gone straight through into the AWP and the M4 spray. In fact, X7 is the one that finishes it off. Closing the gap is Zywu, 2 and 11. It's time for him to wake up. And here's number 3.
Oof, there was a chance for another kill down the CT side. But RPK, that's a sitter. He walks into ramp. What was he expecting to happen there? 4 on 2, Zywu and Shox again with barely any utility. 1 smoke and a flash, 4 on 2. Running out of time and space at this point. 10-1 down, 4 on 2 in round number 12. And the bomb is down towards outside. Sergey confirms it. And he's looking for more and more kills here. Shox, he's got no chance.
Let's Bloody shark in the water right now.
Vitality's map pick, by the way.
Yep.
T-side nuke is where it starts, and that's the risk you have to bear when picking nuke, is that you'll start on the attack. You have to have your homework done.
That was his opportunity there. ZywOo, if he gets that kill, the 3-on-1, maybe it's possible. But at this stage, the bomb, bear in mind, is by T-Spawn. It's not outside by T-Red or anything. He'll have to get 2 kills, get the bomb, somehow still plant, and then win the round. Like, it's just not going to happen. He knows it. I know it. And I think ENCE know it as well. And they'll confirm it. 11-1, 4 players survive. They've got so much money, Chad. Everyone's in 5 digits bar Ariel, who's shy by $200.
Yeah, but Henry, if I say 11-4, what do you say?
I say that's famously a difficult scoreline to convert into a victory, but we haven't got there yet. We've only got 1 round.
Yeah, I know, but this is where I get a little bit worried, right? Because if the foot comes off the gas just a little bit from ENCE...
Why has X7 got a biz on?
Well,
like taking his foot off the gas just a little bit.
You wanted to see more of the Bison.
I did, and it could be the perfect round. I don't know, partial buy. Maybe it's just a genius. I've been using this weapon a lot. It's actually sick now.
He's taken 64 bullets into the lobby, and, well, they don't do anything. In fact, Masuta's going to take his first double kill, and we're off to the races, folks.
So 11-4, anyway.
11-4 half.
It was 11-4 at the half, ladies and gentlemen, and, well, now
and Vitality have won the pistol, and they do convert. They lose the next gun round. My God, we're off to 11-11. Sunny, he does go down, and jokes aside, it is Ali with a 1v3. He could catch Apex here, but I don't think he's expecting it, and so adjustment will have to be made. Warning shots. Now all 3 of them know exactly where he is. He's trying to go through the smoke. Looks like he realizes and thinks better of it.
Go for it, mate. May
give
as well.
It a go.
At this point, give it a crack, really. Henry
Watch him
just...
wallbang Masuta straight through that CT vent. A quick scope. I'm feeling it. ZywOo looking for the info. How much ground has Alu covered? They don't have the answer. His jump won't give him either. But Apex is going to do it. Nice connect. And an AK upgrade. So lovely work. Vitality do manage to make it work with just pistols.
Well, that's just what the doctor ordered. As we mentioned, 11-4 is guaranteed at this stage, but we're hoping it's a fun route there.
Well, people, Henry, they got a little bit of an insight on our recorded cast, because obviously this game is already done.
Oh, yeah.
But seriously, there is a real good chance now that ZywOo has the AWP that this could turn around.
T-side AWPing nuke, though, it doesn't blow me away. Where does he go? Is he going to go outside and hope that Alu gives him the fight? Looks like that is going to be his mission for now.
Yeah, so it's the aim map smokes again, right? This allows him to have more of a linear plane to be AWPing through, as opposed to having to worry about top ladder, the windows, players behind CT boxes. He's able to just scope one up here and search for a duel, and they even isolate Sunny, so this is looking great.
Yeah, they've got a bit of spring to their step now. You can see it reflected on their play. Looking for that 11-4 scoreline. They've got a 5-4 to kick things off here, but Alu. And towards Secret Steps, Sergey pushing towards Hut. Shox is watching this like a hawk. They've put the brakes on now. Vitality are waiting for reaction. They've certainly got it. Ariel surely taken down by RPK. Apparently not. No damage really inflicted either.
It looked like his crosshair was bang on as well. I think it's just touch on the movement caught him off. They have got full control of Heaven, and Ariel, okay, interesting. He's going to fall out. He gets spotted from the rafters, and so now, don't pull the trigger there. And Sergey, unfortunately, didn't quite make the jump. Costs him his health. He's down to 58 and perhaps even the sound queue. So this does look very promising for Vitality.
Yeah, for Sergey, had to be knifed out and running there, and it looks like the round is over. Round 15 coming up shortly. There'll be plenty of money for the likes of ENCE. Really winning this one, but seeing if they can upgrade to AK-47s as the save, that would be something here, as Alu deploys a flashbang now. Looking to see if there's anything that could be done, if anyone will give him an opportunity. Same incendiary down, and Sergey's still on for this one.
They're boosted on the site. And he does actually get the drop off. He won't be able to get into the site, but they do manage to keep the T's responsible. And 2 players remaining. So you can see the kill distribution is rather bleak for Vitality, but this 15th round, this final one, the 4th on the board, would certainly set them up for a competitive second half.
Yeah, that's for sure. So their T-side hasn't been fantastic here, but if they close it at 11-4 as predicted, not only will I eat my hat, it will look quite good for Vitality as well, as we'll see now the AWP for ZywOo, the Tech-9s are out, the Deagles as well, a full buy for Vitality to close out his half. Same story for ENCE though. Single AWP set up once more, but Alu's starting to drop off now. Can't find that 20 bomb. And see RPK funneling towards the ramp room. Good grenade, that'll do a lot of damage.
Great grenade.
Didn't ask for more, but he still delivers more. Masuta goes down, and X7 descends to the ramp healthy.
That's perfect stuff from X7. He's dropped a nuke with a grenade down there. He's got the opening kill, dropped down towards lower. He's still got 100 health and control of the ramp itself.
Shock's going for a solo adventure on red container. Is met by the AWP. Looking good for 12 here. ZywOo hoping that the CTs look to retake ramp room, but they're actually going to be more than content. Oh, a real chance. Won't work out. Squandered by Apex. Bomb loose and quickly traded. That is all onto ZywOo. With 4 left as well. The bomb is loose on the side. This looks just like a matter of time. He will have a duel onto Sunny. Good jiggle for the info, but yeah. Not going to make that mistake. It's 12 to ENCE, 3 to Vitality. We'll see if the French can stand for a renaissance in the second. Crunch time now for Vitality as ENCE have managed to accrue 12 of the needed 16 in order to close this out in 2 on Nuke. And even better than that, it's going to be Vitality's turn on the CT side. So they have certainly got the best side to forge a comeback. They're going to be looking to get Shocks online, though, in order to overcome, because ENCE, they haven't got a missing link just yet.
Yeah, if ENCE get this pistol, I would say call it done. They'll be able to close this one out. If it goes in favor of Vitality, however, I feel like 30 rounds is certainly on the docket here, but they've got 5 sets of Kevlar on the CT side. Now, I'm not a big fan of that. I do like the stickers, though. Nice creative stuff. And we are going to have HE grenade available for Squeaky Door. Smoke towards main as well. A very important pistol here, and Shox looking to challenge. And he'll get a couple of kills here, no problem.
Lovely double kill from Shox, and he does come online, but so do ENCE into top site with now the man advantage. Misuta from Heaven, he missed up the ladder. It cost him some health.
I like this from ENCE. Instead of panicking and thinking you have to go towards upper, they've got
Misuta! Yes, he gets the frag. His rotate was so fast, and now they have to descend. They have to find him. He was ramp room. That's the information they're working with.
Why did he plant in the open? I get it, but at the same time, I always get anxious at that ramp position. Misuta, though, he's got a chance here. 1 minute 10. Certainly looks good for ENCE. They're actually going to push towards the round. The window's not shut out, though. Well, that takes care of that. Just shoot it straight out. I guess he'll be aware of them coming for the bomb regardless, and he knows he has to be more active here. Spotted and confirmed towards ramp still. Alu will have him pinned down from the silo itself. And this is a little bit troublesome. They're not really working together right now. And that's going to be a great kill from Misuta, and he can go towards the window.
Wow, spectacular aim on this one. Looking to clutch such a crucial round of the game as well. And Alu spotted. This should be Masuta's. Couple of missed shots. So much time. He doesn't have to rush it. Neither does Alu, though. Bomb retrieved.
There's no way Alu's ready for this.
Pushing the gap is so smart, but he is. He's ready. And that's 13. The Finns find the pistol.
My heart bleeds for Misuta there. He did such a great job. Fantastic shots. Didn't panic at all. Played it perfectly. As Chad said, it should have been his. I didn't see if Malo's POV, but it looked like he was looking at double doors. There should be no way he hits that shot, but he did.
This second frag from Misuta, by the way, love that. More of that, please.
Okay, so the only thing that really undoes Misuta in that situation is he's walking in with a left eye peek. But even still, I thought he did enough there. So the force buy will come through. But this is a last-ditch attempt. If Vitality lose this one right here, pack it up, the game's over.
And it's a great call as well. You know they haven't got the rifles at this point. You've done that in the vent, and you're normally getting wallbang for the corner of the vent. So Sergey, using that information, the good spawn he's got.
Oh no! Did they not call it for him?
Apparently not. He was a knife out, jumping towards window. Shox is down there, but if they lose this round, just to reiterate, it's pretty much done. They'll be eco at 14-3. And they'll have to force buy.
Wait, hold up. They might not clear Shox's position right now. They should be aware it's open. That should be a giveaway.
Couple of messy frags.
Yeah, this is not looking great. They're going towards upper, I would say, from the vents. And if they do that, call it done, but they're not going to watch their back, are they?
Oh my God, I've got a double. I can definitely not now. Zywu, he's turning all their attention out from the vents. Pop Shoxy with a hold of his mouse one. He only gets one.
Chaos.
My goodness. This, I mean, we said we were having fun because it looks different. It certainly looks different. And Alu now with the AK-47, a very winnable clutch here.
Yeah, very good chance on this coming up ladder. They might not expect it so quickly. One is isolated on the site, but he's at the Tetris position. Very hard to clear, and that's going to be it. Zywu takes him down, and Vitality still one back. So, ENCE, it started well. They had Sergey down the vent. It felt like they had full control of the situation, but maybe he got a little bit ahead of himself there, pushing towards ramp. That opened the door for Shox to rotate down the vent. Apex followed on through, and that's where things started to get a bit scrappy. So,
yeah, a bit of a mess there. It was the perfect call, it seemed like, to go towards upper, but there's no one watching their back there. It's a little bit frustrating that they made such a brilliant call, this couldn't watch their back, and they're probably going to eco this one. I say that, PT50's coming out, Vitality right back in this game, and I dare say we're going the distance at this point. So Galil saved, and M4's purchased up.
X7 went all in, Henry.
Yeah, so I guess the rest of them are as well. They'll have to at this stage. Alu confirms it. And this is when you open the door wide open for Vitality.
I guess the other end of this story is ENCE steal this one back, and then that's even worse of a position for Team Vitality to find themselves in.
Yeah, so, but how do they, Chad? If you're...
A hard top here could be the play, right? You just have some good flashes. We saw it on the pistol round. They lost the opening 2 kills to Shox, but then they were still able to convert off the back of good utility. So there's a chance here. ENCE aren't done with this one just yet. Early nades. The CTs here, they've dropped one lower very quickly. Misuta with the trigger discipline, not wanting to start spamming when he saw the traces come on through. There's enough here for a set piece, Alex.
There certainly is. They want to perhaps flash Aerial through ramp room. He is going to play lovely anti-flash, and he seems ready, but doesn't matter. He's been caught. And now Aerial lays down his life in order to flash his teammates into ramp room. Shox has rotated through lower as well to support them.
There's a big gap right now.
Yeah, Alu's done well to get in this position. He might be able to get the trade or the initial kill. Unfortunately, then it is the trade. That's a great shot, though. He gets him back in this round, but Zywo's going to get that frag, no problem. Shoxy looking toward the lobby, gets the kill. That's the hype draining as well. Sergey, Oh, that's not exactly... Oh,
Panicked a bit.
definitely panicked. That was the moment. And he's fluffed it. 1 bullet left, down he goes.
Strange he decided to go into topside there, considering he had the bomb, he had the armor.
Yeah, just a poor decision, I suppose. Sidewoo will have 3 kills. Vitality are now fully online. This is what they needed after losing the pistol. It's the second round. Force Spider works out for them. Even these 1Ds from Mallow wasn't enough to get them the round. Full eco now, round 19.
So they get 2,400 next round. There will be a buy coming out. But the reason this starts to get stressful is it is difficult on the T side of Nuke to be planning that bomb, to be stimulating the economy with the extra 800. Every opportunity you can, even if it's a 1-on-3 kind of scenario, you should be opting to get that bomb down. So they got it down the vent. There is a chance right now. The rotation from ramp hasn't come through. Maybe they get that extra 800 I was just talking about.
Oh, they should have a player like Masuta coming down. He's actually done very well to reposition. You can see he's actually hidden himself from the ramp side. So that was all intentional from Sunny to get the bomb planted. And there might be another kill. But yeah, he actually does very well to reposition there, knowing the tendencies of young Masuta, and gets the bomb down. And that's actually really required, considering they only get $2,400, as Chad stated, into the next round. That's an extra 800 now. So they'll be cash rich going forward. So will Vitality, though. I feel like third map is very much on the cards, is what I wanted to say. So I feel like they've done enough here now.
Yeah, that was all it took.
It's convinced me that they can at least take us to 13-13. We're going to see double digits for Vitality.
No AWP early from ENCE either, opting to go with the 5 rifles. I'm curious to see if they think Masuta is a weakness at ramp and that's somebody they want to try and exploit. Or if they'll just go with their regular gameplay, if we'll just see more of, the yard smokes, forcing CT rotations and seeing if you can get away with it. ZywOo does have the AWP, mind you, so let's see how this one goes.
Okay, this time there's a fantastic incendiary to delay any sort of aggressive maneuver they were planning on going for. That smoke from Masuta, there's a gap that Aerial didn't quite get to exploit, but he's taken a lot of space away from them here.
You can see how frustrating that is. You're going to have to expend utility now to even get ramp control at the trophy room, because even if Masuta's not there, you have no information. But it is an all-in position, and he has overstayed it. You're absolutely dead on there, Chad. I don't know why he would. Like, for me, it's all about suggesting someone could be there, and the incendiary and ZywOo, he misses the shot. Is that going to be enough, though? The follow-up wallbang doesn't connect either, so there's a window of opportunity for ENCE to get down towards lower, but they don't have to. They have left lobby open, sort of. Alu's towards squeaky door. RPK doesn't check it right now. They're suggesting they're going down towards lower. They still have 2 smokes available. Apex gets towards the window. He will be taken down momentarily. I would say it's going to be Sergey to pick up the kill. It's looking very good. Shox is the last line of defense, and he only gets the 1.
I thought he was trying to close the door initially, and then Shox was just waiting on the other side. It could have been so much messier. It still could be. RPK still alive, and he's going to send them and channel them towards the top site. He's aware of that, and so already rotating towards the heaven position. Alu has his number. He's going to have to opt for lobby.
Heard all this as well.
He has.
There's nothing he can do right now, RPK, even if he wanted to save.
It's not a position he can even pre-fire, really. No one will be there on the T side. Usually, it's a great spot from Alu. A very nice round from ENCE. 3 players survive. Money's still okay for Vitality. I said that bated breath. Shock certainly won't be getting his double AWP out. Auto shotgun for Apex.
Oh, Masuta bought it for ZywOo. He dropped him the AWP.
It could be enough, I suppose.
So when you say he overstayed, you have no problem with Masuta deep smoking and pushing. He can stay in trophy behind the smoke.
That idea is if anyone does push through, you have the advantage. Yeah. The moment that smoke dissipates and you're stuck in that corner, you can't fall back quietly. Anyone's waiting in towards the radio room, they'll just take you out. And it's at most a 1 and done. If he even gets out, I would say a kind of guaranteed kill for the T side. If the smoke's down, I'm checking that spot, right, with a flashbang or waiting for the smoke to dissipate with multiple numbers, as they did.
So if they were just trying to force the issue, that's when you can exploit that position.
Sure.
15-second window, it's a small one. So outside smokes, and does look like they'll be walking into Shox's domain. I will remind you of how little utility they have. Typically, Shox could jiggle the corner, throw a molly, smoke it.
Exactly that, and he's got nothing, so he has to call for backup here in the form of the auto shotgun. Apex will be setting up the crossfire here. Not quite the same potency as 2 M4s at the steps. Shoxy actually falling back towards ramp.
Okay, this is a real problem right now if you're Vitality. They won't actually have the early warning system. They know RPK's cleared. Okay, where did that happen?
Outside, I think.
Now we have some real problems because the rotation can go all to the lower bomb site.
Oh, that was a big chance for Apex to take a huge rifle upgrade as well as a kill. Instead, it's a 4v4, and that's a huge shot. Aerial was fluffing around with his nades.
Yeah, they both were. Sergey was watching that spot as well. They seemed like they were daydreaming, but they didn't lose a player. And I don't know, Vitality, they're looking dangerous here. They're ready to pounce as soon as this bomb goes down. Aerial, low HP as well. Here comes the swing, and they're looking for instant kills if possible. They're going to find the first.
Yeah, there's so many more chances, and X7's fluffed his lines. It looked good for ENCE for a moment. Sergey to save them. Sunny too. Good spray into the first, and Sunny's caught another. Zywoo can clutch this though, and with an AK, it's looking very positive. Where is that bomb planted? Wide, and the door flings open. Sergey throws bullets down range. His third kill, coming alive when it matters, and just the last round heading into the corpse of the star player.
Ridiculous scenes here. The rounds are so scrappy
Yeah,
at
it's
this
threatening.
point.
It's threatening constantly.
It's giving me butterflies when I'm watching them. This must be a difficult environment to play in, but if ever you're going to close out a series, this would be the moment. You're 15-6 up, a map under your belt already. The money is broken for Vitality. You know they're going to be aggressive. They're going to be tucked in with the Eagles, seats heads. Can slow this one down. It doesn't have to be the rush, and we'll see what they've got in mind here. Nading off towards the door. They have been getting down that vent successfully. They've got the MAC-10 to do so, but don't fully commit. X7 just exploring his options here as Alu gets towards the main roof.
The calls have been really good so far from ENCE over both maps. Their T-sides, their strats, they've looked well defined. It's just some of these awkward mid-round decisions where Vitality are forcing the issue that is catching their players off guard. The scoreline 15-6, I don't think it shows how close some of these rounds truly have been. So here it's just going to be a slow crawl towards yard. You love this type of a call. They know they're just up against the pistols. If they can avoid the deagle headshots, ENCE are on for round number 16.
Shox is trying to find a fight. He does fire off a bullet. Aerial's hunting him down though, and deagle bullets, or at least deagle headshots, are avoided. Sergey and Aerial though definitely wounded from Shox's impact. X7 handling the lobby push. He's under a lot of scrutiny. He actually decides to get the hell out of dodge.
Chugging away with the MAC-10. It does lead them to a 5 versus 3. 15-6. UMPs, P250, CZs up against a fully equipped ENCE here. There are a few low HP players, and RPK trying to stiff them out. He always looks dangerous. And will he commit towards T-Sport? X7 puts himself right in the corner, but of course RPK one step ahead of him.
They go lower though. And that's not going to be too easy for RPK to get down those vents. He's considering it.
What are they up to?
Okay, so they're going to play the afterplan entirely from ramp. This is funky.
Yeah, they don't want to play close to the pistols. They know it's the low buy that they're up against here, so they're taking some room.
And that room is working out. It could end right here. From room to Masuta's doom. Sunny spraying through. Masuta's got no HP, and the flash pops, as does the map. 16, ENCE pop off. 16-6. That's a quick series right there. The Finns find a much-needed win.
We've got Fnatic taking on NIP, Vitality versus the Heretics, Dignitas versus Complexity, and ENCE versus Astralis. So, pretty incredible matchups across the board, but it's time to get into this one. Astralis taking on ENCE. Astralis are going to be on that CT side. They're going to have plenty of utility. Glaive and Zipex going with smokes, flashes, and nades. The rest of Kevlar. And over on ENCE, it's X7 who goes for the utility alongside Sunny. The rest of Kevlar over there.
A little surprised they don't have a kid on the side of Astralis, but I'm sure they do have an idea as to where the hit might be coming towards. All 5 players slowly inching toward the brown hulks. They spot a device. He will be forced on back. Flashbang to put a player towards Pop Dog, but the nades in the hand of Zipex is going to do a lot of problems, create a lot of problems here, and they could get a chunk taken out of ENCE.
Utility being tossed into his lower side. It's going to be smoked down. Flash up as well. Sunny's going to be charging through, but the nade is going to land and do so much damage onto the ENCE players. Now, kills do come in though. Aerial and Sunny. Alu holding off the flank, and Astralis have just been dispatched with. Magisk and Glaive left into a 2v5. This is not going to be a recovery from Astralis. ENCE will be picking up the pistol.
That's a very convincing play coming out from ENCE. I'm a little surprised how Zipex was not aware or was not expecting any player to walk out from the lower slope, even though there was a smoke there. Sergey, scroll jump coming into play, but he will survive. Look at how low 4 of the players for ENCE are. But no kills going the way of Astralis. Magisk will try to hold on to that Kevlar of his. He's gonna head all the way towards Ivy, where Aerial already ready. He spots him out. But I don't think they're really gonna be going for the hunt here. X7, he's got the nade, but it's too far away to get anything done. And Magisk will survive. But they don't get a single kill in ENCE with a flawless pistol round. That was very well played.
Yeah, really well played indeed. They took a lot of damage early from Astralis, but in the end, not really too many issues for them. Now we move into this one. ENCE are going to be picking up the AKs. The Galil in play on X7. And another AK picked up for Aerial. Over on Astralis, it'll be the 4 Spy. The scouts coming through on Magisk and Device. 5-7s, Deagle in play for Sipex. A little bit of utility across the board, but this round really should be going in favor of ENCE. Well, Ali's going to catch off Glaive in towards Pop Dog early on. So man advantage picked up for ENCE early. 2 players positioned over towards the B-bomb site for Astralis. You've got Zipex close by with the 5-7, and Matt's just kind of rotating in between A and B at the moment, so they have just left Zipex here in his own. It's going to be quite difficult to hold on. They're going to walk out upper. It's down to the timing whether or not Zipex will actually see them coming this way. The Deagle's at the ready. Alu's going to be the front man. He's going to spot a little bit of damage and tag him up, but falls away. Magisk coming in for the connector. The rotation is quick, and there's another chance for him. Good damage being done. Magisk with a double, and now a real chance for a little bit more here. ENCE need to be careful that they don't let this one slide.
Sergey very lucky to stay alive there. He gets the kill, but he's still stuck on the bomb. Another tag comes in. This is ludicrous. The scout's doing all the work. 3 kills already, but now it's a 2v2. Magisk chimes in with another one of his own. 3k for him with the USB this time around. Smoke on the bomb. He's just going to go for the stick. He doesn't have a kit though, and Device needs to hold the line, needs to prevent the final remaining T from preventing its defuse from taking place. Nate sails in with just 5 HP. He's still sticking this, and he's got to win the round. How have they done this?
Well, coming through it.
Ludicrous.
Yeah, absolutely ludicrous. Astralis is going to walk away with it. Magisk coming in. A big play from him. Shots going through. 3 kills in the round. Just peeks into the open with a scout. Rotates in at the right time. And shuts them down with a scout. So 1-1. ENCE are going to be on to the Galil 4x7. Take a look at what the rest have. It's not much at all. So that's I thought when we hit the European division, Blow, after, you know, casting a lot of mental CIS Counter-Strike all morning, that we wouldn't have these issues. But we move into this, and Astralis immediately coming in with a 4-spy win.
Yeah, you give it a little bit of an opportunity to the players of the caliber we have on Astralis. They're gonna, you give an inch, you're gonna take a mile. And Magisk, what a round from him with the scout nonetheless. Not exactly clear you'd be expecting to be as solid with the scoped rifles, but a fast play towards Inno. It's already looking pretty rough here for Astralis. They do have a superior weaponry. Alu, which is with the Deagle, gonna be swapping out. Sunny picks up the Deagle because he was low, 47 HP. Alu with the M4 and the Kevlar, and the Nate sails in. Somehow he stays alive with 11 HP.
7 coming back in from upper. Astralis looking for the way back in. It's going to be Glaive with the headshot, and there it is, just like that. So clean. The 3 kills come in quickly. Glaive, Dupree, and Magisk almost in tandem find them all. And it's going to be Astralis 2-1 up. Finding 2 rounds in a row now. ENCE do get the bomb plant, so the money is looking flush here on the T side. They're going to have plenty of it. Not enough for the AWP though, unless they want to go for a hit on the utility or a glass cannon. Well, I like that. Aerial's gone for the taking utility. He's going to take the hit by the AWP for Alu. It's going to be tossed on over. So, sacrifices the utility to get the AWP into the hands of Alu. And I think on a map like Train, this is what Alu does a lot of his work. So, I think it's a good place to give the AWP on over. I think it's a worthy sacrifice.
Oh, indeed it is. This is a map as well in T-side especially, where we've seen so many highlights and so many really, really impactful rounds coming out from Alu. But this time around, he's been dunked down to 22 HP very early on. X7 alongside Sunny, making the presence felt towards Ivy. Nate's going to be tossed in. Counter Nate from Magisk, which is in fact going to do a bit of damage. Just rattling off a few bullets. As Sergey, this could be a very fast hit towards B. Sergey trying to bait out something, but nothing will be baited out. Zipex just holding the line. He's got a Molotov, the incendiary in his hand. He's going to be playing this very passively. Might be another retake setup being done here by Astralis towards the B bomb site, if ENCE do make the way there. But by the looks of the setup right now, it does look like a pincer play towards the A yard. I have 2 towards Ivy. I have 1 player that is Sergey waiting on top of Pop Dog. 2 CDs waiting for him right underneath him.
Aerial's going to catch. Oh, the flank on Magisk was relatively close. Aerial taking a lot of damage on board. He's dropped to 11 HP. Now with 35 seconds left in play. Two players emerging from Ivy for ENCE, and well, Sergey looking to try and get the damage done towards Gliv. He's going to drop, nice headshot, just wrecking Gliv in towards Pop Dog, and now moving forward for another. What a play from Sergey. 3 picked up from the young Finn, and he'll be looking for 4, and it's exactly what he'll get. Zipix picked off, 4 picked up for him, and it's 2-2. ENCE even it up, and that's a huge play from Sergey.
How has he done that? That is just brilliant. He gets 1, which is an instant headshot the moment he drops down. A second kill, great 3rd kill, and finally closing it out. Just immense play from the youngster. And that's a good rebound from ENCE, despite losing 2 rounds back to back, losing to that forced buy from Astralis. They indeed do bounce back. And now Astralis on the back foot when it comes to economy. They've gone for the forced buy nonetheless. Magisk with the AWP. Interesting decision, but considering how he's been looking with a sniper so far, why not? He's been hitting almost everything. Alone towards Ivy, but 4 players waiting. And the flick comes in from Magisk. He takes a bit of damage, but he does get a dink, and Alu in the meantime finds Dupree. Quick switch up comes in. Sunny tagged down to 22 HP. Will now be wielding the MAC-10.
Flash goes up in towards the A-bomb site. Astralis just holding the 4 players over here, but ENCE can just slow the pace completely. They've done so much damage early into round number 5. Dupree out early on. Magic's dropped to 23 HP. ENCE in control at the moment. Should be the perfect round for them to pick up. Really put them in the driver's seat at the start here on the T side. Oh, X7 walks around the corner, does damage to his own teammate, but finds Device, and that's the most important factor of that engagement. And now Glaive charging on in, looking to try and get involved with the Deagle. They're going to run through. It's 1 for him. The second coming through. That's huge from Glaive. Zipix holds off Sunny as well, and it's all fallen to pieces for ENCE. A 2v2, 30 seconds in play. He's still recoverable with Sergey alive on the server. He's going to be making his way forward with Alu. But with 20 seconds left, they've got to go into the Lion's Den just to grab the bomb. And well, Alu patiently waits for that peek from Zipex. Now it's Gliv looking to do it all. Oh! There it is. The 4K from Gliv. He saves the day. And a huge round from him.
Massive play. I love how proactive he was there. The moment they lost Ivy control, there were 3 players there. Smokes off the entrance. One of the T's pushes in, but doesn't matter. Zipex finds him, and Glaive with the Deagle up close. The body shots are working out. What a play from Glaive. 4K. And what was a very, very iffy buy for Astralis, it works out their way. Money's still not that great, though, for the Danish side. 2 MP9s, the AWP for Device. Scout in the hands of Zipex. And Glaive with the solitary M4. And for ENCE as well, pretty similar tale. Just to 1 smoke and 2 flashes. To Galil, 2 AKs, and the Deagle and Device. He's trapped for the time being, but he gets the opening pick. And the Scout from Zipex gets a tag. Nate sails in, does a little bit more damage. Alu lucky to stay alive at 20 HP. And Zipex will make his escape. But Dupree from behind, what an absolute madman. Finds both the kills, sprays him down, picks up an AK. And that's a round done and dusted. My word, that's insane from Dupree. The timing on that.
Yeah, it's been working well for Astralis. I think most individuals now showing up. ENCE, a flash in the pan from Sergey, but other than that, it's been a little bit quiet now. And Astralis are going to go 4-2 up on the scoreboard. It's all 5 players staying alive as well. This is the prime time for them to build that economy on the CT side. We always talk about how difficult it is to get the money going on that CT side. Well, Astralis have the prime opportunity now with ENCE looking down the barrel of an eco in round number 7. Astralis should be up 5-2. And then we can see the money get back in for ENCE. Then we can see the buy. So,
got to point out as well, Dupree going up towards the pop dog ladder wasn't just a gamble. They had an inkling because of the information gleaned towards Ivy that there were 2 players towards Ivy, or they might have fallen back, but there was not enough time for them to make their way towards the bathrooms area. So it was a very calculated gamble for him to push up there. He knew most likely there was no one spotting there, and with the MAC-10 from behind, 2 free kills for the Mad, beautifully played by Dupree and Astralis. Now, just the Glocks remaining on Ariel and Sergey. So, like you mentioned, Dinko, it's going to be 5-2. Astralis looking very, very good indeed, despite pretty back and forth early beginning to this game.
yeah, there's definitely initially a back and forth, but I think Astralis has started to really grab it by the horns now, and we'll see if that is going to be the case as we move into this next round. ENCE coming back in with a buy. It's certainly going to be limited in terms of what they can bring to it. So it's going to be the AKs picked up. Utility is there, but it's not going to be heaps of it. There's certainly going to be lacking Molotovs, and that can definitely be an issue. Alu keeping a little bit of extra cash, wanting to get that. Oh, but he hasn't actually bought any armor. There we go. Definitely was expecting that to come through, but now he's got the flash buy. So, ENCE, it's not the best of buys, low utility level. But it is certainly enough to make something happen. Sergey's going to catch Zipex, and there's a few times now where Sergey's just been so successful towards the top of Pop Dog, just taking that initial kill.
He has, but that gun being picked up by Dupree could be a tell. They should have heard out the fact that there must be someone else with Pop Dog, and I like this from ENCE not being too overeager to get the opening pick. Now slowly inching ahead. Sergey going to be leading the charge because he's a low player. Device getting the kill, but now at least they have information as to where one of the AWPs is. The dual op setup, mind you, Magisk and Device. 4v4 now. Utility, very lacking for ENCE. They just have the one. Okay, they have picked up another smoke from the corpse of Sergey's. Okay, X7. Okay, that is brilliant. Finds Dupree, baits him out. And now, the inner bomb side, just one player holding the line. It is Glaive once more.
Well, Glaive, oh, he's being spammed through the smoke, and there it is from X7. That's 2 big kills from him in the round. And Astralis, well, save call having to come in. Not retaking the B bomb site with the double op setup here. So going to be taking that into the next round. And at least they are carrying something over. This is not full wipeout. But ENCE, that's a perfect answer for them. They needed a round win.
2 kills. Yeah, 2 kills for X7 without seeing anyone. That's
doesn't happen all the
you
time.
like to see that. Yeah, it doesn't happen all the time. You like to see that if you're an ENCE fan or if you're ENCE. But like you mentioned, Astralis saving these 2 ops are going to be massive because the money's still very good. The money's still very, very good for the remaining players. You have 5,000 on Glaive and Zipex. You have the Dupree just on $6,000 and Magisk and 4K as well. And bear in mind, it's still going to get the loss bonus. They're going to be sitting pretty on, yeah, there we go. An average of around $7,000 in 3 players, Magisk on 5,700, so buying up is not going to be a problem at all for Astralis. Still early days in this map number 1. Train, the pick from ENCE, followed by Nuke, the pick from Astralis, and if it goes down to it, let me quickly check here for you guys. Inferno, a classic decider. If it does come down to Inferno. We'll find out later on. Right now, though, it's still very even Stevens. Astralis 5, ENCE on 3, and still want more. You're not going to be just comfortable just winning 3 rounds on a T side. You want to get more. You want to have like 5 or 6. Give yourself a little bit of extra buffer to work with when you then switch over to the CT side.
Three players from ENCE working Ivy. This is the goal of the round at the moment. Nade going up in towards the brown holes from Glaive. Alu a little bit further back, so that is inconsequential. It's a slow default from ENCE, just initially sending those 3 players towards Ivy, but now they've left 1 over that in the form of Sunny, with the rest pull themselves off. But Dupree has got himself in towards T-Con, so that's an area of the map ENCE have lost, and they need to be aware of its possibility.
To do, and they have found quite a bit of success within a bomb site, Dinko. Can't really fault them for really opting for it time and time again. And bear in mind, Astralis, they like going for these retake setups towards B, and it's worked out so far for them wonderfully, but it's not always going to be the case, especially with 2 ops. It's never too ideal. And Zipex and Device, they have expended a lot of the utility towards inner. Zipex still has an incendiary and the nade to work with, but apart from that, Device, just with the AWP, is going to try and go for this duel. Sunny trying to sell something towards Ivy, but Device spots him out. He knows it's all a ruse towards Ivy. Op trained in, blocks the aerial in midair. Zipex going to fry a man alive. The X7's going to fall. Device is rattling off shots. Misses the second one though. Still looking for more. He's going to find Sergey. He's just not stopping. And he finishes it off. Beautiful 2K there from Device. They lose 2 players, but they're still going to be very happy with that.
Well, tactical timeout having to come in from ENCE. First of the game so far. take a look at what they've got. It's going to be Alu on the AK immediately. It's going to be a pretty scrappy buy across the board, no matter what they decide to purchase up. Astral is certainly in control at the moment in terms of the money side of things. This double up setup is proving to be quite potent. Just gone 7 kills, 3 deaths. Device 8 and 4. Everyone on Astral is kind of hitting their mark. Everybody's hitting the quota. And that's exactly what you want to see out of the system. But here comes the buy. ENCE coming through. It's going to be the AKs. Sadly, just a deagle here in the hands of X7. But, you know, we've seen what he can do. You know, he doesn't even have to see opponents play. He can get involved without having too much going his way. So he's got extra utility, being a supportive element of the team. The rest on AK-47s and ENCE hot on the heels of the B hit. It's going to be Sergey, the front man. Players in behind him. He's going to resume to play a little slower. Astralis choosing some utility early on. And they've been very proactive in taking this control towards T-Con. Device and Dupree have been working together, getting him in there, and Dupree is just locking down that area.
Oh yeah, indeed. And that's huge, right? Just keeping Dupree there, it does so much of the map in the hands of the CTs. You can keep Dupree there. He's got eyes not just over towards T-Con, but also has eyes towards Pop Dog if anyone heads on out. And now you keep one more player towards Ivy, which is going to be Glaive. He, however, gets caught out there. That is big. That's a big opening find from Sunny. Return nades being tossed in by the Ts. Sorry, by the CTs, but not really finding much. In the meantime, the inner bomb site has been completely compromised. Zepex is aware of this. He's going to spawn them out. The smoke goes with a full spray. Okay, Zepex. All right, then. 2 kills for him. Not just catches Sunny trying to cross on over, and just like that, it looked like a round that ENCE might win. Bomb down 5v4, and it's been turned right on its head.
Certainly has, and well, Ariel's been spotted as well. Magic's taking him down. It's on X7, trying to get involved. And it's probably not going to be too fruitful here. This flank from the connector. He's been spotted. Device turns around, catches X7. And well, 7-3. Astralis really starting to steamroll now, getting the momentum going on the CT side. ENCE have been struggling in most of the rounds economically, and I think at this point you've just got to take the hit. Go for the pistols, maybe just a little bit of Kevlar flash here and there picked up, but for the most part you want to save as much cash. Stay around 2k, get the money into the next round and get this buy-in, because they just need everything to work with. This sort of in limbo AKs, couple of deagles, it just isn't going to work. So you've got to get as much as you can to go your way. Astralis are going to be taking 8 rounds most likely here on the board. And if you are just tuning in, this is ENCE's map pick. So Astralis off to a pretty hot start. It's going to be Ariel just diving through T-Con, this time being a little bit more assertive, and he does take down Dupree, but the nade comes in and the bomb will hit the deck. Ooh, that's nice.
That's tasty. Tasty. Sunny does get a trade, but yeah, I don't really see this really spiraling out of control. Sunny, flashbang gonna be popping up high, but look at Device. Look at how confident he is right now.
That's gonna be easy. Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay.
He does a little bit prolonged, yeah, but he gets it done. 8-3, Astralis already confirming themselves at least the round lead going into the second half. But here it is, ENCE's time to shine. AWP back into the hands of Alu. Rifles across the board, utility in the back pockets. This has to be a showing from ENCE. They can't afford to lie down and die again. Astralis will just have too many rounds on the board. They'll just be steamrolling, continuing with no signs of stopping. The Finns have to show up in this round.
They do indeed. And a very quick update for you guys. Fnatic and NiP right now, 7-2 in favor of Fnatic. Vitality and Heretics, that's a 6-3 to Heretics. And of course, we have Dignitas versus Complexity, where Dignitas are leading 5-3 at the moment. Still, very early days for all the game.
Oh!
Okay! How did that not hit? I really thought it would have connected. The timing of that from Device. But Sunny, once again, opening up towards Ivy. I believe the second or third time has got an opening pick here. But immediately Astralis, they switch up their positions as Dupree completely blinded, still finds Sergey looking for more, does quite a bit of damage on the aerial, but he will fall. So man advantage still in place. I say that, but Blake Price back with a quick double of his own, almost gets a third, and Device chimes in, and all of a sudden, again, it is a 1v2. Device, he jumps and Alu misses the shot.
Yeah, that was awkward. Device does get the kill though. Alu not making it happen. Oh, I really thought Device had got the kill there towards Sergey. When he goes for that shot, I'm just waiting for death, but luckily Sergey evades it. Still the round goes in favor of Astralis though, so it's not really much to write home about. But ENCE, unfortunately, not getting anything done in that round. They're going to be purchasing up a couple of pistols, utility across the board, Kevlar in, but they have to start winning rounds at this point. It's not enough to do damage. It's not enough to get half buys and save for the next. They just need round wins, and unfortunately, they haven't got many of those.
Indeed, they don't. A very quick. Oh, hold on. Device gonna be farming a few frags here. There we go. Off easy pickings for Device and Magisk at the distance. A quick stats update for you guys. Almost a flawless run, just losing to Pre, who's been having a comparatively quiet game, but honestly, he really hasn't had much to do. Device and Magisk are right now in 13 rounds and an ADR of 103 for Device and 109 for Magisk. That is just immense. And utility damage of 383 for Zipex. Even though he has really, hasn't really had a big game that Device, Magisk, and Glaive have had so far, he's also been chiming in his own very way with utility. So it's just looking like a very, very, very solid CD side here from Astralis. And for ENCE, man, they've had a few rounds here and there, but 3 rounds might not be enough. I say that though, with Alu and Aerial, they strike in tandem. Device with a reply.
So that's a good start. Alu getting that opening kill gives ENCE the advantage, and also with Aerial's kill keeps them afloat. Now Sergey with a good headshot. If ENCE can manage to scrap together these last 2 rounds, 10-5, certainly a recoverable scoreline, and Device was kept busy. X7's time to strike from behind, and he does that effectively. It's now on to Zipex, master of the clutch. Can he pull it off here in a 1v3? And around the left side, it's Alu who hits the deck, and X7 will take him down. It's going to be a 4th round on the board for ENCE, and much more impressive for them in that round. Early success from Alu starting things off, and now they need their 5th. They need to get this 5th round on the board to make this map competitive. The Astralis have done a lot, reaching double figures already. The money is so well built up, the Danes will be able to buy again. So ENCE, it's all on this. Let's see if they can get a 5th round at the half.
Indeed it is. 5 rounds, even then, it's still going to be hard, a tall ask. Astralis, the terrifying thing about this team is just their map pool. It is ridiculous. It is just insane how deep a map pool they have. But here they come charging on Glaive. They're pushing up. He's pushed in pretty deep, but he's going to be caught up by Sergey. And Alu's going to chime in with one of his own as well. Dupree alive, barely on 3 HP, internally hemorrhaging. And it's all on Zipex, the clutch minister himself. 1v4, but this might be too much to ask of the man.
Yeah, that was just really good stuff from ENCE in these last 2 rounds, just effectively taking those early duels, winning them, and stopping that A defense from doing anything. And so Zipex has been left alone in unrecoverable positions 2 rounds in a row. So ENCE fight back, they get themselves the last 2, 10-5 at the half. It's time for a short break, but we'll see if ENCE can do a little bit more, or will Astralis get off to the strong lead on the T side. Join us then.
All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Reminiscing the late nights, we'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. feel my soul. Lately I'm scheming bones so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. Cause baby you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to ESL1 Road to Rio. It's Astralis versus ENCE, second half live of map number 1. And it's Aerial off to the fastest of starts. 2 kills picked up. The 5-7 lighting them up. But it's Dupree taking one back in. Still the advantage side's offense.
They seem a little non-committal right now after losing a couple of players early on. Glaive's got a Molotov. And I do believe he wants to use that for late in the round once to get the bomb down. Trade does come in. Magisk finding Sorge. Okay, Magisk. All right, that's a tap and a half. Finds 2, 2v2 now. Glaive has got a flashbang to kind of make his escape from the site. He will manage to do so. Now, can he make his way towards Brownholz is the question. He's going to run up. He's got the Molotov as well. They do have the smoke in the hands of X7. There are 2 flashes and the nade as well.
Well, X7 could be... Oh, it's going to be the nade from Alu that takes the kill. Magic's dunked and he's out of there. All onto Glaive now. Molotov in hand. Smoke onto the bomb though, so that gets rid of the Molotov. And what's ineffective,
Beautiful.
and Alu just waits patiently for the peak. Glaive goes down and ENCE will win the pistol. It's a desperately needed one as well. They needed that one on the board, and well, they get their 6th round.
And it's also, that's the reason why you want to have the extra utility on train. Doesn't matter if it's a T side or CT side, because always it's a Molotov. We even saw a really cool setup. I forgot who it was CIS matchup, where we had the double nade setup for the post plant, which actually I prefer, because that means even if the CTs have a smoke, you can counter that with 2 nades. But a great retake coming in from ENCE. A little bit of pressure there early on. 7. Sorry, I do believe it's from Aerial with the 5-7 getting those 2 kills. But with the bomb down, Astralis will be going for a buy. 2 AKs, Galil, Magisk, taking 1 for the team alongside Zepex. Just the deagles for the 2 of them. They have dropped the 2 AK-47s onto Device and Glaive. Quite a bit of utility to work with as well. For ENCE though, MP9, 3 M4s and a FAMAS. They have decided to really invest into the rifles instead of really going for a lot of utility, which is just a little surprising.
Well, 3 players positioned over towards Ivy early from Astralis. Device going to smoke off the left side and Molly out the right. Just a methodical take, limiting the positions of the CT side, and Astralis can just take Ivy control. ENCE are playing it a little bit more passively anyway. X7 boosted up, well, standing on top of the green train, is looking down towards the Ivy area. And the FAMAS in his hands, just waiting for the peak around the corner. Astralis look to split the A bomb site. 3 through Ivy, 2 through T-Con. Be a big hit coming in from Astralis with 40 seconds left on the clock.
They are really close. Sunny peeking in, perfect timing. He finds Zepex. The trade doesn't come in. Glaive needs to find this kill, but the smoke's still keeping him at bay. Meanwhile, Aerial spots out the player. That is Device. He's gonna drop, and 1 by 1, they're just falling apart here, Dinko. I think they just might go for the save at this point. Or are they going to go for the full commit? They're going for it. 15 seconds. They're just going to make contact. Takes a bit of damage. Aerial's going to get the drop on him. It's all on Glaive. 1v4. And he's going to be found out and put out of his misery by Sergey. Coming in from Pop Dog. 10-7. ENCE string a couple together to survive the force buy from Astralis. And it should be an eco for the Danes now.
Well, ENCE, you know, they had to get off to a good start here on the CT side. They had to get that momentum going. And well, they've managed to do so. Got the 2M4A1S in play straight away on Alu and Aerial. Astralis just going to be on the eco. The Eagle in play on a few of them, but ENCE should be on an 8th round. This is what you want to see. You know, this is where ENCE have to do most of the damage. This is where they have to do the heavy lifting in the series. Because when we look overall at the series, the maps in play are looking pretty scary if you're ENCE. Next is Nuke, then Inferno. So they have to win Train here if they want a chance in the series. I think they have to try and pick this up. But well, Alu, that is clean. Nice headshots coming in towards the A-bomb start early on. Just playing from connector, tapping away as Astralis try to emerge from T-Con. Well, a 2-man advantage in play for ENCE.
I like the anti-eco setup they have here. Yeah, you have Sergey playing up close with the M4 towards B, but look at the way that the CDs are playing towards outer. You have 3 players there, and they also sent up Sunny early on towards Ivy to ensure there's no flank coming in, so they can use the distance of the rifles. Great work from them. Alu picking himself with a triple kill, a flawless round for ENCE, and they need a few more rounds like that. They're slowly but surely inching closer to the scoreline of ENCE, so off Astralis, I'm sorry. As you do see the buy coming out for the Danes once more. AK's all around. Device, perhaps debating whether he goes for the AWP. If he does, he won't have any Kevlar. And he's going to be going for it, Dinko. It is going to be the glass cannon. He is naked, but he has a big stick to work with.
Well, it's Sergey. And a bit of an aggressive hunt with Sunny. They want to peek towards upper together, but the utility from Astralis is going to hold them at bay for the meantime. Astralis have 3 players positioned towards Ivy early again. Just a standard default coming in from the Danes. And the way that Astralis play the T side, you know, they don't put too much pressure on towards ENCE early on towards Yard, so they can just take control. They can play close, they can get in towards Pop Dog, get behind the E-box. ENCE luckily allowed to play their setup, but whichever way they like here on the CT side. So Astralis are affording them that luxury, but Astralis is just putting the pieces in place, and eventually we'll be ready to go. Just leaving 1 player off towards Ivy. That's going to be Magisk, just holding for ENCE coming that way. 55 seconds now. Look at the position Sunny's assumed. Zipex around the corner. This MP9. Oh, Zipex was not ready for it, and Sunny's going to get the opening kill for ENCE.
He's still sticking around. That is massive. The fact that he has that control of brown halls means that all the 4 players of ENCE can now concentrate on the A-bomb side. Timing, not going to work out for X7. He peers around the corner. The smoke has already dissipated, and Magisk is pushed on through. And that's going to allow, it's going to open up the map, at least the outer bomb side, for the rest of his teammates to come in. Sergey trapped in the bombs train. And Sunny's still floating around. He's just everywhere right now, Dinko. Magisk won't be expecting this, and he's gonna walk straight into his open arms. Picks up a 2nd kill for himself. Upgrades. Sunny, what is going on? Aerial just pushes up, and Device is gonna find him. The inner bomb center compromised. Sunny, all that remains on the defense towards the B bomb side.
Glaive, that's the bomb!
Whoa!
Just swinging into the open with the last 2 seconds left. Glaive swings into the open, gets shut down, and the round falls through his fingers.
What?
Oh, that is just questionable. Molotov was on the side, so I'm not sure if that's stopping him from standing on default, but he swings to try and take the fight, and unfortunately gets stopped in his tracks. So ENCE will be taking that round happily, just adding that to the collection, and now it's 10-9.
That is so surprising from Glaive. Like someone, like of all the people in professional Counter-Strike, one person you don't really call out that often for making mistakes like that would be Glaive, right? That's so surprising. I probably agree with you. Maybe the Molotov had pushed him out, but it didn't look like it. It felt like the Flames were actually a little short of his position. And it goes to the peak, and there's 5 seconds remaining. If he dies, that's it. The round is done. So very surprising from Astralis, and that's ENCE. Now 1 round shy, Dinko, of tying things up with Astralis. And they're slowly but surely starting to build up the economy as well. 7k in Sunny, 1,500 in Aerial. Alu, a little low, so it's X7. But if they do manage to string a couple of rounds together here while not losing too many players, they're gonna be looking good here to take this map, which is of course their map pick. And bear in mind, this is a must-win map for ENCE. It can be a little confusing around robin system. So the one thing I know is if ENCE wins this, Fnatic are out. If Fnatic wins and ENCE loses, then Fnatic are in, which is it's kind of wild.
Yeah, and that's why all of the games are currently being played simultaneously as well. So it puts the tension and the anticipation up massively if you're tuning in and really trying to focus on the groups and seeing which way the standings are going to be shifting. So make sure you keep an eye on all of the other streams as well. It's going to be Glaive catching out Sunny, taking him down. I'll be looking for a little bit more. Dupree, 14 HP left. It's going to be an easy kill for him. But Ariel will take down Magisk. And now we're back into a 4v3. Yes, an advantage starting with Astralis, but ENCE with keeping it within touching distance. Device leaning from T-Con. We'll smoke off the connector. Flash coming in after it as well. And now Astralis starting to pressure in towards the A side. Device gets the right read, checks at the right time and catches Alu, picks him off now. Ariel with a lot to do and he's going to get a double. A huge play from Ariel inside of the site. He drops the bomb, but it's not enough just yet. A 1v1. Device versus Sergey. He has the angle. Device is going to come back off and wrap around the brown train. He has no idea where Sergey is. He can't get the read just yet. And Sergey repositions. Low HP, but he still makes it happen. And ENCE will tie up the scoreline 10-10. Sergey winning the 1v1 against Device.
The sheer cojones of the guy, he was bleeding out. It was so very low, and knew Device was somewhere around the vicinity, and he goes for the fight. That's what catches him off, Device off guard. Instead of just holding towards the bomb train and waiting for Device to go on the hunt, he took the fight to Device. What a clutch from Sergey. That was massive. That was very, very crucial. Because once more, Astralis are now back to echoing days. They have the Deagles, they have a little bit of some utility, a couple of smokes, a nade, and some Kevlar to work with. But ENCE, this comeback train continues.
Well, this is not the kind of round Astralis will be wanting to go into. They look like they've done plenty in their CT half, but clearly not. ENCE have been indomitable these last few rounds now. X7 looking to try and swing. He'll be catching Device and taking him down, looking for a little bit more. Dupree picked off as well. X7 chiming them together, and now Glaive and Zipex last alive. 2v5 overall, a minute left on the clock. And the bomb safely in the possession of the ENCE players. Zipex will try and make an extension from the B-bomb side. Glaive as well, spotted by Sergey, and this is just a beautiful hold from Sergey now. Zipex the last remaining play. The eagle in his hand, and inside the smoke, Sergey stands. Zipex is looking for his best, but it's the spam, the spray, and Ariel with the kill. 11-10. ENCE haven't lost a round since the last few rounds of the first half, so this has just been unstoppable from the Finns. Astralis have to put a stop to it here. They've got the buy coming in. It's going to be the AKs, it's going to be the AWP, but they have to turn it into round wins.
They have to indeed, and like you mentioned, ENCE 6 in a row on the CD side, 8 in a row overall. They did win the last 2 rounds on the T side. And now, suddenly, they are looking very solid indeed. And the money as well. An average of 6k on 3 players. Sergey on 5k as well. Money looking good. In the lead as well. This is massive. Very, very massive, Dinko.
Yep. When we take a look at Astralis now going to be heading their way out towards T-Con. It's going to be Dupree, the first victim of Ariel, who really has gone under the radar. He's just been incredible on this A-bomb side, just kill after kill, doing so much damage. And well, Magisk is going to catch X7 burning in the Molotov though. X7 from the grave claims his refrag. And now it's starting to look good for ENCE, the man advantage in play. Alu turns and catches Glaive coming around the back lines. And now it's Device and Zipex left into a 2v4. A minute and 5 seconds left, and Astralis yet again, they crumble. They just can't get over this Finnish wall.
Don't really hear much about Finnish walls, but yeah, I do agree this is it. Alu just comes running out like a madman, not expecting Zipex to be that very close, but of course here's Alu rampaging out towards Ivy. 45 seconds. There's still some time to work with Astralis, but my word, 10-3 for Astralis earlier on, and now 11-10 for ENCE. They have come back, and they've taken the lead, and they're just 2 away from making this work. And it looks like Astralis might. Are they going to go for the save here? No, they're going to keep pushing ahead. Time and not their friend. The problem is, they also have Ariel is pushed up towards Pop Dog, and then Maul. That's it. Round's done. Round's done. Perfectly timed Molotov. 13 seconds?
Oh, it's got to be
okay.
huge. It's got to be absolute nuclear
no way.
explosion of kills coming in from Astralis, and just like that, Ariel peeks into the open, and well, Blair, you scudded it. Caster's Curse right there. Last few seconds left. All the ENCE players just line up in the crosshairs of Astralis, and a flurry of 3 kills coming in. 11-11. Astralis tie things up. And well, ENCE, when you take a look at what they've got on the table, it's still looking good in terms of their buy, but that is absolutely heartbreaking. That kind of round definitely was looking good for ENCE. All the time was on their side. Astralis had to make an absolute Hail Mary play in from Ivy, and well, they make it work.
That is insane. I'm speechless. That round was gone. The Molotov tossed in, 15 seconds left, 3v2. You don't know where any of the CTs are. And somehow, they face all the 3 players from ENCE. A little questionable as to why the second player really had to face there. He just had to stay alive, try to prevent the bomb from getting planted, but take nothing away from Astralis. That was a round they should never have won, and somehow they bring it back. The Danes showing that they cannot ever be counted out. What an incredible round. What an incredible round. And now, ENCE though, once more getting the opening kick. The kill. My bad, but Magisk spots out a barrel. He's going for the hunt. Finds X7. That's going to neutralize the man advantage.
Well, Alu already on the back lines will catch Dupree from the CT stairs. An easy kill coming in as Dupree hits the deck, and now a man advantage in play for ENCE. But look at the flank. Magisk completely unevaded, takes himself one. Alu and Sergey coming in with a double, and it's all under Device. A 1 versus 3, 40 seconds in play, and well, the angle is held by Sergey as he taps away on the AUG, taking down Device 12-11. ENCE into the lead again. And while Astralis back to the low buy, they haven't really got too much to work with here. This is looking good for ENCE. Not so much Astralis.
Indeed, 12-10, and yes, despite that one round with Astralis, I'm still trying to wrap my head around as to how they won it. But keeping that aside, ENCE have looked so good on the CT side. Mac 10 out for X7, it's a pretty good read. They have an understanding that Astralis probably will just make do with the pistols. Looking at the money, I expect to see a little bit of an investment. They can kind of equalize out the money a little bit. While Dupree and Device are in 2,900, you have Glaive in $4,000 to $5,000, Zibex in $45.50. So they could just go for a light buy here. Magisk AK, Kevlar, Dupree Tech 9 Kevlar. So yeah, they're going to keep still like an average of $1,400 in the bank. And then a little bit of an investment coming in from the majority of the players here. So let's see what happens. Still make it work. One thing Astralis have taught us, no matter how bad it is, how rough it looks, how unlikely it looks, they can always bring it back. ENCE still looking very solid at Denko. They've lost just one round in the second half. They have money in the bank. They definitely have the weaponry as well to work with. Aggression towards Ivy by X7, and won't be looking to take this fight, especially because Device has got the Deagle to work with. In that range, it could be a problem.
ENCE are in complete control right now. This is looking good for them across the board. They're just going for the passive setup. They're not giving anything up. The only aggressive stance, the only advanced stance was over towards Ivy early on, but even then they've pulled that back. Just holding back, not giving Astralis anything. No one playing towards Pop Dog this round. It's very much wait on the rifles and the pistols to come towards you. And while the AWP is ready, it's Alu taking down Dupree. Sunny in with a kill as well. It's Magisk picked off. A 2-man advantage in play for ENCE. Just under a minute left. Device is creeping up through Orlov. He has got that AK. Glaive tosses the smoke out in front of him, but look at that, Sunny. That really helps him out there. He can turn back and catch off Device. Glaive also falling. Now it's all in Zipex looking to sprint in towards B, looking for the bomb plant. There is one player waiting on him over here, and that's Sergey, but Zipex is actually coming in through upper, and that's where Sergey will hold his crosshair. Another kill picked up. 13-11. ENCE will be now 3 away from victory. And Astralis, well, they had a good first half, but this second has been absolutely awful. They haven't done anything. They have looked completely uninspiring on this T side. And well, they've got to try and change that. They've got the buy coming back in, but even then, they haven't been able to make it happen. The only round they've actually won here is ENCE making a huge error.
Yeah, indeed. Apart from that, it's been so convincing, hasn't it? Previous round again, ENCE keeping 5 alive. That means their money still very, very solid indeed. They're in no danger of getting reset. This is pretty much every win condition almost met for ENCE. Aerial. Aggressing out, and this is brilliant, but X7 gets blinded. I do believe that was his own teammate's flashbang, and he survives on 4 HP. Meanwhile, Ariel, here's the play taking place towards Zena. And what? Okay, mid-air headshot by Zebex. Reasonable, of course, but Alu strikes back. 2 quick kills. He knows the bomb's going to be planted. X7 finds device. Ariel with the flank early on. Dupree's going to fall. And Magisk is too far away to get anything done. And the round is over. Sunny flanking the flanker. And he's going to execute him gangland style from behind. 14 to 11. ENCE look absolutely indomitable at the moment, Dinko. This is just incredible.
Yeah, now ENCE 2 away from victory. Astralis just try to change it up. They've gone for so many different setups. Passive defaults into executes on the A bomb site. That hasn't worked. They've gone for lit pushes through Ivy. That one time it works is because ENCE messed up and Ariel peeked out from Pop Dog at the wrong time. And now we're seeing a 14-11 and we're only 2 away from victory for ENCE. Astralis, you know it's starting to get desperate when they're going for the B rush attempt. And it didn't even work either, so really starting to struggle now here. I think they started to struggle a long time ago. And now ENCE looking to try and take Train. And it's good to see them come back to some sort of form here on this map. I think Train is certainly a map that used to be one of the best teams in the world on.
Oh yeah, 100%. No arguments whatsoever. And what I love about ENCE has been the fact that on this comeback train on CD side, it hasn't been them playing passively and going for retakes and being reactive. They're forcing Astralis out of the comfort zone. They're making the plays. They're winning these, getting these multi-kills, and just such a good setup and such good reads. The device, perfect little crosshair placement, finds X7. Find an opening going their way, but Sunny immediately strikes back, finds Surprise, looking for more though, but Magisk is there to reply by Ariel, still floating around, but Magisk opens it up, and all of a sudden, there's no one else on the A bomb site. Sergey is going to be found out, and that's a call for, well, Alucard, I don't think he can even save his trap now with the AWP scope in. They hear him out, and Device will fall. But Alu, what can he possibly do, Dinko? It's a 1v3.
Well, Alu moving forward, Magisk takes him away. Alu picked up, and it's another round, finally being picked up by Astralis. Magisk with a 3k, the impact player of round 26, 274 damage done. And we'll be moving into this next one with Astralis needing to turn this into consistent success. They cannot afford to win that round and then just go right back to their old ways here in the second half. It has to be consistent. ENCE have no money issues. They've got another buy coming in. Even in this round, they've got some reserve cash left over on pretty much every player. So ENCE, they win this one. Astralis are going to be facing another economic deficit. And we'll be seeing a very scary scoreline ensue. Map point for ENCE, looking to try and take it over the line. So Astralis, it's do or die time.
It is indeed. Just 2 rounds separating them. And bear in mind, if they can, Dinko, someone string 2 together, they're going to break ENCE's economy. And then scores are going to be tied, and ENCE are going to be in quite a conundrum indeed. But for now, though, still too early to call it. ENCE definitely looking solid. They've lost only 2 rounds so far in what has been a momentous comeback on the CT side. Magisk. So very good at opening up these bomb sites. And Magisk has been a player to watch for Astralis. Starting off with those heroics of his with the scout early on this map. And then the previous round, the prior round, where he got 3k. Huge kills to get only the second round for Astralis on the T side. Do you see Zebex trying to put up a ruse here towards the inner bomb site. He's trying to draw the rotation, but they're not going to have any of it. ENCE 3 players just stuck towards the A bomb site. The outer yard, Molotov going to be coming in, and Device opens it up. X7 with a quick trade. Zebex coming in quickly. He could actually catch a player. He spotted Ariel's head, and he's going to tap him away. Molotov's going to still keep him at bay, but he's done his job. All on X7 to hold on here. He finds Dupree, but it's now a 3v3.
3v3 indeed, 17 seconds though. Alu through the back lines is going to be trying to pick them off, and that's a nice shot. That's the bomb on the floor. That's a big kill, but X7 now alone in the world. He'll nearly pull it off, but Glaive wins the 1v1 battle, and Astralis get a crucial round on the board. Oh my god, that is close. A hairline coming through, and X7 nearly makes it happen in the chaos. But it's going to be Astralis, 13 to 14, and still in the lead. But the money problems are starting to come through. Their economy's finally breaking down. And Astralis, this is the final hurdle. You know, if they win this one, then ENCE's money is gone. They've gone for the decision to purchase up on Alu, get the open play, but the rest go to the upgraded pistols.
I would have completely understood if they'd go, oh no, oh no, oh no. That's the only investment they had. X7 can retrieve the AWP. And now they know where the AWP is, but apart from that, the rest of them... The pistols! Aerial almost gets a kill. Zipex survives, but a skin of his teeth, 1 HP. AWP picked up, but Device ready and waiting, and one by one they're falling here. The good thing for ENCE, though, Dinko, is the fact that the 4 of them at least went for the... kind of like the very light investment, so they have the money to work with. Sunny picking up the AWP. As long as he saves this, it's still going to be a good buy for ENCE going to the next round. But Astralis, this is a golden opportunity for them to kind of come back into this game. It's going to be 14-14 unless Sunny pulls off something truly, truly miraculous.
I don't think that's going to be happening. I don't think that's a real possibility. 43 seconds. Astralis going to be running over to the B-bomb site. You've got Zipex who's just cleared it all out. He's even going further to go in towards CT spawn. So this is big from Astralis. They'll even the scoreline out 14-14. And like you said, you preface this half with, oh, it can look awful. You know, Astralis can be doing nothing for round after round after round, but then they can just show up and it almost feels like they just hit a switch and they're right back into things. Sunny counters Zipex, but this economic decision, if they save the AWP into the next round, they're going to evade the problems that could have occurred. You know, with that investment on Alu, you're looking at no AWP into the next round. But if Sunny can save that over, which is looking like a real possibility if Glaive doesn't spot them running towards Ivy, he does spot Sergey and takes him away. Now Sunny really has to stay alive inside of Ivy. His Device running close towards him. AWP v AWP in a second here around the corner. Oh my god, Sunny is just staying alive. He lets the run past. There's the 1 kill. And well, a second as well from Sunny. Coming through. Dupree and Device both hitting the deck. And, well, 14-14. They'll carry it on over into the next round.
The fact that he stays alive and picks up a double, that is just massive from Sunny. I don't even know how he managed to survive that and save the AWP. And that means, despite the fact that Alu had gone for that force buy, his AWP will still be retained. And now the buy comes in for ENCE. This is the actual do-or-die moment, Dinko. This is a true do-or-die moment for ENCE. The bank is empty. They have no more money. This buy is what they'll have to work with to somehow get to map point. And they desperately, oh so desperately need this map.
Well, Device holding for the aggression towards B upper. Vents swing around the corner, which isn't really looking like a real possibility, having the solo player over towards B, and that's going to be Sergey who's been tasked with that, as has been the case for the majority of the second half. Alu scoped in towards T-Con. It's going to be Dupree. There's the flash, but it doesn't matter. Alu still takes the kill, opens things up. And they have lost Dupree, but Glaive trying to make a play on his own. He's going to fall as well. And now Astralis, they've got a 3v1 on the B-bomb site up against Sergey. But this rotation is going to come in very, very quickly from ENCE. And Astralis haven't capitalized on their opportunity. This is not looking good for the Danes whatsoever. The smoke has held them off. And well, eventually they've got to go, and Magic just dives in, does drop Sergey pretty quickly, but now the rotation can come through. Sergey's close in the smoke. Zipex about to fall, that's the bomb, but look at the damage. No kills yet, but still, Magic up on top. A risky position, but it's working out until he pulls the nade, and that's when Sunny decides to take his prey. Astralis will get the bomb planted, but it's still a 2v4. A nice kill from Sunny, and it's all on Device. A 1v4 locked in towards heaven. This round is just unwinnable for Device. He's alone with 2 flashbangs. There's no Molotov for him to work with. There's no nades to get him out of there. And well, ENCE can just defuse, the rest can cover, and Astralis will have to concede map point. ENCE 15-14, huge plays from Sunny, a great double.
I felt like Device, he might have had a tiny little chance to make that work with if he got an opening kill and he'd held on to the Molotov for a while more. Obviously, there was no way he could know that there were no smokes on the side of ENCE, so he preemptively used it early on, but there was a lot of time for ENCE to work with, and they win perhaps the most important round in this game so far. And of course, they have the buy. Astralis as well. Not too shabby a buy. 3 AKs, Galil, and of course, Device with the AWP, 15-14 ENCE. One more round. One more round to take a lead in this 3-mapper. Or, well, what could potentially be a 3-mapper. We still don't know how Nuke is going to play on out. And Alu. Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely. I do believe that's the first time he's gone for that particular boost this time. And it's going to be Device who's going to get caught up. And Dupree replies back. barely stays
Okay.
alive. The nade and the Molotov double wombo combo. And here's the play towards Inner, going in real quickly. Zipek's gonna find Sergey, makes it a 3v3. Molotov deployed, and bomb picked up. Magisk is making a lot of noise, and that is information gleaned by Sunny.
Well, X7 over towards CT spawn. Zipex around the corner. Glaive just holding for Sunny coming around the back lines, and Glaive is just waiting around the corner here. Easy kill for Glaive. Sunny nearly has a chance there, but Glaive will pick it up. And well, this is looking like overtime play. This is certainly looking like overtime on the cards. It's all on Alu coming back in with the AWP, and Zipex will confirm right through the smoke. The spray will come through, and well, back to EU today, Blen. We've got ourselves an incredible match. Overtime already. Astralis versus ENCE, going the distance and a little bit more.
What a map it's been. What an absolutely blinder of a game. And for a moment there, I just felt like ENCE had it in the bag. They had mounted the comeback, somehow managing to just put up this almost an indomitable CT side, but Astralis just finding some fight in themselves at the very end. Glaive. He wants to control this pop dog. He's taking a bit of damage, but he manages to toss in a Molotov. The timing on that X7. So much damage being dealt out onto Magisk and Zipex. And a bomb isn't spotted towards Ivy as well. And that's going to keep the four players, the four CDs towards outer. Just have one towards inner. That's Sergey with the AUG. Sunny, he finds the first kill.
So much damage done already in this round. It's virtually just begun as well, and well, Device taking a little bit of chip damage. Not going to be too much to write home about just yet. Under a minute, what Alu has just caught off Magisk in towards T-Con, delivering a deadly blow as Glaive does move through on his own. I feel like Glaive has been making a lot of these plays just solo. Zipek's not ready for it, not going in together with him, and now he has to cross into the side, but Sunny is ready and waiting. He's just going to walk around as soon as he hears this plant, denies it as well from happening, and well, ENCE are going to go up to 16 rounds on the board. Device, 1v5 on the other end of the map, saving the AWP. We'll preface for this overtime with the fact that it is 10k. We're playing in a Valve event, so we have to play by that rule set, and it's overtime 10k, unfortunately. Oh, nice shot from Device. Obviously just saving this as the call, but X7's not even going to let that happen. Takes him down 16-15, ends back into lead, winning the first round of overtime.
Well, for those of you who probably are new to competitive Counter-Strike, wondering how overtime plays out, it's the first team to get to 19 rounds, or rather, the first team to win 4 rounds in an overtime will be the winner. In this case, it's going to be 3 rounds on the CD side, then we have a switch over, and 3 more rounds on the T side for both the teams. And for ENCE, 1 round done, 3 more to find.
And well, you can already see the potential money problems arising here for Astralis. Look at that reserve cash. If they lose this round convincingly again, well, we're looking down the barrel of an eco, or well, obviously not the full eco, but a very limited buy from Astralis into the last round. So, ENCE in a position now where they are certainly looking like the team in control if they pick this one up. And well, Alu, here with the AWP. Ariel got himself in towards Pop Dog. He's been really, really solid throughout the CT half. And I love the aggression from X7. He will manage one, but Magisk from the grave, burning him to a crisp. Sergey coming back in with a kill on Zipex. And now we've got ourselves a 4v3. A man advantage for ENCE to play with. And just over a minute left for Astralis. You can see they're trying to figure out what they want to do. But at this point, no matter where they go, they're going to be unfavored.
And this particular setup from ENCE, this is looking very good. Ariel towards Pop Dog. He won't hear anything, but the flag is going to be real quick once it does come in. Sergey with the AUG, just holding the line. We have Sunny as well, playing towards Spool. That Incendiary is going to delay them for a few more seconds. Now they have about 30 seconds to make the play. Still a decent amount of time. 3 Molotovs, 2 smokes, and 4 flashbangs. There's a lot of utility to work with for Astralis. They wish to do so. Double drop down comes in. Device crosshairs trained. In fact, it's going to be Dupree gets the kill. Dupree alone opens it up to 2 CDs waiting, and all of a sudden, Dinko, in a 4v3, it's turned right on its head.
Well, Astralis have fought their way into the round. Now they go back towards upper as Dupree looking around the corner. Ariel is up there, making his way through the ladder, and well, he's stopped by Dupree. And now it's Alu left alone. A 1v3 clutch, a retake alone. With the AWP, it's not going to be easy whatsoever. He will pick off Glaive. And now Device just tosses the Molotov on towards the bomb. And just lets it tick on over. It's going to be Astralis with 16 on the board. And so we tie ourselves up again. This is the game that keeps on giving so far. And no signs of stopping either. Big round from Dupree in this one. Relatively quiet by his own right. He does die there at the end of the round as well, but relatively quiet overall in the series so far. But 15-25, the big impact round there, and it's when it matters when you hit the frags. Magisk and Device leading the way. 26 kills for Device, Magisk on 24. Over on ENCE, the leading players are Ariel, Alu, everyone pretty much, basically here are sitting just above 20 kills, apart from X7. So Ariel, Alu, and Sunny, 25 and 24 kills between them.
My word, Dupree though. That round was all Dupree. He might be bottom fragging for his team, not by much to be very honest, but those three, the first two kills, like just opening up that bomb site when they were ready and waiting.
Okay,
Massive play. Sergey not expecting that from Zipex.
I like
He's
that.
gonna do the smart thing. I love it, absolutely. Brilliant stuff from him, and he's gonna single-handedly try and do something here. Tosses in a smoke, but it's not really drawing out a rotation from the remaining members of ENCE. 3 players still holding towards A. And bear in mind, this is the final round of the first half of overtime. So there's no point in saving, but they are going to go for the full gamble. This is ballsy. This is very ballsy from ENCE, and it actually might work on out. Ariel's going to find one. Trade comes in. Still 2 more players. In fact, 3 more players holding and lying in wait.
Wow, Sunny just dropping off the top of the train. It's going to be X7 back in Ivy, looking for the long-range fights. But meantime, it's going to be Alu taking down Device. 3v3, X7 from range, catches up Magisk, and this is starting to crumble for Astralis. They're going to be going back in towards the B bomb site as fast as they can. Glaive has cleared it and got in towards CT spawn. Now, he could be the linchpin. He could be the player to make this happen. He's close towards CT, and that's exactly where X7 and Sunny are both reapproaching from. Glaive tosses the Molotov in towards Connector and gets the hell out of dodge. He does not want to take those fights in towards CT any longer. Now, it's all about playing the post plant, and while Sunny has just got the perfect timing to come back in from CT spawn, he'll be creeping up on the oil train, and they're not really looking this way. Zipex eventually will start to check multiple different angles, but Sunny is just walking up. The timing is everything, and while Sunny gives away his position, Zipex spotting him, and now Glaive, the sandwich is there between them, and they've worked this one so well. They've played this one to perfection, and now Alu, 1v2, the time's ticking. He does damage with the nade, but it's just perfectly played from Glaive and Zipex. It's 17-16, and Astralis will lead the way going into the second half of overtime number 1.
That was so well played by Astralis. That's just so well played. They knew that they had no idea where the CTs were. Then you had Glaive just walking all the way towards the B bomb site, finds it empty, and then of course they managed to clutch it out. Beautiful teamwork as well in that 2v3. And somehow, I don't know, ENCE were looking so good initially in the beginning of the overtime, but Astralis, they're now in the lead, and they're now on the CT side of Train Dinko.
Yeah, it was a really, really big play. That was all Glaive, really. Just making that play in towards the B-bomb site, recovering the control for them. Working with Zipex to get the round done. Now, Astralis leading the way. Just a few more needed for them. ENCE have shown good fortitude to come back into the game overall, and you have to remember Astralis are leading the way, 10 rounds coming in from the first half, but it was the ENCE show for a while. We're now into overtime. Good damage done. Device hitting the shot, but it's not the kill just yet, but that certainly is. That's a flick and a half. Vertically attaching himself to Ariel, who takes him down, and while Zipex with the Molotov burns away Sergey. Man advantage for Astralis coming back into this B bomb site retake. X7 stuck on the site, 25 HP. Smokes up, Molotov's going in behind it, and Astralis are just taking their time. Sweet, sweet time coming back into this bomb site. They know they've got the time to play with, and they have to try and flush them out of their positions. Molotov still available for Magisk, smoking a flash as well. The Zipex pushes through the smoke, catches X7, and suddenly the kills come in for Astralis. It's map point here on Train. They fought their way into this position, Blair, and now they just need one more.
Just need one more. What a clinical retake from Astralis as well. That was so well done. They let the bomb get planted. That's fine. They hold the line. They use the utility. They burn Sergey alive. And I think it was X7 who got the bomb down. Even he was trapped there, and they knew. The second he saw the bomb get planted, they knew there was another player towards a bomb train. Just beautifully done retake. And for ENCE, man, this is a little bit of a heartbreak for them. What a comeback it was on the CT side. Incredible showing on the CT side. But then Astralis, a last gasp from them at the end of of regulation. And now the tables have turned, Dinko. Need one more round for Astralis to take map 1, which is ENCE's pick in a series, which is a must-win for the Finns. Dupree will be found out. Sergey lying in wait, waiting for the aggression from the CTs. They find one. Now they head towards the brown halls, where no one's playing towards inner. It's only Zipex is playing quite far away. Sunny gets caught out. Dual op in play, and this retake might get a little icky here unless Zipex does something truly special. He'll get nothing done. He gets found out by Zipex, and then Alu strikes. That should be the call for the save. To 2 ops in a 2v4 bomb down towards B, you just want to save your 2 AWPs, and that's going to be 17 rounds for ENCE.
Okay.
One more remaining for them to take it overtime number 2, and for Astralis, you need 1 to take the map.
Well, we are getting into a position now that's getting very, very exciting. Will Astralis take the map, or will ENCE fight back to double OT? Just 1 round in it now. This is where the pressure begins to mount. Astralis, they've got themselves into the position. They've fought hard to get here. It feels like they've been on the back foot for quite a bit of this, but you know, it just shows the class of Astralis that they can still find their way into the winning position. But ENCE, that's a good round from them. I think Sergey's been finding a lot of success just above Pop Dog. We've seen that in the T half. You know, they were finding... Oh, okay. Device does get that AWP into the next. That's actually kind of huge, because you have to remember, double up setup, if you consistently purchase that in 10k overtime, it can certainly be an issue. But we move into last round anyway, so it doesn't matter. 18-17. ENCE coming in here. It's going to be everything they could possibly want. AWP for Alu, 8Ks across the board, and plenty of utility. Astralis, here they go. Time to see if they can get it over the line, or will it be ENCE fighting back to double OT?
I'm feeling tense watching this game. I can't even imagine what might be going through ENCE, because they're the ones backs against the back. Against the wall, rather. As Alu, he's pushed on out towards Olaf. He's got the op trained, and Magist should be very, very careful indeed. Tries to time the shot. And he will get tagged on 4 HP. How is he alive? And he survives Nade as well. Magisk somehow staying alive. Now Crosser trained towards the entrance. And he's going to spot out Alu. That's a brilliant re-peek. And fortune does favor the Brave this time around.
Just 1 more round for Astralis. ENCE trying to fight back, but they've lost the early player. Sunny, this battle needs to win it, and there it is. But the trade is in from Device. Almost instantaneous that from Device. He keeps the advantage afloat for Astralis. Under a minute in play for ENCE. They've got a decent amount of utility, but look at that. Dupree going on a bit of a push through T-Con, trying to flank to see if there was anybody in towards Ivy. And we're completely unaware to the left side, and he does lose his head for that. Now 44 seconds. ENCE give it an opportunity there from Dupree. And now they'll start making their way out on towards T-Con. Wanting to finish here on the A-bomb site. Flash up. Aerial trying to get his team out on towards the site, but with 30 seconds left, ENCE have got to go. There's no time to waste as they start to run through. Second flash up, but now they have to run with it. Device is back in Ivy. This is the big issue moving forward.
Indeed it is, and Zepex, he's there, he gets taken down, 2v2, 15 seconds, they need to get the bomb down, but they know Device is staying alive and somehow gets another kill, 3k for Device, 12 HP, but he's done his job, and it's gonna be Glaive to seal the deal, and Astralis, my word, it looked like it was gonna be...
Welcome back to ESL 1, Road to Rio. It's time to get underway here. Map number 2, Astralis versus ENCE. The first going in favor of Astralis, a long overtime affair, but we find ourselves here on Nuke, the map pick of Astralis, and they'll be looking to try and get off to a brilliant start here in the pistol. Flashbang up into the air is going to force Alu back in towards heaven.
He does spot just a couple. And all 5 players charging out. Device spots out a player. He's going to push in towards the fence. This is smart from him. He's going to cut off the rotation. He's going to instead go for the duel. Finds Sunny, picks up the USP. That's Decon in control with the T's. This is looking very good already for Astralis.
It's looking brilliant. And well, now the rotation having to come through from ENCE, but the man advantage available. They're going to go up the vent, and it's Dupree that's gone up here, catching off Aerial, and now the rest of the team coming through as well. They have got Alu up in heaven still, and Sergey's going to come and back him up, but that's the headshot from a Device that's coming through, ringing in, and now it's only X7 and Alu. A 2v3 overall, trying to hold on to the site as Glaive peeks in with a P250. Looking to do the damage, Alu has descended upon the A-bomb site, and it's going to be an easy 2 pick up for Alu and X7. Now Now only Glaive, the in-game leader for Astralis, trying to make it happen, but they know where he is. He's been spotted, he does the damage, but Alu holds the angle. ENCE on the defuse, it's perfect here. Alu's just going to hold on, and there's the headshot. Astralis will lose the pistol. That's a big round from Alu.
That is a massive round, 3k, and it felt like, honestly, Astralis had that one in the bag.
Yep.
They have control of vents. I love the play just to go up towards upper bomb site, and of course Dupree with a crazy kill, just running up ladder and getting the frag, but somehow Alu, like I mentioned, from the heavens, just being an angel of death. What a round, and what a round to win indeed. Starting off on the right foot. They did pick to start a CD side. Obviously, the map pick from Astralis means their opponents' ENCE will have the pick of the sides. And of course, you want to start a CD side here in Nuke. It's going to be an interesting buy from ENCE, though. A lot of investments in the rifles and a distinct lack of utility. On the side of Astralis, they get the bomb down, so a little bit of extra money to work with. Glaive will drop an AK-47 over to Magisk, but Device will be found out. That's huge because when the trade does come in, Magisk has a lot to do. Should be finding this kill here. 2 quick kills. Trades being pretty equal, but Magisk just spinning around, taking heads. And now it's a 2v2 bomb picked up by Zipex.
Well, X7 catches off Magisk, takes him down, and now it's only Zipex left into a 1v2. But the Deagle is going to spot and play across towards CT. Zipex starting to run in towards the lower bomb site. Sergey drops in. This is the perfect position for him, but he misses the timing. Zipex, does he spot? Does he know that Sergey's in there? He'll find a headshot, and now it's a 1v1. 7 HP is all Zipex has to work with, and he's running up towards A. This is perfect, but he's going to fake the A rotation. He's going to go back to the vent, but that's exactly where X7's going. You'll hear the footsteps. Zipex ready for it, and X7 does not want to go towards the top. Zipex aware, but he's 7 HP, so can't just take the straight-on fight. Eventually will tap, trying to pull X7 up towards the top of the vent, and there he goes, falling forward, but look at that. Zipex eventually going to go stick. X7 spots him, but look at this battle. It's just a battle of the chickens, and well, there we go. X7 will find it, Zipex will fall, and a game of chicken finally ends in X7's victory.
Again, a massive round coming out from one of the players of ENCE, X7 with the 3k. Zipex there. I mean, that round was pretty much done, and he played it so very smart. He waited and waited. But then, like you mentioned, a game of chicken, and X7 does come out on top. Unfortunate for Zipex, it was only 7 HP, so all X7 needed was a 1 bullet on any part of the body. I'm a little surprised that Zipex didn't kind of go for the safe plan once he knew exactly where X7 was, but I guess he didn't want to be trapped behind the silos. Instead, it will be found out. 2 rounds for ENCE. Although, that was a very expensive round, and Astralis are aware of this. A fast play coming out. Sunny blinded, gets caught out. There's another CT nearby. It is Alu with AK-47 from above. He's gonna find one. Looking for more in the smoke, but just the one. Dupree replies back.
Glaive able to take down Ariel. Fnatic able to come in with a pick. And now Astralis have the advantage. This could be their first round on the board. They've come close to so many of them, but Glaive is going to peek in towards lower, catches X7 off towards the right side of the ramp. And once Sergey available, up in the rafters, starting to get closer. Glaive ready for it, but it's Sergey. MP9 taking him down. Bomb in the possession of Dupree, but where does he go with this? 1v1 again. Dupree sprints towards the vent. Are we going to have a deja vu here, but it's a different 2 players. Sergey finally comes up on top. This time, it'll be an easy kill. Sergey spamming into the corpse of Dupree. And again, another 1v1 going in favor of ENCE. Sergey just having a great time. This is the most emotion I've ever seen out of a Finnish player.
Just has a lot of time. He's trying to probably retrieve...
He doesn't have that much time. He doesn't have a kit here, so he has to be very careful there. He has plenty of time, obviously, but, you know, imagine if it got a little bit scary. That'd be an annoying way to lose.
It is a little problematic for ENCE, though. Despite being 3-0 up, you can clearly see the money is still not ideal. Now, Sergey can drop an op onto Alu. Now, that could happen. And Alu, in the meantime, can drop the gun over towards Sunny, who just has $3,600. And there we have it, Alu with the big green zoom banger. FAMAS in the hands of Sergey. The rest of them going to have the M4s. Another FAMAS in the mix. And for Astralis, of course, they're going to go for the buy. They got the bomb down 2 rounds in a row. So they have the AK-47s, but they're looking to... They're basically showing the utility. Just the very, very limited utility. AK's all around, just a 1 smoke and 1 flash remaining for the T side. They're looking to go for these duels, but towards outer yard, especially with Al with the AWP, it could be quite problematic indeed. Sunny's playing pretty aggressively towards Secret, and they're actually walking towards Oh, they're walking in. They're gonna line up. Alu, look at the damage, Dinko. Look at the damage inflicted. He just finds one. But Device on 37, Magisk on 16. Sunny should have no trouble picking up both the players, and Magisk decides to slowly fade away. And man advantage established for ENCE. Now ramp control. Given up. Sergey from behind finds Magisk. Zipex strikes, but now it's a 2v3.
2v3 indeed as Astralis look to try and run over the top. It's going to be an easy kill for Dupree. Sunny biting the dust, and now Dupree on his own again. How many times are we going to see that? He just gets the bomb planted and then dies immediately after. Sergey continuing his BM a little bit here. And really just rubbing it in. Wasting flashbangs. Having a great time. And this is what you love to see. A good bit of BM coming in from Sergey. 4-0 up. ENCE having a great time on Nuke so far. And this is exactly the start we wanted to see them have. You know, you want to see them come into this, getting the rounds under their belt. They've just lost Train in a fashion that is quite heartbreaking, because you have to remember they could have realistically won Train. They were in the driver's seat for so long. There was rounds that they should have won that went in favor of Astralis, but now these close rounds are going in favor of ENCE.
The crazy thing for Astralis, they haven't had to go for a full eco yet so far. They're gonna keep buying up. Of course, 4th round loss bonus, it's max loss bonus. New system. They have the AKs, and this time they have a little bit of extra utility as well to work with. For ENCE, these rounds have been narrow, Dinko. They have won it, they've won 4 in a row, but again, take a look. The coffers are pretty much empty. X7 timing could be disastrous. He's gonna peek up, spots a player, spots multiple players in fact, does a bit of damage. And it's going to do the smart thing and fall on back, just relinquishing ramp control. And Astralis haven't got ramp control now, will be falling back towards lobby. They're going to keep one player there. It's going to be Device. This upper hit might be coming in. They don't have any Molotovs, though. One smoke, a few flashbangs, and a nade in the hand of Zipex. The problem is for ENCE, they haven't lost a single member, so they have this set up. 3 players towards upper.
Well, making their way out of the door, it's going to be Glaive, the front man, on towards the A-bomb site here. But Sergey is inside of the hut. He's also got his teammate at the back of the site itself, but they aren't aware that they're so close. Astralis are already on the site, and well, they're just not ready for that. Sergey and Ariel both fall. They had no information that Astralis were already right in front of them. Well, this should be around in the bag for Astralis. Save call coming in already from ENCE. Howley going back towards CT spawn, but he misses the shot, and Device will take him down. Now he sees an AWP available to him. X7 is aware that Device will be sprinting for that gun, and well, he'll have a chance to stop it from getting into the next round. He'll do a good job shutting him down with a FAMAS, and now his task is to carry that AWP over for Alu. Gonna be around finally being posted from Astralis. It feels like it's been a long time coming. They've been in so many 1v1s, they've brought it down to the close rounds so many times here, and finally they'll get one on the board.
Yeah, it has been very close, hasn't it? If you look at the way the rounds have played out, the second round, which ENCE won, came to a 1v1. The third round, a 1v1. The fourth round, a 2v1. Which means the money is not good at all for ENCE, despite having this 4-1 lead. The saved AWP is going to come in real handy alongside the AK-47 in the hands of Sunny. But if you look at the cash of the rest of the players, this is looking mighty rough indeed. The Force, of course, coming in. They're going to try and work around the AWP and the AK-47. Double UMPs. You might see a Desert Eagle in the hands of X7. And if Astralis can somehow win this one, they're going to break the economy for offense. They can start trying to claw back into this game, into this particular map.
Sunny is going to toss that Molotov and try and prevent Astralis from safely crossing towards Secret, but it's not going to be working. Astralis do get down already. Multiple players in towards the lower side of the map. Now ENCE struggling to patch up these holes. Astralis already down towards the double door. It's X7 who has been spotted by Magisk. He'll do a little bit of damage, and there through the smoke, the headshot will come through. Ariel luckily shutting down Zipex in reply, so we're still 4v4. Still even odds here. And with Astralis still having plenty of time and the bomb in their control, the better weapons across the board, this is starting to look pretty scary for the Finns. Bomb planted. We've got good post-plant positions here on the B-bomb site as well. It's going to be very difficult for ENCE to work their way back in. So probably just the save call coming in from the Finnish side again. And Astralis, two in a row, put them together now.
If Alan finds another one,
Oh, yeah.
this could happen. Ariel walking up, picks up an AK. They already Are they really going to go for this? Looks like they are. Flashbang from Glaive. That's going to be great. It's going to allow the player on the bomb side to peek on out. And it's going to be Majest who finds the kill. Device from behind. And that's Sergey left alone. And it should be the call for him to just try and hold on to his AK-47. And that's going to be the round. He's still looking for it towards Decon. He's been spotted out by Majest, who wants the hunt here. But Sergey will survive on 22 HP. But the money has been completely crushed for ENCE, Dinko.
At that point, I'm really looking at the save call there from ENCE. I'm wondering why. You can obviously understand the attempt. Alu gets that one kill. If he gets another one, there's certainly a chance there in a 3v3. That flank from Device came in. It was pretty much the insurance policy for Astralis anyway. But ENCE probably would have been better just carrying those weapons into the next round. But at least you have the AK in the hands of Sergey. This is something to play with. But the rest on default pistols. Should be Astralis finding 3 in a row.
Yeah, considering it's a full eco, the USPs going to be quite hard indeed. Sergey trying to be aggressive, but Zepex is ready. AK-47, just able to find one. Now they've retrieved 2. The problem is they have no Kevlar, nothing. Just a 1 flashbang and the 2 AKs on the remaining 4 members. So as long as they play this one right, it should work out. Silo, Magisk finds him. And 1 by 1 they fall. It should be a pretty comfortable run for Astralis as Sunny comes running out, but Device is going to have none of it. So just 1 player lost for Astralis to retain the 4 rifles, and we should be seeing another buy coming out now from ENCE.
It's not going to be a great buy, though. There's definitely going to be missing a lot of utility. They're not going to have that ult for Alu that's been such a pivotal factor for them. So, 4-3. Astralis. Open the hands of Device. Everything they could possibly want, and money now building on this T side, along with rounds and momentum. So, ENCE, they've got to put a stop to it. The M4 is in play. There are no kits across any of the players here on the CT side. So, keep an eye on that. Hopefully that won't come back to cause issues for ENCE here. They don't have a plethora of utility either, so things are not looking great, but still the weapons.
Still the weapons. For Astralis, it's about trying to keep the money honest, trying to just win this battle of attrition early in the first half. See Astralis setting up the smokes to its outer. All the smokes. They're expending quite a lot of utility early on. Device.
Oh, get out of there.
Okay.
1 HP.
1 HP.
I love it. I mean, I like the cojones to go for the peak over the top, right? But yeah, not really working out there. At least he gets away with his life. He's kind of lucky to do so there. He should have been dead to rights. 55 seconds in play. Astralis now working the ramp area. Glaive is going to throw the flash on in. Gets the in for the X7 is back here. He's going to be playing in a crossfire with Alu in the corner, but Astralis are not committing. They're just throwing a little bit of utility, testing the water, trying to pull a rotation off towards that position.
Oh, no.
And now they immediately go back and strike in towards the A site. It's Sergey who falls first. Zipex catches Aerial, trying to get up towards the top of the vent. Alu manages one, but Glaive was in the perfect position to refrag. And now the bomb planted. X7 trying to do some work. It's only Sunny left alone in a 1v3. And again, this has to be surely the save call from Sunny. They're low here, though, on Astralis. He could find these 2 kills, but with no kit available, it's not going to be easy at all. He'll run over the top, and while Dupree is ready for him. It's a 4th run now for Astralis, and they put them all together. Money is not looking good here for ENCE whatsoever. It's going to be a couple of P250s, a little bit of action now in the pistols, but it should be Astralis taking the lead.
Yeah, one thing about Astralis, I mean, their anti-ecos have been definitely stellar. A team legendary for the style of Counter-Strike they do play. And they're not going to be giving too many avenues for pistols to kind of like take them down, unlike some of the games we've been counting in the CIS region. Device opening it up, but the barrage of nades just finds Device, and it's going to be an absolute slaughter towards the outer yard. Sergey left alone here. It's got to be an easy cleanup for Astralis. The op should be retrieved as well for Device, but look at the money right now for Astralis, Dinko. This is looking quite rough indeed for the Finnish side.
Yeah, it's just building and building for Astralis. I like that little artillery fire from ENCE, though. At least they brought something to the table. Device falls victim to it. But again, no real money problems over here on Astralis. Could be a buy from ENCE. Finally, they got that cash injection. Good chance for them. But like you said, money's so well built up on Astralis that they're going to have to do a lot of work. It's not they have to win this one, and they also have to win it with as many players as possible staying alive. Because if they lose too many, they will be on that low buy, and Astralis can just come back into things with a full solid buy. Again, I love the pace from Astralis. Look at the pace they're setting straight in towards the lower bomb site. Already through with Dupree and Zipex, and they can just get this bomb planted.
And it's not just about the bomb getting down. If you look at Zipex's position, he's pushed in so very deep. Device getting tested. Zipex pushed up. It's X7. There's no need to face here. This round's pretty much almost over, if you ask me. And he's going to get plucked off. That should be the call for the save. Your money is nowhere close to being good enough, ENCE. Even though they get the one kill. Twice with the AWP finds one more. They're just hemorrhaging, just bleeding players. The call for the save has rung out on the Finnish side. Aerial, Surge, and Alu will hold on to their guns. And at this point, this is where Astralis start going for the hunt. This is where they start making life even more miserable for ENCE.
Well, the unfortunate scenario here for ENCE is the start they had. Yeah, okay, they went 4 in a row, but even in those rounds, it wasn't that convincing. It was brought down to the 1v1 fights a lot of the time. I liked the BM coming out of Sergey. I thought that was going to be the energy ENCE needed. Still can make it happen here. Got a buy again, but it's all about the round wins at this point. And Astralis are winning most of them. 6 on the T side already. Nuke, obviously, you would see a lot more rounds being picked up on the T side with the Krieg meta. Still waiting to see whether or not that is the case overall. Statistically, we haven't really got a huge sample pool just yet in terms of seeing whether or not the nerf of the Krieg has really affected the T-side round wins, but that my hypothesis is that it will, to a small extent.
Yeah, as much as smaller extent compared to Train, right? I mean, this is a map where it's been around for quite a while now. This iteration. Did he just disconnect?
I think he just timed out, yeah. I thought he might have killed himself, but it seems like he's disconnected, which is why we have 2 devices on the server, so it is just a little bit confused right now on the HUD.
Yeah, but considering that damage has been dealt already, and the game is going to continue.
Yep.
And he has joined back, luckily, but they do get the 1 kill onto Alu. The device finds Sunny. Sergey immediately replying back. It's still a 3v3, even Steven so far. X7 going for the fight, though. He spots a 2-player towards Radio. And now you can see the rotation taking place. Sergey climbing up the vents. They're aware at least 2 players are towards the lobby area, but Astralis now, they're going to be pushing back towards ramp.
Oh, well, X7 catching out Zipex. It's going to be Magis moving forward, catching X7 off. And now we're into a 2v2. 25 seconds left. Aerial's position is solid, but the longer he takes, the less impactful it will be. And now Sergey Molotov back up towards the top of the stairs. This is well played from Astralis. All the protocols are there. They're making sure that they just get themselves the site safely. They get the bomb planted. Now Aerial trying to come back in from the ramp. He's going to catch Magis. He knows that Glaive was in there, but Glaive finds the important fight. Sergey falls, and now it's all on Aerial. He's going to go immediately for the defuse. He's just sticking it a little offset as well, so Glaive can't find the angle. He can't get the spam through, and there it is. Aerial pulls it off. The smoke in the diffuse in the smoke, should I say, but I almost forgot the English. And well, there we go. Just chaos inside the smoke. Glaive couldn't quite find the angle, and with the way Aerial actually approached that, he goes to the left side. So even if Glaive tries to get the angle, he has to pivot so much that to really get a comfortable spray on there, the door might have actually had to be opened. So really good stuff there.
That is just so unfortunate for Astralis as well. They lost Dupree the beginning of the round. It came down to a 1v1, and they're going to be so frustrated with that. But still, 6-5 for the Danes. Still going to be feeling pretty comfortable. Dupree is definitely back in the server. Money is just completely out of control for Astralis. 12k for Glaive. The rest of them, 8,000, 7,000, 5,000 Magisk. It's just looking very, very good indeed. And for ENCE, once more, Dinko. They win one, but now they're again in danger of getting reset if they lose this round. Astralis once more deploying a bit of utility towards outer. And 3 players slowly inching ahead. In fact, might be all 4 of them. Device with the bomb on his back, and now Alu with the AWP with a lot to do.
Well, Glaive catching Aerial. Gonna be falling, and now Astralis with the man advantage is gonna be charging in towards the lower bomb site. It's gonna be Sunny looking to try and hold on here. Gonna be a chance for him. Glaive is gonna fall. Now Surrogate looks to the right. It's going to be Device being picked off. Surrogate coming around the backside of the vent. Mad just splitting that. Surrogate with an easy kill, dropping him. And now what was looking good for Astralis at the start of this round has certainly crumbled. It's looking almost unrecoverable. Pre just clearing the top of the vent. But again, any round we say that looks unrecoverable for Astralis, it looks certainly difficult. They seem to always find a way to nearly make it happen or make it happen. We've seen it on train quite a few times. 2v4 is being made to work. And while Dupree and Zipex have got themselves in towards this A-bomb site, bomb planted. Sergey is going to take a fight in the open against Dupree, taking him down, but Zipex, just too many players. And well, eventually he is overrun. Alu shuts him down, and it's the 6th round now for ENCE.
I love what ENCE did there. 4v2, they don't waste any time just peeking one by one, just all 4 together pushing in. And especially the moment they got Dupree, it was just all alone, the one final player. And that 1v4 was never going to happen. And they kind of tie things up here. Keeping 3 alive as well. Definitely going to help their economy as we go into the final rounds here of the first half. 3 rounds remaining, scores tied. And Astralis, again, I just have to point out, they can keep buying till the end of this half. The money has been built up. Such a great streak of rounds they had. 4-0 for ENCE initially, Dinko. And then Astralis back-to-back 6 rounds in a row. But now ENCE have managed to get a couple back together to tie things up. If who's going to come out on top is a question here. ENCE, 3 players towards upper early on. There's just a 1 player towards ramp. That is Mr. Ariel. And Al with the op, playing towards outer.
Well, crunch time now in the first half. Really getting into the important rounds that define what the start of the second is going to be looking like. Magic taking the early damage. He's dropped 33 HP. Astralis still with plenty of utility. Are going to be setting up for what looks to be an outside execute. We'll see if that is the case. Can't quite see from this perspective, unfortunately. But we'll see what goes down. It's going to be the smokes tossed in towards outside. Multiple players heading their way in behind them. So Glaive at the front, Magisk second in behind. He's low HP, so doesn't really want to be caught through the smoke from the spam that is coming in. And now Astralis just walking their way down secret stairs.
I believe it's one of the first times that Astralis have gone for such a late take towards secret, which could potentially catch ENCE off guard. They have no information, no inkling as to where the players of Astralis are. They have left Zipex towards the lobby area, just the lurk, just holding the line, looking for any aggression from the CDs towards the lobby. In the meantime, look at the way Astralis is spreading out towards lower, Dinko. There's no one there. The flashbang's going to be the tell, though. And now the rotation should be coming in from the CDs. But then Molotov from Device. Oh, the timing on that. X7 spots him out, and he's going to push on out. He goes for the spray. 1, looking for more. 2 kills. That is massive from X7.
That's
and
huge.
with that, Sergey finding Zipex. It's huge. This is very winnable now for ENCE. With 8 seconds on the clock, bomb is going to be planted. It's all in Device. He finds 1, but not the second.
Well, it's all on Magisk now, trying to make it happen. The 1v2 up on top of the ramp in the open. And well, that play from X7 is absolutely huge. They think the Molotov is going to keep them at bay, right? Glaive has no idea about that ramp progression. X7, he gets the timing on the edge of the Molotov. He walks in, he finds 2. And well, Astralis just lose too many players there. And ENCE come in, the retake is completely doable. And they make it happen for a 7th round.
At this moment, I don't think ENCE care how they win the rounds as long as they win it.
Yeah.
And that was Astralis had everyone at the lower bomb side, and Device even spotted out X7. The Molotov was tossing perfectly, but it was half a second too late, and he just went on in. At that point, you just go for the full commit. No one is expecting him to be there, and the fact that he got a second kill was just miraculous for X7. As ENCE now, Dinko, they're finally back in the lead. It's been a while, but look at the pace being set by Astralis. Glaive finds 1. Ariel replies back, but the trades are real good so far. Sergey on the site. He finds Device.
Well, the pressure is on, but ENCE are handling it well. Zipex finally gets 1 kill back on towards X7, but it's a 1v3 in total. Throws the Molotov to allow him to get on towards the B-bomb site safely. No one going to be chasing after him. A 2v1 retake of the B-bomb site, and if you want a man in a clutch, it's certainly Zipex. He's going to be trying to hold off this vent attack. There's 1. Falls back inside of the site. Trying to be aware of all the different possibilities. And well, Alu is just in behind Decoy. Smart decision for Zipex to close the door. That gives away Alu's position once he reopens it. And now, just 1 bullet needed. Zipex is going to fall. It's a headshot right through the box. Doesn't matter that he was 5 HP. And ENCE will get an 8th round.
Valiant effort from Zipex for a moment there, I believed. But it was so very low when he took that duel. And Alu, even if he didn't spot him out early on, he had the Molotov in hand. He could have easily flushed him out. 8-6 now. ENCE ensuring that they do have the lead going into the second half. And 9 rounds would be the cherry on top. And just look at how much, if you just look at the rounds ENCE have won, out of the 8 rounds have won, 7 of them have been with a defuse. Astralis have got the bomb down time and time and time again. This goes to show how so potent, how menacing this T side from Astralis can be on you. Final round though, and they of course still have the buy. Device is running out dry. Alu's gonna find himself a free kill. That is uncharacteristic from Device.
Well, it doesn't work for him, and Astralis lose the early pick. Magic though has got himself in towards Secret. He's down in towards the lower bomb side already. Astralis desperately need a kill back in here. Trying to work it through the lower bomb site as Magic's just going very slowly. Astralis are playing the default everywhere else, just holding the lines, making sure if any aggression comes in from ENCE that they're ready for it. Sergey has got himself in towards Hut, so there's actually a lot of control established here by ENCE. It's going to be difficult for Astralis to not lose a couple of players when this eventual attack comes in. Zipex might just lose this duel against Sergey. There it is. That's the pick you're looking for if you're ENCE. If you find that, now you're in what is looking like a brilliant position, especially with Magis just coming back up, X7, so passively waiting. Does get the refrag. Alu unfortunately has to fall first, but look at this. Oh no, the flank from Sergey is absolutely perfect. Glyph gets caught, and that's the bomb dropped. It's all on Dupree. 15 HP to make this half happen, to try and get a 7th on the board for Astralis, and I just don't think it will. It's looking like ENCE are going to grab 9, and this is a great half from them. All things considered, you know, Astralis won a bit of a tear, but ENCE fight back.
Oh, absolutely. This has been a very, well, not exactly super convincing because some of these rounds are very, very close indeed, but the fact that they managed to make it 9 rounds after Astralis seemed like they were running away with it, impressive stuff from ENCE. It is going to be 9-6 as we go into the second half of map number 2.
It's time for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with the second half right after this.
Pipes that never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow got them coming back? Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold you.
Second half live with ENCE versus Astralis. It's 9-6, ENCE leading the way. They're currently a map down in the series, so they desperately need Nuke. And well, they lead the way by 3, and Sunny's got a good start into the pistol. Alu as well following up. This is not good for Astralis. They're losing way too many players early on. And will ENCE look to try and fill in the hole through the door? It's Alu flanking for the backside, doing damage on towards Magisk, but he runs out of ammo.
But he's done the work though. Keeping Magisk occupied means the rest of his players can make their way towards the lower bomb site, but Zepex is ready and waiting, but he's alone. He's isolated. He just finds one. Sunny in the smoke. He's going for the shank as Zepex, but he's going to get taken down. Sunny having none of it, leaving it all in Dupree in a 1v3.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Sunny with a clean tap. That's the way you want to get a pistol win. PT50 to the dome of Dupree, and while ENCE hit double figures, this is exactly the beginning they'd be looking for coming into the second half. You can't really afford to get those 9 rounds on the board, a lot of which we discussed previous could have went in the way of Astralis. You know, you have to remember all of those 1v1s at the start of this game. They did go in favor of ENCE. So they have taken that opportunity, they've ran with it, and they get the start into the second half, and now Astralis is forced by, well, this is what they're relying on to get them back into the start of this second.
It does feel strange, doesn't it? It's always felt like Astralis have been on the back foot so far, apart from that little streak they had earlier on the T side. And now, Sunny and Ariel against a Deagle in the hands of Device. Growls of a couple of bullets, doesn't quite find the kill, doesn't even do much of damage. But now they spot 2 players heading towards Secret. Bomb not spotted out yet. Sunny waiting patiently for Dupree to go for that peek, and Dupree, it's tagged on to 19 HP. He's going to run for the hills, heading towards the Decon. Now, light is from ENCE. They're being very measured right now. They have 4-star rotation with Astralis. And there's an upper bomb site, Dinko. Just 1 player lying in wait. That is very scary if you're Astralis.
Well, 1 minute left on the clock. Sergey being tasked with holding in towards T-Con, or lobby, should I say. And, well, Dupree down towards lower bomb site already. 5-7 in his hands. Looking to try and pick off the 2 remaining players coming his way, but he's shooting dead to rights. There it is. Sunny with a headshot. Good opening. Good chance now to move in towards the B bomb site for him. But the rest of the push coming through towards A. It's 6-7. Kicks the head off Magisk. Another dive in towards the vent. Can come through. Alu gets domed by the nade. Sergey picks up Glaive. And that is just a little bit of an awkward affair inside of those vents. But luckily, ENCE not really getting caught off by too much of these rounds for Astralis. Another bomb can get planted. Sergey should confirm the round now for ENCE. 11-6. Astralis saving the scout and the Deagle into the next. But that is, now it's starting to look pretty one-sided. ENCE are really getting into this.
Oh yeah, they are. And the thing is, they won the pistol round on the CD side. They won the following anti-ecos as well. And again, they've managed to replicate it. Win the pistol, against the force buy. Although we still have another eco going to be coming out for Astralis here, which ENCE should have in the back. And that's going to make it 12-6, Dinko. And a map where, like you did mention to me during the half, that ENCE are a team who did break that streak, end the streak off Astralis on Nuke.
Oh,
as Device does dunk Sergey down, unfortunately, he loses the gun. But honestly, if I'm ENCE, I'm still feeling happy. They retain the 2 AK-47s, and more importantly, they get to round number 11.
I love how Device is actually the one that they choose as the impact player in that round. It's crazy. He gets 2 exit kills. But yeah, 2 big exit kills as well. Deagle, headshot, then the nade finishing it off. But yeah, ENCE will win the round. Could have got a little bit scary inside that vent. You know, Glaive drops down in behind them. Maybe thought that was his teammate, but they turn around. Clear communication there for ENCE. And now Astralis, just the default USPs in play. The scout for Zepex. Dupree doesn't have a gun. He has a Zeus. That's it.
Okay, Glaive, USP. How is he alive at a beautiful
Oh my god,
Get
nearly gets
again.
second. That is another real scary chance there. I think Glaive nearly pulled that off, but Alu does drop Device. Still really questioning why Dupree just has a Zeus.
Mind games?
Uh,
Doesn't even have the pistol.
sure.
I mean, you won the USP at least. I mean, you get it for free.
Yeah. I mean, we just see what Glaive can do with it. Well, let's see if we can make the Zeus work. Probably not.
Unlikely, yeah. Sepek's just floating around, looking to just pick up a couple of kills, but ENCE is a much more convincing round here against this Eco and Dupree. Yeah, like I said, roaming around with the Zeus, and no one will show themselves for him. Lovely, lovely life as well. As Zepex gets caught out, they have taken a bit of damage, but due to the bomb radius on Nuke, all four will survive. Aerial, Zerg, and Sunny was so very low, mind you. 12-6 now. ENCE, they have managed to get themselves a very good lead. It's been a pretty impressive, well, you can even say comeback, because at one point, Astralis was 6-4 up on the T side here. And now ENCE have strung together 8 rounds in a row across both the halves. And now the buy is going to be coming in for Astralis. Device for the AWP, M4s all around for every one of the players. The one problem here is I don't see a singular kit. Glaive could have purchased a kit for himself. He has $400, but that's a little dicey.
Okay, Dupree spamming through, catches Sergey, and that's a good opening in for Astralis. Zepex moving forward is going to catch Aerial off. That's a man advantage double here on the Astralis side, but ENCE do get the bomb plant. X7 manages that in towards the lower side. Molotov goes in and forces Dupree into the Zepex into the one angle. He's going to peek forward and catch out X7. Dupree taking down Sunny, and it's an easy cleanup in the end for Astralis. They don't lose a single player. In fact, they don't even take a single point of damage.
That's insane. How have they not taken a single point of damage? Great round from Dupree and Zepex, of course. And Device picking up, chiming in with one of his own as well. I love what ENCE did there. A fast play, a fast dive into defense, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite pan out. Astralis, they need to not just win this round, Tinko. They need to win a couple more just to ensure that the money remains stable.
I mean, you're happy enough with that kind of round if it's like an eco or something, or like a force buy, half buy kind of scenario, but that was a full gun round, and just nothing happened in it, unfortunately. So that's Astralis feeling pretty happy about that first gun round that they've been able to pick up in the second half. Now ENCE coming into this, it's going to be the ult for Alu. The AK's back in play. Like you said, their economy's on its last legs already, so this is exactly the kind of round Astralis want to win. And while Device getting aggressive, we see him do this all the time, and it works for him well, dropping Sunny towards outside, giving the advantage on over towards Astralis, and there's no trade potential.
Zero trade potential. Dupree trying to go for the wall bang through the top of hut. Surrogate tagged down to 50 points of health. He's going to be falling on back.
Ooh.
Alu.
Viv spots him. And instead of just, carried away, he wants to start the fight, takes the fight against the AWP, and oh my god, Device. He's having a great
That's
time.
a scary Device. Yeah, that's a scary Device. When he starts get going like this, he's a sort of operator you expect to play the role right? He's going to be playing it safe. He's going to be playing the percentage game. It's an expensive gun. It's a big investment for his team. But when he starts playing like that, just going for these aggro picks and whatnot, that's when you start to feel a little afraid of your ENCE. All 3 players for ENCE now gathered together towards the ramp area. 50 seconds on the clock. They're going to be heading in, and guess who's waiting? It's Zepex.
He's ready for it. They're coming around the corner. 45 seconds in play. Tapping out to the left side. It's going to be an easy kill for them. Zepex. Magic actually helping him as well. And Dupree is rotated in towards the lower side. So, Alu, last remaining player, stuck inside of ramp. Life expectancy, probably a few seconds now. There we go. Zepex shuts him down. 8 rounds to the board for Astralis. Another clean round win. They only lose Magisk. And like you said, Device getting aggressive, being very proactive, starting to feel it. He was trying that on the T side. He was trying to go for these crazy plays, like jumping up on top of Red, taking his fights, going for these questionable plays. Didn't really work for him. He got slapped on the wrist a few times, but I love that he's just going for it consistently, and he's made it work here on the CT side this time.
And more importantly, Tinko, they keep a majority of the players alive. Glaive, the only casualty, money looking good, and finally it is an eco for ENCE, a full eco in fact, just a couple of pistols being upgraded. Okay. I feel they're running through the flames, and Magisk, thank you very much, she's going to pad his stats, and 12-9, Astralis start to claw back, but the buy is going to be coming in again for ENCE.
Yeah, that's beautiful from Magisk. 4 kills picked up easily enough, and yeah, this is a really important buy coming up from ENCE. If they lose this one, that's when that big lead that they got for themselves is gone, right? Astralis are right back into things completely. Gonna be very scary times ahead. Astralis 9 on the board. They're getting that momentum going, and we've seen what happens when they get it going on on Train. We've seen that in the previous. They definitely got back into things very, very quickly. And just dropping X7. And it almost feels like it's a blink of the eye. You know, you blink your eyes, you open it again, and Astralis are right back into the game. So it's a very scary prospect for ENCE, and Astralis are a very scary team to play against in that respect. You're never safe. You're never in a comfortable position.
Yeah, I think every team who's ever played against Astralis can attest to that fact. And now, after losing X7 early on, you see the wall of smokes. Default is a little bit of a gap though, and the nade sails it. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Flash is gonna be tossed up with him to cross and over, but Glaive somehow in the smoke he lines them up, goes for the full spray, and does a little bit extra damage onto Aerial. 3v5, and again, Astralis haven't taken a single point of damage.
Well, there we go. Ruined that one left. Well, Aerial
finally
dropping Dupree, and now at 4v3. Door swings wide open. Aerial is kind of making sure he's not being flanked upon. You never really know where these players are at this point. Sergey up towards outside, catches Glaive. It's going to be an easy headshot. A double kill from Sergey. Suddenly flipped around on its head. Good kill from Device, but the bomb has been planted. Now Device is the only player left. In the meantime, while Sergey was getting those kills towards upper, Zipex fall into the hands of Alu. Now we've got Device trying to come back in. He switched to the AK for this clutch. Definitely a better weapon for the scenario, but look at the hold. This is going to be impossible. There we go. Aerial, perfect position to deal with that. 13-9. ENCE win that, and I really do feel Sergey ruins any chances for Astralis winning that round there.
Oh yeah, that's something else from Sergey. Just all alone, just goes for the duels, kills both players. Just by his lonesome. And a round which definitely should have gone the way of Astralis. It was a 5v3, mind you. And it just gets plucked back. And ENCE, another round on board, 13-9. Now Astralis, though, considering they won the couple of rounds quite comfortably, they have the money. So they're going to be going for yet another very convincing buy. Okay. And okay, that works, Clay. That works.
Yeah, that's a great opening. And Sergey, the player that had so much impact for them in the last round, is out of it early on. And while Device, oh, an uncharacteristic missed shot there from Device. He stays alive. That's the most important part. That advantage maintained here for Astralis. And there's not too many rounds where they can make mistakes anymore here over on Astralis. Take a look. Only 3 away from victory for ENCE, 3 away from map number 3. That's Inferno. If ENCE do pick up Nuke here, I think they're going to be kicking themselves quite a bit about that train performance, because they certainly could have taken it over the line and even potentially have won this series 2-0, which is kind of crazy, but that's all what ifs, and unfortunately you gotta live in the now.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is all about what ifs, right? What if you hadn't lost an anti-eco? What if you hadn't lost the 2v3 we saw on Train? But Counter-Strike is kind of like life that way. Yeah? A lot of what ifs, could haves, and what
quite
could have
profound,
been. Sometimes,
really.
Yeah, sometimes you have to live with the regrets and just make do, like you said. You got to live in the now and make do with what you have. Right now, what they have are 4 players, and they are expending quite a bit of utility trying to make this hit towards upper. The Device, he smells it towards the ramp, and the perfect read as Device plucks one. His teammate drops down towards ramp, and Device is holding the line. X7 is going to get the drop onto him, though drops on down, but X6 with the off angle finds one, finds 2, bomb dropped, and it's all on Sunny in a 1v4. He finds 1, but it's still looking almost unwinnable with 8 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, this round is done. It's going to be an easy round there in the end from Astralis. You know, it was looking hairy with X7 catching Device there. There's a real opportunity that opens up the B bomb site. But Zipex, the gatekeeper, stopping any action unfolding below the bottom of the ramp. And that is perfect. Astralis now 10 on the board. First tactical pause coming in, I think, of the entire game. So yeah, this is their first tactical pause of Nuke.
It is indeed. And, well, I mean, we have seen less attack timeouts getting called unless, you know, the game is extremely intense, mainly because, you know, the coaches are sitting in their respective TeamSpeak servers. You have Twister coaching for ENCE and, of course, Zonic on the side of Astralis. And when you have, well, the rule sets are such that the coaches can talk throughout the game. They can sometimes even take the reins of calling for the respective teams. So when a tactical timeout does come in, it's when they want to slow things down a little bit. They want to take a breather. They want to talk about what they want to do the next round, instead of just like rushing through it. And that's something ENCE are going to be very wary of. Like you said, you give an inch, Astralis is going to take a mile. And even though ENCE have a 3-round lead, he could easily dissipate into the ether. So, full eco. Just a P250 for X7 and the AK-47 in the hands of Sunny.
Touching back on the coaching point, right, of him being able to in-game lead. Obviously, that was the way CS was a while ago. Sunny catching device. So, one of these, the AK here on the T side actually making it work a little bit. Now, Glaive, oh god, oh, this is not the start you would be hoping for. Sunny is just popping off. Good chance there. Zipex shutting down X7. That should have been a kill for X7, but Zipex taking him away. And well, now we're into a 3v4. Man advantage still available to ENCE. Thanks for Sunny. Now, the 3 Glocks. Around the 1 AK. It's still looking good for Astralis in terms of the weapons that they've got. He's still got to favor them when it comes to these
nice
3
little touch
Glocks.
there. Nice little touch from Dupree, just smoking off towards ramp, pretending that he hasn't pushed in, as he does walk up towards the lobby. Hasn't found anyone, though. And he realizes that this aggression may not be worth it. Bear in mind, ENCE do only have 3 players without Kevlar, because it's gonna be a slaughter. Magisk finds 2. Ariel does reply back, but the last 2 players, Dinko, they have no Kevlar.
Well, bomb planted. Yeah, no Kevlar, but got an AWP and relatively high HP. Now, this is a bit of an issue. Post-plant positions, it's all down to position. If they can position themselves well enough, and this is a perfect crossfire being established now for this post-plant. Dupree and Zipex trying to get back in, but this is looking like an ENCE round all day long. This has to be huge. It has to be so quick, and the timing has to fail Ariel, but it's not going to. He's going to find one. Finally shut down by Dupree. And now it's on to Alu, trying to make it happen. He's 23 HP, moves forward, and Dupree will force him out of heaven for the kill. And around for Astralis. Oh, that is just so heartbreaking. Friends, they pull it so close, but Astralis will walk away with it.
It's just very fast decision being made by Dupree. He knew he had like a couple of seconds to make the calls to where Alu was. He saw the bomb plan. He knew exactly where Alu was. Tossing the nade and the Molotov. And of course, when you don't have the Kevlar, the nade is going to hurt indeed. 13-11. A very close round. Sunny with the firepower, almost making that one happen. But Astralis, they do manage to clutch it out. Expensive round, but they still are going to be happy that they did not go the way of ENCE now. Full buy versus full buy. ENCE want to somehow close this one out. A barrage of nades being tossed into its mini. Not going to find anyone, though.
Surrogate catching Dupree. Be a good opening for ENCE. They're coming through. It's Magis trying to push forward. He's got himself into the corner. He's going to wrap around the corner, but it's Ariel waiting for him, stopping the aggression, stopping the chance for Astralis to pull that kill back. Well, Device finally shuts down Sunny. It's going to be... Oh, no, Ariel stopping Glaive. And now a 2v4. Astralis sitting in a situation that's just not looking great for them right now. It's going to be ENCE charging their way through in towards the ramp room. An easy round looking to be on the cards here for ENCE. They can just limit the mistakes. Alu's throwing the Molotov to clear the corners. They don't want to be caught off by any of these nooks and crannies, you know. You don't know if anybody's somehow got themselves in towards that lower bomb site. It's just hiding around, hoping to deny the bomb plant, spoil the party. But Astralis have no one near the bomb site itself. So it is going to be another round on the board for ENCE. And that is going to be 14-11. And I hate pointing out negative performances, Blood, but Dupree has been really quiet, I feel, across both of these maps now. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, sometimes it is kind of like that. You're not very sure about like, you know, it depends on your placement, depends on where you're going to be playing on a CD side and whatnot. But this was a strange round from Astralis. We had the aggression from Dupree coming earlier on, and then Magisk and Glaive, they tried desperately to push in, get some information, maybe try and get the trade, but instead they just give away multiple 1v1s. And they just walk into the waiting arms of ENCE, and that's one of the easiest rounds ENCE has won so far on the T side. And what has been a pretty scrappy affair in the second half. But 14-11, now ENCE need 2 more rounds, Dinko, to take it to map number 3. And Astralis, they have the buy, but look at the money. If they lose this one, ENCE are on map point, and Astralis will have to eke out what will be quite a miserable buy. So ENCE, they know they have their foot in the throat of Astralis. They just need to do this 2 more rounds. There's 2 more rounds to take it to map number 3.
Well, coming into the series, I would have... Oh, well, Glaive, okay. That is a huge play from Glaive from the one position. Just at the top of the secret stairs, delivers 3 beautiful kills. And well, finally, Astralis have answered back. A few rounds now have been looking pretty rough for them, but that is a huge play from Glaive. Device getting the last two, and that is just a cleanup coming in from Astralis. And well, ENCE are going to be very, very scared about that kind of performance. If that becomes consistent, oh no.
You're not supposed to get 3 kills from that position. 1, maybe 2, and then you get completely like Molotov or nated to Oblivion or flashed and peaked. You don't lose 3 players like that to a player playing in that particular position, and that's definitely got to suck for ENCE. And I was talking about the money for Astralis, but even ENCE's cash, their coffers aren't looking that healthy right now. You have Sergey and X7 and Alu with money, Ariel 2500, Sunny on 3800. It means a full-fledged buy is going to be hard to come by. So they might, considering they have the 2-round lead, they might go for a little bit of an investment here, some upgraded, maybe an AK-47 and X7, and on Sergey, you try to work around that, while Ariel and Sunny have the little bit of Kevlar and some Deagles, and maybe Tech 9s. I don't expect a full buy here, because going for that is a high-risk proposition. If they go for the full buy, and they don't really have the money to work with, after losing that, it's going to get icky. But no, they've gone for it. They've gone for the full investment. They're feeling confident, Dinko. This is...
well, here we go.
Whew, this is scary.
Yeah, this is getting into the end game. Round 27 coming right up. Astralis with a buy. ENCE going for the purchase as well. Utility is good enough here on the T side. Good enough to get something done. ESL 1 Road to Rio is delivering great matchups across the board. And while Astralis, currently a map up of the series, are trailing by 2 here on Nuke. Their map pick. ENCE, the team, historically, have been a bit of a thorn in the Astralis Nuke side, ending their untouchable streak here on this map. Will ENCE look to try and continue it as they move here around 27. It's going to be ENCE moving forward. It's going to be Ariel, the first man falling. Magus stopping him from walking through. Sunny will get the reply onto Glaive. 4v4 will ensue. It's Zipex on the other end of the smoke. He's going to be holding on in towards the ramp. They're ready for it. They're trying to spam, but he's going to be getting one anyway. Sergey with the headshot finally gets rid of him, and a second as well from Sergey. The young thing continues to cut through Astralis, and he'll make his way in towards the lower bomb site. ENCE, the buy is working out for them. It's going to be map point.
That is such a huge play from Sergey. 2 quick kills. The first one was easy. The player was blinded, but the second one, what a shot onto Device. And Device had such a good angle as well. Dinko had the AWP, and now Sunny from behind is going to win the duel. Map point for ENCE. Need 1 more round to take it to map number 3 in Astralis. Oh no, the money not so good at all, is it, for Zipex and Glaive? The rest of them can buy up, but this is it. I mean, there's no point saving here. There's no point going for half buys or half measures. It's a full investment coming up from Astralis, and they need to win 3 in a row. They still haven't called for attack timeout. It's been ENCE all the way.
Magisk 26 and 19. Device 21 and 17. Definitely hitting the numbers. We've seen a big hero play from Glaive. But Astralis now on their last legs. Do or die time. If it's an ENCE win here, we head to map 3. It's got to be flawless from Astralis for the rest of this. First one was a close affair as well. Train definitely could have gone either way. We've got ourselves a match on our hands. It's certainly a map that we'll be very happy with, but it was definitely the one on our minds when we came into the stream today, and well, it's delivering.
It is absolutely delivering, and ENCE, they have delivered indeed. 15 on Astralis' map pick, mind you, after losing a train in a heartbreaking fashion in overtime. That's Dupree now. This is not a great buy for Astralis. 3 M4s, 5-7 hands of Glaive, and of course Zipex with the Scout. Surprising weapon for the Clutch God. And he's playing alone towards ramp. Now, if needs be, Majuscus nearby towards heaven. It's going to drop towards hell and help him out. But ENCE, they've slowed things down. They know they have the foot against the throat of Astralis here. Just 1 more round to go for the decider, as Sunny's going to open it up. He's going to find Device.
Well, Sunny catches Device, gives the advantage on over towards ENCE, and this is the prime opportunity for them to end it here and now. Without many issues, it's Zipex looking to try and be the sole ramp defender with a Scout. Yeah, that's just not happening. He's got to get out of there as fast as he possibly can. Magic's been called in to try and assist. He's done well by finding 1 kill, and they've got a player rotated in to help Zipex on the side itself, but this is not looking so brilliant. It's going to be a round that is looking very, very solid here. for ENCE. It's looking like it might just be over. We're looking down the barrel of a third
Oh,
map.
no.
That nade is not good. The flash is worse. And now they're going to try and push through. Dupree coming up the secret stairs. Sunny looking to catch him off, but it's Dupree with a kill. Now the plank can come in from X7. A 2v3. Astralis with the advantage coming into the retake.
Alu spots out Glaive. He knows exactly where he is. Smoke off towards Vents. It's gonna obscure the vision for a while. Flashbang is good from Dupree. They know where two of them are. They know where the third player is, but it doesn't matter. X7 finds Glaive, and Dupree's so very low. Alu spins around, and it's gonna be ENCE taking map number 2, 16-12. And if ENCE do manage to win this, they're gonna knock Fnatic out, which is
Yeah.
so much to play here. It's not just about if you can win your game. You have to also wait for your opponents. I mean, the other teams to win or lose. It's going to be a very tense moment right now for a lot of org owners in EU at the moment.
And the kind of crazy thing is, traditionally, when Fnatic were on top, Astralis, when they were TSM, were a team that always with a thorn in their side. Fnatic fans are not fans of Astralis, but I think a lot of them have converted today for this matchup. They'll be hoping Astralis can get this win, and while Magisk is going to start things off well in the pistol on Inferno. 4 players towards middle from Astralis.
4 players, make that 3. Your math is a little off. Everyone's dead. Sunny with a double. Alus chimes in with one of his own as well. And Sergey holding the line. Flashbang is perfection. Zepex will fall. Magiska left alone. There was aggression from Astralis, but immediately just stopped in a track. Just punched in the face by ENCE.
Well, Magisk starting to come back up through Banana. He's chasing, but ENCE just destroyed them on the pistol front. And ENCE have looked good in the pistols. Magisk is going to be caught in the back. Sunny able to pick that up. It's going to be 1-0. ENCE off to a good start. That's exactly what they would like. 4 players staying alive. Initially, it was looking good with that first pickup coming in for Astralis in the form of Magisk, but other than that, ENCE just steamroll them.
I like the aggression, especially in the pistol round, but one thing you want to have there is, I'm not too sure if they deployed a smoke or a Molotov towards the bottom of Banana, which I don't think they did. If they didn't do that, that means like you can get pincered, you can get taken down. You just want to like isolate one part of mid, so you can concentrate your players there. And hence taking advantage of that fact, great kills coming in from Mr. Sunny. 3K for him. Almost a flawless round. They just lose the aerial. Now bombardment of nades by Astralis. They have 3 towards B. They're using their utility to... Okay, they find Sergen. Al's at 6 HP. That's so much damage being dealt with the utility without having spotted a single player.
Wow, Magisk caught, and it will be an easy kill there for Ariel as he swings and finds Magic's up on top of the car. He's going to be picked off, and we've got ourselves into a 4v4. I've just realized I've called Magisk Magic's from Steam Spirit. I think we've casted too much CIS Counter-Strike over the past few days, but... Well, Ariel does get the kill. Glaive picked off, and now Zipex is under pressure. But this position should be good for at least one, and that's going to be the bomb. Zipex gets himself back into the B-bomb site. Anything more than this is an absolute bonus, and well, he's going to get that opportunity. The Deagle snapping the neck of Sunny. Another pressure really is on. Zipex just hiding back in U-Box. The flashbang was nearly in on time, but X7 finds a headshot and turns back to Banana to catch Dupree as well. It's only Device left inside of the smoke, and with just 2 more players to find for him. He'll come back in. He's spotted, and well, not spotted, but damage has been done anyway. Right through the smoke. Device falling back. The reload heard by X7. He's already done so much in this round already. Well, Device just holding back now. Realizes winning the round is completely off the cards, but he can certainly make this happen in terms of exit frags. We'll see if he can get a kill or 2 here. X7 is just so patiently waiting for it. And ENCE are doing a good job at not giving it up. Eventually, they'll have to move away, and that's when Device wants to strike. And while there, it's 1 actually manages to pick off Ariel behind, but X7 confirms himself for 3K, and I'm sure the impact player of the round, and there it is.
Well played indeed by ENCE, but looked a little scary. Great job from Astralis, just trying to make it work there. The Deagle work from good old Zipex, almost making it real, but it was not to be. And now it is going to be the full eco. They say full eco, we say Dupree once more with the Zeus. He really wants to go for that. And,
yeah, but this time at least he has a USP. I mean on Nuki, yeah, literally just went Zeus only. And it's very viable here on Inferno, especially on the CT side. You can get into so many nice positions and really make that work. I know that too well. I got Zeus yesterday in matchmaking. It was not fun.
How did you feel after that?
A little bit red in the face, a little bit mad. But it's going to be Zipex catching Sunny, and that's going to be a Mac 10 picked up. And a kill.
Okay.
Okay, Zipex, he's feeling it here on the B-bomb side. Device, oh god. Oh, this is falling to pieces. Alu and Ariel left in a 2v5. Ariel will take down Device. And now with 1 minute and 3 seconds left, it's on to Alu and Ariel to try and make this happen. And well, oh, there's Zipex giving up his position by elevating. That opens things up again for ENCE.
It's somehow Alu and Ariel dragging themselves back. That looked disastrous, Dinko. They had a 500p to 50, but Zipex just being an absolute beast, picking up the doubles. Device, of course, catching one as well. Unfortunately, both of them will fall for Astralis, but Alu and Ariel, they have everything to work with here. They got the AKs, they got the armor, they even have the little bit extra utility. Now, Glaive and Magist, it's all about timing. They're going to go for the boost, and the timing could be terrible, but no, they're going to get up on time. Alu clearing it out, and it's going to be Magist and Glaive chiming together to get the kill, all on Ariel, 1v3.
Ariel, a lot to do, and he'll make his way on towards the B-bomb site. Trying to get it planted. Dupree starting to swing around, and there's the damage done. Headshot picked up, but Astralis, their first on the board, comes off the back of an unlikely pistol win. Zipex really starting things off there over towards B. There's a huge kill as he gets. Finds the Mac 10, peeks into the open. Really good stuff, and ENCE will be kicking themselves about losing that round. And you can take a look at the effects on the economy. You can realize how close this has been early on, because ENCE, they lose one, and they're right back down to a low buy of their own. You know, they're force buying into this. They're getting the deagles around the scout. Alu's job here is to hit a few shots, soften them up, allow these pistols to be very potent after one bullet, no matter where you hit them.
That's terrible. Just a P to 50 and the 5-zone investment, and somehow they lose that. And they survive the forced buy from Astralis. I've seen this happen quite a few times so far on the Road to Rio and amongst various regions, primarily with the CIS one. As X7 rattling off a couple of bullets, a couple of shots, warning shots through the smoke, and Zipex will be forced to fall on back. He takes a little bit of damage. Dupree, getting close, gets tagged down, but he still gets to kill 1 HP. And he'll fall on back. He's done his job as a Device. He's going to chime in with a couple of his own as well.
He's having a great time. He sticks around a little too long, and Sergey will take him down on the deagle. But Glaive that with an easy kill. Sergey going to be picked off, and Astralis, well, it's 2 in a row now for them. They capitalized on their opportunity they have given themselves. And now we take a look at what ENCE have brought to the table, and they're not going to be too generous. They're not going to be bringing much to the party at all. It's just turning up, stealing all the free food. Glaive's gun has disappeared. That's brilliant. There we go. And he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. It's kind of glitching out a little bit.
Looks fine for me so far, but hopefully that doesn't happen. And like you said, it is going to be a full eco for ENCE. Glocks all around. All 5 players just running up towards Banana, where I do believe it is going to be an absolute slaughter here. Glaive is going to have a very easy time just mowing down the players. And, well, finds 4. Looking for more. The nade should be in if he does tosses it in, but no, Magist will steal it away. A very, very convincing mop up there, just to 1 casualty, and the money is looking real good right now for Astralis as they are back in the lead, 3-2.
Well, Astralis now, yes, in the lead, but ENCE coming back into things for the purchase. They're gonna have these AKs in play. Galil actually for X7. He's always the man to take the hit for the extra utility. He's in an unforgiving role, and I feel like X7 frags a lot for a supportive element as well. We've seen him actually hitting a lot of high numbers. Deep smoke coming in from the CT side.
He has been pretty good. He hasn't really looked very solid in the Road to Rio so far, X7, ever since they did add Jampy. And so, ENCE taking Banana. Zipex and Glaive. Getting pretty up close is Glaive. They have a lot of utility to the CD side to keep the T's at bay, but Glaive should be a little careful here. Flashlight's going to pop one out. He spots out a player. Oh! Beautiful shot into Alu. And with that, he'll immediately fade away.
Well, an early kill coming in from Astralis, and they'll be happy enough with that. You do bring up a point, though, when you talk about the addition of Yampy, right? That isn't this match that we're currently watching right now isn't the only competition between Astralis and ENCE. The real competition is who can get a bigger roster. You know, it's ENCE announced a 6th man after Astralis, then Astralis go on, and there's rumors they're going to be having 7 players in their roster. You know, when does it end?
Never. I think the whole of Denmark will be under the Astralis orc. Here comes the play though towards B. That's all under a thought for the time being. Glaive, he's going to be pushed on out, but Zepix doing great work, staying alive. He gets a kill as well, and Glaive being pushed out, but doesn't matter. He's still going to get a kill, and Sergey strikes, but Device chimes in to get a kill for himself, saving Zepix as well. He survives on 2 HP. A very good hold coming out from Astralis, which was against the buy. And now ENCE once more will have to do with the lack of money. They will have to go for a few upgraded pistols, and it's going to be 4-2 for Astralis.
So ENCE coming into this P250s, Tech 9s. I'm loving the resurgence of the Tech 9. I'm actually a big fan of seeing it back in play. And the good thing is, oh god, that's a huge nade stack. That's a massacre right there in terms of damage. But luckily it is only the 1 kill on towards ENCE, but that is a plethora of damage right there. And another nade coming in. You know, Ariel hasn't taken much damage on board. Well, you know what? We'll just give him a nade as well.
That's just brutal, right? X7 was blinded as well, just standing in the flames, completely blinded, naded to oblivion, and burnt alive.
I would hate to play against Astralis on Inferno. Like, you're just gonna get bombarded with nades over and over and over again.
Well, here comes the play though. And Glaive, he hears them. Molotov. Oh no, he's gonna burn a couple alive. They're gonna jump on over, and Al is gonna get fried. Dupree and Device gonna chime in, and it's an absolute slaughter. Not a full eco, a few upgraded pistols for ENCE, but Astralis is going to be happy with that. They've strung 5 in a row now, and for ENCE, they haven't really found much success apart from the pistol and the following anti-eco, and that's going to be a worrying factor right now. Looking at the scoring department, 3 kills apiece for each and every one of the players on ENCE. It has been kind of quiet so far.
Well, at least they're
the buy
consistent.
coming in, though.
That is a positive sign. Yeah, but buying coming in, like you said, AKs though, no AWP. T-side Inferno, could be difficult to get that AWP going anyway. These AKs might just free them up, but here comes the utility bombardment again. I like that they're just not going into Banana. They're just kind of waiting for a little second here, waiting for Astralis, but the thing is, Astralis don't just toss their utility willy-nilly, right? They always have the informed utility usage, so they always wait until they've got enough information to make their decision on where they're going to use that utility. It's not like they'll just throw it for no reason.
Oh yeah, but the thing with Astralis is like utility usage, especially like you mentioned on Inferno, is it puts a fear of God in your opponents. So sometimes you have banana control without even going for banana control. It's like your opponent is so terrified and petrified, they're just going to be naded to oblivion, right? But this time though, ENCE goes on a small little excursion towards Banana. Find there's no one there close by. Zepix and Glaive once more. Center crossfire. A smoke will be deployed by Zepix. Glaive has the incendiary and the smoke as well, so they have a lot of utility to keep the T's at bay for the time being. But right now, ENCE are favoring this A-bomb site.
Well, they certainly are. They're bringing the 5th player over as well. They did leave Sergey over towards B, but now they've pulled him over as well, and all 5 players congregating in towards the A-bomb side. The stacks of their forces heading this way, and now Magisk going to play with the edge of the smoke. Now, he's probably one of my favorite pit players to watch in this game, and while Sunny is going to catch himself, Glaive trying to make the rotation. Now ENCE looking good. Now Magisk really has to stand tall. He finds the bomb carrier, but with 15 seconds left, there's still plenty of time, but Device is going to be the linchpin. He spots the bomb, running it towards the side. There it is. Device stops it from going down, but still enough time for the plant. Zipex probably not going to win this round. He is going to be off towards A long. God, that was close. Device was just sitting in the smoke, trying to sit there with the deagle in his hands. Nearly gets it done, but luckily ENCE recover. They find the important kills, and that's just a little bit unfortunate for Astralis. They just don't win the aim duels, and ENCE just run over the top with them on that A side.
The crazy thing is, Device, he was so very patient, and if they hadn't checked that corner, if they hadn't checked the motor box, he would have waited for the time to kind of like tick down to like 4 or 5 seconds, then he would have got a C4 planter, and with that, despite being perhaps at a man disadvantage, they're still going to win the round. But ENCE hold on, and this is going to be the first round in quite a while. X7 scoped in, Zepix waiting at the edge, he knows where they are, he's going for the hunt, he's going to take away a gun. That's going to hurt the money a little bit, but for ENCE, at least they win a buy round, finally, after what's felt like forever. For Astralis, though, the money is ridiculous. It's like the Bank of Abu Dhabi, they can buy whatever they want. They're looking at very, very good indeed, money-wise.
So, another important round, another hurdle for ENCE to try and clear here. They have got plenty of utility, but there we go. Right back to Astralis, tossing utility straight in towards Banana. They're going to be fighting for it this time. In the last round, they didn't really. They just kind of struck so much fear, like you said, into ENCE in that previous round that they kind of elected to just give it up. So now Sergey in a good position, though. It's going to be holding off and catches Glaive. That's an opening for ENCE.
It's a little surprising as well. They should have been aware there could be a player potentially holding that angle instead. It's taken down. This is something we've seen time and time again, Dinko, with Glaive just going for this aggressive play. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it just doesn't. And this time around, while it doesn't go their way, you have the trade coming in, but a trade is still favoring ENCE. Sunny pushing in, but Device scoped in, going for the fight. He's going to be caught out, go in the open. Unfortunately, Aerial just pushing up, holding W. He gets the frag. Bomb's going to get planted. Retake possible, but not looking that great for Astralis, and the call has rung out. It is going to be the save from Magisk and Zipex. And hence, they finally start to string a couple of rounds together here. It's going to be 4 rounds to the 5 of Astralis. However, the money still very solid for the Danes.
I feel like the position Device plays inside of the A-bomb site, he can do some nutty things from there, but he needs the help from the pit, I think, to have success consistently in that spot. Because if you get overrun from multiple different positions, if there's just too many players coming up short and they all have their attentions turned to you, there's just nothing you can do with that AWP, right? You're just kind of stuck there. That's why having one of the best pit players in the entire planet in there to help you, Magisk, for the majority of rounds, is the right way to go. And it really elevates the performance, I think, of Device in that A-bomb site area with the AWP. Magisk wasn't there in that last round, and we could see how much of a weakness that created with Device under pressure, with those players running up short. There was just too many to really target, and there was no assistance from the pit area. So Device struggled. He still gets 2 kills in the round, but he'll get the ult back in.
It feels like it also comes down to like losing a player earlier on, right? If they don't lose Glaive early there, they can send a player towards A, and then it makes that whole site much more easier to hold on to. Instead, losing Glaive early on means they have to split the defense. It's going to be usually a 2-2 setup, and that's always going to be tricky indeed. ENCE starting to wake up, Dinko. Mac 10s, though, they're not aware of how good the buy is still from Astralis, and that's going to be the first kill going their way.
That's such a nutty angle held by Dupree. It's really difficult. So you spot a little bit of the player coming into the hallway, but landing that shot as a T player, you go try it at home. You know, you're just not going to get that angle too often. So Dupree really playing with that little pixel angle, taking the kill and falling off. It's a really good job. Especially because he's elevated on the railing as well. So that makes the crosshair offset slightly. If you want to get that initial headshot, you've got to walk around the corner aiming 2 players high. And that just isn't going to happen.
Oh, indeed. It's one of those angles where if you play it right, if you keep varying it a little bit here and there, you can multiple times get a kill and fall away. Play coming in towards Archway. It's going to be just pushed back. We're still going to hold the line. Goes for the spray. Just finds one. Sunny with a quick trade. Still man advantage maintained by Astralis. But it is going to be the B hit coming on. There's actually a draw the rotation thinker. We see Zipex with CD Spawn heading towards A.
Glaive.
And one lone soldier towards the B bomb site. It is Glaive all by his lonesome.
Well, Device might just get this kill on the Sunny, and that is in fact the frag. Once they see nothing else here, they basically the answer left now. They have to run into B immediately. There's not much time left. They have to go for this. Well, the rotation has come back in. Zipex has arrived, but Glaive at the back of the bomb site is still causing problems. He'll move through. It denies the bomb from Sif. Lee passing on towards the site. He does it all. Last 2 kills coming in. It's Astralis with 6. And that is a big round from Glaive at the back of the site. He'll be happy with that. Just patiently waiting. He is the anchor, of course, and Zipex makes the rotation over. Glaive steadily just sits back, and Astralis with another round. ENCE coming back into it with a buy. I think you hit the nail on the head there as well. I think they got a little bit of a mystery. They didn't realize how much money Astralis actually had in the bank, and it's still not stopping. Look at the money.
It is ludicrous, and especially when you win 5 in a row while barely losing any members, that's exactly what's going to happen. The 5 rounds that Astralis have won, in fact, all the 6 rounds they've won so far, the bomb never got planted, and Sunny, despite being blinded, it still gets a kill with fast trades taking place. Ooh. Oh, Zipex spots a player up close, but still spins around and gets the kill on the Sergey. That's huge. It was a 4v4, in which case you would kind of favor the T side, because obviously it's going to take time for the rotations to take place, because it is Inferno, it's not new. But Device pushing up, this is very risky, but it still makes it count. He gets the kill. Smoke deployed, looking for more. hasn't spotted Alu though. But now 2v4 looking very, very good indeed for Astralis, and Device not falling back anytime soon. Alu misses the shot, and Device still running around. This guy's a madman.
Well, Alu coming back in. A minute left on the clock. Cliv just hiding in the cubby corner. 2 players still here over towards B for Astralis. It's not going to be easy no matter where ENCE go. Certainly not easy in towards this B site with Zipex up on the boost. Magic's just baiting. Gonna actually lose his head immediately, but surely they do not expect this boost. We never really see players check this for some reason. It's gonna be Zipex, so that easy kill. Alu is gonna fall, and especially because, you know, they've already killed that CT player. In your head, you're already thinking, okay, we've toppled that CT. Oh, what? Out of nowhere, X7 right through the smoke. A headshot deploys on towards Gliv, and now there's a chance to win this overall. It was looking down and out, but Zipex, of course he'll win it. The 1v1 goes his way. A 4K picked up, but X7, oh my god, nearly got me going there.
That was the first one good. The second one ridiculous. And I kind of felt like if it continued going for the spray, he might have got a little lucky there. But he waited for a while. They tried to play towards the first oranges, and Zipex, of course, he's going to use everything at his disposal. A Molotov tossed in, and that's going to be the end of X7. But making it for a moment there, making everyone believe he could potentially have pulled off that clutch. 7-4 though. Astralis, they do manage to kind of bounce back here. 2 in a row now for ENCE. 4 rounds on the T side. Inferno not going to be quite good enough yet. They still have to decide whether to go for the buy here. They can potentially go for it. 5K, 5.3 on X7. You have the lowest player is Aerial on 3750 and Alu on 3800. So they can go for like maybe a couple of Galils and a little bit of utility, while Sergey and Sunny were going to go for the AKs alongside X7, and it looks like that is indeed going to be the play. Alu and Sergey and Aerial, in fact. I like the fact that they are committing a little bit more to the utility rather than just going for firepower. It's going to be the 2 AKs and 3 Galils. However, for Astralis, it's everything, the entire arsenal at their disposal.
Well, utility being used up early on from ENCE this time. Shoot up towards the top of Banana, trying to really battle Astralis over here. But Astralis, if you watch over the past few demos, even within, I would say even the last year, maybe 2, you'll see the same sort of stuff. It's these 3 players heading towards top Banana early, tossing heaps of utility in towards Banana. It's all calculated, it's all positioned correctly, and it's just unstoppable. It's a system they haven't had to change because it works. And while Aerial is just going to run up in towards A long, catches Badges. He did rotate back over towards the archway. He was originally playing over towards B, but this time Glaive coming back in, but it's Sunny with a headshot, and now ENCE hold the advantage, and they're going to be running back over towards B. There's a huge weakness here. They understand Glaive is the player that's usually over on that B bomb side, so when he gets that kill over towards A, that's information that the B bomb side is probably weak here, if not empty.
Sunny's walked on past. Sunny's walked on past, and Zipex might be caught up with a smoke, but he still manages to recover, looking for more, gets the double, and he stays alive at 10 HP. Dupree's unaware where Sunny is, but Sunny has to strike. He's got to go for the kill, and that's going to allow Dupree to get the kill. It's all in X7 again, Dinko in a 1v3.
X7, 1 versus 3 to try and make it happen. He's right in front of the smoke. He'll be heading his way back over towards the Banana side. There's just so many players coming in from multiple different positions. You do not envy his position, and Device will get rid of him. A little bit of BM this time coming in from Device. We see some of it displayed by Sergey a little early on, and Device having a field day. Hit 4. Astralis will win the half by 1 at a minimum. And well,
Device there with a Molotov to its library. The second he was smoked off, he tossed in the Molotov at the entrance of archways, keeping ENCE at bay. And that allowed the 2 CDs coming up arch to get the kills and the trades going their way. That was such a genius Molotov there. If he hadn't tossed it in, we could have probably seen ENCE just running into archway and overwhelming CD spot and potentially just winning the round. So some very, very smart decision-making taking place there, both from Device as well as from good old Zipex over to the B bomb side.
Zipex does most of the work there. That's huge from him. Finding those kills, stopping that attack coming forward, while Magis doing a good job at starting things off the spray, catching Sunny as well. Oh, and this is not the start you'd be looking for. They're just not having any success in towards Banana. This is horrible. And Zipex had a knife in his hand. Was that a smoke? Doesn't matter. He pulls the rifle at the right time anyway. Catches out Alu. And X7 and Aerial. Well, 2v5. Yeah, this round's done already, surely. Going to take a monumental performance out of these two players to even get somewhat close at taking a few players down here for Astralis. Never mind winning the round. And while Device is going to catch Ariel, looked away at the wrong time for a second, but is able to react fast enough and take down Ariel as he emerges from the boiler. But now again, at X7, this time 1v5, and it's just not going to happen. Device peeks down in towards mid, 9-4. Feels like Astralis are starting to get that machine going. It was misfiring a few of the cylinders in the previous map, but it seems to be fixed. They've got to the mechanics, and Astralis are right back to being a machine. And well, Device certainly is a machine himself.
Oh, he is a machine, and Xyp9x is a beast. 14-4 for the man. Well, not usually, well, we all know, I think everyone on the planet is aware of his clutching prowess, but not really known for being usually on top of the scoreboard. And right now, he is just beasting on this map. And a fast play being set here towards mid, and Device, he thinks second of it. That's a lovely nade. That's a beautiful nade. Oh, look at the damage. Look at the damage. Nades and 5-7s galore. Finally, Ariel does reply back. Dupree switch mode to P250. He's going to get the kill. And a fast pace being set there by ENCE, but the nades just doing so much of damage. Dupree has all the time in the world to pick up the third.
That's lovely. I love that from Dupree. But 10-4, we head into the last round of the half. It's Astralis double figures reached already. ENCE not really doing much here on the T side of Inferno. They've been running into a brick wall, and Astralis just they just do not hesitate to shut them down time and time again. ENCE with a buy. It's going to be the ult for Alu. The utility is somewhat limited on him, but the rest of his team, they've got plenty of utility. So, good buy, at least coming in here from ENCE towards the end. We'll see if it's enough to master a 5th round, but they desperately need this. I think, obviously, 10-5 is much, much better than 4 rounds.
Oh, absolutely. These are one of the round differences where just a one round can make such a big difference, right? It gives you that little bit of extra space to work with, extra room to work with. And Device continuing his reign of terror. I just want to point out, the previous round, most operas, many operas we know, when they realize that multiple Ts are running up mid, they're going to be tempted to take that shot, right? You might get a collateral, might get a highlight moment. Device, he doesn't have any of it. He just immediately switches over to his nade, tosses it in, and of course gets that kill. Dupree replying back, avenging his fallen teammate. Ariel sneaking out. He can get a kill here. He finds Magisk. Now they know only one player on the A bomb side. It's Dupree, and he's all alone, trapped in the corner. But he's going to find both. He's looking for a third, and he's going to get all 4 kills on the A bomb side. 11-4 for Astralis.
Huge play from Dupree. He's really elevated his performance. You know, he's a little quieter on the first 2 maps, but this is the Dupree we love to see. Huge plays from him. 11-4 at the half. Astralis looking to try and break down ENCE here on Inferno, looking for the 2-1 in the series. Join us after the break to see if that is the case. Welcome back to ESL 1, Road to Rio. It's the last half of the day. It's Astralis versus ENCE. And well, if Astralis can overcome some of their pistol woes, which have been evident across the board, ENCE have been very solid, well, they might just close this half very quickly, but it's Alu off to a great start. Glaive hitting the deck, and Alu coming back in for more. This is looking so dire. All the kills coming through. It's going to be a 4v2.
Well, make that a 1v4. Zipex left alone, and he is a clutch minister after all, but this might be too much of a tall ask for him. Sergey to end him with a little bit of a love tap from the 5-7. Have ENCE won every pistol round so far?
They have.
In all the maps. That is insane.
Did Astralis win the second on train? The second half pistol?
Perhaps. Okay, maybe, but ENCE have won at least 5 out of 6 here.
Yeah.
That's insane.
But that is nutty from ENCE. And yeah, you could say Astralis might be weak in the pistols, but ENCE also are pretty strong. They have good ideas coming into it, they're good recoveries. Alu seems to just be an absolute god in the pistol. I'm always just seeing his name pop up in the kill feed. He's doing great stuff, and the pistol is obviously very important here, especially since they only managed 4 rounds in the entire half. So, time to show up, time to get that momentum going on the CT affair. I like that Astralis didn't force buy, even though they have plenty of rounds to play with. That's the exact reason why they don't go for the force buy. They have no real need to. You can let ENCE have a few of these rounds. It's just about getting those rifles out early.
Personage plays. It doesn't matter how you win, as long as you win. That is the name of the game. Sergey is going to find Dupree, and like you said, full eco. They're just probably wasting time here, just trying to potentially figure out what the setups might be for ENCE on this anti-eco. And for ENCE, Mac 10s, UMP. It's going to be a field day, just farming a little bit of cash, as Alu is going to chime in a fragment. So it's going to be a pretty comfortable mob up here coming in for ENCE, and they're going to get around number 6. However, the buy coming in from Astralis is going to be AKs and Kevlar and whatnot, and that means that the fact that they have these SMGs could be a little bit of a problem for ENCE. So expect a little bit of aggression from ENCE, especially towards Banana area. They're going to try and take these close quarter battles, or even might be towards an apartment stack coming out with the MP9s and the UMP. Something a little bit different from the usual default setups you might be expecting on the CT side.
So, a little something funny. So I tried to fix the view model issues, and it's actually just got rid of pretty much everyone's view model. So no one has a gun right now. That will be fixed as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen. So as soon as we have a time to fix that on over, we'll try and get it fixed. But most people don't even have a gun.
Yeah, hopefully during the attack timeout or something, but... Well, there you have it. We have the aggression coming out. This is lovely from ENCE. This is exactly what they needed to do. In fact, they went for both of it. They went for the banana aggression, Dinko, and they also went for the aggression towards apartments. That was risky from Sunny there. If he got taken down, that would have been the B-bomb site compromise, but he survives, and he's got backup as well arriving in the form of Alu, and that is a lovely work from ENCE. They had the SMGs, and they went for the close quarter battles, especially towards apartments and towards banana, and they make it work, and it is now a 2v5. Favoring the Finnish side, but Magisk finds one.
Well, Flash goes up, and trying to make their way in towards the side. There's 55 seconds in play. ENCE are going to be rotating players over towards the B-bomb side, but the bomb's actually towards second middle. Sunny catches Magisk just sprinting on towards the B site, takes him down easily, and now it's only Device with an AK in his hands. Not looking like this is going to be too fruitful for Device. He'll walk up towards top middle, clearing a few of the corners here, but... And we should be looking at a relatively clean round from ENCE. All about limiting the casualties. That's exactly what will happen. They keep 4 players alive. Device falls, and, well, back to another low buy here for Astralis. Looking at 8 rounds here for ENCE.
Should be 8 rounds, and slowly but surely they are starting to reduce the deficit they find themselves in. And for those who are probably tuning in right now wondering why this game is so very important for the side of ENCE, Astralis sitting pretty much on top of the leaderboards for the group, but ENCE, it's a must-win. They need to win this game in order to ensure that they qualify out from the group stage. And right now, Astralis with the 4-round lead should shortly be just a 3-round lead as long as ENCE play this one correctly. They're playing this pretty passively, and Alu should be careful of not getting taken down. They're pushing up, but the AWP is not going to get the second kill, and he gets taken down, but Sergey replies back, leaving it all on Glaive with the AWP to make something happen. He gets plucked as well, and Device left alone in a 1v4. He's got the deagle, but it's gonna be a little hard.
Well, Device now, the last remaining player. He'll be on 25 HP, order of his health, and set back in towards second middle. Back towards bottom mid now. ENCE just swarming the bomb, and Device is just hoping that he can find something. Just a kill or two. Just one would be a bonus. Anything he grabs here, certainly a bonus. But ENCE just covering off the bomb. Device not getting anything. He's eventually going to walk into the lion's den, but look at this crossfire. Have you ever seen anything more deadly? This is just not going to work. Sunny does shut down Device, and there's an 8th round for ENCE. I love how they're not taking any liberties, right? That's something... The way ENCE are playing that, you just see the amount of effort they're putting in. Even when they're 4v1 against Device, and he's on 25 HP with a pistol only. When you see this kind of stuff come out from the EU teams, and then you see what we've seen earlier in the CIS matchups, it is unbelievable, the juxtaposition.
Let's not talk about that, please. I mean,
this is reminding you of that scary time.
This game has erased the memories of that game we casted earlier today, and let's keep it like that. X7, domed by the nades. 18 HP, that's a lot of damage being inflicted early on. Astralis now with the buy. They've played this in a very orthodox fashion so far, like you mentioned. So you pointed out how they haven't really taken much liberties with the force buys despite having the lead. And that's just them allowing some of the freedom to work with more utility, the better weaponry, and ensuring that if they're going to play around, they want to make sure they have everything in the kitty to make it work, instead of just having to rely on like half buys and, you know, kind of like scuff buys where you might have a few guns, but utility is not great, or you have the utility, but you have to make do with the UMPs, the MAC-10s, and the Galil. So, looking pretty good right now for ENCE, though. Even despite X7 being down to 18 HP, you see the hit coming in towards brackets. Dupree and Glaive find themselves an empty part of the map. The nade, though, sailing in from aerial, does a little bit of chip damage on Dupree, not too much, though. And now Sunny pushing up. The flashbang is good. He finds Device. That is massive. Trade doesn't take place. Magist is going to come out, but Sunny, firepower indeed. Finds 2. Tries to go for the 3rd, but Stepex not able to get the kill. This is huge from Sunny. He's done his job. He's going to get taken down here by Glaive, but that's okay. As Alu's going to find Dupree. It's all on Glaive, the captain, in a 1v4. I don't think there's anything he can do from this point.
No, and this is kind of scary now for Astralis. They haven't won a single half in the second half. They haven't even looked close. This is just beautiful CS from ENCE coming through on the CT side, and I'm loving it. This is the type of performance I wanted to see from them coming into this. I didn't want them to lie down and die and let Astralis just walk over the top of them. This is a good fight being presented, and Sunny getting the 3 in towards Banana, that's perfect. 50 and 14, put some positive in terms of KD. And now Astralis starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Maybe not just at this point, they're not too scared, but they're likely to lose this round completely. Then we're 11-10, and that's when, you know, that scoreline is gone, right? That indomitable lead, that huge buffer we've seen Astralis have, is completely out the window.
And also, not just about the rounds, if you look at the money is so good for ENCE right now. We spoke about this with for Astralis earlier on, but definitely looking very good for ENCE so far. Sunny will make his escape. That was scary for Sunny. He was at the bottom of Banana. There was no one over to the B-bomb side, although X7 has made his way there. Nice little nade combo there. Sunny finds the effect and Molotov to keep them at bay, but Magist get range, finds the kill. Now we know Sunny's all alone. Rotation is taking place now, but the flames are going to dissipate very, very quickly. Alu, his spider sense tingling. He knows someone's around mid. As Sunny goes for the spray, he gets dinged, but doesn't matter. 1 HP, he stays alive, and he's going to find one more. Lovely work from Sunny. And it's all on Dupree. Although it was just the pistol investment. That's a nice hold indeed coming out from Sunny. 1 HP, he stays alive. They haven't lost, just losing the 1 player. And a bomb dropped on the side. There's nothing Dupree can do. And it is going to be round number 10. Double digits coming in for ENCE.
Well, 11-10. There's the scoreline that's starting to look pretty scary now for Astralis. I've got the AKs in the purchase here, but they haven't won a single round here in the second half, and this is the time to change it. They have to get it under their belt. Otherwise, ENCE, even the scoreline, the momentum is completely on their side. And while Astralis, they'll see if anything can get done. It's going to be the nade going up. X7 Oh, he's going to do a lot of damage. That nade actually dropping Device to 32, Magis to 56. Astralis are getting a taste of their own medicine.
Oh yeah, this is basically, yeah, ENCE basically replying back to Astralis and telling them what you can do. We can do better. Device Magisk already low without having spotted a single Fin. This is indomitable from ENCE. 6 rounds in a row on the CD side, and in each and every one of these rounds, we mentioned this earlier on the first half, Astralis haven't got the bomb down even once, Dinko. And that's a very scary proposition. That means they've not been able to get their way into the sides here. And look at this setup. Surrogate from above finds Dupree, despite the missed shot from Alu.
Well, it's Device, the front man, looking for the shot. It's going to be X7 gone. He's going to be looking for a tad more, but at the back of the bomb site, the boost is going to be the main position that Device needs to worry about. He's going to check it. Sunny taking off. And oh no, ENCE have lost every pillar of support on this B bomb site. And now Alu trying to get involved. It's going to be a nice quick shot as he takes down Device. Running back into the site, looking for the shots as Zipex gets towards the back lines. Going to be the Molotov heading in towards New Box to try and clear the spot, but Zipex up on top of the boost. This is a good setup with him and Glaive. It's going to be difficult to try and take away. Glaive gets an easy kill to Alu. Zipex taking down Ariel. And now it's only Sergey. A 1v3 retake for the young Finn. And it's just not looking like a real possibility here for him. It's going to be shut down and Glaive will make it happen. 12-11. Astralis finally went around in the second half.
It took a while. Took a long while indeed. And finally the streak from ENCE. 6 rounds on a trot. And the thing for the Finnish side is the money is so flush. They can go for whatever buy they want. Full buy coming out again. The purchase finale with the opt, Sergey with the AUG. Just them M4A1s, mixture M4A1s and M4A4s. Astralis finally some signs of life here in the second half. They have looked very, very quiet indeed. Just to point out, going to the second half, not one play. Okay, Device. Okay, shift delete on Alu.
Well, easy kill towards top middle. Device able to pick that up, and now he'll move forward. Ariel around the corner. Going to be shutting him down. Sergey coming in. Dupree picked off. Now this is good for Astralis. A man advantage. They'll be looking solid. Device is going to catch X7. And now, well, Device swinging out into the open. It's Sergey in the middle of the site. Device taking him down. Now it's only Sunny. A 1v4. And this is the kind of round that you expect from Astralis. Device just showing up, getting a 4K, taking everyone down. And he wants the ace as he moves forward. But Sunny's going to deny it in the most embarrassing fashion. The knife kill coming in. And, well, that's kind of anticlimactic for Device. But still a brilliant round nonetheless. 4 big kills. Wins the round single-handedly for Astralis. And now Sunny having to save on the other end of the map.
Yeah, but Device, my word. Single-handedly, just pretty much opening up towards mid. The one-tap deletion of Alu. And then just continue to push ahead. And just completely dismantling the A-bomb side. Yeah, Sunny does get the Constellation shank between his shoulder blades, but that's not going to be enough. And it's going to be 13-10. Astralis inch closer to round number 16. And how's it finally stopped, Dinko? This train from ENCE, stringing so many rounds together in what has looked like such a beautiful CD side. Astralis finally, they put their foot down. They said no. They seem to be done with this.
Just took one win in the second half, it seems, to get them back into things. But ENCE not going to let them out of the woods just yet. They're going to have a buy coming in. It's going to be the ult for Alu, the rifles for everyone else available. And we'll see what Astralis have up their sleeve throughout the rest of the second half. It's going to be the AKs in play. No op for Device, but he's shown in the last round he doesn't really need it to have the same sort of impact that you'd expect from him. Just 4K in the last round. And that's the crazy thing. I think that's one of the most important assets of a star player, is the fact that they are good on every weapon. They are good in every single situation. Device is good on the pistols. He's an incredible world-class AWPer, rifler. You know, he's got everything going his way, but he's going to disappear again. He's going to find himself one and a second. Device continuing just a meat grind ENCE. And well, this is looking huge for him. The flash is going to go up. Another one at the ready to go around the corner. And this is good for Astralis. continue to run up in towards B. Device has just been the key to unlock these rounds for Astralis in the last 2 rounds now. And ENCE haven't really been able to deal with it. And they won't be able to deal with it in this round either. He's forced them to save. They have to go over to the other side of the map. In fact, they already started there, but they're not going to be leaving. And it's 14-10.
He's just been activated, hasn't it? Device has had enough. He's just done with this. He's just tired of losing on the T side. Single-handedly just winning rounds at this point. Previous round, mind you, that was a buy round as well. He just deletes Alu at mid, who had the AWP. Just rushes ahead, almost gets the ace. It looked like Magisk might have timed out, so he might have a restore. Oh, not a restore, but he might have a pause, technical timeout, technical pause coming in. Maybe that's a time where we could potentially just try and see if the gun model might be, hopefully can be fixed. But Device has had enough, and that is scary. When he starts taking matters in his own hands, and bear in mind, it's not like his teammates are right behind him, helping with pop flashes and whatnot. He's just literally just walking in and taking the duels and plucking heads like chickens. So we're 14-10. We will be having a very quick tech timeout, as I do believe Magisk has timed out for now, but he should hopefully be coming back very, very quickly.
Yeah, hopefully it is a quick comeback from Magisk. We'll see if we can get these few models fixed. It's always hilarious how many issues we still have in CS after all this time.
Yeah, it's also online Counter-Strike. It reminds me of the good old days. I feel like everyone's so used to like LAN CS with like full-fledged production. You have like 100 members strong production crew.
Yeah, everyone's kind of like spoiled a little bit. We're just we know what to expect. We've just got so used to it and accustomed to just having huge production crews, the best in the industry, making everything happen. And then when you kind of have these scenarios, it all kind of crumbles, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also bear in mind, we have 4 games happening right now simultaneously, which of course is going to stretch the production capabilities of even a giant like ESL. Well, 14-10 right now, and Astralis, it seems like they are out of the rut. They have finally woken up, or rather, Device has woken up. He's netted 6 kills in the past 2 rounds. And those 6 kills just netted them very, very convincing wins there. 14-10, 2 remaining. And for ENCE, Dinko, this is a do-or-die game. Remember that. This is just a quick reminder. If ENCE don't win this, they're out. They're out of the Road to Rio. At least this iteration. ESL won the Road to Rio. ENCE needing this win. Astralis on top of the group, though. They're feeling very comfortable alongside NIP. And now, despite showing sparks of life, despite showing that they can hold their own against Astralis, will they fall at the very end, at the finish line is the question.
Well, a Molotov going up in towards top banana. It's going to be Magisk taking down one. Glaive coming in as well, like 7 picked off, and now the charge can come through. Smoke down in towards spawn. It's going to be Sergey that swings and drops Magisk. And now Alu and Aerial. 2 versus 4. Round 25 is looking good for Astralis to grab map point, to grab series point, while Glaive doing damage through the smoke. It's not going to get the kill, but at least does damage on towards Alu. Now Zipex trying his best for a little bit of smoke antics as well. Alu tosses the Molotov in front of the coffins. It's not going to quite extend enough, unfortunately, to prevent anything from happening. Well, now ENCE realize they've got to fall back, but they're falling back into the dangerous arms of Dupree, who wants to take these kills. He's going to find one, looking for a second, and that is it. Dupree getting a multi-kill in this round. Device in the previous. This is looking absolutely fantastic for Astralis. Everybody's showing up in the last few rounds. And now we are looking down the barrel of an Astralis 2-1 victory over ENCE. And again, you do know what is on the line. And Fnatic fans are going to be pretty happy with the current state of affairs at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the scoreline is for Fnatic, though. I'm just going to take a very quick gander. And Fnatic right now, they're about to lose as well. It's 15-12 to NIP on the final deciding map. So we might actually see what ENCE and Fnatic losing here. Swedish Derby not really going the way of JW and his merry men. And Astralis, they just need the one more round. And suddenly they've woken up. They're looking to close this one out. Sunny pushing in, taking matters into his own capable hands as well. He finds 2. Sergey chimes in with a couple of frags of his own. And Device is left alone again. But this time, he's in a 1 versus 3. Bomb drop towards T-spawn. And you can see already Aerial pushing in all the way towards T-spawn.
It's like 7, just holding back. Device coming towards them. Surely ENCE are aware of this situation. That Device can certainly make this work. He's going to go back up through banana, but look at the players coming in from behind as well. Gets increasingly more difficult. He does have a smoke in the double flash, but we have the luxury of X-Ray. We know where X7 is playing from. Device has no idea. He's going to find him anyway. Headshot picked up. X7 dropped. And now Device is going to sprint for the plant, but it's immediately the flank from Aerial coming through. And it's another round on the board for ENCE. They stay afloat. They will not lose today, or in this round, should I say. At Astralis, they're going to have a buy coming back in. Device couldn't quite make the hero play work, but now ENCE stay afloat. They've got the buy coming back in. Certainly weaknesses, but enough to make it happen. And it's all about keeping the players alive, limiting the casualties, and being flawless as we move through the rest of regulation.
Just a very quick update as well. It looks like Dignitas have lost to Complexity a while back, and Fnatic have just lost to NiP. So for ENCE, this was a win condition. They needed Fnatic to lose, and they needed to win this one, but they still need to get 4 in a row, Dinko. 4 in a row to force overtime, and then try and grind it out. As the Astralis really seem to have had enough. This is looking very dire indeed, but they're pushing in. Sunny just going for the blind spray, but they're taking so much damage. And Magist with the nade finds X7. It's all in Alu. He's going to fall to Magist. The B bomb side completely bereft of any CD side presence. And Astralis going to come pushing in. And this could be it, Dinko. This could be the game. As Dupree, he just walks in through the smoke and gets both the kills, headshots nonetheless. And that is going to be Astralis taking the series 2-1.
Hello everybody and welcome to ENCE taking on Copenhagen Flames. My name is Mitch, alongside myself is the wonderful Dean, and we are ready for a banger of a series. I'll be surprised if we don't get 3 maps here, as we see 2 teams that have been performing very, very evenly over these last couple of months, and by that I mean it's sometimes inconsistent for ENCE and Copenhagen Flames. They've really jumped to new heights recently. They come up against each other starting here on Inferno. But we are seeing Copenhagen Flames occupy the T side, moving towards that A bomb side. ENCE already rotated in fully with 4 players, and Aerial just passively watching down, and Banana trying to get a bit of info in case CPH do decide to change direction, which seems kind of likely considering the bomb is still on T ramp.
Yeah, that player, of course, going to be just holding for any aggression that might come down Banana. The issue is already for ENCE, they've lost 2 players over on the A side of the map. Indeed, Aerial being actually heard there as he runs down on mid. With that, they're just going to wrap around into the spawn. Should be able to find B. I highly doubt Aerial is going to expect that player to be coming up Banana now. But the issue is the bomb, of course, is on its own. So they have to push in together and actually try and get this kill. And so far, it's not working out for them. Aerial able to find the double. Farlig eventually giving them the opening. But they don't have any smokes left. So crossing over, they do have to contend with Alu right now, who's in that corner. And isn't actually going to be peeking too aggressively. I guess not really wanting to risk peeking in and dying, waiting for X7 to be able to rotate over so that they can work together on this one. But as I say that, he does begin to go forward, and it's Nadio's up close in construction there to put a stop to it. X7 all alone, 1-on-3. As I said, at least has a defuse kit. But this is going to be very difficult without the Kevlar as well. Aim punch certainly could be an issue, and he's going to have to deal with 2 of them already in construction. It's actually only Nadio's peeking, but he did have 1 more ready to swing in and help out.
Well handled by CPH. The move back to B, certainly one that looked obvious to us, but no way ENCE could make that read early on. And now they go in for a force buy, taking themselves a scout on Alu, everybody else rocking in with the pistols, and Aerial on an SMG. That gives them a decent chance of fighting off, but the scout could be a real game changer if they land a couple of tags early on down middle. Those T's are going to be ripe for the taking for anybody else on this lineup.
Oh, we're going to see the nade stacks. Again, not having the new update, so the nade's not going to be quite as effective as I'm sure they will be. I haven't had a chance to actually use them out properly. Played a game, but I was terrible when I played a matchmaking last night, so didn't get to really try them properly, you know. But yeah, 1-0 for Copenhagen Flames. They didn't really take any damage at all there either, while actually moving up towards Banana, despite I think it was 2 nades coming in. At least 2, might have been 3 even. It was initially, of course, the 3-man stack over towards that B side of the map as well for ENCE. They've rotated over 2 now, though, towards long, so they've actually got a really good setup here. Setting themselves up to try and have a chance to contest this mid-control. I don't know if we're going to actually see the T's moving forward off of this, but they're at least giving themselves the options. And look at this from Alu, trying to boost above the smoke. The issue is he couldn't quite see, and then once he drops down, Queenix hears it, spams into the smoke, gets himself the kill, and already gives Copenhagen Flames a 1-man advantage on top of course, the weaponry being much better as well.
Well, at least the scouts are covered and on its way towards that B bomb side, about to go around on coffins. Gives him a chance to do some damage once the smoke fades, with Copenhagen Flames majority stacking towards the B bomb side. In fact, giving up all of the control, they're going to run right into a 3-man stack, and ENCE's best chance of connecting the round is definitely in play. Sunny tucked up close, and X7's going to bait in for him. Try to find the tags on the scout, make it easy for Sunny to finish them off. They've also got a player in CT with a flashbang in hand, ready to lob that through. It's about to leave Aerials. Sunny finds one, turns immediately, but not in time. And Aerial through the smoke gets shut down. Nodios with a triple, completely destroying them, and just in time to allow that bomb plant to come through. They definitely took a risk, though, letting the clock run down that low.
Yeah, I guess just kind of banking on being able to win out their fights with the better weapons once they did move in. But as you said, that can be dangerous. We've seen it costing teams a couple of times. It wasn't really an issue today with how quick kind of the previous series was being played by both Fnatic and Movistar. But here things were certainly slowed down by the side on Copenhagen Flames. Looking at this point, I would imagine to just ensure they keep all three of these players alive, they're going to actually try and move in towards the spawn. With that, Sergey's able to get himself one more kill, so that's not a bad find. Only allowing 2 players to actually go ahead and survive. Obviously, it is at least the AKs that they're able to carry over, so that's a positive. And coming into this round, only going to be up against the Eco as well. Maybe a couple upgraded pistols. No, okay. I guess knowing that they were able to bring it down to only 2 surviving, ENCE want to buy right back into this, Mitch. They are going all in completely here. If they lose this, at that point, they would definitely have to Eco, and Copenhagen Flames would be looking at 4-0. So this is very, very risky, but if it pays off, obviously at that point, they will also completely ruin the economy of Copenhagen Flames.
You don't often see it as well. I imagine Copenhagen are going to come in and be kind of caught off guard by it. I mean, you would just, in your head, be guaranteeing yourself the eco. Immediately pushing forward is an SMG close left. He's in trouble. Helmets on these players as well. There's no easy fight for HooXi, but he gets the bullets off first. Alu up close, about to be smoked off, and they've got the B site wide open for the taking. The right-click nade actually does some decent damage. That'll really help out those Deagles. Still 2 players towards A as well, though. They're just going to save this to the next. I mean, they'll have to eco in the next one, so why not? And a matter of fact, Dean, you think about the position that they're in. Yes, a nade was thrown. That's the only info Copenhagen Flames have got. So it still may very well be an eco. And at that point, with SMGs in play, or an SMG for HooXi, he might decide to get aggressive, and even better, maybe Queenix over towards the A side at the moment, second mid. He might push forward thinking it's just going to be a few pistols to take down and get heavily punished for it. And you remember what MSL did against Copenhagen Flames. He hunted them with an op when they had just USP, so you can't rule anything out.
Yeah, you never know. I don't think most players are going to be willing to do anything like that, though. HooXi with the Mac 10 is going for it, understandably so. Also has a few nades in his Kevlar, so I guess doesn't want to risk it too much, knowing that with what they've saved over the Mac 10 here in this next round can still be quite useful for him. So he's going to just, in the end, live. He didn't want to run straight onto the bomb site. He would have been surrounded, so it probably was for the best. 3-0 though for Copenhagen Flames. As you said, ENCE do still have to just take the eco around what they saved. Obviously, it gives them another chance here to be able to do something with this weaker investment, but it also means that they're only getting their first gun round out on round number 5. And as we pointed out, that means that Copenhagen Flames likely will be up 4-0 before they're really getting contested. We haven't had a chance yet to really touch on how this veto went down. I've seen everyone discussing it in chat. Thank you guys. We did jump in a little bit too late, unfortunately, to have time before the map. But obviously, this is the choice of Copenhagen Flames. You didn't have ENCE pick and train, and if needed as a decider, will be Nuke. So 3 maps that these teams are both definitely capable on. So I think we have an exciting series definitely coming our way. And now, despite the initial contact on Banana, or initial presence being shown on Banana from Copenhagen Flames, they have moved back to A. ENCE, though, a pretty standard setup from them, so they will still have 3 players in position.
Yeah, actually leaving all long control as well, stuck mainly in towards that A site. Because you got the pistols in play, obviously you want to take advantage of them. Aerial somehow manages to get the kill on the second player through, while full blind Queenix had just slipped on by. A couple of kills later, and Copenhagen Flames have got the A bomb site all for themselves, but good damage done by ENCE. They can still get back into this with Nodios on 29, 1 Deagle shot's all that's needed to take him down. There's still some good utility in play, but I don't think there's a kit.
No, I don't believe so. That is a little bit unfortunate. Again, though, doing some good damage here. There's a good chance also for Alu to even try and catch this rifle in towards the apartments. If you can take that off Nodios, who's already tagged down extremely low, at that point, they may just consider saving it. They could also, of course, leave Sunny to maybe do a bit of damage, but there we go. They've gotten that kill. There is a small bit of time still if they do want to move forward. The issue is the smoke holding off one player on long. And the bomb is now beginning to tick away fairly quickly, so I think they're kind of just setting up to try and stop really any of these weapons from being carried over. Obviously, though, Copenhagen Flames just setting themselves up in the pit. The molly, okay, going over. It actually lands up on Grave. That wasn't quite as intended, but still, the shots are being connected. Sunny's got himself one. I was going to say both of them. It was actually Alu who got the second. That means the AK isn't saved, but they have kept the economy of Copenhagen Flames in a relatively low position after they reinvest there. They won't have too much left over for a reinvestment in the following round, but obviously it does still require ENCE now to get off to a good start now that they have the guns available. Down 4-0, they really don't want to be letting more than another couple of rounds go to Copenhagen Flames here on their T side, so they need to really pick up the pace.
I mean, you look at how Copenhagen Flames won those previous, well, certainly the third round anyways. They still have a pretty decent amount of money. It's only the op of Farlig that puts him to a point that he can't invest. The rest of them could get AKs out with not too many bothers. Whoops, a little bit of a shot by Farlig whiffed, and that results in him almost tying to the nade afterwards as he got legged. And then a wall bang for Alu onto Nodios. That's a lot of damage by ENCE. The nade coming through again. This one's going to go deep, though, so it should avoid taking anyone down. Losing refresh towards that A bomb site. This has really hurt Copenhagen Flames for such a deep investment, considering what they had already put in, losing everybody in the previous round. It's a really bad spot to play from. Queenix is causing some noise in towards the A site. They're hoping that maybe, just maybe, someone starts peeking on Banana. They're getting curious for info. They haven't decided to dedicate to the rotate, and a flash is going to come over from Alu, allowing the peek from Sunny, and potentially the frag for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, could be fairly well timed here. Hooksy's actually just going to be caught with the smoke in hands. Not quite. He actually takes out the Molotov. The spam comes in for the dink, but not quite the kill as of yet. Eventually, Sunny finds it, and he doesn't spot anyone else around Banana. At this point, they may have the read that it is going to be committing over towards A, especially now as X7 spots them coming out mid, does some good damage, and just makes it that little bit easier for Aerial there in the pit. Nodios alone. Tagged up already. He knows X7 is closer on the bomb site as well. He's actually going to elevate himself up. That's a little bit of a risky play, but it does work out for him. One for ENCE, they finally are able to get onto the board, and most importantly, do so with 4 players surviving. So getting a clean round, they'll ensure that they have everything they need into this one. They won't be working with any weaker weapons, leaving them in a very tough spot where they could just instantly be bounced back onto just a weak pistol buy again. On the other hand, though, Copenhagen Flames, as we had pointed out, their money had been kept relatively low throughout those opening rounds as well, so they are not really able to get the full buy here. Just spending the excess cash that they had, going to be mostly focused on getting the buyout here in the next one. Obviously, already being on 4, they're really just looking to try and continue grinding out a few more rounds here on the T side, bring it up to 7 or so. That's when they start feeling, really good. Obviously, anything on top of that would be a pretty big bonus for them as well. It was 2 players on A here in the beginning, so I was a little bit worried, but they have now rotated X7 back over.
And even further, Alu is on his way towards that A bomb site. You're going to have 4 players in position as Copenhagen Flames look to blitz in on the pistols. Sonny's confident in holding B, mainly because he's got that Molotov, and as they come on out, waterfalling, it is falling apart. ENCE just taking them one at a time. Farlig manages to isolate a frag on the Tech 9, a player through the smoke, but Alu is going to be punishing it at Farlig at least. 2 players lost. At the end of the day, the frag Nodios managed to find puts them back into a decent position. They're not allowing ENCE to run away with economy for free. But there's a lot of pressure on them to make this one work, or else they're really giving ENCE an avenue back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as I said, they can still grind out a good few rounds here on the D side and give themselves a good half, but they'll definitely be kind of getting themselves out of the possibility of just stomping the map, like is always the possibility, of course, when you get off to such a strong start. Normally, if you're able to take that open and good round and keep on controlling the economy from that point on. But yeah, ENCE, they recovered relatively early after being able to actually get the full gun round for themselves. They've gotten 2 now in a row, but they are back up against another buy from Copenhagen Flames. There's an op for Farlig, there's rifles, nades are decent as well. And so far, they've already been able to find themselves most of the banana control. You aren't really seeing ENCE contesting this too heavily. There was just a smoke down on the corner, a boost then coming up from the T side to check if it is clear. But there is a 3-man stack around this B side. At the moment, I think ENCE are kind of counting on this push coming in here. Not really going to be showing it off. Instead, waiting for the contact to be found, hoping the op can find one, and then maybe at that point, if they do actually bait the push in, obviously they do have a couple of players still here to help the op out as well, and there we go. Alu eventually finding one on Hooksy. I don't know if he's aware that Nodios had crossed to the left side already, but he will check it as he comes back in after being flashed off the angle. Second frag being found for Alu. Already it's a 5-on-3 as Copenhagen Flames have no control except for Banana right now.
No information. It's not like they heard 3 players or saw them. All they saw was Alu and a flash from bomb site. With that, I mean, decision making in this position is next to impossible to have any sort of a certainty behind whether you're making the right choice or not. The one thing they do know is that the op is in play towards this side, and it looks like they're going to try to manipulate it. Farlick has got the bomb, and what a nade by Alu straight onto his feet. The molly behind the smoke, and that's going to stop them from using the smokes they've just thrown. A second to double... Oh, that is... Okay, no, they did. I thought they'd smoke the one behind and then be mollied off in front. But it's just a delaying tactic. Another nade through. Great utility usage. X7 through the smoke, but Refresh! He's got himself a triple! 3 seconds is all it takes, and they've got the bomb down just in time. Copenhagen Flames in a 2v3, and Refresh keeps going with the op. He's got a 4th, looking for the ace. Ariel's left wondering how it went so wrong so quickly. Through a molly he goes, 50 HP off him already. Whilst Refresh will be easy to take down, Queenix is tucked in the back, but Refresh has got the ace. 5 rounds on the board for Copenhagen Flames, and 5 kills for Refresh. He had 0 walking into that one. That's one way to get on the board.
Incredible. They were 2 on 5. There was barely any time. He manages to kill all 3 of them nearly as quickly as he possibly could, and that's what got them the bomb plant. He just keeps on going, comes out with the ace, and what was looking to be a round for ENCE, the ability for ENCE to actually maybe even tie up the scoreline, instead goes the way of Copenhagen Flames, and now they're sitting with a 5-2 lead, with again a chance to just break that economy for ENCE. Unless weapons and such are saved over, there is not going to be a buy in this next round for ENCE if they do not win this one, so it is a necessity, and look at the nade damage already.
That was something that we saw from ENCE in the previous round, having really solid nades, and this time Copenhagen Flames, they're having none of it. They're sick of it. Alu starts to back off. He has utility to slow them, still the molly and smoke in play, but he's not baited into using them. Wanted to keep his weapon out as well, just in case. ENCE on the last legs of their economy. Copenhagen Flames can get off with just an insane T-side if they find this one here. And again, it's going to start with the banana control, a little bit of noise being made, but this time, oh, that hurt Uxie. He's only got an SMG at least.
Oh, good flash there to counter the mid control. Unfortunately, no one really in position to follow it up. Yeah, a good bit of damage being done, as you said, and fortunately for Copenhagen Flames, only onto the SMG player, so it is not the end of the world. They can kind of use him as a little bit of a scout, maybe, as they do actually start moving forward in towards B, it's looking to be. The smoke goes down, though, from the CTs with a pretty good timing on it as well. That's going to delay a little bit, or maybe even force them to go through it at this point. They do have a couple of flashes. They have smokes and such. Alu, I believe, actually spotting when he did shoot off. There was a tiny bit of a gap maybe on the right side. Drop the Molotov down now. There's 20 seconds for these T's to get going forward. And as they rush in, unfortunately, Alu again from the spawn is going to be able to find that op pick. Getting himself only one. He's going to be smoked off and unfortunately losing Sunny on the bomb site. X7 tries to make the play in true construction. Gets denied, but the time is low. Let's see if Alu can actually do anything about this bomb plant now. Looking to try and spam it away, not going to be connecting. And as the bomb goes down now, this retake just becomes considerably more difficult for ENCE. They do have a kit, but in terms of nades, all they have is a single flash to move forward.
And here it goes over the roof. That's going to be the push on the back of it. Queenix is blinded off the angle, but he's still got Farlig, Nodios as well, ready to take the kills. And I'd be happy to save if I was ENCE, but even that might be difficult. Having to cross over to the left, no vision on the site, no smokes to block that vision either. Oh, the barrel's being spotted. They know exactly where Alu is. Nodios creeping right up next to him, and he's going to swing. Sergey, though, able to save his life, and they're going to get out. Saving over the AWP and an AK. Phoenix can't do anything about that. And Sergey with a huge play to guarantee those weapons. That could actually push the CTs into a position where they force buy. Alu won't be able to get utility, but could drop an M4. Sergey, not in the same boat. He can get util for himself and give an M4 over. And it's not that bad to have an opper without any nades. It looks like they are just going to commit down to a weaker buy, though, even still.
I don't mind it. If they give 7 the Copenhagen Flames, they really don't want to be given any more though. So I feel like at that point they really are looking to try and actually confirm back up to 8 on the CT side to really feel comfortable at all. Obviously they still have a chance in this round, having the couple of rifles in play. Unfortunately, already losing 1 player to the Oppa Farlig as they tried to peek over towards Banana. We will see Alu being able to find when they're getting a little bit more aggressive, pulling a kill back really quickly. And with that, I think making the rest of ENCE consider their aggression, although Aerial still goes forward. Does end up going down. There was a little bit of a crossfire. Sergey, of course, up in the bedroom right now, trying to see what he can find. Not going to be too much, so he does just back away as the molly goes down. And Alu, he should have this kill. Yeah, that is not an angle that's going to be expected. The thing is, now they know there's 2 players around that A side, including the AK and the Op, so they are just going to start committing into B, which means that X7 is going to have to go huge. He's not even using the MP9. The Deagle instead, as he doesn't have Kevlar. The aim punch would have been an issue. He needed an instant headshot, and it wasn't him who found it. It was Farlig instead.
Alu knew there was an Opera around that area. There could be. Tried to bait out the shot by just jumping and strafing right. Unfortunately getting taken down. And Sergey will just save this AK-47 to the next round. In a 2v3, I can't blame him for going forward. Sergey would have been coming up through Banana. Possibly won the duel as well. All of a sudden you're in a at least 2v2. But that op shot pretty much sealed the fate of ENCE. And put 7 on the board for Copenhagen Flames. Like we said, already a fantastic T-side. And with conceding this round, ENCE need a flawless half. As you were saying towards the start of this round, Dean, their investment in the next, you really stop worrying about, oh, are they going to be put to an eco, any of that. Their loss bonus is built up. Economy shouldn't be a huge concern, especially not on Inferno where you can viably force buy, especially with that full loss bonus. The issue now is giving any more leeway to Copenhagen Flames puts you in a massive deficit to follow through afterwards.
Yeah, I think it's quite difficult to stress how important this round is for ENCE. They need this if they want to start recovering their CT side at all. Otherwise, it's going to be Copenhagen Flames. Even if they somehow drop off and don't get another round afterwards, just feeling fantastic if they manage to get themselves 8 or past that. So, yeah, this is really where ENCE do need to step up again. This is the choice of Copenhagen Flames, so it's not inconceivable that they could be winning here, but it's just so one-sided up until eventually X7 and Sunny say, nah, I am done with this. They've been struggling to hold nades, hold Banana with just the nades and such. The damage was never enough, so they just rush straight down, finding a double kill, finding some damage on refresh as well, and suddenly it's a 5-on-3. Definitely one of the better positions we've had ENCE in early on in a round. They've actually limited Copenhagen Flames back to the spawn for now.
That was a very dangerous push by X7, but he did so much damage. Killing the first player, spraying down the second as he continued on his A1S spam of the smoke. And Copenhagen Flames, well, Refresh is in spawn. He doesn't want to go for this one. Honestly, with considering he's 4 HP as well. The weapons they have, the money that's there, and the utility still in play, which is another massive factor. You could definitely see them, if they save these 3 weapons, buying up for Huxi, maybe even Nodios. Getting full utility on every single player. It's definitely worthwhile. Normally, they probably would go for this. You know, if the scoreline was currently 5-4, something like that, considering where ENCE's economy is, I imagine they would want to fight for it. But the position they're currently in, 7 on the board, they can do whatever they want. Conceding 1 more round to ENCE, what does that mean? Well, it does mean they'll get a little bit more money in the bank, for sure. And should they lose the next, they'll probably be able to reinvest. But you're better off just trying to, like we said, scrape 1 round out of the barrel at this point. If they find 8, they're over the moon. Not greedy.
Yeah, no, the 8 is just a great position. Ideally, you probably want a little bit more after having such a fantastic start, just because of the fact that losing the pistol then could turn it around pretty quickly if they are to obviously end it on 8 rounds. So they will want a little bit more, but they have quite a few rounds to be able to add another couple even. So that's the issue for ENCE. Obviously, they're back on the buy here on the T side, being able to save over a couple of weapons there as well. So they're not struggling in this one. If ENCE get this round, then we should see Copenhagen Flames on the eco. At that point, it would be 5 rounds very likely for ENCE. So this is their chance to really start clawing their way back into the CT side. And again, we are seeing them looking to try and challenge over towards Banana. This time not peeking in, instead just tossing those nades down and absolutely destroying 3 of the players for Copenhagen Flames who are trying to challenge around this area. They're barely alive at this point. This is a horrible start for Copenhagen Flames into this gun round. And you're still seeing ENCE looking to challenge for this area. Is that another nade being set up? It was from Alu. That could have been very scary if it went in. He cancelled it for now. Fortunately for Copenhagen Flames. Oh, he's here to scope 100%. Knowing it's a boost as well. They do know 2 players are actually up close right now on Banana. Farlig, though, hits the wall bang headshot somehow. He's actually going to try and follow up with another Alu, though. The nade eventually going in. Getting the follow up on the upper as well. Dropping the smoke, but just about being caught before it blooms. So there is still going to be an opening in towards this B-bomb site now for Copenhagen Flames. X7, though, what can he do with those 2 players low? If he pushes through, he could manage to get the double. That's exactly what happens. Doesn't stop the bomb plant, so Queenix maybe has the opportunity if he gets this first kill to play it out. And indeed, now he has the 1-on-2. This is certainly still winnable for him. Has a Molotov as well. Has the chance to force the 1-on-1 in towards the spawn. And now Sergey's left alone coming up Banana.
The smoke about to start fading. Queenix is here, looking for it. And he's got the better position considering he wasn't inside it. Spotted the outline and 8 on the board. That's what we were talking about. Now, as we said, ENCE are easily able to buy up. Their loss bonus didn't fully deteriorate like it used to. They survive with 5 players, so they will get the investment. Problem, Copenhagen Flames have 8 rounds. Already a great T side on the board. So they have to win every single round, and now they've invested fully down. If they don't win this one, double digits probably for the T side, and still more to play for. This is really scary early on for ENCE. Granted, we're on Inferno, and we know Copenhagen Flames are capable here. But you do not want to be going this far behind. On a map that we've already seen good promise from ENCE on. It's not like they're noobs here.
Oh. Sergey with a great opening onto Queenix. Yeah, no, ENCE are not noobs on Inferno. This is usually a pretty good map for them. We pointed out it was the choice of Copenhagen Flames, so you'd imagine that they've come into this very prepared against ENCE as well, specifically on this one, obviously knowing that it was going to be their choice. But you wouldn't expect ENCE to be not prepared either. So they are certainly having a bit of a slow start here, struggling to really chain any momentum together. And I mean, does it go back to the fact that they were willing to force by so much in the beginning of the CT side? It obviously did make it a little bit harder for them to get that economy rolling. They're going to be challenged heavily on Banana right now. Sunny is up close, but he's not really waiting for the contact of the op. Instead, taking the initial fight. Alu then kind of swings in to help him out. Ends up getting 1 before going down, and they have lost the B-bomb site. A 2-on-3, so ENCE do at least have the man advantage. But we should see Copenhagen Flames crossing over, and actually Farlig just posts up to take the kill. Not bothered with the bomb plant until he brought it down into the 2-on-2.
Refresh's position is nice as well, tucked up close. It's a big risk when you're in a 2v2, and because of that, it might not be expected immediately by ENCE as they move forward. Farlig's making a little bit of noise. They've seen him in the back, and they're still checking it. Well played by ENCE to still be wary of that angle, knowing the AWP's on back site now. And Molly in play for for Farlig, excuse me, but not for X7. He gets the nade, and now low HP, the jump shot around the corner. Grants him the defuse just about. Yeah, he'll have time. Just about indeed.
Yeah, that was extremely close. Going to be able to retrieve the op there as well to give back over to Alu or Sergey. He was rocking an op there in that previous round, but more likely Alu, and indeed that is the case. Tosses it over. Obviously, though, with only the single player surviving, and this time they are going to be just about scraping the bite together. That was the least convincing round they've actually been able to win so far. The previous ones that they got, they had 4 alive, 3 alive, and then 5 alive. So in those ones, they were never struggling to be able to rebuy in the next round, and they still weren't really able to chain anything together. This time I'm a bit worried with the 2 MP9s in play. Well, only the 1 kit as well. Nades could be a lot better. This is a good opportunity for Copenhagen Flames to just go ahead and run away with the lead, but yeah, they have no idea. Sunny runs down mid. He wasn't exactly being quiet about it either. Alu going to be able to get 1 on the op and eventually a second. As we are seeing a couple of returns from Hooksy, but he is now left alone. He's going to have to come out with a 1-on-3 quad kill, and nah, it's not allowed. Alu, he just comes through with a quad kill of his own. It's going to be 5 for ENCE. They do manage to get 2 rounds in a row. The MP9s were not really an issue for them, apparently, because they just ensured they were close range by holding W down mid.
I mean, that's it. You don't want to play that round out predictably, safe, and let them come to you, because they'll clear you out. They'll force those longer range duels if they can. And it's just not a round that you'll necessarily always win. Why not just take a little bit of a risk when you've got that lower investment weapon? Try to make it worthwhile. At least you'll get some information. and certainly less predictable. You saw Copenhagen Flames hadn't even got a notion. Now left down to just pistols. I wouldn't necessarily put down the slow start from ENCE in a critical way to the pistols or the force buys they had. I think it was good innovation, but it was a risk. And when it doesn't work out, it don't work out. But also, Copenhagen Flames being where they are, it's because of punishing them for the force buys, sure, and then that ace from Refresh. That was really a tone setter for the game, because that's resulted in their economy never really being on stable footing after they lose a round. Coming in here, okay, 1-for-2 trade wasn't terrible. Losing another, though, now it's just a P250 with no armor and a Glock. Should be cleanly swept up.
Should be. It's actually a P250 and now an MP9 for Nadios, but he's not able to really get anything done with the P250 to give himself time to even equip the MP9. So yeah, ends up going down. Ends up pull it back up to 6. If they get 7, it's not terrible. The issue is only 7 rounds on your CT side. You lose that pistol. You're really not feeling good, are you, Mitch?
No, not quite. You know, that T side, you want to keep them down below 6. Make sure that you're in a position that losing a pistol, they still don't manage to equalize on you. When you move into this game, ENCE are fighting to equalize with a pistol, and you'll still possibly see a force buy come through. If they do. So it's not even a confirmed lead afterwards. Definitely scary times ahead for the CT side of ENCE, but they're managing to claw it back. Now their buy rounds are looking a little bit better. Copenhagen Flames being caught off guard by a couple of wild plays. They haven't seen this boost just yet as the smokes and flashes come over. Sergey's in position to catch them off, potentially, if they do move to short. But everybody's going, almost everybody's going long. Farlig decides to have a little bit of a poke on short and instead gets poked by a few bullets of Sergey right in the head. Hooksy spotted going up in the graveyard. That should be a trade out. Indeed it is. And Sergey was also dropped coming back up short. A 3v3 with a bomb planted and Copenhagen Flames in great positions. Most importantly, Nodios, who's about to catch Sonny with his pants down. Look at that. Let's take a glance and see who it was. The molly to cut Alu off. He's got to move out, but he decides not to. That's going to cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, which they can't really afford. X7 has managed to creep out on the balcony. The issue is once he drops down, obviously that is going to be heard. Not quite able to find that first kill, which if he had have gotten Queenix would have been fantastic. Would have allowed them to, at that point, pin one player in on the bomb site. Great nade by Alu, but the time, it is already taken away so quickly. The flames actually do a tiny bit of damage. He's waiting for the peak and eventually gets the headshot, but there's no time. That's why I was kind of stumbling a little bit on my words, because they were both pretty much screwed. Whoever won the fight was going down to the bomb either way. It was the last round and a half. Obviously, that doesn't matter, but yeah, there was just no time. It wasn't possible. 9-6, it is going to be Copenhagen Flames with a very strong T side, been able to even add one more to it there in the end. And as I said, now if they win the pistol, they are going to be just running away with this one. So it is a must win for ENCE once we do come back from the break, guys. But of course, do stick around. As I just said, we are going to need to take a quick break here before we get going with the second half.
Take me to a place unknown, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you've lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to half number 2. 9-6 is where we're currently landed, and for ENCE, things have looked better, I think it's fair to say. Copenhagen Flames are definitely a formidable opponent. They've showed that across Road to Rio, and now fighting to get position number 9 in the Road to Rio to finish it off. It is, of course, the elimination stage of it. Neither of these teams, or they've already passed that, I guess. It's a decider stage. And as we move into this one, already pushed back from Banana, Copenhagen Flames have still only got 2 players on B. But without that information, that's the important part, Dean. It's a big void for them now. Our ENCE moving towards them, and this utility, man. When you see pistol round utility, that sells fakes so damn well. But they haven't committed to it afterwards. No peaks, so still sticking down with 3 players on A as ENCE move towards that site.
Yeah, I mean, there is a smoke. If that goes down towards long, obviously you'll give them some room, but they're looking to just try and challenge it, apparently. They don't care about Queenix. What the hell? X7 does not give a... I can't even say that word, but damn, I was going to say it anyway. Farlick doing what he can from the balcony. That was just a crazy exchange. X7 was like, I know you're shooting at me. I'm going to trust my teammates. I'm going to get this man in the corner. Eventually followed up with the trades and is now sitting on 3 kills as ENCE have themselves a man advantage and the bomb planted on A. There is also one lurking up in the apartments that I don't think is going to be expected here by HooXi. The question is, when does Sergey actually pounce?
Well, he might not even need to, actually, as Alu just quickly deletes HooXi and Nodios, now known to be towards long. He should just be falling back at this point. Sergey swings around and gets taken down. Nodios looking for a little bit more, but eventually he too will fall. On that, ENCE have picked up the pistol round, a round that they desperately needed. Even with the bomb plant, to be honest, they would have been able to force into the next round, but that is beautiful for them to at least build that little bit of confidence. X7, 4 kills in the round, pulling them through the rough and hard times, and they do actually face off against a 4 spy. That's interesting. I thought Flames might take the eco. We've seen them do that many times in the past, but they're not feeling that right now on Inferno. Lots of close range angles. They can afford smokes, pistols. Why not? They're going to go for it. You can see the nades from ENCE. They were suspecting maybe that Copenhagen Flames would take an eco, rush down middle. Round probably would have been over had they have done that.
Ooh. Yeah, no, that could have been that could have been a little bit scary, but for now it is just being kind of slowed down by them. They're not going to be taking it straight towards B, but it looks like they might still be putting a little bit of focus around this area. The thing is, with 2 players already working in towards the apartments, once they do get that control, you imagine they want to get brackets before they actually make a decision about where they want to go. So it could still be, I was going to say, hard for them to actually walk in towards the B stack. You see ENCE instead, or Copenhagen Flames instead, just going aggressive with that flash over the top of the roof. He's able to get himself both of the kills, despite, I believe, being blinded on the first one. So good work to neutralize that threat there of the pistols. As they do move in towards middle now, where there is still 2 CTs. So there's a chance for these Deagles, especially Refresh, who's been playing well, but not going to be allowed from this time. It's Queenix trapped on the bomb site. He's being wrapped on. There's not really much that he can do from this position. Even if he gets one, he's going to need to hit some fantastic shots to get any more, and it is just not allowed. Those SMGs up too close. That's an 8 for ENCE and a save the Mag 7 for HooXi. It'll be handy enough in this next round. He could definitely try and build up some economy with it. Oh, and a Deagle. Yeah, he can give that over to a teammate, obviously, to give them a little bit extra to work with.
In all
with a smoke and a
fairness,
flash, he could try and run down time, drop a smoke maybe late on B, play up close to the smoke if they can run down time.
this is it. I mean, the buy that he's got, or the weapons he's got, definitely worth saving. I don't disagree with that. But ENCE have already walked away with 4 players, clean as can be. They're not hunting down. They went towards T-spawn, but that's about the extent of it. The others saving down in pit where they can. The bomb planted on the back of the site, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And with that, the round 1, the fact that Copenhagen Flames are unlikely to force buy up themselves here, 37.50 for Farlig, a Deagle can be dropped. It would definitely be shaky. I'll hold for just a second to confirm that. Why has Nodios got both? Okay. Oh, of course, Nodios wants the Deagle. You want to put the armor on the Mag 7 with the utility as well. He could even solo hold towards B if they go for an aggressive, like, apps push or something like that. Oh, no, but in fact, 3 players on their way to B. Looked like for a second HooXi was thinking about A. Walked back over, or maybe he got stuck on some geometry. You'll never know. A boost up on the corner. HooXi close. Okay, I like this setup. Maximizing the usage of both of these weapons. They don't think there's a player close. Oh, the jump! No!
Yeah, Yeah, I was going to say I like the setup too. I noticed the three of them heading over. I figured that they were maybe going to try and just peek up close with the pistols and then bait them into the shotgun, but the boost was really nice. Unfortunately, didn't work out. The shotgun, as you said, getting isolated, taking the jump peek at a pretty inopportune time, and with that ended up going down alongside the rest of his teammates on B. The bomb site is lost. I doubt much is going to be found by these remaining players. I'm just USBs either. Refresh has managed to tuck himself away in the corner, just about surviving. I think he got caught on the edge of the bench for a while. They were kind of just baiting at this point for Phoenix, though, who's up close. So he gets one. That is it. What did they lose? Will it be recovered? Was it just another Galil?
I'm not 100% sure. I didn't catch exactly what they were walking into that round with.
Oh, it was an MP5. Sorry for saying.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, of course.
I have a terrible memory.
Yeah, I remember
he had
the
that
skin.
for a couple of rounds. Yeah, yeah.
I also remember, for some reason, it's the only weapon in this game that, I guess maybe because it's the newer one, like in the grand scheme of things, that I feel like I can right-click like in Valorant. Just now, when I saw it, I was like, oh, you can ADS. But the others, obviously,
I believe you just said Valorant in a CS stream.
Good luck. But I heard they're the Henry G told me they're the exact same game, right? No, he's changed
definitely.
his mind, just to be clear, since beta release.
Oh. That was a nice little nade over the apartments. Great timing. They had one player up close on short who was able to hear kind of the jump up from X7. They were like, now. And it sure doesn't get the kill. It does bring him down to 55. It's a little bit of a health advantage. They're committing in towards B. My camera did not catch that one, unfortunately. Sunny was blind, I believe, while catching that kill as well. This round is pretty much over. Yeah, my camera was off, apparently. I didn't realize. Oops.
There you go. Well, Copenhagen Flames, yeah, like you said, round's already over. Even despite that initial advantage, they're moving over towards the A site and just saving in. Copenhagen Flames don't want to capitalize. And X7's only got the Mac 10 now, so it wouldn't even be that much of a downside if he was to fall. And you can see he's committing forward, looking for it. I would rather it be on someone like Ariel at the moment. He's even got technically less money in utility invested as well. Got a flash instead of a HE. Big difference. But no, just the extra health gives the Mac 10 a much better chance of actually finding something, getting that extra cash built up. I don't think we're going to see much.
He's being naded. Queenix has somehow survived despite two nades landing on his feet right there.
Yeah, they did manage to take out Sergey, though, with the spam through the smoke, but immediately X7 just turns around, picks up the weapon, and they're not upset about how that one's gone. It's not a huge disadvantage. I mean, realistically, they lost like 1.3k, and that's it. It was just the HE. And that might even have been picked up, so just the armor, basically.
Yeah, I'd say it was a kind of worthwhile risk right there. They knew, obviously, if they took the weapons out of the hands of Copenhagen Flames at that point, they'd be in a really good position. And as you said, only then trading out on Mac 10 for the AK. So it's really not too big of a deal for them. They are feeling pretty good still coming on into this round after, of course, picking up the opening 4 here on their T side. ENCE have gone ahead and really swung things around after having a little bit of a slow start for themselves. And at this point, I'm very, very worried for Copenhagen Flames. This is the map choice of Copenhagen Flames. They're now down by 1 round. You have Alu 26-6. You have X7, Sergey, and Ariel all contributing. Sunny obviously doing fairly well as well. He hasn't had to do quite as much so far in this one. He's been chilling back a little bit more and has also been trying to entry around Banana a lot, as you can see, even as his goal right now. Looking to move forward, and Mafarlik being entrusted alone. This is very risky. Jumps on the wall. He should be taken down. Never mind. Actually, does manage to get off it before Sunny peeks out. Nearly does get dropped afterwards and just about escapes, but he's very low now, so they do have to rotate someone back over. And in the process of doing so, you see ENCE move for the long control. Oh, no. Refresh, though, gets the opening.
And Nodio's not spotted.
Position.
Exactly. Fantastic positioning. He even had the flash through from Queenix. And they've lost B. Farlig's down. No smoke on the cross, though, immediately. Sergey's the one with the smoke. He's only just making his way in now. And Sunny gonna hold it for just a second. That's bought enough time for the rotate around from HooXi, who takes down Sunny, swings for more. Can't get it done. 25 seconds on the clock. Bomb looking to be planted. Great shot by Alu. Goes above the smoke, but with low HP, he wants to ensure this bomb is planted, and they're both set down in the post plants. Sergey wasn't spotted moving over to Coffins. Refresh could be caught off guard by this, especially with the second player being in there as well.
Yeah, Sergey's just going to move back to join up with his teammate as well. Alu is about to find the shoulder. It's actually the elbow of Queenix that he spots in the end to get himself the kill. And now it is all on refresh on that bomb site. Has a kit, is full health, also has a flash to work with. The issue is he didn't know where that second player was, so he spent quite a bit of time actually clearing out the bomb site itself. And by the time he realizes that they're likely just working together around the spawn, it is a little bit too late for him. Alu just peeks in anyway, knowing the time is so low. Confirms the kill, confirms the 11-9 lead now for ENCE as well. They've gone ahead and taken themselves 5 in a row. The economy, though, is going to be okay for most of the players over on Copenhagen Flames. It's Queenix who's really lacking. Hooksy was a little low if he wanted to get the rifle and all the nades and a kit as well, so he decided to sacrifice down, pull out the FAMAS, with that get the kit and the nades, as I mentioned, an MP9 for Queenix, but they have a double op setup. This is a good setup here overall from them, because there is positions where those weaker weapons can still actually be fairly formidable here on Inferno, but the double op setup is going to be important. They want to try and find something early with this, and you can see indeed going to be sending one to challenge over towards Banana. Nodios will be able to find that player coming up with the bomb, surprisingly. They should be able to retrieve it because the CTs aren't going to stick around as the nade stack comes in. But it is a decent man advantage. As I said, though, unfortunately, those nades, they've returned quite a bit of damage for ENCE at least.
And they have indeed, with Nodios and Hooksy both low as well. That's going to mix up the B hold. You can see immediately they're sending Hooksy towards that A site so that there's at least someone with HP to back up the Opper. And to double check, Nodios at the AWP. Farlig has, and he's got it, pulling it out in force. Alu again, though, he's had some amazing rounds over the past couple minutes and moves in towards the A site with that AWP, but they need to take down Queenix. He's the key player. Once he goes, they should be able to use the range, although actually with the time taken, there's already a player on the bomb site. Queenix hasn't got a clue. Sonny was up close, but they don't know about Hooksy.
Yeah, they could maybe overlook this position. Alu being with the op as well, it's going to be hard for him to actually hit the shot. Oh, okay, yeah, apparently it is hard for him to hit the shot. Gets the Deagle out to finish it off in the end. At this point, though, being cautious, he believes that there could be a flank already coming in from behind, so he's not going to be sticking that bomb planned. Good damage, though, being done to refresh. Eventually, the kill as well being found there by Sonny. So it is all on Nodios. He's been peeked by Alu as well, who is just an unstoppable force right now. He's 32-6. What
this
the
is
hell?
insane.
What's his ADR? Is it shown on your custom HUD?
128 at the moment.
Okay, it's working on mine as well. Yeah, 128. He has 339 utility damage as well. Just the utility damage in general is insane from ENCE. A lot of it from the CT side when they begun to recover towards the end, of course, but they have still been doing a pretty good job with it here on the T side as well. Obviously, considering they've now gone 6 rounds in a row without really seeing Copenhagen Flames being able to fight into any of these rounds. And again, they don't have enough for a buy. It's a few MP9s and some pistols, a mid-rush, and Alu's waiting for this. This is the one man you don't want waiting, okay. Does eventually miss, and with that has lost his teammates. They've been overrun by MP9s. Ariel is doing what he can to fight them back in, and it's a triple kill. Getting rid of all of those SMGs. It's only the Deagles that are left in play. And unfortunately, those weapons that were dropped, although, okay, one of them is retrievable. I didn't realize that that actually came through this side of the smoke. So there's one AK for Nodios. Nearly manages to catch the spam as well as he hears the footsteps crossing back. And there's already one player set up on this A-bomb site, which they may not expect.
Look at Farlig's spot as well. He's just managed to sneak in here, catching Ariel off guard. Goes forward for the AK, and the bomb down in the open. X7's got a hell of a clutch to make happen. Knows there's still one player towards B, or should be for just a little bit, but Farlig out for the peak is too damn good on it. Great repositioning from Copenhagen Flames, and what a round to win. The straight rush down middle, catching ENCE off guard. They are able to reinvest into it. There's no doubt about that, but it's gonna hurt now. 12-10. They've given Copenhagen Flames a chance with those 2 AKs carried forward, and op is easily bought up. And the CTs look to make a stop right here and right now.
Yeah, they need to. If they let this one slip, unless they save weapons again, they will be looking at a weaker buy in the next round. They're going to go straight back to the aggression. Farlig given the help to refresh as he peeks and does drop Alu refresh as he comes in off the back of the flash, finds a completely blinded Sonny. But Ariel again just pops out of the underpass. Does not expect that though from Queenix. A late peek in, no flash or anything, just dry down mid. And as he had a teammate actually showing presence around Banana at that moment, they weren't expecting it at all. So this is looking pretty good for Copenhagen Flames. They've got the 3-on-1. It's all on X7. He could maybe find a time. He's been hit by the smoke, though. That makes a little bit of noise. Hooksy's then able to back away. Doesn't have any more utility though, apart from one flash to try and actually delay. So he is just going to fall back, set himself up for the retake, but as he peeks back in, actually realizes X7 was waiting for the player from the spawn to peek instead. So an easy enough kill being found. 11 for Copenhagen Flames now. Just one in the difference as they've recovered a couple of rounds. But there is still one more gun round they need to go through to break the economy of ENCE.
Instead, ENCE have bought themselves that little bit of extra cash. You see, Sergey's only got a deagle, but on the T side, that's definitely not as big of a deal as it can be when you're defending. And he gets to choose whether he takes the fights or not. Early banana control again going to be sought after. Copenhagen Flames. He's susceptible to a few more nades lobbing through. A deep molly. Sunny pushing past theirs. And he's going to play a close blind, but Nodio still gets him. The flash was just fading. Takes a tickle from the molly, but the nade is huge. And oh my god, Hooksy! 3 kills. They line up one after another. And X7 is left alone. This serving is a much more difficult clutch than the 1v2 he was offered just 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, not going to be nearly anywhere quite as achievable. He does have to go back and get that bomb as well, which will be spotted by the upper here as Farlig is peeking down banana. Even if the shot was missed by Farlig, instantly you would have had the player up close ready to peek in as well. So really wasn't anything that could be done by X7 in that situation. We've now seen Copenhagen Flames actually managing to tie it back up at 12-12, and ENCE are just going to be looking at some pistols, so they likely have to give away the lead now, as over these past few rounds, Copenhagen Flames, they've taken it up a notch. Alu, who's killed off a tiny bit, of course. The fact that he's 32-9, though, on Inferno, a map where normally you're like, yeah, you don't expect as much from the uppers as you would on, say, like Dust 2 or whatever. But nah, Alu just hasn't carried this game. He's been incredible over the last couple of rounds, obviously, with the economy struggling. Has slowed down a small bit. They've only got pistols in this one, and that is a ridiculous amount of nade damage from both sides. I mean, the kill comes in on Nodios, but look how much it was actually done by Copenhagen Flames as well. Everyone on ENCE is on the brink of death from them.
Say what you will about Banana. That's the most damage I've ever seen applied early on. Like, all 5 players just immediately. Pre-patch, exactly. Farlig's got 1 AWP out. He's not taking advantage of the low HP, and they're like, oh, that's a fight I'll take! And they get destroyed! Lined up for him! They thought they had it. They're like, we're low. Let's fight the Opper. He can't kill us all. Well, they were goddamn wrong about that. Oh, my word. He just gets them all in a line. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't think they could have done anything
overkill
different.
as well.
Like, imagine the last guy is swung out slightly wider. Farlig gets the shot off, backs off a little more, maybe gets one more off. I think hugging the wall was the right call, but just the fact that it was perfectly aligned for him as he peaked, that was so unfortunate.
Yeah, as I said, slightly overkill considering the nade damage that had already been done,
Yeah.
but overall, ENCE didn't really have a lot in that round. They invested a few players into Kevlar behind their pistols. Obviously, they bought up quite a few nades of their own, which they did find that opening with. But after that point, it was near impossible with the health they had available and just pistols to really be winning out the fight against the Rifles, who mostly were still healthy apart from one player towards B. But obviously, Copenhagen Flames have gone ahead and now taken themselves into the lead. They are looking a little bit more equal on the scoreboard, although it is slightly top-heavy with Farlig up there, obviously needing to contribute a decent amount with his op when Alu is on such a nutty performance right now. Can they keep this up is the question. If they do manage to get this one, ENCE at that point likely could be conceding map point before they see another gun round, so this one is a necessity for them.
Well, as time continues to tick, both teams being a little bit understandably cautious of moving up Banana after what happened in the previous round. But Nodios, he's took close! Almost gets himself a second. Hooksy quick on the molly. Refresh there to help. They know there's 2 players still on B now. They saw where the molly came from, but it might just be that little bit too late to pull back. They had to smoke. Oh, it's actually the CT side that smoked down on top of the molly. That allowed them to fall back. Good nade is not actually that good. Hooksy only took 4 damage from it. It looked like it was on him as Farlig just swings through and sees X7 wiggling his booty. He's out in the open, had no idea what was going on long. His teammates only now reaching the top of mid, and Farlig's got that angle held. That's the bomb coming in on his own, but Sunny with a good shot. Now a 2v1 on site. Queenix gotta hold on. His teammates Only now starting to rotate, and they're actually coming through Banana. He's going to have a hell of a hold.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how quickly ENCE move as well, though, because they are taking their time. Quick flank going to be coming in mid. It doesn't quite manage to spot the player moving in, but Sunny right now does have the bomb. He's actually going to go ahead and maybe consider peeking mid. Backs away in the end, not spotting anyone close, but with that, HooXi indeed being given the chance to move in behind now. If QueenX even gets one, this is over, and there we go. HooXi, he pounces before his teammate even finds contact on the bomb site. QueenX gets that final player coming out of the apartments. It's 14-12 now for Copenhagen Flames. They've done it. They've bounced back with 5 in a row, as it was beginning to look near impossible for them with the start that they had actually had on the CT side. But I mean, we've seen a pretty good recovery from ENCE from ENCE as well on their CT side, so we knew it was possible. And considering this is the map choice of Copenhagen Flames, they do need to pick this up, obviously. Losing this one will put them in a pretty difficult spot then as we move on towards Train coming up next. Of course, being the choice of ENCE.
Be interesting if we had Inferno up next. Everybody picked Inferno. Decider, Inferno. Let's do it.
Just 3 Infernos. That's all we need.
Well, there's at least 3 Infernos down at the moment, all over the map, burning up. And the idea of that was to stop any Banana control from being taken, but ENCE threw them out a little bit late. Copenhagen Flames already passed them with their own mollies down, knew they were clear left and right, and only have to worry about the bottom of Banana. ENCE are in trouble as they now start to move up on middle, because they might not suspect Nodios to be here, more specifically because HooXi's jump spawning it. He'll drop a molly if they do try to come forward. There's the molly. He's given away. Look, oh no, the spray was way too early from Nodios. Getting taken out. HooXi traded just after 1 kill, and what was a pretty good setup, they just showed their hand way too early.
Yeah, Refresh has just about gotten himself into position in time. Going to move around the smoke, which really doesn't cover off all that much. But Sunny was ready for it either way, expecting that at least could be a possibility. Finds the headshot, sprays away into the spawn as well, tagging up QueenX slightly. At this point, with one player at least being low on money here on the CT side, they could consider saving. The issue is, even if they wanted to, they are going to be caught by Uriel, who's coming in from behind. And considering they have so much money at the moment, their hope is that they are going to be able to just catch one player. With that, maybe give themselves a chance to move in, obviously. QueenX, though, is being cautious that they could be getting flanked out. The timing's just a little bit unfortunate. As he loses his teammate, he does need to move back. And yeah, no, QueenX is gone. Even if he gets a kill or 2 here, there's not really much else that he's going to be able to do. Decent control. They do a lot of damage onto 2 of those players, but not actually able to finish off either of them, unfortunately. So ENCE, with a very weak buy, actually managed to bounce back in. They get their 13th round now, keep themselves in with a chance to get this win in regulation, and they even get the op for Alu. Obviously, though, Copenhagen Flames, they've got everything too, but it costs them their everything.
That's it, the turning point of the game. If Copenhagen Flames take it, they're at least guaranteed in overtime. The money will be scrappy for ENCE, and we could well see them walk away with 16, if not in the next, then shortly after. But for ENCE, should they win this, they're also probably guaranteed a 15th. With weak money for Copenhagen Flames, it'll be a mix buy, probably some pistols dropped over. This is what it all comes down to. It's been a close game so far, close map. But the winner of this may well be the victor. As the clock ticks away, no Banana control for ENCE. They're happy to slowly move up, suspecting that, well, this time there's probably not going to be that closer engagement, as QueenX is taking a very CQB fight in the apartments. The Molotov catching Nodios for a little bit, couple tickles. The AWP, that's an odd position to play with the AWP. And he backs up. Top oranges is probably not where you want to be.
Couple tickles instead of ticks. I like it, Mitch.
Here you go. It's nice.
Maybe that's what it stood for all along.
The tickle rate of a server.
Yeah. Moving in towards this mid control now, though. The teams will finally be able to get something. Oh, this is wild from Farley. Just peeking straight forward. With both of the players being here together, it's unlikely he's able to find any more than one. Indeed, with the op gets the first kill. I thought maybe he would have had a chance to get Alu, and then the player up close on the right would have peeked out. It worked out the opposite way, but the same effect stands. It is just a 1-for-1 trade for now. That leaves ENCE in a pretty comfortable position. They like the 4-on-4. They're immediately going to react to going towards B, and it did actually pull a rotation away as well. So it's all on Nodios, but he hits the collateral, gets the kill, does the damage, peeks back in, and takes the headshot on X7, and suddenly it's a 4-on-2. With Sergey barely being alive at this point in the nade, I think it may end that. There we go. The bomb plant is stopped. Alu, he can't do anything anymore. He is absolutely screwed.
He's not even going to scope. So, oh, no, he stepped, though. Why would he step out at that second?
Works.
He still gets the kills. Whew. I thought he wasn't scoping so they wouldn't know he was there. And then he just swung out like a lunatic. It's like, Okay.
I guess presuming they were going to swing in on him. It
Well,
would
of
have made
course.
sense.
Yeah,
Trying to
no, definitely.
catch one preemptively.
Oh, it did. It did. It just, the strategy I thought he was going for went out the window at that play, and I got very scared because time just ran out. But luckily, the Deagle worked out for him. He doesn't get dropped. But with that op, the investment around him, it's not terrible. They do have to win the next 2 rounds consecutively. Copenhagen Flames on map point. And an aggressive play by Nodios that was expected somehow. Hooksy able to grab himself one, but they trade out immediately. Sergey didn't even look back. Didn't want to help his teammates. Screw that. He takes top banana and a 2v4. That was so well played by ENCE. They just blitzed forward, didn't give up. Kill for Queenix, and he didn't lose too much health. They could go for it, but it would be a huge risk.
I don't think so. They kind of need to save here. What's their loss bonus at? Yeah, they only get 1,400 into this next round, so even with that, the buy on Hooksy will be quite limited. Purchasing up for himself, dropping weapons is going to be a little bit awkward. Yeah, no, they need these 2 rifles into this next round. Otherwise, the overtime is pretty much confirmed at that point, and I don't think the risk kind of outweighs the reward here for them actually going towards that retake. Even then, though, as I said, their buy is still going to be quite limited in this next round, so ENCE are looking pretty good to be able to pull this one up into an overtime.
We could be getting another first map OT, keeping it nice and close. That's what we like to see, Dean. No messing about. I mean, this is it. Everybody's bringing their A game. The games before in the group stage to get to playoffs, obviously everyone wanted to get them, but there was a lot of them. When you move into this is, you know, it's your last game, no matter what, of Road to Rio. 100 points extra in the or more points to get to the major, which could be the defining factor between you making it and not making it. It's important for every single team to work for every single point. That's why we're seeing the A game from each of these. I mean, it's not, in some tournaments when we get to this stage, right, you're talking, oh, it's $750 in between them. Let's even say $1,000 just to make it a little bit easier. 5 players, it's 200. Org takes a cut. It gets to a point where if they're a map down, if the first one isn't going, the second one isn't going well, you can see a drop in motivation 100% on most players. But when those or more points are thrown in, all of a sudden, it's not $100 you're fighting for. It's your spot in the major, and everyone wants a spot in the major, whether they've got to make a comeback from 2-0 down to best of 5 and 14-1 in the first half of the third map. It doesn't matter. They're going to fight tooth and nail to get there. No drops in motivation whatsoever.
Yeah, we kind of stressed that point after we seen Movistar getting a 16-1 or 16-2, was it, up against Fnatic, of course, here on Inferno. But yeah, in this game, it's given us a much closer one for sure. We already have a man advantage going in favor of Copenhagen Flames, though. Despite the weaker weapons, Hooksy was able to find one with the MP9. I didn't catch that on my camera. I hope you did. I would imagine our observer was able to find that. I turned it off in between rounds to look at the scoreboard. Alu catches Hooksy jumping across. That was a wall bang. A smoke going down. The Molotov Nodio just goes straight through it. Doesn't care. Neither does Alu as he quickscopes his face to oblivion. And suddenly it's a 4-on-3. The man advantage claimed back for ENCE. Extended for ENCE with a deep smoke to cut off those rotations. As the bomb is going to be planted now in the 3-on-2.
No way that they're saving this time, although I'm sure they wish they could. Going forward with a Deagle and an AK. Definitely not the best of weapons to be taken on God Alu at the moment. 38 frags on the board before we even reach the end of regulation. And he's looking for the 40 bomb. He might just get the opportunity, but he misses the shot as jumped up. Farlig had too big of a brain, but unfortunately that brain makes for a big target. And Sergey domes him, follows to Queenix, closes it out. 15-15. Into an overtime we go. There just ain't any stopping.
Nope, it's gonna keep on chugging along. ENCE obviously being able to fight their way back in, but at one point it was looking like it was it was Copenhagen Flames that were out of contention. They were able to fight their way back in before that. So this has been very back and forth. It's been extremely competitive. I'm sure very exciting for all the viewers, and it's gonna keep on going. And this is only the first map of the series, Mitch. That's what keeps me excited right now. Obviously, neither team going to be struggling to buy now as you come into the overtime. Unless the CT side lose the open in 2 rounds, then they can struggle. It looked like Alu had the line up for the shot there perfectly on Farlig. Obviously needed to adjust slightly to the left, but must have been a little bit blinded there or something, because Farlig was given quite a bit of time to react. A man advantage for Copenhagen Flames, a bit of damage as well in their favor. And they look to kind of cancel all that aggression that they were initially shown. They're happy with this. Going to go ahead and concede a little bit of map control as well off the back of it. I think they do want to keep mid, though. Since they've given up Banana, that would be a smart idea to at least challenge us slightly, so they have positioned the op on long.
Going to move through to the B side. Still 2 players in position. And more importantly, take a look at the utility. The smoke from Nodios will go down. There's a molly right behind it from Hooksy potentially, but he's holding. Not flashed off the angle either. It missed him completely. And he gets himself a triple. Reloading. Molly going to go down in just a second. Bomb has to be retrieved through the smoke, though. Ariel will walk right into the op of Farlig. Oh! Farlig was jumping up. He descoped just as the smoke came off.
Even if he caught that, though, there was another player. I'm not sure who exactly it was, but there was another player up close who was instantly ready to peek. But yeah, nearly was able to catch him there because of the smoke fading away. Would have been okay, an extra kill even, but obviously in overtime that's not really too big of a deal, especially once the CTs do actually manage to claim that opening round of the overtime. ENCE going to buy right back in. Being here on the T side, I mean, both teams had pretty good T sides, so I think ideally they do want to be looking at 2, but obviously in the overtime you don't really have that issue of the economy quite as much. So I would say if ENCE can get 1 here on the T side, then they'll still be feeling pretty good. Right now looking to focus things more so over towards the apartments, not really being quiet about it. Taking 3 over towards the steps, and Molotov instantly slows down whatever plans they had in mind. So this is an interesting approach early on, and Sergey, I believe, being naded down quite low over towards Banana. Oh, Aludo actually going to find one up towards Boiler. And a follow-up peek in from Refresh. I was going to say, could be very risky. Queenix, though, he has none of them looking at him as they're all focused on short, trying to pick up that trade on Refresh, and it just gives Queenix the easiest time ever to spray down 3. Sergey is all alone, the man who'd been tagged up already. The bombs dropped out on the balcony as well, so that's near impossible to retrieve. There was one decent opening towards the library. That could give him a chance. Obviously, now they know he's towards long. Could move back, but for now, they're both focused on it. Okay, Sergey tapping off the head of Queenix. If he gets this next kill up close in the pit quickly, then it only is the op he has to worry about over towards short. He's not going to be looking, though, initially. Doesn't expect another player in towards the pit. And, yeah, with that, Refresh is able to get the trade eventually. 17 for Copenhagen Flames. They've gone ahead and got themselves a 2-round lead here. But ENCE will be fighting back in. As I said, if they can get 1 round here on the T side, it's not too bad, but they need it. Otherwise, of course, at that point, they'll be fighting to just try and get another overtime.
Oh, we're looking at what has been an incredibly close regulation. Now it's turning into a bit of a one-sided affair. If Copenhagen Flames win this, regardless of how good ENCE have been on the defense, you can't expect them to have a flawless one.
Farlig is feeling confident with these peeks down mid right now. Did, I believe, spot the head of the player in towards the underpass. Actually going to re-peek in now. Needs to be cautious. A couple of players moving up close on mid already. Decides to just smoke it off, and that's probably for the best. He knows there's at least 1 Deagle in play now as well, so they know it's a slightly limited buy for ENCE, but that could be a little bit deceiving, because overall they do have the rifles. Obviously, Alu had been investing into the op consistently, so that left him just a little bit low.
Gonna prompt that. Oops. That was supposed to land inside the smoke. There could be a gap in there, or inside the Molotov, I should say. Could be a gap in there for ENCE to move past, but luckily they're nowhere near Banana. Looking over towards the A site pretty favorably, just leaving Sergey to lurk. As they move forward, they have drag rotations towards B on the back of just 1 Molotov. Pretty efficient usage in all fairness. Farlig gonna be spotted out. They'll be cautious before crossing over again. X7. Sorry, no, it's Sunny there that's close. He hasn't got any utility to push Farlig off, but the flashes from his teammates have already made him move over to library. He's conscious of a player being close, but Ariel's too good on the shots. And now isolated in an island by themselves, the A players have to pull it off.
Ooh. Sergey going to be able to actually, or Refresh rather, going to be able to get himself 2 quick kills. The first one on towards Aerial did follow up on Sergey, who I was presuming was going to find himself the trade as he peeked in, but no, not quite. It does still work out though for ENCE having themselves the man advantage, obviously, as the bomb gets planted. Naughtyos moving in very quickly. I'm not sure if they realized that smoke on long wasn't too effective. The op even being taken by Naughtyos right now. Not quite able to line up the wall bang, unfortunately. At this point, really just waiting for Hooksy to wrap around in through the apartments. They know there's one in Graveyard. They do know there's one on the bomb site, and they should with that be aware of the fact that there could be someone close in pit. And definitely now, X7 able to get that kill on Hooksy. It's all alone here for Naughtyos as he tries to save this round and stop ENCE from being able to get one on the board, but they are not successful. ENCE bring it up to 16. Obviously, though, if they want to get themselves the victory now, they do need a flawless CT side. That number that both teams are looking for is 19.
That's the nice thing about this, Dean. Once the pauses are over anyways, we get a nice little graphic up the top that says, like, first to 19 or whatever. That's what we were saying the other day,
on the hood, yeah.
Yeah, custom HUD. There we go. Best of 3, OT, first to 19. And that, you know, it's not too useful in overtime. I think most people watching at home, they know how it works. There's maybe a couple new guys to CSGO broadcast that maybe don't know how OTs work in comp. But when it gets to, you know, we've had triple, quadruple overtimes in the past as well. Remember doing back-to-back quad OTs on train with Kingwin, and you and I were like, it's, hold on, 25, 26, there was a 30, 35 they're looking for? I don't know. Took ages to figure out.
Yeah, that was a crazy day. Kingwin played, like, pretty much 5 maps of train in a row.
Yeah.
But obviously right now our focus having to be on this one, because if Copenhagen Flames get off to a good start here, get this first round on the T side, they're going to be feeling really good about closing this one out. As we said, they do need to close this out though. Coming on towards train next could be a little bit more difficult for them for sure. And then I believe Nuke being the decider, where I think Copenhagen Flames actually would be in with a good shot.
Well, that's it, right? The decider, definitely. I agree with you. Nuke is a map that Copenhagen Flames can play, and they can do pretty damn well on it. I'd be very cautious about feeling any sort of comfort moving onto it, especially considering how close Inferno's currently been. This is one that ENCE really want to follow it through, not give Copenhagen Flames any hope of taking that 9th place. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Copenhagen Flames have got basically no control. They're looking to push into the B site, but Alu is there to deal with them. So far, he's been doing a damn fine job of it. Here's the smoke coming over. Has a molly in play. Swings out wide. He's looking to play on the edge of it. Bail backwards. It's going to work for him. Molly afterwards. Good damage done. You would hope. But in fact, oh, Queenix almost dies to it, but Sonny wasn't able to do enough beforehand. Another molly through. And then the spam. Queenix not having a good day at all.
That was not too fortunate for him right there. Got mollied a couple times. Spammed down. Aerial didn't see the bomb planter right there in the open. That was a bit of a risky one. Eventually, Farlig is going to be able to get himself a kill, but Fresh does get caught out in the open, as I had said. And Farlig being mollied is in a lot of trouble. Still takes one more with him. Sergey, though, does he know that final player's up close? Tries to retrieve the M4, but it needed to be reloaded. So had to trade back onto the A4 and actually gets that kill. What the hell? Naughtyos, what happened?
That is disappointing, to say the least, but definitely an upside for ENCE. Tying it up 17-17, an AK in the hands of Sergey. They won the round, so he doesn't need to take the op. Better off with the AK-47. And you can buy up ops. You know, it is 10k OT, so the money can face a little bit of a struggle. And actually, with reinvestment on all 4 players, it is fairly rough. But with 4.1k stacked on Alu, it shouldn't cause problems even if they do lose this one.
Speaking of Alu, he's gone ahead and hit the 40 bomb now. He certainly slowed down. He was like, what, 32-6 at one point, I think it was. So he slowed down a little bit, but still having a lot of impact, and importantly has had his other teammates still stepping up alongside him now. Oh, early banana control being the goal. Hooksy stepped back a little bit there into the Molotov. The nade stack not going to be doing too much, thankfully, for the sake of Copenhagen Flames. But look at this. The aggression is just relentless on both sides of the map right now from ENCE, trying to push up and catch someone around mid. Alu does get spotted as his barrel was around the corner a little bit, spammed down, and with that now forced to fall back off and play a little bit more passively. And knowing that those players were in the apartments, they've just gone ahead and taken themselves the mid control. Farlig, though, missing. Sergey has an easy frag for himself, taking absolutely no damage, and now it's a 2-man advantage for ENCE. This is crumbling for Copenhagen Flames. If ENCE take this, of course, sitting on map point, only 1 away from victory for themselves, but Refresh, he's going to try and fight back in.
And want to get a little bit of information with Alu pushing forward. They've lost Aerial. Alu cannot fall. A smoke out. He's going to try to fade through it. No, it's a shot, in fact, and it doesn't land. That's going to cause them a lot of hassle. They don't realize there's a gap in that smoke. Not yet. As he swings wide, he might have an opportunity. Looking for the head peek and pit. Queenix might just offer it up in a second. He's swinging out a little bit wider. He wants to stand up, and Alu's just waiting for it. Whoops. That's dangerous. That's not standard protocol. Want to stand in front of your scope. But look at Queenix. He's playing this perfectly. I was getting worried that he'd stand up, give away the kill, but he's waiting for his teammates to take contact, and then when they're distracted, up he goes.
Oh, Nadios, that was a quick headshot, and yeah, eventually Queenix is able to pop out and indeed play off of his contact. It's all on Alu. He's been playing fantastic, but I don't think there's much he can do right now. The nade even came back. His own weapons working against him at that point. Refresh pops out. I may have jinxed it a little bit. I'm sorry, ENCE fans. It is Copenhagen Flames instead who reach map point, and now ENCE are trying to fight into another overtime here for themselves. Their buy is overall fine, but it's not great. I mean, there's no kit in play. They don't have money to get one either. A couple of weaker weapons with the FAMAS and a UMP. Nades could be a lot better as well. Oh, this is not looking good.
I will say it would have been hilarious if Alu had a nade in himself there in the end. He took 1 damage out of 5. He was within a pixel of dying. Who knows? Maybe with the new CSGO, if we were on the recent update, he might have died. Never know. Sunny. Oh, if he walks through that smoke, it would have been terrible. It could be huge now. He's managed to position himself really well to catch them off, but immediately reacting. And the sad thing there is that Sergey was dead. Sergey was still alive. He probably doesn't continue to swing, or at least they can get the trade afterwards, but that's not the case. Copenhagen Flames now in a 3v2. Even after losing a player, they've got the A-bomb site, but look at X7. He's the big player here. Hasn't been... Oh, he's been... Excuse me, slightly blinded by that.
Bomb as well.
This is the thing, right? He can cut them off, and already Ariel's on his way over. They know with a player bottom ramp this late on, that has to be the bomb.
Yeah, they need to just send their players back, but they can't afford to just give up the B-bomb site either, not being aware of if both players are here for the moment. They may realize soon. I think at this point, yeah, Colin Farlig down to help them so that they'll all be there to go ahead and take this fight together. And at this point, it's not about planting the bomb, I don't think, anymore, because Refresh is not going to be able to find his way up through Banana. Farlig does thankfully get that trade, but it's still Ariel here to try and clutch it out, gets both of them, and there it is, a quad from Ariel to confirm the second overtime. I thought it was over. I thought it was over, Mitch, I'm being honest.
That was just so well timed by X7 pushing down middle, realizing that the bomb was still there. Not over facing is the most important thing. He had all the opportunities to it. Your matchmaking teammates, that's why they don't win those situations, because they go for the duels. X7 waits. He allows his teammate to come down through middle, doesn't overface Banana, uses his utility to keep him back, keeps just the suspense up, as Refresh didn't want to peek through and get caught off on the bottom of the ramp. And because of that, they follow through and get the round win, keeping themselves alive at Inferno, and now looking to bring it all the way. It was, what, a 4v2 that they managed to clutch out? The ass spotted, and Alu's quick to react, taking down Farlig. And with no one trying to trade, no utility afterwards, nothing happening, they realize Farlig was alone in Banana. Wide swing by Alu, smoke down, and all of a sudden they've got control with one player sacked very aggressively, even despite the smoke in play. Look at Alu, he's pushing all the way. He's got an op, just to double confirm that, so everybody knows he had an op and he was right up next to the smoke. But he knows this isn't the kind of round the Copenhagen Flames are going to rush through it. Instead, they're going to rush a different part of the map.
Well, in a 4-on-5, it's possible that they would go back towards B, but not what's happening. Of course, we can see that they are setting themselves up for the burst out onto the A-bomb site. Hooksy actually giving them a fighting chance there by getting the double kill. Had the bomb on his back as well, so that was massive now, giving them a chance to go ahead and get that planted. But it is still the man advantage for ENCE. They have the health advantage as well with Hooksy being so low. And they do have a few nades left to try and flush out these positions, including a couple of HEs and then one Molotov there for Alu. Although Refresh himself going to be delaying that push slightly. Moves out as the nade stack comes in, so won't be taking too much damage. Hooksy going to be able to use a Molotov to delay the push back in on short. And Copenhagen Flames have been running this time down now massively. They need to move forward. ENCE don't have a lot of time anymore. They need to go in towards what could potentially be a crossfire. But it's all on Refresh, found by X7. I thought it was Sunny for a moment that got him as he was dropping out a balcony, but that was not the case. There is enough time for that defuse to come in, of course. And ENCE, they're able to get off to a good start with picking up the opening round here in the second overtime.
Oh, wow. We've got a hell of a series on our hand here, Dean. On our hands, even. We don't have one collective hand between us. We share for all sorts of tasks. But 19 to 18, ENCE are certainly keeping the momentum rolling, keeping themselves in high spirits. Copenhagen Flames want to be answering back. And remember, if you're not getting bomb plants in OT, you're definitely going to struggle because this is 10k OT. I've said my piece about it in the past. We know it's trash OT, but what we're working with. Sunny! It's OT and he's pushing straight down middle. He doesn't care. Immediate trades and now a 4v3 to play around. ENCE in the advantageous spot. They almost fully rotated off B, but they're going to leave X7 down. By himself holding, he hasn't got a molly, which is something that scares me, especially in a 3v4. They're likely to start moving quite quickly. They can't really afford to spread out and take map control. You're looking at a much more two-dimensional approach. That's why Sergey comes back. He's here boosted up on top, one playing below the smoke. Well, presumably when the smoke comes through. Unlikely they push without one down. But with 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock, there is plenty of time for Copenhagen to look for some openings, and it's towards the A site. Queenix by himself. Very risky play.
Yeah, I guess waiting for his teammates on Banana to make a little bit of contact is going to creep out as the smoke fades away. The goal obviously being that he could maybe get a kill there, make it in towards the spawn, have the ability to wrap on towards B. But now as he goes down, it is just Refresh and Nadios that are trying to brute force their way into this B bomb site, which is not going to be an easy task. Sergey up on the boost, actually manages to get the first kill and then transfer down as well. Great control on the AK, a 20th round being found for ENCE now, as they look to try and end this with a flawless CT side potentially, but they are still going to be up against a full buy here from Copenhagen Flames. Firelig won't get the op, as we've mentioned, going into the third round. Oh, actually, we'll have it dropped by Refresh, who's willing to take a Galil in return. Good teammate.
What a buddy, what a friend. 20 to 18. And Copenhagen Flames are in trouble, man. I feel like if they lose this, their CT side, there's so much pressure on it to follow through.
Oh.
That's a nice little open. That's a beautiful little double opening by Firelig. Hello. He's dropping down, manipulating them all. Sergey. Oh, all right. Last bullet hits, turns around, but Firelig, he's here again. A third kill on the board, moving along where he's got another opportunity, but he misses the shot.
Yeah, eventually does miss his shot. That was ballsy for them to attempt that mid-aggression yet again. X7, though, still comes in to recover this for ENCE. Despite going down into the 3-on-5, initially it has ended up in a 1-on-1. Aerial up against Nadios, the control of the bomb here for Aerial on short, but there is so much time at this point that he really doesn't know where Nadios is coming from and probably doesn't expect him to actually be coming behind in the spawn so quickly. He's got himself on towards the A bomb site. At this point, though, I don't think that matters anymore. He's probably just going to presume, oh, he could have wrapped around long. He could be coming on towards the bomb site now. So he is just being cautious, really, of all areas of mid. Setting himself up fairly well. He's going to peek in at the perfect timing right there to catch Nadios as he goes to the clear pit. And ENCE, they do it. All 3 rounds on the CT side go in their favor. And as I'm sure it shows you right now on the custom hood, you lads with all you lads with the fancy hood, I've got the default one here. But I'm sure it does say on it what number exactly they need. And we do know that it's 22. So 1 to go for ENCE.
It doesn't actually. Not yet.
Doesn't? No. Oh.
No, it's
so
when
I've
it
just
goes.
lied to them.
I think it's when it goes first person. You just get your custom HUD set up, Dean. I mean, it's the last game, so there's no point.
Yeah,
but
it's
it is what it is.
It's also a little bit more awkward for just actually watching
Yeah,
in general, because if you tab in and out and stuff, it messes it up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 21 to 18. They need 22. It came up before the whole time. It doesn't come up for OT2 for some reason. I don't know. That must be a glitch. We must have messed it up. It doesn't matter though. They need
Mitch
one
broke
round.
it.
I didn't break it, okay? I broke it every other time, but not this time. 22 rounds is what ENCE need. That's one more on their attacking side. Starting this out.
One there now.
He didn't even go for the wall bang, but I can respect it. Right? Just playing that little bit more passive, falling away. Not like he had to, but I'd like it. You see the molly, just boom, go for it. See what happens. But falling back, we see the CT side play this super safe, and I think they're definitely feeling the pressure of what is on the board. If they win this, the chances to win the series skyrocket. But they've already thrown away an opportunity, now finding themselves contesting in double OT and by quite a hefty disadvantage. I mean, the T side definitely didn't go according to plan. We've seen Copenhagen Flames do well on the defense, but they can't make any mistakes.
Oh, Firelig Pushing straight up in through Boiler. Does find Sunny. Smoke down on the Molotov going to stop them from pushing in, but he puts another molly on the other side of the smoke. So now if they were to go forward, they'd just be running into a bunch of damage in favor of the CT side. They will eventually go forward once it fades away, and the flashes give them room to move forward on long as well. They do need to be careful, though. There's a massive gap in that smoke, which does make them have to be cautious of Library. Taking their time here, actually. I think wanting to go in towards the spawn. This is awkward, though, because there's a player in Library. There's already the Opper in spawn as well to help out. Naughtios falls without any at all, but there we go. That's the bomb that goes down. They're going to have to quickly retrieve that now and try and bring it over, but obviously, at this point, Ariel needs to be careful as he tries to get in towards B, because that flank is still coming in through the spawn, and there is also a player hiding in the back of the bomb site that is yet to show himself. Hooksy, will they clear him out? Not quite quick enough. They do actually notice him. He can't do anything about the bomb plant, but he will eventually get X7 and stay alive. At least long enough to delay a little bit for that flank up banana. Coming all onto Ariel now, a 1-on-2 with very low health.
Coming towards the back, but they lined up for just a second. Luckily, didn't have an AWP, or that could have went very wrong very quickly. Talking of ops, Queenix has picked himself up one. Important to save the right weapons when it comes to 10k OT, because you don't have a whole wealth of money, especially not losing 4 players on the CT side. 21-19, 2 more to go before a third OT is confirmed, and that is all Copenhagen Flames can hope for. Their dreams of winning have to see an incredible performance. And what I'm surprised at here, Dean, is something that we don't normally see on Inferno. It's the Oppers that are carrying most of the weight. Alu, 44 kills on the board. Garlic, not that far behind on 34. Although definitely more top-heavy on the ENCE side of things.
Yeah, well, that was because Alu just had the most ridiculous first half ever. And then for the start of the second half, when they kind of got 5 rounds in a row, it was just Alu doing everything. He picked up an ace and everything. He was just playing insane. Has, as I said, cooled off a little bit, but he's still contributing for his team. And, of course, they are still in a position where they have 2 opportunities right now to actually close this one out. And with that, potentially steal away the map pick of Copenhagen Flames, which will put them in a great position. Right now, though, it's looking like we're going to see a quicker play from ENCE. Smoke's again going down over towards long. This time not going to be missed, though, so no vision being given to the CTs from Library. Instead, the up being rotated around in towards the spawn. This time, it's not going to be the B split, though. Although they are showing some presence in the spawn, you can see, obviously, the bomb around short. They are setting themselves up for A. Fireleague fires back with 1 there on the Deagle, dropping Aerial, but at this point, do the T still want to go forward? They have spent so much time. They do know there's 1 in Library. They're not sure if there's 2 itself on the bomb site, so I think they will still move forward. Oh, and Sunny nearly had the chance to catch one off guard somehow.
He definitely had the chance, just missed the shot, unfortunately. That puts it to a 3v4. The players on the side swinging together in unison, finding the kills, and as Alu picks Refresh up from just above the smoke, contrary to what the kill feed might tell you, he doesn't see feet. He's either behind or above the box. Alu takes the wall bang, but can't find it. Deep smoke to allow him to peek through. Queenix doesn't get no scope. He avoids it. And so we do go the full distance here in double overtime. 1 round remaining. And Copenhagen Flames need it to stay alive. ENCE, they've had a good one, but it might not be over yet. They might need to keep on performing. You look at the position that we're currently sat in. Alu's been 8 for 4 in opening duels, participating in 12 of them so far, although the numbers are diluted with 41 rounds coming into 42nd round. Sergey as well has been really impressive, 6 for 2. Contributed to a lot of openings. Despite that, though, ENCE have still had to win the most clutches to pull off these rounds. 4 out of 6 so far of the 1BXs have been ENCE's.
Yeah, no, they've been doing incredible with the clutches. We've seen insane moments. We've seen Refresh, though, obviously have an incredible ace himself back earlier on, I believe, towards the start of regulation. I don't know. It feels like forever ago. But either way, right now, these teams, there's just not really much to separate them. It looks like Copenhagen Flames could pull off this flawless CT side of their own to force it into yet another overtime. For the moment, most of the presence for the T side is around mid. Yet Sergey just trying to smoke out over towards B. Is that going to be successful in pulling anyone away from that B-bomb site is the question. Not at the moment. Or rather from the A-bomb site. There is still 3 of them just set up around quad, though. That's the issue. The smoke down now does let the T's get themselves control along.
Great nade. Look at that. Ariel and Sunny both lit down very, very low. They've traded out for the control. Farlig running with knife out. Now pistol. They've heard him go into Library. They molly him off straight away. Swing through. Sergey on 1. Mollied in the back. Farley gets taken down from Library, and Queenix, how long? No, not long at all. He's taken down with a quick, swift headshot, and ENCE in a 5v2. Copenhagen Flames barely know what hit them, and they've lost the A bomb site and perhaps even the map.
Yeah, this is looking like it probably is going to be it. Nadios and Huxi need to be incredible right now. Although they are playing decent here, I think the 2-on-5 is just way too much to ask of them. And indeed, not a single kill going to be found in that final round by Copenhagen Flames. ENCE are able to do it. They close it out 22-20. It took 2 over.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Copenhagen Flames versus ENCE. We are ready to jump on into the pistol round as things went down, I guess in a way, according to plan. ENCE taking Inferno. They are the favorite team coming into it, but Copenhagen Flames put up one hell of a fight and had it within their reach at one point. Now we're on train. ENCE's map pick on one where they look a little bit better. It's going to be a hard task for Copenhagen Flames to take it to nuke, but if they can get there, they might just look good enough. ENCE looking to split into A very early on. As the clock ticks on, 3 up on top of Popdog, 2 and Ivy. They're already making a little bit of noise, hoping to drag those B players up. Copenhagen Flames remain firmly planted in their positions.
Yeah, neither team rushing to actually kick off the action in this round, as you can see. It is kind of an A-stack with how aggressive they have a couple of those players, but they also have one in connector who can rotate quickly as well as being able to help if an A-main push was to come in. So it's not the worst setup. Nadios has a nade here where once he does find contact, he'll likely try and drop that, see if he can do a little bit of damage. And is actually going to save it for the moment, making the correct decision because we see a lot of those players going towards upper now. A second nade as well in position from Farlig. They're just going to wait for this push to come in and see if they can tag up all of these players, or at least quite a few of them. But here we go. This B-bomb site is going to be swarmed real soon. A couple coming out of upper as well. Nadios is going to be caught, but he gets a double with that nade before going down. Farlig with one as well, dropping aerial. And suddenly it is a 2-on-4. Sergey and X7 left to try and save this pistol round now for ENCE. As if they find this kill up close on Farlig, I was going to say that could be a good opportunity. Unfortunately, losing one before doing so.
Yeah, it's a really rough situation for Sergey. He was still on the Glock as well as he swung out wide. And he's quickly dealt with by Huxi. The flank was on its way as well. I really don't see a lot of ways that went in his favor. With that, we are going to see the bomb defused and a 1-0 lead for Copenhagen Flames. Feeling good and looking good. Starting out the CT side, but they've allowed the plant to go down, and that's the most important point, because if you take a quick old look over towards ENCE and what's coming up on their player bar, you'll see a lot of money already being invested. Having that bomb plant allows you to buy up, and seeing a scout come out in this kind of position, I'm not sure if we have seen one. No, just 3 AKs. Okay. Especially considering how well Alu was playing, I wouldn't be surprised if he had the scout already. But allowing him to take an AK alongside 2 of his teammates, it's not a bad start to the round, but that is, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Sunny going down, I mean, it puts a little bit of darkness on the round, you do have to say, for ENCE, but the rifle, can it be retrieved? Was it dropped just outside of A main? Is that what happened?
Just inside, I think.
Oh, just inside, yeah, so it should be picked up. Taking their time, though. Oh, I got blown out a little bit, so it is actually up closer to the train. Trying to peek out. Farlig, I believe, getting a little bit of a wall bang there on him. Queenix also found a kill in the meantime, so yeah, this round is just not going well for ENCE at all. It's down to just Alu and Aerial, and even then, Aerial is pretty low at this point after getting naded down. Do they know Alu's up close? I think they are at least being cautious of it. You've seen one man on green train. It was Huxi. Had been spotting for it. At this point, Alu really is just hoping that someone's going to make a mistake. It's the only way they're going to have the opportunity to work back into this round, eventually realizing he needs to start going forward, but eventually also being spotted. So there's the info for Huxi, there's the info for Copenhagen Flames, and they should be able to overcome this force fight quite easily, it seems. Ooh, that could be a little bit scary. It was just a tight angle, though, that he was spamming away on. But there we go. Alu eventually able to get one.
Oh, wow. More than one as well as he turns onto Huxi. Still, the HP is so low. Copenhagen Flames should be able to follow through with this. They need to get those one-shot headshots. Honestly, the difference between an AK and a Deagle is very, very lightly defined at the moment for these Ts. They're one bullet no matter what, really. And with 15 seconds left, Alu's best chance is to just barrel forward and possibly die so he gets money. They've spotted him, but they're avoiding the fight right now. Running the clock all the way down. 4 seconds remaining. 2, 1, and here they come to hunt him down and take the kill, but Alu quick on the Nodios. No one else pushes him down, hoping they'd get the opportunity. Instead, he's able to carry forward that AK, and a really nice shot by Alu to secure that rifle.
Yeah, as you said, at least giving them one to work with in this round, where otherwise they are unfortunately just looking at the full eco. Maybe a couple pistols can be afforded. They get 2,900 after losing this round, but I think ideally they do want to keep everything that they have pretty much. So yeah, not really too much. A few nades even on the players who don't upgrade the pistols. This gives them a good chance to at least try and get that bomb down, which ideally they do want to find. Alu himself is not going to be able to afford the op. It's not really going to be able to be dropped over by anyone either, unless they get a bomb plant, in which case Aerial or X7 could go ahead and give it over. So it would be a pretty big bonus for them if they're going to be able to find it. And working towards B, it's Train. It's one of those maps where the bomb plant certainly can be achieved, especially when there's only one around the bomb site. At this point, Nadios is playing passive, so he'll try and do what he can, but there is a good chance that they're going to concede this bomb plant.
Yeah, most likely considering this positions you're seeing as they rush on out. They've already made it in, getting the plant down, and it's just about Alu covering from a distance, the pistols, making sure they don't push up close. Alu's got one. This is workable. Bit of an overextension by X7. And being tagged up heavily. Somehow Aerial manages to get a kill on a Glock. And Dean, this is doable now. The pistol's out to trade Alu. The rifle recoverable. And they've even got it on the AK of Aerial and Connector. I mean, I agreed at the start we should only be seeing a bomb plant coming down, but that is phenomenal. Alu with 2 kills, Aerial up close on the Glock, and then recovering the AK following on that. That's a disaster. Not around Copenhagen Flames should have been conceding at any point.
That's the issue with playing for the B retake. If the T's are able to get themselves an aggressive afterplant, we didn't see that rotation come in quickly enough through Connector to be able to try and get a couple nades in at least towards the bomb site, do a bit of damage, weaken up a couple players before they started trying to move forward. And with that, ENCE just continued to go. Alu on the AK was able to give some cover, take the attention of the players while the pistols did close in the distance. And we've seen how it went. Now it's Copenhagen Flames on a very weak force by trying to fight back into this round. They're going to be seeing a quick play coming in. Aerial is the one to try and lead the charge, but the Deagles are doing all of the work right now for Copenhagen Flames. The only man to return is Sergey for ENCE, as he is still alive, but he's low. It's all onto 2 men right now for ENCE to actually try and save this round. Alu, you definitely want him to be one of them, and you see why. He's already gone ahead and actually recovered a couple of kills quickly. And obviously no weapons being upgraded for these remaining 2 either on the CT side. And there we go. Alu just has easy kills. What is happening? None of them have even barely looked back at him. I think they're intimidated.
Well, I don't blame them. I'd be pretty intimidated against Alu at the moment as well. I thought he had the timing on the ult, but Farlig now moves up on top. It is only a scout, but and Alu's not one hit either. That's the big concern. It has to be a headshot. And it doesn't have to be for Alu. As you see him finishing that round off, it did get pretty scary though. I mean, things got meaty towards the middle. But again, he comes up as our impact player. 4 kills that time. Almost putting him up to double digits within the first 4. Pretty impressive feat.
I'm not expecting much here in this one, Mitch. I'm sure that really no one is expecting much. It is just the USPs. They're going to take a bit of a gamble, though. With the one flash, they want to try and clearly challenge towards a main. Not starting off too well for them. Alu gets a team kill on the Sunny. This is definitely giving a chance to the CTs, but as I say that, it is going to be denied. There was team damage as well from, I believe, Copenhagen Flames players as well. What the hell happened that round?
It was a little bit of madness. You can't deny it. These things happen. But as we look through to the 6th round now, we can at least take solace in the fact that Alu was slightly further away from double digits now on the kills. That's the upside Copenhagen Flames were looking for. Now let's talk about the downsides. T-side's already off to a good start. Hooksy's got no armor, and the opening duel. Oh,
what the hell?
Hello? That took a long time to follow up on the Sunny 4 on site. The trade's also, never mind the trade. Sergey takes Farlig down without even falling himself. Although Farlig had just found a kill on his teammate. Hooksy misses the shot and without armor. Oh, that is a bit of a death sentence. Odios last alive. The spray was good for damage, but not able to delete X7. And most importantly, the bomb goes down. Time now on their side, and despite low HP, there is no way for Nodios to know that. He wallbanged one of them down to 6. Sergey, he is low, but there's no way that they could tell that. Well, that's one way to tell. Shoot him in the head, and if he dies straight away, I guess he's low.
Yeah. Well, that helps, but still, it's such a difficult... Oh, Alu, look at this. He should just have a free kill right now. Nadios has no idea. Why would Alu be lurking here with the op at this point? Just why? But yeah, he is anyway. That's the point that stands. Gets the kill on Nadios and does bring it up to 4 for ENCE. Again, also forcing Copenhagen Flames back down onto a weaker buy now. They're not having the greatest of starts here so far on their CT side of train, despite being able to pick up the pistol and the round following it, ending up losing up against kind of that. It was nearly an eco apart from the 1 AK and a couple upgraded pistols. They've struggled a little bit now since then. Again, just a few upgraded pistols for Copenhagen Flames. They do have full loss bonus, obviously, but they don't want to be spending too much. I would imagine coming onto the double up setup here in this next round. There is some nades, though, being exchanged by both sides, actually doing quite a bit of damage. Sergey nearly got dropping down into Pop Dog. It was a bit of an inopportune time for him to attempt that, unfortunately. And now he's being pushed by a B player as well, so this could be dangerous. They're going to try and swarm him. Oh, maybe not. It's only going to be Hooksy now who actually takes that peek in long range against the AK after Sergey was given a little bit of time to actually back away. So that wasn't an easy one for him. Farlig is up close to main. Also has Refresh back on the brown train to peek as soon as he finds contact. So this could get a little bit dangerous. There is a chance for at least a few weapons to maybe be taken away here by the CT side. And there we go. There's one from Queenix, Hooksy. And Queenix going to be able to get his second over towards Ivy, apparently. Yeah, down into a 2-on-2. There's still a minute remaining, but the bomb, it is actually dropped over towards the, I believe, green train at this point indeed. Yeah, dropped over towards Ivy behind that green train. So we do have to see ENCE retrieve that before they could even consider maybe taking it anywhere else.
Well, Alu's managed to take down Queenix, making it a little easier to get out there and take the bomb. Nodioso, he's been spotted. They just saw his left leg as he came around. And Sergey putting 5 on the board for ENCE with that frag, and with the 2 preceding it. Copenhagen Flames get an investment out now, and they have, in recent rounds, done alright in terms of dealing damage to ENCE. The problem is, before that, that wasn't the case. And so they end up in a position where the T side, they've got a buffer of economy there for sure. Copenhagen Flames have a lot of work to do before they end up in a spot where they're comfortable.
Yeah, quite a bit. It's unfortunate that they are off to such a slow start. They're already being down by a map after the first one being so close. Going to 2 overtimes before it actually was able to decide a victor. But it is not looking quite as good for Copenhagen Flames here early on in this map. There's a bit of a challenge over towards Ivy right now. Obviously, we see that's not where most of the players from the T side are moving. They've already grouped up over in the B hall. Not really making noise as of yet, I don't believe. Nadios is the sole defender on this side of the map, just playing a little bit more passive. Was that a nade tossed over the top there that done some damage?
Looks like it.
That certainly helps them, especially if they are playing with just one player here for the retake setup, having a little bit of damage in their favor. If they can pick off 1 or 2 before the bomb goes down, that will put them in a perfect position. And look at this, yeah, Nadio's creeping up behind that smoke right now. Maybe able to catch one that's up close right now, potentially off guard. Oh, if he goes through to try and stop the bomb planter, there's a couple players actually watching for this, I believe. Alu still goes down, though. Here we go. Nadios gets the double. Aerial up close on Isle now has to be worried as they start moving in from around the connector train as well. He's going to need this help from X7, who's already being dispatched of. Aerial needs to go massive from this position, and he's just not going to be able to do it. Sunny's left alone in towards heaven. No utility, unfortunately, and he is being flanked up by Queenix as well, which he wins. But it is extremely costly, only leaving him at 1 HP. So, yeah, I think this is kind of done for him at this point. Refresh indeed already sticking that defuse, so it is finally Copenhagen Flames getting themselves another round on the board. And doing so convincingly, keeping 4 alive. That's what they needed.
Yeah, that was essentially impossible for him to get back into it. And for Copenhagen Flames, they've gotten themselves back into the game. But remember, with ENCE currently on 5 rounds, those are the foundations built. And now they're looking to finish off construction on the Palace. Get as many rounds up as they can, and they'll be living a life of luxury. Copenhagen Flames need to be flawless from this point forward. 7 consecutive rounds is a lot to ask. They can maybe afford to drop 1, but anything past that, and this CT side turns into a bit of a disaster. Refresh, a man we've relied on in the past for big kills, gets 1 and baits a player wider out. As Aerial falls, Nodios, it took a little minute to react there as the player came down. Sunny punishes him afterwards. That split-second decision not to shoot ends up costing him a lot. And possibly even costing Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, X7 not able to win that fight up close in connector. I like the idea. They were trying to fight for that control. They planted the bomb a little bit more open as well. If they had have gotten that one, then suddenly it would have been so difficult on this retake. But instead, obviously, Sunny is left alone. Currently up close to Isle Train. The issue is The timing here could be a little bit unfortunate for him with already one player creeping out from heaven. Yeah, he's going to look down and just be able to catch Sunny, who had no idea. Plenty of time, obviously, for that defuse to come in. ENCE at least getting the bomb plant, it helps them out quite a bit here. They do have plenty of money. Aerial, though, is a little bit low, so it's going to give him just enough to get his rifle out, maybe a flash behind it as well, if he wants to. But Copenhagen Flames slowly beginning to recover here. The issue is already 5 for ENCE on the T side. They're only looking for another couple to really feel good about themselves, about how this T side has gone. So they're just going to be looking to try and grind out, as I said, another 2 or so rounds. Obviously, if they get more, that would be fantastic. And as I mentioned, they are back on the buy. I like that Aerial went for the Galil instead. Now they have full nades on everyone.
The utility can definitely play out as a big part of the T side. When you look at ENCE, they like to take early control and then slow it down and play that slow round, but maybe they won't this time, as Alu's already got one. He looks for the feet, just an inch away from showing it, fires at the smoke, but the player had already sidestepped it. Moving up close, Refresh wants to make a big difference. He is flashed off the angle by his teammate, and then a second one. This time I'm presuming it was a terrorist one, and indeed it was. Aerials flew high, popped Refresh's vision completely out of the game. And there's nothing to be seen in Ivy either. A perfect smoke. Big 7 is safe in the back for now. They still have to deal with Queenix. Well, they've done that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe Queenix could have done something. You were about to, of course, get those wards out as well. Firelight eventually gets one and nearly managed to peek in and try and catch that bomb plant there, but not allowed to in the end. Next 7, not going to be given any room to Nodios either, as he just comes straight through that smoke. And yeah, ENCE, they bounce back. They let 1 round go. They're going to be able to immediately... Sorry, they let 2 rounds go. They're immediately then bouncing back, putting themselves back into winning ways. And with that, forcing Copenhagen Flames to spend all of their money. If they were to lose this round now, at that point, ENCE are very likely going to be bringing themselves up to 8 rounds already. So they cannot afford to lose this one, which is a little bit weaker. Firelight, I imagine, has the op. Yeah, it is indeed on the ground. He had spent over 7,000, so I was presuming it was there. I think he may have given the MP9 perhaps the refresh as well. So it's not a terrible buy, but they need to win this one out right now. And as you already see, ENCE taking the pace up towards the A bomb site. They find all of the opening kills, and it is not going to slow down. Sergey and Aerial going to be helped out by Sunny as well as they swarm the bomb site. Nodios is in position. Had a little bit of a gap in that smoke. I thought he may have spotted the bomb carrier. Instead, actually spotted Sunny, I believe, moving in towards Ivy right there. And oh, they have no idea he's here. Eventually bounces for 1 and a second. But he is alone, so he needs an ace clutch. With that now, obviously everyone knowing where he is, I highly doubt he's going to be allowed to go unnoticed any longer. They're all focused in on this position. They have one player who's even wrapped around in through the back lines, and I would imagine at this point pretty much confirmed that he's moved in towards Ivy.
Well, there's nowhere else you could be at this point, right? I mean, they've cleared everything out, maybe behind Green Train, that's about it. But there's no reason for him to be tucked there. You can see Sunny's got an idea, and he starts to move forward. Nodios could be having a couple of cloudy days. As in the T-spawn, they make some noise. They start tracking his attention over there, and Sunny just swings through to close that one out. 7 rounds on the board now for ENCE. And with that, it's already a good T side. Also, the fact that they should be facing into pistols makes it even easier. Copenhagen Flames getting an investment onto armor and deagles, and whilst this can be a scary buy at times, they should have a read on the economy they're up against. Although a faster play to come out towards A, this could be dangerous. Luckily, the nades aren't lobbed in. That was my main concern. Those 2 frags that were bought up, those 2 HEs, would do some damage, but Hooksy's being taken down before he can deploy his, and Aerial takes a decent chunk of damage. Now vulnerable to the deagles as they push forward. Already -1 player, but Alu, he's quickly cleaning it up. What was that? From on top of the... or onto the players above the trains. We're all good then.
It happens, Mitch. We all good. Alu is 13-6 right now, though. Just putting some extra syllables in cleaning. Why not?
Exactly.
Yeah, Alu's 13-6, though. He's top fragging again. He's having another incredible performance, I think is clearly to be said. Obviously, on the T side of train, you can have a little bit more freedom with the op than you could back on Inferno, which I think makes kind of how dominant he was on Inferno even more impressive. But he's keeping up the performance. He's not letting his level drop at all, and he has all of his teammates helping out as well. They've already got 8 rounds here on the T side. That's the issue now for Copenhagen Flames. They need to recover back up to 7 if they want to feel even somewhat comfortable moving into that second half. Of course, already being down by a map as well.
It's very hard to keep yourself in a positive headspace. But as we said, the motivator in this case is more than in any game we've seen in the past. In group stages, you can brush it off and say, oh, we can do it later, right? And then at a certain point, it's like, oh, we can't really do it anymore. But when it comes down to, like, this game, these next 3 or 2 or this map here define whether you get 100 points and one step closer to the major. Afterwards, you can't do anything. Win or lose, doesn't matter. It's over. You're running Road to Rio, at least, is halted. For both of these teams, it makes a big difference, that extra little bit of motivating factor. Sergey, Sunny, both opening this one up. Farlig was walking out with a pistol, and he uses that to dispatch, what was it, Sunny, Sergey, X7, Ariel. They're all dead. I'm trying to look at who died to the pistol, and then everyone's just joining up on the kill feed. What's happened? Alu's, he's been a clutch player so far, and he's got to be again. They're even watching him, though. Nodios knows this is a possibility, but he's too slow. Looks he's not, though. Had the perfect angle. Man, that was so quick. I literally glanced at the score, at the kill feed, and it just went up, 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 up. I couldn't catch it.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either. We didn't manage to catch all of them on the camera because that would have obviously been impossible. So that was just very chaotic for ENCE, and unfortunately they weren't able to come out on top of it. It ends up giving a good opportunity now back to Copenhagen Flames, as I said, the grind back up to 7 rounds. That's going to be their goal. In this one, though, there is still plenty of money for ENCE. They'll still have enough onto most of the players going into the next round as well, especially if they can get that bomb planted. But as they did previously when they lost the round, they've just gone straight back towards a bit of a quicker A play. Not quite as fast. It is just Alu who's taking this initial peek to see if he can find anyone really peeking forward. And yeah, Refresh gives it to him perfectly. Just out into the crosshair. Alu doesn't have to do anything but click mouse 1. And suddenly, ENCE have a man advantage off the back of that. It looks like with that, Copenhagen Flames feeling pressured to try and pull something back, going a little bit more aggressive, and the AK is continuing to win out the fight. Great damage by Huxi, but it is not going to be anywhere near enough unless Farley can find more. But no, not able to connect that one up close. It's all on Nodios now. A FAMAS, that's it. And Naya to smoke, no kit. Does he save?
Yeah, I think he does. Whoop. I think he does in this spot.
Voice crack, Mitch.
Not a word, Dean. No, we talked about this, goddammit. No, but, I mean, his opponents have less than 200 HP between them, but obviously there's no way for him to know that, as we said. And in these kind of positions, not in this one, more so on the previous map, there were a couple occasions where you want to be like, just go for it, but there's no way for him to know. And the one guy that wasn't low is the one to peek. Goes down to 20 HP. Sergey smokes his body because screw you. And there was a smoke on the floor anyway, so he doesn't lose his own bit of utility. 9-5. Walking into the last round wouldn't be a concern anyways. He could have dropped his weapon if he wanted to. They've got all the money they could possibly want on that T side, and with 9 rounds built up, it's already looking so indomitable. Copenhagen Flames certainly not making it easy for themselves as they do want to win this series. They're going to look to find that 6th round. An SMG, a Scout, and even a Deagle as they walk into this with just 1 M4.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them do some damage with less, but it's not going to be an easy task here for them at all. And already ENCE are trying to pressure on towards B. Trying to is now the word that I need to emphasize, because Ariel has had his head ripped off by a Scout there as he tried to come out upper. So he does pull one back. There's just pushes everywhere across the map right now. It's so difficult to follow. Sergey, though, is going to make it a little bit easier as he gives us a kill towards the A bomb site, and with that, it is completely open. All of the CTs had rotated over towards B. That was the goal. They were trying to sell out the fake. That's why they were just pushing everywhere. And they just made it so difficult for Copenhagen Flames to read, and unfortunately they made the incorrect decision. They're now down into a 2-on-3 in the retake, as Alu may have the chance for more. Not quite spotting that player in on the old bomb train, but you need to see this kill for Nodios, otherwise it's just done, and yeah, that's exactly what happens. 10-5, as we see the half going massively in favor of ENCE now. Going onto the CT side of train on their map choice, already up by a map. Everything right now is working against Copenhagen Flames. The question is, can they find anything now when they do return? Of course, guys, we are going to send it over to a quick break before we get live at the second half of Train.
it's easy, it's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I know. Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers, looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors.
And welcome back, folks. Copenhagen Flames versus ENCE, 10-5. As we start out the second half, we were saying just before, ENCE have had a dominating attacking side, and now that they move to the defense on the favorite side of their map pick, it definitely doesn't look good for Copenhagen Flames. But we don't want to draw things out of proportion, I guess, in a way, or into the realm of impossibility for the T side. Let's take it one step at a time. Starts off with the pistol round, and Copenhagen Flames need to follow through on this one. At least get a bomb plant. If they don't, chances of winning this go down the drain.
Yeah, quite massively. That was a bit of a risky play there in Pop Dog in the beginning of this round, but it did find a bit of info for Nadios, I believe it was. Oh, X7. Nearly getting caught actually as he peeked in towards Ivy, but Queenix blind as he pushes forward. The flashes are just perfect from Refresh. Thank you very much, X7 is saying. Blinded up both of his teammates. What the hell?
Yeah, well, you know, these things happen. It's working out so far. ENCE walking away with a 4 versus 2. X7 ran out of ammo. Hooksy's all alone. Yeah, they trade out from Aloe immediately onto Refresh. Hooksy just caught between the trains. 2 players easily able to swing him, and that was pretty much the end of that one before it began.
Oh, sorry, I just kind of got speechless right there. For a second, I was like, I didn't see anyone on the CT side throw a flash, and I was like, yeah, no, Refresh just got the assists on that, on both of them. That was kind of crazy, very unfortunate. X7 was just capitalizing on a bit of a mistake they're made, and as we had said, that pistol round was such a necessity for Copenhagen Flames here in this matchup.
A necessity, it definitely was. Like, they've obviously just got Glocks to work with here, and not many people lose to these for ENCE. With lots of SMGs to work with, or 2 at least, and lots of utility as well. 2 kits in case things go bad. It's hard to really look at this situation and see Copenhagen Flames walking away with the round. On the back of that, it should be 12-5, and from that point, Look at that. I love a little crab walk to avoid getting headshot. And you can see, actually, it probably would have been damage done if they were standing up, in all honesty.
Potentially, yeah. It depends on the timing, obviously, but the little crouch saves you the possibility of this. So you may as well. Worked out quite well for them. Obviously not really having anything in this round, though, apart from just the Glocks that you start with. So I don't think it's really going to lead to a lot in the end here for Copenhagen Flames in the round. They are moving back over towards Ivy, I believe. I thought they were just going to go together on main or something, maybe, because they did have one player moving towards there early on. But no, most of them focused on Ivy. Makes a bit more sense because if they can get up towards the top, obviously at that point a little bit closer range for the Glocks to try and swarm. But the nade going in, they actually do step back as soon as they see it on its way over. So they are going to, at this point, just back around and I guess all try and swarm out main together. But Sunny is a good position here to hopefully try and get himself at least a couple of kills. We'll see them jumping forward, lines them up indeed. A little bit awkward as he begins to run low on bullets, but at that point already having the assistance, of course, from the UMP of Ariel and then also X7 as well popping out from Ivy. So 12-5, easy enough for ENCE in that round, as you would expect against 5 Glocks. But Copenhagen Flames, this is where they need to pick it up now that they've come onto the guns on the T side. If they don't get this opening gun round, then at that point I'm going to have to say that I really won't have any faith in the comeback being a reality or a possibility even.
Well, I've got to completely agree with you, Dean. And the comeback relies on them finding this round right here. Without it, chances go right down the drain. And as we reach into the depths of the terrorist tack book, the ability of Copenhagen Flames in a series that matters to them, I bet, more than most they've played in recent memory. They started out poorly, and nade landed straight at the feet of Farlig and Refresh, who were boosting up. They lose a lot of health. But Queenix has managed to sneak out right behind Sunny. Looks to Ivy for more, but they lined up, unfortunately, so they could both kill him.
Oh, look at this from Sergey. Nodios is, though, potentially expecting that B aggression to come in. Unfortunately, he isn't able to win the fight for himself, so it is ENCE who find themselves the man advantage once again. A bit of damage already done to both Farlig and Refresh as well as they're dropped down to their 60s, so this is not a good spot for Copenhagen Flames. We said this gun round is a must-win for them, and so far they're not even winning out any of the fights, really, apart from that initial one on Sunny. Alu even going to drop down and just push forward. He doesn't care at all, and it does cost him his life in the end, but with a teammate there to help, it will not cost them the round, most likely, indeed. Ariel pops out a pop dog. They have upgrades to AKs for days, and it's ENCE on 13 as Copenhagen Flames, without the bomb plant, are looking at another eco. It's about to be 14-5, most likely, Mitch.
That's it, Dean. I mean, really, we're starting to hammer home the point. We're continuing to. Copenhagen got to make something work, and they just can't at the moment. It's as expected coming onto this map. Just such a stark contrast to the previous, and struggled, fought tooth and nail to take Inferno, and when they brought it to a win there, that is when we lost a lot of hope. The fact that Copenhagen made it close comes into play a little bit, but you have to also consider the fact that ENCE are just so good on train, and Copenhagen not so comfy. Nowhere near the comfort level of Inferno. They had it within their grasp, and it's got to be demotivating that they let it slip, but now they pay the price, and ENCE are here to collect in force, looking for their 14th round, and it shouldn't be a hard one to find. Pistols everywhere. Well, not everywhere, actually. None on A. They're all coming out B. The op, though, collateraled, and literally everything is working against Copenhagen Flames. The flash is perfect. Oh, oops, that one wasn't so perfect. Sergey turns into it, but still manages to follow through on some damage. Ariel finishing it alongside X7, and that is a clean round. They did allow a bomb plant, but honestly, having 5 alive on your CT side, I don't really think you mind giving the bomb plant. You'd almost rather that than committing one player and losing him. Look at the amount of money they've got. They face a full buy, a comfortable one, but it was going to be that whatever happened.
I mean, we even seen Copenhagen Flames when they were back on their CT side trying to play the same setup, and obviously in one of the rounds it did end up actually costing them. But ENCE played it out a little bit better. They were able to do a bit of damage. They obviously did have the opposition there to find one kill was the hope. Obviously hitting a collateral at that point and pretty much confirming it. So yeah, ENCE able to come out with all 5 players alive, putting themselves now in a fantastic position to try and close this game out. But there is already Refresh having actually creeped out into Olaf. Farlig dropped straight down pop as well. finds Ariel up close on the E-box, and suddenly it's a man advantage for the T side, with that player creeped out into Olaf, as I mentioned, who is not expected at all. I would imagine now they do bring it back towards A, but there is a lot of time, so we'll see what they actually decide to do with it.
Copenhagen Flames can take their time now, just need to be very careful. One mistake here will pretty much cost them the comeback, or the potential one. A lot of pressure on their shoulders. Refresh comes up behind to make up for the disadvantage of losing Farlig as he moves further forward, and he catches another onto Sunny. And a 4 versus 2. What can they do from this point? The answer back from Alu on the AWP, but he needs to do so much more. He's been solid this series, and this is so risky. He leaves himself open to so many angles, but punishes Queenix, and now they're good to gear up for a 2v2 retake on B, already realizing that's what's going to be needed.
Yeah, there is a nade in play as well from Alu. Not going to be thrown it immediately, though. Just boosting up over the smoke to see if they can spot any of these players. And he may get contact soon on the bomb site. Alu going ahead and getting himself another frag. Up to 3 already. It's Nodios now up close, who will eventually be able to get that trade. But there's still Sergey to try and close it out. And he will be able to win the 1 versus 1. He couldn't against you, Mitch, but in this case against Nodios, it is fine.
There's I don't want to jump on that. I don't want to be too too cocky. I don't want to make Natu
for
cry.
once the brag.
Yeah, I know Natu's probably watching, and I don't want him to cry again. I saw how upset he was after that happened the first time. I heard it actually when I watched back the stream. Shout out to Natu for his beautiful compliments of me in that show match. Said some lovely things. But 15-5. No matter what, I think those tears will not be entering his eye, or not leaving them rather.
Yeah, no, ENCE are feeling incredible right now. This has been a really strong start to their CT side after a fantastic T performance as well. 10 opportunities for them to actually close this one out, so overtime is not looking too plausible here for Copenhagen Flames, if we're being honest, and it does seem like it's going to be ENCE who are able to claim themselves that 9th spot. Of course, a difference of 100 points. The 9th place getting 1,000 RMR points towards their Road to Rio, of course, and the 10th only getting 900. Again, a little bit of a money difference as well, but that's kind of not the main thing that I think these teams will be focusing on, because it's not a massive amount of money. Not a lot going on from Copenhagen Flames right now either. They got themselves the pop control early on, now are looking to see what they can do on towards B, and there's some good damage. But they are really just split up into the default, looking to see what they can find across the map at this point.
Oh, that could have been it. If X7 got the double kill, round could have been closed out as it stood. But now Rotate has to come through. And although it's in CT, you also see Sergey pushing upper B with 42 health. This is an extremely risky play, but he might just have the timing. No, Nodios comes back up the ladder. He's coming through to check this, but Sergey still wins that fight somehow, taking just 1 bullet in the meantime. And ENCE, man advantage. You can see Ariel might want to just back out of here, but he doesn't want to give up the spot he's in. Swing, 1 kill's already good enough, and a little bit of damage.
Yeah, not bad considering he was blinded there, especially for the second one. Hooksy, though, he doubles down as well. Alu, I don't know if they'll expect him to be up close right now, and he's been playing fantastic throughout the entire series, and that's not going to stop anytime soon. I believe now hitting 70 frags so far. He will unfortunately be caught off guard. Hooksy, they knew he was around the bomb site somewhere. He's just going to go ahead and try and stick the bomb plant now, but no. Being spotted by Sergey. The legs, unfortunately, just slightly around the edge of the train, and there it is. ENCE, they're able to get a 16-5